After being dumped by my girlfriend, my cheat code finally kicked in. The system detected that the host's bad luck was at its peak. And the counterattack life system was activated. The young billionaire you're about to become should at least own a supercar and a luxury villa. Now, the system is giving you your newbie rewards. A Ferrari SF90 and a Yulon Shengtian #1 villa. Do you wish to claim your rewards now? Hearing the prompt in my mind, I immediately responded. Yes, 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 hurry up and give them to me. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've successfully claimed your rewards. The Yulon Shengtian #1 villa in Tianfu City is now registered under your name. And a staff member is driving your Ferrari SF90 to your location. Please wait patiently. Upon hearing this, I jumped up in excitement. Wow, I really am the destined protagonist. I just walked out of the high-speed train station and got hit by all this sudden wealth. However, a young woman beside me was startled by my action and looked at me with disdain. Where did this country bumpkin come from? Getting excited just about arriving in Tianfu City? Seeing this, my expression changed, and I quickly apologized. Miss, this is really my fault, I'm sorry. The woman, hearing me call her miss, immediately exploded. Who are you calling miss? Do you have any manners? You're just a low-class country bumpkin without a mother. Hearing this, my face instantly turned cold, and I said bluntly. Can you show some decency? With a mouth this foul, did you eat crap for breakfast and forget to brush your teeth? Really, it's like a knife on the backside, I'm seeing things for the first time. You can insult me, but don't say anything about my parents. The woman saw that I was being so aggressive and, with a sly look, quickly played the moral card. You big man are bullying a weak woman like me. At this point, the surrounding pedestrians, driven by the nature of wanting to watch drama, began to gather around us. Seeing the crowd, the woman became even more arrogant. If you keep insulting me, you won't leave today without apologizing. To this, I scornfully glanced at her. Why should I apologize to you? Just because there are more pockmarks on your face than I have hair? However, a sudden bystander, an older woman, stood up to speak for the girl. Young man, insulting others is wrong. I said, Auntie, didn't you see that she started insulting me first? Even with the older woman stepping in, I wasn't afraid. Since I had grown up with my grandmother, learning how to hold my ground in a crowd. However, the woman, seeing I wasn't backing down, also played the moral card. So what? Can't a man let a woman go first? I'm not her father, why should I let her go? I tried to give you some face, but now you want to act all high and mighty. Don't blame me for being rude. Oh, wow. The older woman, left speechless, could only slink away into the crowd, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Just then, a young man in a suit drove a Ferrari sports car and parked next to us. Oh, wow. The woman, who had been furious just a moment ago, immediately changed her attitude. Walking in front of the man, pretending to twist her ankle and leaning towards him. However, the man didn't pay attention to her and instead stepped towards me. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin Changlin? I calmly replied, yes, I am. You're here to deliver the car, right? Yes, but for security reasons, I'd like to see your ID. Or anything that proves your identity will work. The man nervously spoke, not wanting to offend someone of my apparent stature. Before I could even show my ID, the woman walked over with a mocking smile. Handsome, did you mistake someone? Look at him, this smelly country bumpkin, do you really think he can afford a Ferrari? Hat, do I really need to prove to you whether I can afford it? Who do you think you are? I was speechless, people like her were clearly the ones who slipped through the cracks of 9 years of compulsory education. But the woman still had that unflinching attitude and said to me. If it's really yours, I'll do a handstand and wash my hair right here. Great, everyone hear that? I raised my voice dramatically. Looking around at the crowd and saying. Did you hear that? Little brother, go slap her face, I want to see her wash her hair in a handstand. The onlookers, naturally eager for entertainment, cheered. I smiled faintly, handed my ID to the man. Once he confirmed my identity, he took out an extravagant box and a business card and handed them to me. Mr. Lin, congratulations on becoming a proud owner of a Ferrari. Here are your car keys. If you need anything in the future, feel free to call me. I'll leave now if everything's alright. I took the car keys and the business card, nodding. Alright, feel free to go. The crowd, seeing this, made way for the man, allowing him to walk out of the crowd. At this point, the woman's face had turned even paler. And she wanted to quickly squeeze through the crowd, but the onlookers were clearly not letting her escape, blocking her path. I played with the car keys, teasing her. Beauty, aren't you going to fulfill your promise? The woman, no longer as cocky, begged humbly. Please, have mercy, let me go. I still prefer to see you arrogant. Everyone, don't you think? For people like her, who bully the weak and fear the strong, I never show mercy. Yeah, hurry up and wash your hair in a handstand. Do you need me to buy you a bottle of shampoo? I'll buy the water, ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter. What's going on? What's going on? Everyone disperse, disperse. Several city enforcement officers immediately shouted and came over to ask what happened. Seeing the woman too embarrassed to speak up about the incident, I told the officers everything. You're really quite impressive, young man. The officers sighed, with a hint of contempt in their eyes as they glanced at the woman. Young man, how about we just let this go? After all, it's not good to make a scene in public. Fine, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. After saying that, I grabbed my suitcase and walked to the Ferrari. This is so great. The feeling of being admired and envied by everyone was really too good. Then, with the unique roar of the Ferrari engine, I quickly arrived at the entrance of Shuzhou University's security office. Uncle, I'm here to register as a freshman, can I drive the car in? There's no parking outside. What? A freshman driving a Ferrari SF90 to register? So unique? The surrounding students exploded, and even some busybodies took photos of me and my car and posted them on the campus forum. You can go in, but after the time for new students to check in is over, you'll have to move your car back to the parking lot. By the way, remember to move your car to a parking space later. Although the security uncle didn't know how much this car cost, he could see from the surprised and envious looks of the people around that it wasn't cheap. So his attitude was very friendly. I don't know how your school is, but I know that our school's security guards have really terrible attitudes. Lin Chen thanked him and drove his Ferrari onto the campus, casually finding a spot that wouldn't be in the way to park. He got out of the car and walked to the passenger side to take down the suitcase. At that moment, there were many people on campus. Seeing a young man with a suitcase coming out of a Ferrari, everyone immediately knew he was a freshman. Lin Chen felt a bit tired. Since he drove the Ferrari, everyone had been watching him, just like people watch monkeys at the zoo. After the excitement wore off, it felt a bit boring. Classmate, can I ask you for a favor? Lin Chen was dragging his suitcase toward his dorm building when a voice stopped him. He took a look at the girl in front of him. She was tall and had a slim figure, her long legs wrapped in black stockings. Her face was delicate, her eyes bright like stars, and her long black hair floated in the wind. Lin Chen could even smell her shampoo's fragrance. Lin Chen was deeply amazed. You first tell me what you need help with. Lin Chen wouldn't be swayed by beauty, he was a man with a system now. At this moment, Jiang Shuawei had her own troubles. Her good friend Tang Wanner wanted to start a Hanfu club, but last year, when they signed up as freshmen, they couldn't even gather 10 people, and with only the two of them, there were just 18. The school required at least 20 members to start a club. They cancelled her club, but this year she wanted to restart it. Therefore, she was begging Jiang Shuawei to help her recruit a few freshmen, so when the club was recruiting members, they could directly sign up for the Hanfu club. They had just left the dorm building for a little while. Tang Wanner had gone to the entrance, while she was out recruiting on campus. Classmate, are you interested in Hanfu? Jiang Shuawei blinked her eyes, looking at Lin Chen with an expression full of hope. Chapter 3, Reward, Dihao Hotel. Lin Chen stared blankly at the beautiful girl in front of him, and he surprisingly felt a flutter in his heart. Ding! Host's desire detected, initiating system task. Stage task, as a qualified host, how can you not have a girlfriend? Task 1, successfully win over the school beauty Jiang Shuawei's super contact. Task failure, no penalties. Task success, 100% shares of Dihao Hotel. The sudden system notification made Lin Chen momentarily distracted. 100% shares of Dihao Hotel? At this moment, Lin Chen looked at the girl named Jiang Shuawei in front of him. School beauty? No wonder she was so beautiful, she was the school beauty, so it was all right. Classmate, are you listening? Jiang Shuawei felt a bit deflated, this junior didn't seem very interested. Senior girl, the Hanfu Club, right? All right, I'll join. Lin Chen came back to his senses and a slight smile appeared on his lips. If you don't want to, then forget it. What? You agreed? Jiang Shuawei laughed happily, revealing two small dimples, like blooming daisies. Then junior, let's add a super contact. When the club recruits members, I'll contact you to come sign up. Jiang Shuawei opened the QR code for the super contact, indicating Lin Chen to scan it. Is this task so easy to complete? Lin Chen felt happy in his heart, planning to add the super contact before searching to see what it was like. Shuawei? What are you doing here? Just as Lin Chen clicked to add the super contact, a tall man, dressed simply and looking very handsome, walked over. A gentle smile on her face. Jiang Shuawei's expression instantly turned ugly when she saw the man, and she quickly put away her phone. Lin Chen's face stiffened, then he looked at the man with a somewhat unfriendly gaze. Why are you here? Jiang Shuawei spoke coldly. Aren't I also a member of the student union? So, I came to school early, and I happened to see you, so I came to take a look. The man spoke, then looked at Lin Chen, a look of confusion in his eyes. Who is this? Oh, I am. Lin Chen was about to answer when Jiang Shuawei suddenly looped her arm through his. A happy smile on her face. Yu Yang, let me introduce you, this is my boyfriend. Jiang Shuawei originally wanted to say his name, but then realized she forgot to ask. Upon hearing what Jiang Shuawei said, Yu Yang's smile visibly stiffened. Lin Chen widened his eyes and looked at Jiang Shuawei. Jiang Shuawei was looking at him with pleading eyes. Lin Chen's heart softened. Fine, pretending to be the boyfriend of the campus beauty isn't so bad. I am Shuawei's boyfriend, my name is Lin Chen. Lin Chen extended his hand generously. However, Yu Yang didn't acknowledge him. He only looked at Jiang Shuawei. Shuawei, are you serious? What do you mean serious? My boyfriend is right here, what do you think? Also, don't call me Shuawei, we're not that close yet. Jiang Shuawei's tone turned cold, and she spoke rudely. Okay, fine. You like this poor guy and refuse to accept me, right? Jiang Shuawei, you'll regret it. Yu Yang glanced at Lin Chen's clothes, the fire in his eyes almost exploded. He muttered something, then turned and walked away. Lin Chen looked at Yu Yang's retreating back, his eyes cold. What an arrogant guy. He can't get the girl, so he mocks me? Ding. System issue mission. Make Yu Yang bark like a dog. Mission reward, 2% shares of Penguin Computer System Company, Limited. The system issued a mission again. It seems like Yu Yang needs to be dealt with. No choice, the Penguin shares are too tempting. But why make Yu Yang bark like a dog? Does the system have such unique taste? Jiang Shuawei sighed with relief when Yu Yang left. Then she realized she was still holding onto Lin Chen's arm, her face flushed as she quickly pulled her hand back. Sorry, I used you as a shield today. How about this, I'll treat you to a meal sometime to apologize. Sure, no problem, senior, but before that, shouldn't we add each other on Super XIN? Lin Chen was still thinking about the Imperial Hotel. Oh right. Jiang Shuawei hurriedly took out her phone again and showed the QR code of her business card. A clear sky after the snow, quite a nice sound. Lin Chen had a thought pass through his mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the Phase 1 mission. Reward, 100% shares of Imperial Hotel. The system has already signed the contract for you, please feel free to use it. Now, issuing Phase 2 mission. Have a meal alone with Jiang Shuawei. Reward, Lamborghini poison. What the heck? A Lamborghini poison as a reward? This is the car Lin Chen has dreamed of, and in his mind, it's even more valuable than many cars worth over $1 billion. No other reason, the poison's appearance is just too striking. Didn't expect to get a 70 million Lamborghini poison just like that. I say system, are you some kind of strategy system? Lin Chen asked in his mind with confusion. Ding. This system is just an ordinary mission system. Seeing that the system didn't admit it, Lin Chen had no choice. I'm Jiang Shuawei, you can call me Jiang Shuawei from now on. Jiang Shuawei blinked her beautiful eyes and said to Lin Chen. Can I call you Shuawei? Lin Chen's lips slightly curved up. Jiang Shuawei's face turned a shade of pink, and her face unconsciously became a little warm. Call me Jiang Shuawei. By the way, are you looking for a dorm? I'll take you there, which building are you in? I'm in Building 6. Building 6 is over here, I'll take you. Lin Chen watched Jiang Shuawei, who was walking ahead, urging him to hurry up. A wave of strong emotion surged in his heart. Senior, which department are you from? I am from the computer science department, how about you? Me too, what a coincidence. Lin Chen was delighted, he actually shared the same department with her? It's indeed a coincidence. If you have any questions in the future, please ask me, senior. Here we are, this is it. I'll be leaving now, let's chat on Super Letter if there's anything. Okay, goodbye, Senior Jiang. Remember, you owe me a meal. I know. Lin Chen watched Jiang Shuawei's beautiful figure gradually walk away before he entered the dormitory building. He registered with the dormitory aunt and received his key, then he carried his suitcase upstairs. 515, this is it. Lin Chen opened the door and glanced around the dormitory environment. 4 people in one dormitory, with an upper-lower bed and desk setup, not bad. At this moment, all 4 dorm mates had gathered. They were all organizing their personal items. One was tall and thin, wearing glasses, looking quite cultured. Another was very handsome, almost on par with Lin Chen, dressed in obviously expensive clothing, clearly a rich kid. The last one looked quite robust, likely someone who worked out, probably the physical supporter of the dorm. Lin Chen had brought relatively few things, he had paid for betting upon enrollment, so he only brought some clothes and daily necessities. The others were about the same. Only that very good-looking guy brought a huge amount of stuff, including a computer tower, monitor, keyboard. The most impressive was that he even shipped in an esports chair. This made Lin Chen so envious. Chapter 4, Eating Together with Roommates. After a few of them finished tidying up, they chatted for a while to get to know each other. The tall, thin guy with glasses was named Qin Xiao, from Minzhou. His family was somewhat well-off, running a seafood business. The robust guy was named Xiao Wei, from Yunnan province. He was a country boy who claimed that all his muscles were built from working on the farm. The very handsome one was named Xiao Fei, from the capital, but he was tight-lipped about his family situation. However, Lin Chen could tell it should be quite impressive. In the end, the four of them arranged their seating based on their ages. Lin Chen was the oldest, Chen Xiao was the second, Xiao Wei was the third, and Xiao Fei was the youngest. Since it's our first time meeting, why not eat something good? Chen Xiao's stomach had long been growling, so he suggested. I have no problem with that. Xiao Fei casually said. He had planned to go to a nightclub in Tianfu City today, but thinking that it was the first gathering with his roommates, he decided to stay with them. I don't mind either. Lin Chen said as well. Only Xiao Wei was left. Everyone's gazes focused on Xiao Wei, making him feel very uncomfortable. Let's go, you choose the place, I have no idea where to eat. Lin Chen, aren't you a local? You decide. Xiao Wei had no choice but to agree. His family was relatively poor, and from what he just learned, both Xiao Fei and Chen Zhao's families seemed quite wealthy. Lin Chen's family should be about the same as his, so the place he recommended to eat shouldn't be too expensive. Alright, I'll find a place. Coincidentally, the system rewarded him with a reservation at the Dihao Hotel, so they would go eat there today. It wouldn't cost anything and he could also inspect the venue. Lin Chen's phone suddenly rang. Hello, yes, I am Lin Chen. Okay, I will bring my friends over to eat, and I'll let you know when we arrive. It was the general manager of Dihao Hotel calling. After all, with the new ownership, it was good manners to introduce himself to avoid leaving a bad impression. Let's go. The few of them walked out of the dorm together. The summer in Tianfu City was truly unbearable. It was already past 6, the sun was setting, yet the temperature was still so high. Without the Ferrari, Lin Chen and Xiao Fei walked around campus, still attracting many female attention. No other reason, both of them were just too good-looking. Lin Chen still loved summer. On a scorching summer day, wearing very little fabric. Especially in the university campus, those white long legs make your head spin. Just as we were about to leave the school, two girls jogged towards us. Dressed in skirts, revealing two tender long legs, looking incredibly pure and cute. Can we add your super chat? The two beautiful girls shyly said to Lin Chen and Xiao Fei. Chen Xiao, Xiao Wei? Lin Chen looked at this girl in front of him, very beautiful, at least class flower level. Her face was chubby but not fat, and under her white short skirt were two straight and slender calves. Wait, does Suzhou University have such high quality? Of course we can. Lin Chen smiled slightly and opened his phone to show the QR code. Xiao Fei did the same. Thank you. The girl saw the successful message on the phone and showed a youthful smile. Goodbye, boys. The two girls successfully got the contact information and left satisfied. I feel like a big loser. Chen Xiao looked resentfully at Xiao Fei and Lin Chen, who were flipping through other people's moments. Yeah, looking handsome is so impressive? Xiao Wei added in indignantly. Feeling sorry for himself, single for 18 years without ever opening the seal. Thinking of this, Xiao Wei felt even more depressed. To make up for your wounded hearts, today's meal is on me. Boss is generous. Boss is mighty. Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao instantly beamed at the mention of Lin Chen treating. But how do we get there? Chen Xiao was so hungry he just wanted to eat as soon as possible. I have a car, I can carry one person. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said hesitantly. He was wondering whether he should drive the Ferrari. Wouldn't that be a bit too much? The three guessed that it was likely an electric bike upon hearing he could only carry one person. No worries, boss, we can just take a taxi, 4 of us fit in one car. Plus, drink and don't drive and drink, how can we not have a few bottles during our feast? Chen Xiao said boldly. Chen Zhao's personality was completely different from what Lin Chen thought. He originally thought with those glasses, that lanky figure, he would be gentle, but unexpectedly, so bold. Lin Chen no longer insisted and called a taxi to go to the Emperor Hotel. Boss, why does that guy look so much like you? While sitting in the car, Chen Xiao took out his phone and showed the others a photo posted in the campus forum. The photo showed a student driving a Ferrari. Impressive. New student drives a Ferrari to enroll, directly gaining 4 years of priority in mate selection. Sisters, I'm going for him. He's mine, no one can fight me for him. Isn't that a bit too flashy? If a college student isn't flashy, what else can you call a college student? Ha? Don't tell me, he really does look a bit like the boss? Xiao Wei looked at the photo several times, staring suspiciously at Lin Chen. Could it be that I'm the only one who's poor? Mom, I want to go home. Xiao Fei's gaze towards Lin Chen changed slightly. It seems this boss isn't ordinary. It's me. Lin Chen touched his nose and nodded in acknowledgement. Boss, you're so rich? So when you said your car can only carry 2 people, you meant this Ferrari? Chen Zhao's eyes widened. Under the gaze of the three, Lin Chen slightly nodded. That's right. What a waste. I've never even sat in a Ferrari. If I had known, I would have gone in the boss's car. Chen Zhao instantly regretted after finding out. The driver in the front seat couldn't help but smirk. Driving a Ferrari and still taking a taxi? You really can brag. After more than 10 minutes, the ride-hailing car stopped by the roadside. The four quickly got out of the car. Emperor Hotel. The hotel features a classical European style, with a tall stone facade embedded with exquisite reliefs and sculptures, each bearing a sense of historical weight. Boss, please don't tell me you're treating us to eat here? Xiao Wei looked at the grand hotel in front of him and said. Boss, let's just find a small restaurant to eat, there's no need to come here. This place looks expensive just by looking at it. Chen Zhao also spoke up, although he knew Lin Chen drove a Ferrari, it felt too much to spend such a large amount of someone else's money just after getting to know him. Xiao Fei didn't think much of it, he often ate at hotels like this when he was in Beijing before. You all just eat at ease, don't worry about anything else. Chapter 5, Wearing a Broken Shoe Makes You Proud. Lin Chen brought the group to the front desk. Tell Dongfang that Lin Chen is here. Lin Chen said lightly to the receptionist at the hotel. Hello, Mr. Lin. Not long ago, Dongfang had just informed her that the new boss of the company would be bringing friends for dinner, and that was Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, Director Dong instructed me to take you directly to room 1. The receptionist walked out respectfully and said. Lin Chen nodded lightly. Let's go. Lin Chen turned to Chen Zhao and the others and said. Boss. What did she call you? Mr. Lin? Is this hotel yours? Chen Zhao opened his mouth in disbelief. Xiao Wei also stared at Lin Chen in shock, was such a large hotel really owned by his roommate? Others at 18 or 19 drive Ferraris and are bosses, but here I am at 18 or 19 ignoring risks to drive an installation? The two found it hard to accept. Xiao Fei didn't show the same panic as the other two, he just grew more curious about Lin Chen's background. Correct, the entire hotel is under Mr. Lin's control. The receptionist smiled and explained to Lin Chen. When she first learned this news, she was completely shocked. One must know that the Emperor Hotel is one of the top hotels in Tianfu City. Being able to directly acquire all the shares from the board members is not something an ordinary rich person can do, this is simply a godly rich person. Let's go, stop dawdling, Chen Zhao, aren't you hungry? Lin Chen's mouth curled up slightly, and he felt exhilarated. The receptionist also quickly caught on and walked ahead to lead the group. Let's go, didn't you see the boss has already left? Xiao Fei patted the shoulders of the still-stunned Chen Zhao and Xiao Wei. Boss, wait for me. Chen Zhao and Xiao Wei hurriedly followed behind. As Lin Chen walked, he examined the hotel's interior layout. The entire lobby gave Lin Chen a feeling of luxury, majesty, very grand. He had never eaten at such a hotel before, but now he could not only treat his roommates to dinner here, he even owned the entire hotel. System, thank you. Lin Chen couldn't help but thank the system in his heart. You're welcome, host. This system exists for you, it's what I'm supposed to do. Detected heartfelt gratitude from the host, now sending a small surprise. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 50 million RMB. Funds have been deposited into the host's bank card. The bank card has been upgraded to a Huaxia Bank Platinum card. Lin Chen stopped in his tracks, quickly took out his phone, and indeed noticed a message had arrived. Your bank card ending in received a transfer of 50 million renminbi at 1923 on September 7th. What? System, are you serious? System, do I get rewards every time I sincerely thank you? Lin Chen felt even more excited inside. This benefit is only available once. Lin Chen was slightly disappointed. Boss, what are you dazing about? Chen Zhao waved his hand in front of Lin Chen's face. Just thought of something, let's go. Lin Chen didn't explain and signaled the front desk to continue leading the way. Just as Lin Chen was about to move forward, a woman's voice rang out from behind him. Lin Chen? Lin Chen turned around upon hearing someone call his name. Zhao Jie? Lin Chen frowned slightly, he didn't want to see this woman. Zhao Jie was a girlfriend Lin Chen had during high school, and at first, they were very loving. But then Lin Chen found flirtatious chat records with other men. Lin Chen broke up with Zhao Jie, who cried and begged him not to end things, promising that she would never be like that again. Show Lin Chen for a chance. Lin Chen's heart softened and he agreed. This was the first time. The second time was after Lin Chen finished his college entrance exams and worked part-time. Just after work, a classmate sent a message asking if he had broken up with Zhao Jie, saying he saw her buying milk tea with a man, and that man's hand was on her shoulder. He even sent a photo, and when Lin Chen looked, it was indeed her. But when Lin Chen asked her, she stubbornly denied it, only explaining later, after seeing the photo, that it was her cousin and she said that to avoid any misunderstanding. Of course, Lin Chen didn't believe such nonsense, so he brought up breaking up, and Zhao Jie begged pitifully again. Lin Chen's heart softened, and he relented again. The last time was about a month before school started, when he saw her playing a mobile game with a guy. He went to ask Zhao Jie, but she admitted it directly and broke up with him. She said she only wanted to be with him because he was handsome, and she wanted to experience what it's like to have a boyfriend who was the school stud. Lin Chen looked at the chat history on his phone, smiled bitterly, and deleted her from his friends list. What a fool! Later, Lin Chen thought about how he had actually forgiven her several times and felt embarrassed, too ashamed to tell his close friends from high school. Brothers, look in the mirror. Don't be a doormat, be a Sigma man. This was definitely his greatest shame. Lin Chen, it's really you. I didn't expect to meet you here again. Zhao Jie approached, linking arms with a man who looked ordinary but had an arrogant expression, smiling as she spoke. I didn't expect it either. At that moment, Lin Chen just wanted to leave quickly. He didn't want his friends to know about this embarrassing past. Your friend? The arrogant man glanced at Lin Chen and the others, then asked Zhao Jie. My ex-boyfriend, don't you remember? I told you about him before, babe. Zhao Jie threw a flirtatious look at the man and pressed his arm closer to her. Oh, I remember now, he's that poor guy who is useless except for his looks, right? The man finally realized, saying this while provocatively looking at Lin Chen. The receptionist saw that the atmosphere was off and quickly took out her phone to step aside and secretly call Dong Feng. Mr. Dong, this is Lu Jing from the front desk. Mr. Lin has arrived at the hotel, but it seems like Mr. Li has some conflict with him, and the atmosphere is a bit tense. It's Li Shangyu's son, yes, just in the lobby on the first floor. After hanging up, Lu Jing sighed in relief and returned to Lin Chen and the others. Who do you think you are, swaggering around in your boss's shabby shoes? Chen Xiao valued loyalty above all else and immediately responded when he heard the man insulting his boss. Yeah, who do you think you are? Naturally, Xiao Wei, who grew up in the Southwest F4, couldn't back down either. Xiao Fei's gaze towards the man also turned cold. It's fine, I'll handle it. Lin Chen sighed inwardly. He didn't want any more ties to this woman, but since her boyfriend was mocking him, he had no choice. The others fell silent. They knew that this hotel was owned by Lin Chen. Lin Chen, you're still the same loser, even your friends are so uncultured. Zhao Jie, hearing Chen Zhao's words, said with a pale face. The man didn't get angry, instead, he laughed. Kid, do you know who I am? Do you believe I can make it so you can't even leave this hotel? Oh? You're a tough guy? In this day and age, saying something like that, Zhao Jie, your boyfriend must be a fool, right? Lin Chen laughed out loud when he heard the man's words. The man's fist clenched tightly, suddenly noticing Lu Jing. Hey, I remember you are the receptionist, right? Tell them who I am. Chapter 6, An Unrecognizable Giant. This is young Master Li Ming, the son of former company shareholder Li Shangyu. The front desk girl turned pale when she noticed Li Ming looking at her, forcing herself to speak. Neither of these people were anyone she could afford to provoke. Why do you gods have to involve me in your fight? I'm just a worker. Lu Jing cried bitterly inside. Did you hear? My dad is a shareholder of this company. Li Ming didn't notice the word former in Lu Jing's mouth. He was quite proud. You're amazing, my dear. Zhao Jie praised with a flirtatious smile, her fingers drawing on the man's chest. The man felt the heat rising in him and could not help but squeeze Zhao Jie's lofty mountains tightly. Look at you two, if it weren't for the people here, you'd probably be at it already, right? Ha 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 ha. Chen Xiao laughed heartily while watching their unabashed actions. Lu Jing turned her head, her face slightly flushed. You really don't cry until you see the coffin. I'll call the general manager of Dihao immediately and kick you all out. Li Ming was almost on the brink of breaking down from the mockery. He could only say that Chen Zhao's fighting power was too strong. Is the fighting power in Minzhou so strong? Chen Xiao knew that Lin Chen was the only director of Dihao now and would not be intimidated by Li Ming. Seeing he couldn't rebut, Li Ming took out his phone and called Dong Feng. Zhao Jie watched them with a sneer from the side. Boss, is he the son of your hotel shareholder? Xiao Wei asked as he approached. Didn't you hear what the front desk girl said about him being a former shareholder? But don't let it slip, I still want to have some fun with him. Lin Chen had a teasing smile on his face. Boss, you really know how to play. Xiao Wei gave a thumbs up in admiration towards Lin Chen. Originally, Xiao Fei thought that Li Ming had a powerful background, so he looked so arrogant, but it turned out to be like this? Since the boss can handle it, let's not trouble Uncle Chen. Xiao Fei relaxed his grip on the phone in his pocket, quietly watching from the side. Young Master Li, there's no need for you to call me, I'm already here. Dong Feng had just stepped out of the elevator when he heard Li Ming's arrogant tone. Many customers around were already watching the excitement. Dongfeng, you came at the right time. Hurry and kick these people out. I'll let my dad know. But Dongfeng ignored him, merely glancing at Li Ming before bypassing them, respectfully addressing Lin Chen. Director Lin. You can just call me Little Dong. Lu Jing usually felt a bit awkward when seeing Dongfeng, fearing she might do something wrong, but now she saw Dongfeng being so respectful to a boy who seemed younger than herself. Her gaze towards Lin Chen grew even more respectful. She didn't even feel the urge to have any other thoughts. She figured she only had a little bit of charm. Someone of his status must have seen countless beautiful women far more attractive than her. They are my friends. I brought them to eat. Lin Chen nodded lightly and spoke. Dongfeng smiled kindly and nodded to Chen Xiao and the three of them, as a greeting. Dongfeng, are you out of your mind? I haven't heard my dad mention a shareholder who is this young. And Director Lin, you won't know him and are purposely embarrassing me, right? Do you believe I'll call my dad right away and have you pack up and leave? Li Ming spoke with an unfriendly tone. His father, Li Shangyu, was the second largest shareholder of Dihao Hotel. Such a big thing could not possibly not be mentioned to him? Is this Li Ming quite a big deal? He's throwing threats right away. Dongfeng understood Lin Chen's intention in an instant after hearing his words. To climb to a general manager position in one of the top hotels in a first-tier city, besides his own capability, he also understood how to read people well. Young Master Li, Mr. Li Shangyu is no longer a shareholder of the hotel. Mr. Lin Chen has acquired all the shares. So you have no right to remove me from my position, no right to demand I chase away the guests of the hotel, let alone claim to be the sole shareholder. Moreover, you have disrupted the normal operation of the hotel. I kindly ask you and this lady beside you to leave. Dongfeng turned his head and said seriously to the incredulous Li Ming. Li Ming's face turned ugly as he took out his phone, preparing to call his dad. Zhao Jie also couldn't believe that Lin Chen was the sole controlling person of the Dihao Hotel. She had talked to Lin Chen for almost 2 years and knew his family situation inside and out. Don't worry, husband, he can't possibly be a shareholder of the Dihao Hotel. His parents are just ordinary workers in an electronics factory. How could they afford to buy all the shares of Dihao? Zhao Jie looked at Li Ming with certainty. Seeing Zhao Jie so sure, Li Ming couldn't help feeling a little lighter in his heart. The looks from several people began to grow increasingly mocking. Hello? What's going on, son? After the call connected, Li Shangyu's voice came through, sounding somewhat cheerful. Dad, what's making you so happy? Today a big shot spent a lot of money to acquire all the shares of our Dihao. I had been wanting to retire, and this was just the perfect opportunity to sell all my shares to this big shot. Hearing Li Shangyu's words, Li Ming's expression suddenly changed. Looking at Lin Chen and the others mocking smiles, a bad feeling arose in his heart. Dad, that big shot couldn't possibly be named Lin Chen, right? Li Ming asked carefully, silently praying. It must not be him. Zhao Jie noticed Li Ming's face had changed and instantly sensed something was off, growing anxious. How did you know? Li Shanyu asked in surprise. I think I offended him. Li Ming said quietly, his tone trembling. A person who could acquire all the shares of Dihao was definitely not someone he could offend, especially since he was so young. His background must be substantial. His gaze towards Zhao Jie turned unfriendly. What? You offended that Lin Chen? Hurry over and apologize. If we don't get his forgiveness, our family will be finished. How could I have given birth to such a foolish child? Li Shangyu said this angrily before hanging up the phone. Li Ming stared blankly at the phone he had just hung up, not knowing what to do. The hotel had the air conditioning running, but fine beads of sweat broke out on Li Ming's forehead. What's wrong, young Master Li? Did you finish the call? Lin Chen's mocking voice came through, jolting Li Ming back to reality. What's wrong, husband? Zhao Jie tightly wrapped her arms around Li Ming's. Get away. Li Ming fiercely shook his hand, causing Zhao Jie to lose her balance and fall to the ground. Under Zhao Jie's incredulous gaze, Li Ming walked over to Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, I was blind and didn't recognize a great person. I hope you can forgive me. Li Ming bowed, apologizing with a very humble attitude. Chapter 7, Is there still hope for us? Zhao Jie felt immense regret in her heart. If she had known Lin Chen was this rich, she would never have broken up with him. Everything she had just done was probably just a performance of a clown in Lin Chen's eyes. Now she felt her face burning, as if she had just been slapped hard. Standing up, she didn't know what to do. At this moment, she only wanted to escape this place quickly but didn't want to give up on Li Ming, her ATM. Lin Chen looked at the now humble Li Ming and suddenly felt very bored, a fool played around by a woman, just like he once was. Alright, go away. Next time you see me, it won't just be an apology. Thank you. I promise I will never appear in front of you again. Li Ming felt a weight lifted off his shoulders and walked towards the door with a joyful face. Wait for me, husband. Zhao Jie hurriedly chased after him, linking her arm with Li Ming's. Damn it! Don't bother me again. Get lost. Li Ming swung his arm, looking at Zhao Jie with disgust before stepping out of the door. He hated this woman to the core. If it weren't for her, he would never have clashed with Lin Chen. He wouldn't have lost face, and now he might have to face his father and his 7 wolves when he got home. Zhao Jie stared blankly at Li Ming's departing figure. Boss, are we just letting him go? Chen Xiao felt somewhat unwilling. Li Ming's earlier arrogance annoyed him. It's fine, he's just a clown. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Chen, is there still hope for us? I have always loved you. Can we give our relationship another chance for 2 more years? Zhao Jie suddenly appeared in front of Lin Chen, gazing at him affectionately. Do you think that's possible? 2 more years? I feel disgusted just seeing you now. Lin Chen looked at Zhao Jie with disgust, unexpectedly feeling grateful to Li Ming. Otherwise, he might still be dating this woman, and just thinking about it made him uneasy. Lin Chen, you still love me, right? These were just angry words you said. It's fine, I can prove my love with actions. Are you deaf or just stupid? The boss told you to get lost. Chen Xiao and the others couldn't believe the extent of this woman's shamelessness. I don't want to say anything more. You better leave quickly, or I will have security throw you out. Lin Chen said to Zhao Jie in a calm tone. Zhao Jie looked into Lin Chen's cold eyes and felt a chill in her heart. If you are willing to accept me, just agree to my friend request, and I will leave first. Zhao Jie finished speaking without giving Lin Chen a chance to respond and turned on her high heels to leave the Imperial Hotel. Boss, your ex-girlfriend is quite a character. Chen Xiao couldn't help but complain after Zhao Jie left. This was the first time he had met such a bizarre and shameless woman. What can I do? I had poor judgment back then. Lin Chen said with a bitter smile. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go eat first. Xiao Fei hinted to Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei to drop the topic. Mr. Lin, I'll take you all. Lu Qian, you can go back to work now. Okay, General Manager. Lu Qian looked at Lin Chen with some reluctance before leaving. When they arrived in the private room number 1, the dishes were already served. Mr. Lin, I won't disturb you and your friends anymore. If you need anything, just press that button, and I'll come. Dongfang said while pointing to a button on the wall. Alright, you can go about your business. Dongfang nodded and exited the room. Boss, thanks to you, I've been in such a luxurious private room for the first time in my life. Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao admired the lavishly decorated room and looked at the various delicacies on the table. No need to be polite with me. Dig in, I'm starving. Lin Chen smiled. The 4 of them enjoyed their meal, drank, and chatted, unknowingly drawing closer in their relationship. Boss, you will always be my boss. Xiao Wei hadn't finished speaking when his eyes closed, and he lowered his head and fell asleep. Young people have great luck, they can fall asleep instantly. Xiao Wei, indeed a native of Yunnan, had extraordinary drinking capacity and almost drank for all 3 of them. Exactly. Boss, I will cling to your thigh for life. Please take care of me from now on. Chen Xiao also clasped his fists in a mock martial arts manner. After saying this, he also laid his head on the table. Chen Xiao was pure gluttony. Lin Chen hadn't seen him drink much, and yet in a moment of chatting, this guy got drunk. Lin Chen and Xiao Fei had also drunk a lot, but thanks to their control, they didn't get drunk. Boss, what should we do with these 2 kids to get them back? Xiao Fei looked at the drunk Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao with a bit of a headache. Dihao has accommodation, we won't go back to the dormitory tonight, after all, they won't check the dorms in the first few days of new student check-ins. Lin Chen said helplessly. Alright, it has to be this way. Xiao Fei nodded. Lin Chen pressed a button on the wall, and soon Dongfang pushed the door in. Lin Dong, what do you need? Find a few people to settle my friends, we will rest at Dihao tonight. Okay. Dongfang said and signaled for the 2 female attendants outside to come in. The 2 female attendants were quite pretty, dressed in professional outfits with beautiful faces, making them very pleasant to look at. Help these 2 esteemed guests to the presidential suite. Dongfang instructed. Lin Zong, do you need me to arrange a few for you and your friends tonight? After the 2 female attendants helped Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei out, Dongfang quietly asked. He noticed Lin Chen's gaze lingering on the 2 female attendants for a moment. Lin Chen looked at Xiao Fei with a questioning glance. Xiao Fei shook his head. No need. Just add me to your super contact, it'll be easier to connect in the future. Lin Chen also refused. Alright then. Dongfang was a bit surprised, such a top-notch rich kid's super contact isn't something you can just add. Lin Dong, do you need me to have the attendants bring breakfast to you tomorrow morning? After sending Lin Chen and Xiao Fei to the presidential suite, Dongfang asked. No need, I will message you in the morning when I wake up, and you can have the attendants bring breakfast to the same private room as yesterday. Okay, Lin Dong, then I won't disturb your rest. After Dongfang left, Lin Chen and Xiao Fei checked on Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei's condition before returning to their own room to rest. After Lin Chen finished washing up, he lay down on the comfortable mattress of the presidential suite. As a 5-star hotel, the amenities were among the very best in the industry. Feeling the benefits brought by power and money, Lin Chen's ambitions continued to grow. 2% of Penguin's shares. I really look forward to it. Lin Chen poured a glass of red wine, wrapped in a towel, and stood by the huge floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the brightly lit metropolis of Tianfu. Lin Chen took out his phone and transferred 1 million to his parents. Then he sent a message. Mom, I transferred 1 million to your card, don't worry, the source is clean, and nothing illegal is involved. Not long after sending the message, Lin Chen's mother called. Lin Chen had anticipated this. Hello? Son, where did you get 1 million? You mustn't lie to Mom, even though our family is poor, we absolutely cannot engage in illegal activities. As soon as the call connected, Lin Chen's mother's anxious voice came through. Mom, just relax. I bought a few thousand virtual coins when I was free, and recently their prices skyrocketed. They have reached 10 to 20,000 each. Then I sold 200. Lin Chen explained with a helpless lie. Is that for real? Lin Chen's mother was still a bit skeptical. Really, Mom? Have you ever heard of anything illegal making 1 million in just a few days? Alright, I and your dad won't touch this money for now, if the virtual coins drop back, at least we could still make millions. Lin Chen's mother finally relaxed a little. No need, Mom, I still have money. This virtual coin will definitely rise further, and I'll earn much more than just a few million. You and Dad just use this million however you like, definitely don't save. You both should quit that electronic factory job, it's tiring and doesn't pay well. Lin Chen hurriedly said. Don't worry about your father and me, just take care of yourself. By the way, how about that girl named Zhao? Lin Chen talked to his mother for a long time before hanging up the phone. The next morning, someone's knock echoed on Lin Chen's room door. Boss, get up. The sun is already shining on your butt. The voice of Chen Xiao came from outside the door. Lin Chen picked up his phone to message Dongfang, asking him to notify the waiter to send breakfast, then he got dressed and opened the door. Chapter 8, Does Junior Lin have a crush on me? Boss, where are we going for breakfast? I threw up everything from last night, and now I'm so hungry my face looks green. Chen Xiao said with a bitter face. Little bro, I have to say your drinking skills are really bad. You should sit at the kids' table from now on and just drink some pineapple beer. Xiao Fei couldn't help but mock. Exactly, little bro, you're really low class. Xiao Wei chimed in. Chen Xiao's face turned red, he has never been good at drinking since childhood, and when out with friends, he usually doesn't touch any alcohol for fear of embarrassing himself. That expensive bottle of wine last night, worth tens of thousands, made him unable to resist drinking a bit. At first, he felt fine, but later the alcohol hit him, and his head started spinning. Chen Xiao held back for a long time and couldn't think of a single rebuttal. Alright, stop with the jokes. It's still the same private room as yesterday. I've asked the waiter to bring breakfast over. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Boss, you're really thoughtful. These two just know how to make fun of me. Chen Xiao chuckled. After the four of them finished breakfast, they asked Dongfang to arrange a car to take them to school. Back in the dorm, Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei immediately lay down on their beds and fell fast asleep. They claimed it was because they hadn't slept well the night before. Junior, do you have time for lunch? I want to make up for that meal I owe you. It was a super message from Jiang Xuewei. Yes, but senior, do you have time in the morning to help me with something? Lin Chen was originally planning to buy some clothes and shoes, and Jiang Xuewei's message came just in time. Having a campus beauty accompany him shopping was, of course, even better. At this moment, in the girls' dorm, Jiang Yuwei looked at the message on her phone and fell into a dilemma. Should she go? Although she felt some affection for this handsome junior, would it be inappropriate to go out to play alone just the second day after meeting him? Would the junior think she was too frivolous? But she also didn't want to reject the junior. What should she do? Xuewei, you said you'd take me to have lunch with a junior, who is it? Don't you have many male friends? Tang Wanner asked while exercising on a yoga mat in their dorm. After waiting for a few seconds, seeing Jiang Xuewei still not responding, she noticed Jiang Yuwei was staring blankly at her phone. Tang Wanner sneaked up behind Jiang Yuwei and saw her chat history with Lin Chen. Wow! Xuewei, someone is asking you to go shopping with him. Tang Wanner exclaimed. Jiang Xuewei was startled and instinctively covered her phone in her arms. She complained, looking at Tang Wanner who had suddenly appeared behind her. Wanner, what are you doing? Why are you peeking at my chat history? Who told you to ignore me? Tang Wanner pouted and then grew excited. Shuawei, who is this junior? Lin Chen. Why have I never heard you mention him before? And he even asked you to accompany him to buy clothes. Do you know why he wants you to go with him? Because he has a crush on you. Does Junior Lin have a crush on me? Jiang Shuawei murmured to herself. Wanner, this series of questions is making my head spin. Which one should I answer first? This junior was just added yesterday to help with your Hanfu Club recruitment. At that time, Yu Yang saw it, so I said Junior Lin Chen was my boyfriend, and then Yu Yang left. I invited him to dinner just to return this favor. Jiang Shuawei explained. You used that junior as a shield? Aren't you afraid Yu Yang will take revenge on this junior? After learning about the situation, Tang Wanner had a somewhat serious expression. No way? He shouldn't be that petty. Jiang Shuawei also became nervous after Tang Wanner reminded her. I heard that Yu Yang is someone who always pays back grudges. Then what to do? Oh no, have I put the junior in danger? Jiang Shuawei instantly stood up in a panic, pacing back and forth in the dormitory. Shuawei, don't tell me you have feelings for that freshman? Tang Wanner saw Jiang Shuawei so flustered and asked suspiciously. Jiang Shuawei was stunned by Tang Wanner's question, then quickly shook her head. How is that possible? How could I have feelings for a freshman I just met once in a day? I'm just nervous because I feel like I harmed him. Jiang Shuawei said this, but it seemed more like she was convincing herself rather than answering Tang Wanner. You're right. So, are you going to agree to go shopping with him? I don't know. I think you should. It's a good chance to warn him to be careful of Yu Yang's tricks. Even though we live in a society ruled by law, Yu Yang is rich and powerful. It's way too easy for him to mess with an ordinary person. Tang Wanner persuaded. Freshman Lin Chen, this is all I can do for you, little brother. This fine then. Jiang Shuawei hesitated for a moment, her face flushing, but she still agreed. You don't need to call me for lunch, I have things to do. Since when do you have plans at noon? Oh, I just found out. Lin Chen saw that Jiang Shuawei hadn't replied to his message for a long time and thought he had no chance. But in the next second, a message popped up. Okay. Wait for me for half an hour. Alright, which dorm building do you live in? I'll wait downstairs. Huh? No need for that, right? It's fine. Okay then, I'm in the third female dormitory building. Jiang Shuawei put down her phone, feeling an inexplicable sense of joy in her heart. Tang Wanner looked at Jiang Shuawei, who was standing in front of the mirror constantly changing clothes, and secretly laughed. Ha! Still trying to fool me, saying you don't have feelings for that freshman? Wanner, I'm heading out. Go, just don't let freshman Lin Chen kidnap you. Go to hell. Lin Chen wore a loose white t-shirt, dark blue jeans, and a pair of clean white canvas shoes. With his beyond-average good looks, he naturally attracted the attention of many girls. Hey handsome, can we add you on Super Chat? Two girls blushed as they walked up and asked. At that moment, Jiang Shuawei, who had just walked out of the dormitory building, saw the scene. A trace of displeasure flashed across her face. She hurried over. Lin Chen! Over here! Jiang Shuawei waved at Lin Chen. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, completely stunned by Jiang Shuawei's outfit. She was wearing a white dress, her delicate makeup highlighting her beauty, and the slight curve of her lips revealing her happiness at seeing Lin Chen. Sorry, ladies. Lin Chen apologized to the two girls, then smiled and walked toward Jiang Shuawei. Wow, look, isn't that Jiang Shuawei? Damn, this guy has no chance now. Do you even need to say that? He's clearly at school heartthrob level. Isn't it normal for a heartthrob to match with a school beauty? Ugh, didn't Jiang Shuawei reject so many guys? Why won't she let go of the one guy whose face perfectly fits my dream boyfriend image? The two girls watched Lin Chen walk toward Jiang Shuawei with disappointment. Sigh. Another handsome guy taken. Chapter 9, accompanied by the school beauty, time to shop. Jiang Shuawei, you look beautiful today. Lin Chen sincerely complimented. Thank you. She didn't know why, but when other people stared at her like that, she felt disgusted. Yet when Lin Chen looked at her, she felt a tiny bit of joy. What was going on? Could it be, as Wanner said, that she really had feelings for this freshman? Let's go, Shuawei. Lin Chen's gentle voice snapped Jiang Shuawei out of her thoughts. Oh, okay. Where are we going? Jiang Shuawei noticed Lin Chen wasn't heading toward the school gate and asked curiously. We're taking a car. You have a car? Jiang Shuawei asked in surprise. So, this freshman's family must be quite well off if they already got him a car in his first year of university. Yeah, come on, I'll take you for a ride. Lin Chen said with a smile, then walked toward his Ferrari. Shouldn't be possible, right? Senior Lin is driving a Ferrari as a freshman? Jiang Shuiwei couldn't believe it. Looking at Lin Chen's attire, he didn't seem like someone from a super rich family. Jiang Shuiwei mechanically followed Lin Chen into the car. With the sound of Lin Chen starting the engine, the roar of the Ferrari, a sound that makes men addicted, rang out. V-room. Only then did Jiang Shuiwei snap back to reality. Senior Lin, I didn't expect you to be so rich. Jiang Shuiwei sat in the passenger seat of the Ferrari, marveling at the car's futuristic decorations. It's all right. Lin Chen smiled lightly. Lin Chen turned slightly to lean towards Jiang Shuiwei. Jiang Shuiwei was startled. Could the junior be trying to kiss me? I'm not that easy. Just as Jiang Shuiwei was about to stop Lin Chen's action, she realized Lin Chen was helping her adjust the seat, finding the most comfortable angle for her. Two faint blushes appeared on Jiang Shuiwei's cheeks. Thank you. Jiang Shuiwei lowered her head, whispering a soft thanks. You're welcome, senior. Why are you blushing? It's nothing. Let's hurry, don't we need to buy clothes? Jiang Shuiwei quickly changed the subject. Lin Chen's mouth curved slightly. The shy look of the senior was really cute, I like it even more now. V-room. The roar of the Ferrari echoed through the campus. Hey! Look, isn't that Jiang Shuiwei, the school beauty, in the passenger seat? No way, it really is. Driving a Ferrari is awesome, even the school beauty is taken. Isn't that the guy waiting for the school beauty by the girls' dorm? Didn't expect him to be so rich. If I had known, I would have asked for his contact information. One can only say, if you can't get in, Ferrari will help you get there. This is the charm that money brings. The red Ferrari drove out of the campus amidst the astonished and envious eyes of the students. Senior, are there any large shopping malls near the school? After driving out of the school, Lin Chen asked Jiang Shuiwei. There's a large shopping center called Edu City, it's pretty good. I usually go shopping there with my best friend. Jiang Shuiwei bit her finger and thought for a moment before speaking. Then let's go there. Lin Chen nodded. I have to say, driving a Ferrari with one hand feels extraordinary. Lin Chen driving the Ferrari with one hand looks so cool. Jiang Shuiwei stared at Lin Chen's perfect profile, unable to look away. Lin Chen noticed that Jiang Shuiwei's gaze kept following him. Do I have something on my face? Senior, why are you staring at me? Lin Chen tilted his head slightly and teased Jiang Shuiwei. I'm not staring at you, don't misunderstand. Jiang Shuiwei's face turned red, and she hurriedly turned her head to look ahead. The benefits of driving a supercar were fully realized, all the cars on the road stayed far away, and they smoothly arrived at Edu City. We're here. Jiang Shuiwei reminded him. Lin Chen saw that a car had just left, leaving a parking spot, so he smoothly parked there. The crowd around them saw the Ferrari supercar park, and they all stared in awe. When Lin Chen and Jiang Shuiwei got out of the car, they instantly became the center of attention. Let's go in quickly. Jiang Shuiwei didn't like the feeling of being watched, it felt like being in a zoo with monkeys. Okay. Lin Chen nodded and followed Jiang Shuiwei into Edu City. Once inside, Jiang Shuiwei led Lin Chen to the second floor. Lin Chen looked around, many of the stores were luxury brands, many of which he had never seen before. Jiang Shuiwei originally planned to take Lin Chen to the first floor, but after seeing that Lin Chen drove a Ferrari supercar, she realized he was rich, and maybe he wouldn't even be interested in these mid to low-end brands. Junior, do you want to buy casual clothes or a suit? Jiang Shuiwei blinked her beautiful eyes and asked Lin Chen. I need to buy a suit, then a few sets of everyday clothes. Lin Chen thought for a moment and replied. Mainly, as the owner of a 5-star hotel, I can't just wear casual clothes to attend high-end gatherings in the future, can I? Then let's go check out Givenchy first. Givenchy is quite famous among high-end luxury brands. Although Jiang Shuiwei's family was well off, they weren't rich enough to wear a full set of high-end luxury goods. So at this moment, Jiang Shuiwei seemed a little excited. She pulled Lin Chen's arm and walked towards the Givenchy store. Lin Chen stepped into the Givenchy store, glanced around, and his eyes lit up. He found many of the styles here quite nice. Welcome. A female clerk greeted them with a professional smile. Wow, this couple is stunning. The female clerk couldn't help but think. She had seen many attractive men and women, but such an exceptionally good-looking pair was rare. However, when she noticed that their outfits didn't look like something people who could afford Givenchy would wear, she felt slightly disappointed. But working in a high-end brand store meant receiving special training, so she naturally wouldn't let her emotions affect her professionalism, even if they were just here to browse. Are you looking for men's or women's items? Men's. I want to pick out some clothes for him, a suit and some casual wear for daily use. Jiang Shuawei said. Of course. Let me recommend one for you. This is a new release. Your boyfriend would look amazing in it. The female clerk brightened up. She had misjudged them. The girl said she wanted to buy a suit, not just browse, which meant they at least had the ability to shop here. With this thought, her smile became even more enthusiastic. She then led them to a suit on display. No, he's not. Jiang Shuawei's face turned red as she was about to explain, but Lin Chen interrupted her. Can I try it on? I think it looks good. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Jiang Shuawei was stunned, but she didn't explain further. Instead, she became even more convinced of her best friend's guess. Junior must like me. She then looked at the price tag beneath the suit. Oh my god. 88,888. Jiang Shuawei couldn't help but gasp inwardly. Of course, sir. The female clerk said as she took the suit down and handed it to Lin Chen. Sir, the fitting rooms are over there. The female clerk pointed to the side. Alright, thank you. Lin Chen responded politely, then looked at Jiang Shuawei. I'll go change now. Oh, okay. When Lin Chen came out after changing, both Jiang Shuawei and the female clerk were stunned. Chapter 10, Another Encounter with Yang. Lin Chen's well-tailored suit fit him perfectly, with every detail exuding unparalleled taste and elegance. Jiang Shuawei's eyes widened. Seeing Lin Chen in a suit, her heartbeat quickened, and her face turned red. Junior looks way too handsome in a suit. Her eyes sparkled like little stars. Even the female clerk was amazed by Lin Chen's presence in the suit. She glanced at Jiang Shuawei with a hint of envy in her eyes. Your boyfriend looks incredibly handsome in this suit. The female clerk praised without hesitation. She was certain this time that she was speaking the absolute truth. Lin Chen noticed their surprised expressions and smiled slightly. He walked to the mirror and checked himself out. Senior, does it look good? It looks amazing. Absolutely stunning. Jiang Shuawei praised excitedly. She felt like ever since she met Lin Chen, her cold and aloof campus belle image was on the verge of crumbling. Hey, don't ruin their suit. Just trying it on is enough. You can't afford to pay for it if you damage it. At this moment, a young couple walked in from outside. Yu Yang? What are you doing here? Jiang Shuawei frowned and looked at Yu Yang, who had just spoken. Does it have anything to do with Lin the campus belle? Yu Yang glanced at Jiang Shuawei. Although he no longer had any thoughts about her, he had to admit that she was one of the most beautiful girls he had ever seen. Honey, who is this? The beautiful girl beside him asked. The lady wearing fishnet stockings hugged his arm and affectionately asked. Jiang Shuawei secretly felt relieved. It was a good thing she hadn't agreed to his pursuit. All she saw was the side that Yu Yang was willing to show her. Nothing, just the campus beauty of our school. Yu Yang pinched the girl's nose and said with a smile. Whether I can afford this outfit or not doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, senior? Lin Chen pulled Jiang Shuawei behind him and spoke in a calm tone while looking at Yu Yang. Hey, senior, I'm doing this for your own good. If you ruin this outfit, how long would it take your parents to earn that money? Yu Yang acted heartbroken, making Jiang Shuawei, who was behind Lin Chen, feel extremely angry. When you were chasing me, you acted like a puppy. Now that you know I have a boyfriend, you're changing your face, huh? Jiang Shuawei mocked him as well. I didn't expect you, senior, to have such a side? Lin Chen teased. It's all for helping you vent. Jiang Shuawei heard Lin Chen still teasing her, and she coquettishly said. Jiang Shuawei, you only have a little bit of looks, don't think too highly of yourself. Do you believe I can have your little boyfriend killed off? Yu Yang laughed instead of getting angry, and said mockingly to Jiang Shuawei. The woman next to him didn't mind Jiang Shuawei's words, she clearly knew her position. She was nothing but Yu Yang's plaything. There were always plenty of women willing to replace her. Jiang Shuawei glanced worriedly at Lin Chen, then stopped speaking. She knew Li Ming's family had a lot of power, and when he was pursuing her, he had hinted at it more or less. Although she knew Lin Chen's family wasn't simple either, she didn't want to cause trouble for him. Lin Chen's expression remained calm, but when he heard those words, his face instantly turned cold. Didn't senior you say I can't afford this suit? How about we bet on whether I can afford it? Yu Yang hesitated a bit, though he saw Lin Chen's outfit was very simple and didn't look like a wealthy person. But the suit was only worth a few thousand, so he figured that Lin Chen might barely have enough for it. As long as you buy a few more pieces in this store, spending about 500,000, I'll bet with you. Yu Yang was confident that Lin Chen had at most only a few 100,000. Fine, but since it's a bet, there should be some stakes, right? Yu Yang felt a bad premonition rise in his heart when Lin Chen agreed so easily. But at this point, for the sake of his pride, he had no choice but to agree. Alright, you name the stakes. How about this? If I can afford it, you'll bark like a dog 3 times, if I can't, then you bark 3 times. How about that? Lin Chen said with a smile. Jiang Shuowei knew Lin Chen was rich, and she relaxed, quietly preparing to watch the drama unfold. This. Yu Yang was conflicted, he couldn't afford to lose in this situation. If he really had to bark like a dog, how would he live that down at school? Baby, how about we just forget it? The woman beside Yu Yang said. She was afraid that if Yu Yang lost, he would vent his anger on her. Hearing the woman's words, Yu Yang instead decided to take the gamble. Fine. I agree. Yu Yang gritted his teeth and said. Senior, you really has guts. Just wait a moment, I'll go with my girlfriend to gather the 500,000. Lin Chen said while clapping his hands with a smile. The saleswoman standing nearby felt like she had struck gold. 500,000. She could get a commission of 10,000. Soon, Jiang Shuowei and Lin Chen selected several more outfits. The saleswoman quickly calculated the price. Sir, the total comes to 645,000. Lin Chen walked to the side and picked up a bag. Add this bag to the total as well. Jiang Shuowei was stunned. Why was the junior buying a woman's bag? And it was exactly the one she liked earlier. Could it be that the junior was buying it for her? Jiang Shuowei's heart raced, and she wanted to refuse but was also afraid that the bag was for someone else. That would be just deluding oneself. Alright, sir, that's a total of 680,000. Yu Yang saw Lin Chen so calm and knew he had fallen for it. With a dark face, he pondered over a countermeasure. The woman beside him looked at Lin Chen with sparkling eyes. With his good looks and wealth, if she could hook up with him. As she thought of this, she couldn't help but tighten her legs. Lin Chen nodded and placed his bank card on the card reader's sensor pad. Yu Yang stared intently at the card reader. It must not succeed in the payment. But the result disappointed him. Great, sir, welcome to visit our store again. The waitress, seeing the payment was successful, showed a happy expression and soon took out another card. This is our store's VIP card, you can enjoy a 10% discount here in the future. Thank you. After Lin Chen said this, he looked at the despairing Yu Yang. Senior, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Lin Chen reminded with a smiling face. Yu Yang forced a smile on his face and said with some pain. Lin, Jr., how about this? I'll give you 700,000, and we'll just let this matter go, okay? 70,000 was all the money he had right now. The woman beside him was shocked. 700,000 just given away? It's better to keep it for herself, at least it would make her more comfortable at night. Jiang Shuowei looked at Yu Yang with a trace of contempt, but also felt a bit happy. This meant she could buy a heap of luxury goods and still make a profit of 20,000. She was initially feeling guilty about Lin Chen spending nearly 700,000, but now she felt no psychological pressure. Why not just agree? Jiang Shuowei tentatively asked Lin Chen. Chapter 11, Penguin Shares Obtained. Lin Chen shook his head slightly. Senior Yu, I'm not short of money, I still want to hear you bark. Lin Chen joked as he looked at Yu Yang. Yu Yang's smile froze, and his face darkened. Are you sure you want to go all the way with me? Yu Yang threatened. Little brother, just take the money, it's good for everyone. The woman also advised. Jiang Shuowei remained silent, she trusted Lin Chen had his own judgment. 700,000? Can 70,000 compare to 2% of the Penguin shares? You can give me $1 billion, and I wouldn't want it. No need, Senior Yu, hurry up and bark, don't be dishonest, I'm recording it. Lin Chen said as he shook the phone in his hand. Of course, Lin Chen did not record a video, he just wanted to scare Yu Yang so he wouldn't cheat. If he really cheated, the enormous fortune that was within reach would slip away. Yu Yang's face turned from green to white. He hesitated for a long time. Woof. 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 Lin Chen, wait for me. Yu Yang threw down a harsh word and walked straight out, the woman's expression twitched and she took a few deep breaths before chasing after him. Ding. Task, make Yu Yang bark like a dog, complete. Ding. 2% of the Penguin shares have been successfully issued. Lin Chen was extremely excited for a moment and directly lifted Jiang Shuowei up. This is Penguin. This is Penguin with a market value of trillions RMB. When Lin Chen calmed down, he realized what he had just done. He hurriedly put Jiang Shuowei down. Sorry, senior sister, I just remembered something, I was so happy, I couldn't help myself. Lin Chen apologized to Jiang Shuowei. Jiang Shuowei's face turned bright red, like water could drip from it. It's okay, what should we do next? Jiang Shuawei covered her burning cheeks with both hands and whispered. Shall we go eat? I'll treat you. Lin Chen quickly said. Okay. Welcome next time. Back in the car, Lin Chen handed the bag he just got to Jiang Shuawei. Senior sister, this bag is for you. Lin Chen said with a smile. Ah. This is too valuable, I can't accept. Jiang Shuawei waved her hands repeatedly. Does this junior want to support me? It's fine, just take it, consider it a thank you for helping me scold Yu Yang just now. You were the reason I was targeted by Yu Yang in the first place. Jiang Shuawei had not finished speaking when she noticed Lin Chen's face looked a bit unpleasant. Then I'll accept it? Jiang Shuawei weakly said as she took the Givenchy bag. That's more like it. Lin Chen's mood changed from cloudy to sunny, and a smile returned to his face. What should I do with such a nice junior? How should I repay him? Waiting online, anxious. Jiang Shuawei looked at the bag in her arms, feeling a sense of being pampered by her handsome junior. The scene of her junior picking her up flashed back in Jiang Shuawei's mind. It didn't seem too bad. Lin Chen drove towards the Imperial Hotel. While driving the Ferrari, Lin Chen received a phone call. He took out his phone and handed it to Jiang Shuawei. Senior sister, please answer this for me. Oh, okay. Jiang Shuawei responded and took the phone, putting it on speaker beside Lin Chen's ear. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Chen? Yes, who is this? Hello, Mr. Lin. This is Lu Shu, the board secretary of Tencent. You just acquired Penguin Computer Systems Company, Limited, and have signed the transfer agreement. You are now officially a shareholder of Penguin. Hearing the confirmed answer, the woman's voice on the other end spoke respectfully. Oh, okay, I got it. Mr. Lin, there will be a shareholder meeting tomorrow morning to announce your official status as a shareholder. Do you have time? I don't have time to go, please express my apologies to the other shareholders. Okay, Mr. Lin. Is this mobile number registered on Xiaoxin? May I add your Xiaoxin? I will notify you of any urgent situations. Yes, go ahead and add me. Alright, Mr. Lin, I won't keep you any longer. Have a great day. Beep beep beep. After hanging up, a clear joy appeared on Lin Chen's face. The scale of the Imperial Hotel was not even close to that of Penguin. Even the entire Imperial couldn't compare to 1% of Penguin's shares. Lin Chen turned to look at Jiang Shuawei. Jiang Shuawei's hand, still holding the phone, froze in midair, her eyes wide with shock. She looked at Lin Chen, unable to speak. What did she just hear? A shareholder of Penguin? What does that even mean? Penguin had a market value of nearly 30 trillion RMB, the top private enterprise in China, a top 10 international giant. This junior right in front of her was actually a shareholder of Penguin? The most unbelievable part was, he just started his freshman year? Jiang Shuawei's mind went blank. Senior sister, what's wrong? Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuawei with a slightly teasing smile. Nothing at all. Junior, you really are very low-key. Jiang Shuawei managed to squeeze out a sentence. No, it seemed she had to take the initiative. Anyway, she was a bit interested, this top-class junior couldn't be missed. After all, they both had mutual feelings for each other. Jiang Shuawei made up her mind, her gaze towards Lin Chen growing softer. We've arrived. Lin Chen parked the Ferrari in front of the Imperial Hotel's parking lot. Oh. Jiang Shuawei, still in shock, followed Lin Chen out of the car with a dazed expression. Such large hotels have private chefs, we will eat at this time today. Lin Chen explained, mainly to prevent Jiang Shuawei from misunderstanding that he was here for a room. Jiang Shuawei then realized Lin Chen had brought her to a hotel. Lu Jing at the front desk noticed Lin Chen walking in with a very beautiful girl. She admired Jiang Shuawei for a moment. Mr. Lin, you're here. Lin Chen nodded. Brought a friend to eat. Do you need to notify the director? No need, I'm just here for a meal. Are there any vacant private rooms we can use? Lu Jing checked. Mr. Lin, the Tian character private room is still available. Then let's go to the room we used yesterday. Okay, Mr. Lin. After Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei headed towards the Tian character private room, Lu Jing spoke into the intercom. Mr. Lin is on his way to the Tian character private room. Do a good job with the reception. Junior, this hotel is yours too? Yes. Jiang Shuawei was not overly surprised, after all, what's wrong with a shareholder of Penguin owning a super 5-star hotel? When Lin Chen brought Jiang Shuawei to the entrance of the number 1 private room. Welcome, Director Lin. A few waiters bowed and called out. There's no need for such a grand show, just leave one waiter to take the order, the rest can go. Lin Chen looked at these people helplessly. They must have been told by Lu Jing. Jiang Shuiwei covered her mouth and chuckled. The two entered the private room, and Lin Chen handed her the menu. Order whatever you want. Jiang Shuiwei nodded obediently and took the menu. When she looked at the menu, she found it hard to choose. It's too expensive. She stared at the menu with prices running into hundreds and thousands, feeling dizzy. The cucumber salad costs over 1,000, and a plate of fish-flavored shredded pork costs over 1,000. Seeing Jiang Shuiwei struggling to decide, Lin Chen smiled slightly and gestured for her to hand over the menu. Chapter 12, Lamborghini Veneno. Lin Chen took the menu and ordered a few signature dishes, a few desserts after the meal, and then added a bottle of red wine. Take a look and see if there's anything else you want. Lin Chen smiled and handed the menu back to Jiang Shuiwei. Jiang Shuiwei took the menu and glanced at what Lin Chen had ordered. Chaozhou braised 10-year-old goose, New Zealand king prawns with bluefin tuna belly, white sturgeon caviar, traditional dried tangerine peel ginger steamed grouper. And a bottle of red wine, the 2009 Leoville Las Cases, special selection at a glance. 188,888. Adding those dishes, the meal cost at least over 200,000? A meal that costs as much as a car? Is this the life of the rich? The corruption of capitalism. Jiang Shuiwei sighed. Just these will do, too much will go to waste. If it doesn't finish, we can save it. Who says we have to finish the food? Alright, just these. Lin Chen helplessly took the menu to the waiter. Okay, Director Lin, please wait a moment. The waiter respectfully finished speaking and then turned to leave the room. While waiting for the dishes, the two talked about the funny story of Yu Yang barking like a dog earlier. After a while, the waiter pushed the serving cart, bringing all the dishes to the table. The waiter was very perceptive. After opening the red wine, he left the room. This made Lin Chen very satisfied. He still had to complete the task given by the system. The task required him to dine alone with Jiang Shuiwei. If there was another waiter in the room, it would not be counted. That would be troublesome. I've never eaten such expensive food before. Jiang Shuiwei looked at the table full of delicacies and exclaimed. Then eat more, we can come often in the future. Lin Chen poured 2 glasses of red wine and handed a glass to Jiang Shuiwei with a smile. Jiang Shuiwei ate happily, tasting every dish. Finally, she leaned back in her chair and satisfiedly rubbed her belly. How many months has it been, senior sister? Lin Chen wiped his mouth and joked. 2 months. Jiang Shuiwei's face flushed, but she still retorted. Where's the child's father? Jiang Shuiwei fell silent. Senior sister, would you like to go play with me in the afternoon? Forget it, there's still something on my side at school. I'm in the student council, and the school leaders want the student council to go to a meeting. Jiang Shuiwei wanted to hang out with Lin Chen longer, but unfortunately, she couldn't get away. Alright then, next time I'll take you out to play. Lin Chen was not disappointed. Anyway, there would be plenty of time in the future. Ding. Mission, dining alone with the school belle Jiang Shuiwei has been completed. The Lamborghini Veneno is parked in the garage of the System Reward Villa, Magnolia Garden No. 1. Start the final stage of the mission. Successfully confess to the school belle Jiang Shuiwei. Reward, 3% shares of Penguin Computer System Company, Ltd. Lin Chen felt a little excited inside. He often saw videos of those supercars and his favorite was the Lamborghini Veneno. That futuristic design and the blood-boiling roar made Lin Chen fall in love with the car instantly. But sadly, back then, he could only dream of it. But now it is different, now it is his. There are only 13 in the world, and now one is parked in his garage. Thinking of this, Lin Chen could hardly contain his excitement inside. Even the 3% shares of the Penguin from the final stage task reward were ignored. Senior sister, can you accompany me home first? I want to change my car. Isn't your Ferrari nice? Why do you want to change it? Jiang Shuiwei looked puzzled. I bought a car earlier, and it just got delivered home. I want to go take a look. Lin Chen explained. Alright, but it can't take too long. I need to be in the office by 2:30. Jiang Shuiwei checked the time. It was 1 o'clock, there was still an hour and a half, they should have time. Okay, I'll change my car and head straight to school. Lin Chen nodded. Then Lin Chen stood up and directly took Jiang Shuiwei out of the hotel. Mr. Lin, take care. Lin Chen drove the Ferrari to the entrance of Yulan Shengting. I am the owner of Yulan 1. Lin Chen stopped at the railing and lowered the car window to say to the security guard. Yulan 1? The security guard was startled. Yesterday, he learned that a new resident had moved into Yulan 1. People working in top luxury apartments, like cleaners, property management, or security, earn high salaries, but the risks are great. If they accidentally offend a resident inside, it would be the end for them. So generally, they remember the appearance, names, and the cars of each resident. Since it was Lin Chen's first time here, and he had not been seen, the security guard did not open the railing right away. The security guard was sweating nervously, but thankfully it was a Ferrari he was driving, which made him cautious and careful not to offend. The security guard looked at Lin Chen's appearance and could match it. "Sorry, Mr. Lin, this is the first time I've seen your car, I will open it for you right away," the security guard said as he lifted the barrier. "No problem, being responsible is a good thing." Lin Chen smiled and didn't mind. He also came from the bottom, and besides, it was really their job, there was no need to make it difficult for them. Lin Chen started the car and drove towards Yulan 1. "Lin Jr., is this your home?" Jiang Shuawei looked at the villa in front of her like a small manor, her mouth slightly open as she spoke. "The environment is not bad, right?" Lin Chen also came for the first time, although he was mentally prepared, he was still very excited. This is one of the top villa areas in Chengdu. He had previously thought too simply, thinking that the system simply gifted him a villa worth a few $100,000 to over 10 million. But later he learned that the worst in Yulan Shangting are worth tens of millions per villa. Not to mention the building king, Yulan 1. At least worth 1 or 200 million. Lin Chen used the password given by the system to open the door, then recorded his face and fingerprint. "Senior sister, do you want to record one?" "Me? Why would I record my face in your house?" Jiang Shuawei said, though it was supplementary, from Lin Chen asking her to record her face, it was clear to see his intention towards her. This was already a blatant hint. After Lin Chen recorded his face, he drove the car into the garage. As soon as the garage door opened, a sports car full of technology and power appeared in front of him. "Junior, this car is so cool. Is this your new car? It's really awesome. It feels like the best car in racing games I've seen in videos." Lin Chen touched the front of the car, labeled Poison. "It's indeed very cool, I bought it precisely because it's cool." Jiang Shuawei felt that she had never been so shocked in her life as she was today. This mysterious junior brought her intense curiosity. "Junior, how much is this car? It must not be cheap." Jiang Shuawei asked curiously. She felt that even that Ferrari was not as cool as this car. "It's not particularly expensive, around 80 to 90 million, but there are very few, only a few dozen in the world. It's a bit hard to get. It took me a tremendous effort to buy this. Over 100 million? Only a dozen in the world? Impressive, impressive." Jiang Shuawei felt somewhat numb. At this moment, she thought that even if Lin Chen said he was an alien, she wouldn't doubt it. Chapter 13, Are we together now? "Get in the car, senior sister. I'll take you back to school." Lin Chen suppressed his inner excitement, wearing a gentle smile as he spoke to Jiang Shuawei. "Great, a supercar worth nearly 100 million. I can finally experience it." Jiang Shuawei instantly felt excited to ride in this divine car. As the scissor doors slowly opened, the black main tone of the interior, paired with bright line colors, created a strong visual impact. After Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei got in the car and closed the door, they immediately felt the powerful aura brought by the top supercar. Vroom vroom vroom. Lin Chen started the engine, and the roar of the Poison made both their blood boil with excitement. After Lin Chen drove out of the garage door slowly closed. Lin Chen drove to the exit position, and when the security guard saw a supercar coming, he quickly raised the barrier. As the car passed the main gate, the security guard noticed it was Lin Chen. "Wow! No wonder he's the owner of the building, he's changed to another supercar. How much would this car cost?" The security guard sighed as he looked at the tail of the Lamborghini Poison gradually fading away. "Wow! Lamborghini Poison? I actually saw a Lamborghini Poison at Yulan Shengtian. This is a top supercar produced in limited quantities, only a dozen in the world. You can't even buy it if you have money." Lin Chen brushed past a Porsche Cayenne. The owner of the Porsche stared wide-eyed at the supercar. "What kind of big shot has moved into Yulan Shengtian?" On the road, a stylish black supercar roared past. The roaring sound attracted the attention of many people. "Wow! Mom, what car is that? It's so cool." A little boy pointed at the supercar and said, "I've never seen such a beautiful car." A young woman also looked at the car and exclaimed, "When I grow up, I want to buy one. And then get one for my mom too." The little boy looked at the supercar disappearing in the distance, a glimmer of longing in his eyes. "Little Lin is so good. Then mommy will rely on you in the future, okay?" The young woman smiled and patted the little boy's head. "Yeah." The little boy nodded firmly. "This is Lamborghini Poison. I can't believe I can see such a divine car." An auto enthusiast exclaimed excitedly. "Senior sister, how do you feel? Jiang Shuawei, sitting in the top supercar, had a flushed face filled with excitement but sat very upright. I feel great. No wonder everyone loves supercars, this feeling really is exhilarating. Senior sister, relax a bit, why are you sitting so stiff? Lin Chen joked. I'm afraid of damaging it, this car is worth 100 million, and I can't afford to pay for it if I bump it. Jiang Shuawei said with a face full of despair. It's thrilling, but the risk is huge. Although she knew that even if she damaged it, the junior wouldn't ask her to pay, she still couldn't get past that mental hurdle. I can afford it. I don't even have 50,000 in total, I simply can't afford it. Jiang Shuawei quickly shook her head. You can just give yourself to me, right? Lin Chen said with a teasing smile. Ah, that's okay. But do you really want it, junior? Jiang Shuawei's cheeks turned red with shyness. Why is the junior like this? She's not even mentally prepared. But it seems not too bad to give herself to the junior. Jiang Shuawei began to stir, her eyes scanning around for something to damage. Lin Chen didn't expect Jiang Shuawei to say such a thing. Of course. Hearing this, Jiang Shuawei felt as if she had made an important decision. She found it comfortable to be with Lin Chen. Even though he was a top wealthy person, he didn't speak out of line. He respected her greatly. Plus, he was young and rich, what girl wouldn't like that? Since she had feelings for the junior, why not pursue it? Must I wait until school starts, when other girls notice this young, rich boy who looks like a movie star, to express my feelings and compete with them? Thinking of this, Jiang Shuawei looked at Lin Chen seriously. Junior, can you give me a chance to pursue you? She had never been in a relationship before, only knowing what her grandmother told her when she was young, as a girl, if you like a boy, you must bravely pursue him. Don't leave regrets for yourself, even if you are rejected, it's okay, at least you tried. Lin Chen was taken aback by Jiang Shuawei's words. He quickly found a spot by the roadside to stop. Senior, are you serious? Lin Chen had initially thought he would wait for a while to find a chance to confess to her, after they spent more time together. He didn't expect her to be so direct, expressing her feelings just the second day. Is this the charm of wealth? Even Jiang Shuawei, who had been pursued by many rich young men, couldn't resist it. Yes, junior, a handsome and wealthy junior like you, should I just let him go to others? Jiang Shuawei said half jokingly, half seriously. But worried that Lin Chen might think she was only interested in his money, she added. At first, before I knew you were rich, I had a bit of a good impression of you. Now that I see how wealthy you are, I definitely can't let you go. Lin Chen believed Jiang Shuawei's words. After all, he had indeed dressed very simply yesterday, and she was still very warm towards him. He didn't mind other women approaching him for money, but it would affect how he viewed them. Senior, I like you too, but confessing should be the boy's job. How can I let you do it? Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuawei with gentle eyes. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Jiang Shuawei suddenly felt enveloped by a wave of joy. Senior, will you be my girlfriend? Lin Chen held the Ferrari car keys, looking tenderly at Jiang Shuawei. Yes. I would love to be your girlfriend. Jiang Shuawei covered her mouth, nodding repeatedly, her eyes filled with love, almost bursting out. But maybe let's skip the Ferrari keys. What, does the senior want to reject my confession? The meaning of this car key is like a bouquet of flowers, if you don't accept it, it would be like rejecting me. Well, alright. Thinking of Lin Chen's wealth, Jiang Shuawei thought for a moment and accepted it, taking the Ferrari keys. That's more like it, senior. Lin Chen smiled. Still calling me senior? Jiang Shuawei pouted, unhappy. I misspoke, it should be Shuawei. Lin Chen looked at the cute Jiang Shuawei with her pouting lips. A wave of impulse surged in Lin Chen's heart. He leaned in towards Jiang Shuawei. Ah Chen, what are you doing, Jiang Shuawei felt warmth pressing against her. Lin Chen's tongue intruded, pushing open her teeth and entwining with her tongue. It was Jiang Shuawei's first time, she was a bit unskilled but gradually began to respond. Lin Chen savored Jiang Shuawei's taste. Strawberry flavor. After several minutes, Jiang Shuawei patted Lin Chen's back. Only then did Lin Chen let her go. The two looked into each other's eyes, with Jiang Shuawei blushing, breathing heavily. Jiang Shuawei felt like she was almost suffocating. Chapter 14 Wang Shijie. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei had their noses touching, gazing into each other's eyes, with their saliva still connecting. Jiang Shuawei's lovely face was flushed, yet she held firm, looking at Lin Chen's eyes. After a few more seconds, Lin Chen couldn't hold back again. Indeed, when couples gaze at each other like this, it definitely won't last more than 10 seconds without one giving in. Again? Jiang Shuawei pleaded for mercy. Ah Chen, please take me back to school first. There will be plenty of time in the future. Okay, today I'll let you off the hook. Lin Chen said, then kissed Jiang Shuowei's lips and playfully rubbed her nose with his hand. Jiang Shuowei lay limp in the passenger seat, too weak to move. A school beauty who had never dated was completely smitten and confused by Lin Chen's teasing. Ding! System task confessed to the school beauty has been exceeded. Congratulations to the host for a critical hit, gaining 8% of Penguin's shares. Lin Chen's heart soared with joy. There's such a thing? 3% instantly turned into 8%? This means he now owns 10% of Penguin Holdings? Has he directly become the second largest shareholder of Tencent under South African media? Lin Chen currently held 10%, lower than South African media's 29.3% but higher than Ma Teng's 8.5%. He didn't know the specifics, this was just the information he had gathered on the fly. He also had no idea whose shares the system had actually acquired. System, can I ask if you acquired shares from stockholders? Ding! Shares acquired from stockholders. Lin Chen suddenly realized this meant stockholders held 50%, and with major shareholders, including Lin Chen, it also added up to 50%. Now, Lin Chen had become the second largest shareholder, and he held the shares personally. This meant his decisions would greatly influence Penguin Company. Old Ma should be getting anxious. Lin Chen thought to himself. The car soon arrived at the gates of Suzhou University. Due to new students reporting in these days, many students and parents were at the school gate. So the entrance was very crowded. However, as Lin Chen's car approached the gate, everyone around instinctively made way for the two of them. Wow, what kind of car is this? I've never seen one, it's so cool. It looks just like Batman's car. Isn't this a Lamborghini Veneno? There are only a handful of them in the world. It can't be a modified version, right? Someone said in disbelief. Impossible. A modified Veneno is something even experts can tell apart. This is the real deal? Although it's not one of the three hardtops, how could it appear at Suzhou University? A student driving a Lamborghini Gallardo murmured as he looked at the Veneno preparing to enter the school behind him. He was a Lamborghini supercar enthusiast who loved Lamborghini supercars since he was a child. His name was Wang Shijie, the grandson of Wang Junlin, chairman of Suzhou Langjiu Group. To buy this Lamborghini Gallardo worth over 4 million, he studied hard his senior year to get into Suzhou University, only then did his grandfather buy it for him. This scene was also wildly photographed by classmates and posted on the campus forum. A gathering of Lamborghini supercars. Shocking. The top-tier God car from Geneva in 2013 appears at Suzhou University. Top-tier Tycoon enrolls at Suzhou University. Suddenly, the news on the forum surged to 99+. Many people immediately rushed out of their dorms just to see this top-tier supercar. In front of the Lamborghini Veneno, all the luxury cars from the Lamborghini family had to take a back seat. Of course, except for the sixth element. Hey, student. Are you still going in? Don't block the people behind. Wang Shijie was still staring at the Veneno, not realizing it was his turn to move. Oh, okay. Wang Shijie finally reacted, stepped on the gas, and drove into the campus with a roar. Wow, that car up front is nice too, and it's a Gallardo. Seems like there are quite a few rich people in school. Lin Chen said with interest. Jiang Shuowei examined the car in front, curiously asking. What kind of car is this? How much does it cost? Lamborghini Gallardo, probably over 4 million. Lin Chen replied casually. Over 4 million? Then how much is your Ferrari? That Ferrari isn't mine, it's yours. Over 7 million. Lin Chen smiled as he corrected her mistake. Over 7 million? You just gave it to me like that? Aren't you going to feel heartbroken? Jiang Shuowei exclaimed in surprise. Lin Chen started the car and followed the car in front into the campus, showing a carefree attitude. Why should I feel sorry for my woman? Besides, I don't mind spending this little money. Jiang Shuowei looked at the calm Lin Chen and remembered that he was a shareholder in Penguin, so she immediately kept her mouth shut. Lin Chen found a parking spot, coincidentally right next to that Gallardo. After Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei got out of the car, Wang Shijie excitedly got out and walked over. Bro, is this car yours? It's so cool. As Wang Shijie said this, his gaze kept darting towards the poisonous car beside them. Your car is pretty cool too. Lin Chen smiled faintly. My car can't compare to yours, your car is worth dozens of my car. I've loved Lamborghini supercars since I was a kid, and today I finally get to see a real poison, not a replica. Lin Chen watched Wang Shijie, who was excited and chattering nonstop, feeling a bit of a headache. He still had to send Jiang Shuowei to her meeting. Classmate, I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave first. Okay, bro, can we add each other on Super Chat? In a few days, there's a supercar club meet in Tianfu City, let's go check it out. Lin Chen thought for a moment. Broadening his horizons would be good, otherwise, he would just be a sudden wealthy big shot. But this big shot was not an ordinary one. Shuawei, do you want to go check it out? Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuawei. You decide, I'll follow your lead. Jiang Shuawei sweetly replied as Lin Chen held her hand. Alright then. Lin Chen opened Super Chat and showed his business card QR code to Wang Shijie. Great, bro. Seeing Lin Chen agree, Wang Shijie's face lit up with joy. In fact, he added Lin Chen on Super Chat not just for the Lamborghini poison. It was also to broaden his connections. Someone like Lin Chen, who drives a poison, must have a very powerful family back home. He would surely take over his grandfather's position in the future, although he still had his father in the way. Alright, I won't disturb you and your girlfriend then. After adding Super Chat, Wang Shijie said with a smile. Jiang Shuawei felt a sweet sensation in her heart upon hearing the word girlfriend, and her impression of Wang Shijie improved a bit. Okay, let's stay in touch on Super Chat. We'll be leaving now. Lin Chen was also very satisfied with Wang Shijie's address. Wang Shijie watched the two walk away. He couldn't help but sigh. No wonder he drives a poison, even his girlfriend is so beautiful. Then he took out his phone and sent Lin Chen a message. Bro, I'm Wang Shijie, also a freshman, from the computer science department. Lin Chen felt his phone vibrating in his pocket, took it out, and saw it was from Wang Shijie. Lin Chen, freshman, also from the computer science department. After replying to the message, he put the phone back in his pocket. Chapter 15, Poverty Restricts My Imagination. Lin Chen held Jiang Shuawei's hand as they walked under the shade of the trees on campus. The loud chirping of cicadas came from the branches above, and layers of leaves glimmered green in the dappled sunlight, casting mottled shadows on the ground. The two soon arrived at the conference room in the administrative building. We're here, you can head back now, the meeting is starting in a few minutes. Jiang Shuawei looked at Lin Chen with reluctance. Oh? Shuawei, you're here. Just as Lin Chen was about to speak, a surprised voice from a girl came from behind them. Wan? I thought you were inside. Lin Chen turned around to see a girl with short hair and an outstanding appearance. Jiang Shuawei let go of Lin Chen's hand and happily walked over to Tang Wan'er. Tang Wan'er looked Lin Chen up and down. Who is this? Hello, I'm Lin Chen, Shuawei's boyfriend. Lin Chen smiled as he spoke. Ah? Shuawei's boyfriend? Tang Wan'er was taken aback by this statement. Tang Wan'er considered herself very beautiful, but she could only feel inferior to her close friend. Due to her striking looks, she was ranked first on the school beauty list compiled by the gossipers when she just entered college. She was indeed the campus flower of Shu University. As a result, she had countless admirers. Among them were numerous wealthy suitors. But Jiang Shuawei remained indifferent. Why has she changed her ways today? Is she dating a junior she just met 2 days ago? She gave Jiang Shuawei a look that said, I'll wait for your explanation when you get back. Then she smiled and said, Hello, I'm Tang Wan'er, Shuawei's best friend. At this moment, several teachers walked over, chatting side by side. The teachers are here. A meeting is about to start, Aiken, you should head back first. After speaking, Jiang Shuawei pulled Tang Wan'er into the conference room. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly and turned to leave the administration building. After taking all the purchased items from the car, he realized he forgot to take the bag he bought for Jiang Shuawei. Never mind, I'll just leave it in the car for now. As soon as he reached the dormitory, he heard Xiaowei shouting from inside. Chen Xiao, are you a pig? You let Dong Huang suck you and still let it get bigger? I threw my set at him, it just happened to get stuck on you. What does that have to do with me? Chen Xiao retorted. Chen Xiao, come help me defend the wild area. It was Xiao Fei's voice. Lin Chen opened the door and tossed his clothes onto the bed. Boss, you're back? Do you want to play Honor of Kings? Forget it, you guys have fun, I won't play. Lin Chen shook his head, he wasn't good at games, always landing in trouble in chicken and having a negative score in Honor of Kings. The three didn't push him. Before long, Lin Chen's phone rang. If he guessed correctly, it should be Lu Shu, right? Lin Chen thought to himself. Sure enough. Director Lin, I'm sorry to bother you. You didn't approve my friend request, so I called you. Lu Shu's voice came, full of apology. The three who were gaming fell silent when they heard Lin Chen on the phone. It's fine, what's the matter? Lin Chen asked knowingly. Director Lin, because you've acquired 8% of Penguin shares, now you hold a total of 10%. You are now the second largest shareholder of Penguin. Since you didn't approve my friend request, I called to remind you. I'll send you a meeting link on Super Message. Lu Shu explained. Okay, I'll approve it right away. Lin Chen nodded in reply. Alright, I won't interrupt Director Lin's rest anymore. After the call ended, Lu Shu massaged her temples in the office. This Director Lin sounded very young, yet he managed to acquire 10% of Penguin shares in just one day, becoming the second largest shareholder. Ma Tang is the second largest shareholder, plus, with the agreements signed with South African newspapers, Ma Tang holds the highest decision-making power over Penguin. As a result, the number of shares held means how much dividend one can receive compared to other shareholders. Now that Lin Chen has become the second largest shareholder, although it won't affect Ma Tang's authority, disagreements might still create trouble. Therefore, Ma Tang ordered him strictly to ensure Lin Chen participates in this online meeting, so they could discuss matters. After hanging up, Lin Chen opened Super Message and approved Lu Shu's friend request. Then he realized that the junior he had added that day hadn't approved his request yet. However, after thinking it over, Lin Chen let it go. Now he has a senior sister, so he should focus. Having money doesn't mean he can be wasteful. Although he envied that lifestyle of being surrounded by multiple partners. But what boy wouldn't want that? Yet he can't betray senior sister Jiang. After finishing the call, Lin Chen tried on the clothes and pants he bought. Not bad, boss, this outfit looks good, what brand is it? Xiao Wei asked Lin Chen, who was in front of the mirror. Givenchy. Xiao Wei said he hadn't heard of it. Givenchy? Boss, how much was this outfit? Chen Xiao perked up, he knew Givenchy was a very high-end luxury brand. Less than 70,000. Lin Chen said nonchalantly. Actually, he wanted to have a few outfits designed by top designers, after all, he still had tens of millions in his account. Less than 70,000? Xiao Wei's eyes widened in shock. Looking at Lin Chen's outfit, they couldn't say a word. They could only say that poverty limited their imagination. Xiao Wei originally thought it should only cost around 10,000. By the way, boss, the class group chat has a notice from the counselor that there's a meeting at 3:30 in classroom 305 of the first teaching building to discuss some matters. Chen Xiao suddenly said. Lin Chen looked at the time, it was already 3 o'clock. Then it's about time, let's tidy up and go. Okay. Which one is the first teaching building? When they arrived at the teaching building area, they found they had no idea which building was the first. There were only buildings like Li Shue building and Quickshu building. The four stood under the shade of a tree, looking at each other. Shuewei, which building is the first teaching building? Lin Chen helplessly messaged Jiang Shuewei. That building over there, huh, Chen, you're just like me back then. To Lin Chen's surprise, Jiang Shuewei replied immediately. Aren't you in a meeting? Why are you still on your phone? I was just about to message you, the vice president of the student council has been pursuing me. Today I feel the atmosphere is a bit different, Chen, can you come pick me up later? Seeing Jiang Shuewei's message, Lin Chen's expression darkened a bit. Okay, when is your meeting over? I'll come pick you up. Around 4:30. All right. Jiang Shuewei glanced at the chat log with Lin Chen on her phone, feeling a bit relieved. Since the meeting started, Jiang Shuewei noticed that the vice president of the student council, Zhao Lei, and a few of his friends occasionally whispered to each other, then looked at her. Thinking back to when she joined the student council and met Hu Jiacheng, he had pursued her fiercely. Even after being rejected many times, he didn't give up. Today, she had a feeling he was up to something again, which made her helpless. Shuewei, is this guy going to confess to you again? Tang Wan'er quietly leaned closer to Jiang Shuewei and asked in a low voice. She also noticed Zhao Lei's actions. I don't know, but it's definitely not good. Did you tell the junior? I did, he will come to pick me up later. That's good. Chapter 16, The Class Leader's Difficulties. The first teaching building is the Quickshu building. Lin Chen put away his phone and spoke to Chen Xiao and the others, who were about to ask. Boss, how did you know? They asked as they walked toward the classroom. I asked my girlfriend. Lin Chen said calmly without a blush or a heartbeat. Girlfriend? Boss, you've only been here 2 days and you already have a girlfriend? The three looked at Lin Chen in shock. Yeah, isn't that normal? Seeing Lin Chen's nonchalant demeanor, Chen Xiao suddenly felt an urge to punch him in the face. Who is it? Who has captured our boss so quickly? Xiao Fei laughed and said. My girlfriend is Jiang Shuewei. Jiang Shuewei? I know what? Jiang Shuewei? Xiao Fei, who usually appeared calm, showed his first sign of panic. Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao exchanged glances. Boss, you've got Jiang Shuewei? After the shock, Xiao Fei clutched his chest in despair. Do you know her? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. The campus flower of Suzhou University. How could I not know her? As a veteran in love, Xiao Fei had heard of this cold campus beauty who rejected all suitors before even arriving at school. Xiao Fei's original target was Jiang Shuewei, but he didn't expect that his own boss had snatched her away. Seeing Xiao Fei's heartbroken look, Lin Chen felt a bit wary. "Old four, don't you dare have ideas about my girlfriend. How could that be? A friend's wife must not be provoked. Speaking of which, boss, how did you win over the cold campus beauty?" Xiao Fei asked eagerly. If he could learn the tricks, college life would become exciting. Cold? I didn't feel that. Lin Chen recalled carefully. Not saying anymore, we've arrived at the classroom. Xiao Fei wanted to ask more but could only silence his curiosity unwillingly. Once the four entered the classroom and found their seats together, they felt many girls looking at them. Of course, I am watching Xiao Fei and Lin Chen. Soon, a somewhat short female teacher, looking to be in her 30s or 40s with glasses, walked in. She counted the number of students, and upon seeing everyone was there, nodded in satisfaction. Since everyone is here, I will speak quickly, so as not to waste everyone's time. Tomorrow is the day of military training, and the military training uniforms have already been placed on your beds before you enrolled. After about 10 minutes. Now we reach the last part of today's meeting, let's choose the class committee. Are there any volunteers? Lin Chen and others were not interested and were just bored watching a few classmates introduce themselves and declare their candidacy. Lin Chen watched the time slowly pass, it was almost 4:30, and he felt a bit anxious. Boss, do you have something on your mind? Chen Xiao and others noticed Lin Chen constantly looking at the time and asked with concern. I have to pick up my girlfriend. Lin Chen explained. The three rolled their eyes and stopped paying attention. The class monitor, please ask a few classmates to clean this classroom, and everyone else may leave. The counselor said this and hurriedly left the classroom. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief, it was 5:20, he could make it. You all go back first, I'll leave now. Lin Chen said that and prepared to leave. Student, can you stay and help clean up? Lin Chen saw it was the boy who just elected class monitor, named Xiao Fei. I have something to do, can you find someone else? Everyone has things to do, brother, cleaning won't take much time, just you and this brother here. Xiao Fei pointed again at Xiao Fei. He was quite handsome. Before Lin Chen and the others entered the classroom, the female classmates' gazes were all on him. But once Lin Chen and Xiao Fei entered, those girls shifted their focus to the two of them. This made him feel a bit displeased. No problem, boss, you go do your thing, we'll help you clean. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei spoke up. Okay, I'll treat you to a meal another day. Hearing this, Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei's eyes lit up. Lin Chen looked back at Xiao Fei. Is it okay now? It's okay, but for someone like you who doesn't listen to the class committee, I feel it's still necessary to report to the counselor. Xiao Fei, seeing someone helping him out, felt a bit unwilling and blurted this out in a heated moment. As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted it. Sure enough, the gazes of the classmates who hadn't left yet turned a bit strange towards Xiao Fei. Isn't this just looking for trouble? I say, brother, you are quite disgusting, huh? Don't be fooled by Qin Zhao's thin and tall frame with glasses, he actually has a bad temper. Xiao Fei, on the other hand, was somewhat confused. Why target me and the boss when everything was just fine? Could it be that he is jealous that the boss and I are better looking than him? Lin Chen shook his head, signaling Chen Xiao and the others not to mind. Then he looked at Xiao Fei, his expression very calm. Do as you wish. After saying that, he turned and left the classroom, heading towards Jiang Shuawei's office for a meeting. Ding! Task issued by the system. Have Xiao Fei apologize. Reward, Bida Emerald 5961 points. Lin Chen was taken aback, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. Just as I wished. But is Zhao Lei really not worth much? This should be the worst reward from the system, right? Alright, let's end here for today, thank you all for your hard work, meeting dismissed. After the teachers left the office, Zhao Lei walked over with a few boys. What do you want? Tang Weiner shielded Jiang Shuawei behind her, watching the few with vigilance. I just want to have a few words with Shuawei. Zhao Lei saw the two being defensive, forcing a smile. If it's about the student council, then go ahead. Jiang Shuawei said with a flat expression. It's not about the student council. Do you have time tonight? I would like to invite you to dinner. No need, I have plans tonight. Jiang Shuawei shook her head unhappily. Shuawei. Zhao Lei wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by Jiang Shuawei. President Zhao. Our relationship isn't good enough for you to call me Shuawei, so just call me by my name. Also, I have plans tonight, I'm going out to dinner with my boyfriend. So, I ask President Zhao to please not disturb me anymore. Jiang Shuawei finished speaking and grabbed Tang Wanner, ready to leave. But they were blocked by several other boys. Shuawei, you don't need to use your boyfriend to trick me. I'm about to graduate, and in these last moments on campus, I hope you can give me a chance. Zhao Lei said with deep affection on his face. Tang Wanner was a bit angered. Are you shameless? Xu Wei already said she has a boyfriend, yet you still cling on like this. And you guys, what do you mean by blocking our way? Campus violence? Do you believe I'll tell the teacher right away? Tang Wanner, furious, resembled a mother tiger protecting her cubs. Zhao Lei's face darkened, and the other boys hesitated before stepping aside. Sister Tang is so fierce? Lin Chen's voice came from the doorway. Zhang Xuewei immediately ran over in delight and took Lin Chen's hand. Aiken, you're here. Lin Chen gently tucked away Zhang Xuewei's messy bangs. Seeing Lin Chen arrive, Tang Wanner also breathed a sigh of relief. Despite her bravery earlier, to be honest, she still felt a bit intimidated in front of a few big men. Xuewei, is this your boyfriend? Chapter 17, Dong Fong is my uncle. Zhao Lei's face was cold, and he looked at Lin Chen with a harsh tone. I've said it before, don't call me Xuewei. Please be careful with your words in front of my boyfriend, Senior Zhao. Jiang Xuewei shot a cold glance at Zhao Lei. Junior, you must be a freshman, right? Can you give Xuewei a good life? If you know what's good for you, I hope you'll step away from Xuewei. Zhao Lei ignored Jiang Xuewei and spoke to Lin Chen instead. So you are Senior Zhao? First point, Xuewei is my girlfriend, so please do not bother her. Second point, may I ask what conditions Senior Zhao has to provide my girlfriend a good life? Lin Chen looked at Zhao Lei with interest. At least something like me, right? Do you know how much a house in my family costs? You may never be able to afford one in your lifetime. Talking about this gave Zhao Lei great confidence, and he spoke with assurance. In Tianfu, house prices are very high, almost around 20,000, but incomes are low. It's a typical high-consumption, low-income city. Buying a house here typically requires at least 2 to 3 million. Many people choose to leave Tianfu to pursue a better future. No other reason, just wanting to have a home. My family has 5 houses, each worth 2 to 3 million. My parents even said they would give me one as a wedding house. Zhao Lei looked at Jiang Xuewei's reaction as he spoke. To his disappointment, Jiang Xuewei was only holding Lin Chen's arm and didn't even look at him. At this moment, her eyes towards Lin Chen were filled with jealousy. A few days ago, I just got a Wrangler. Do you have any of these? Awesome, Brother Lei. Not even graduated from university and already driving a car worth 50 to 60,000. Yeah, Brother Lei, we will rely on you more in the future. Zhao Lei was very proud as he was praised by those around him and playfully glanced at Lin Chen. Tang Wanner looked at Lin Chen with some worry and then at Zhang Xuewei. Zhang Xuewei slightly shook her head. Is this it? Just this? A 50 to 60,000 Wrangler? Even one wheel of my poison is worth more than that. Lin Chen smiled dismissively. Ding. System mission triggered. Slap Zhao Lei in the face. Mission reward, all storefronts in the Greater Bay Area. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. Is the system releasing missions this frequently? Kid, recognize your place and leave Xuewei. She is not someone a poor guy like you can touch. Zhao Lei coldly said as he noticed Lin Chen's expression. How many houses do you have at home? Driving a car worth hundreds of thousands? Is this your capital? Lin Chen's tone was slightly cold. What are you pretending to be? I was planning to take Xuewei to the Emperor Hotel's top room for dinner tonight. Do you know what level it is to eat in the top room of the Emperor Hotel? That means you have already stepped into another class in Tianfu City. Do you know who the general manager of the Emperor Hotel is to me? Zhao Lei arrogantly boasted. The general manager of the Emperor Hotel is my dad's childhood friend. It's because of him that I can eat in the top room. Can you do that? You probably haven't even heard of it, right? Surrounding people looked at Zhao Lei with respectful eyes, making him feel like he had reached a peak. At this moment, Jiang Xuewei looked at Zhao Lei with a stranger gaze. They just had lunch in the top room of the Emperor Hotel today, and Lin Chen was the hidden boss of the Emperor Hotel. Is Zhao Lei here to be a joke? The general manager of the Emperor Hotel? You mean Dong Fong is your dad's childhood friend? Lin Chen did not expect it to be related to Dong Fong, but this made it easy to handle the situation and complete the system task. Ha! You even know the name of the general manager of the Emperor Hotel? Looks like you have some connections. That's right, Uncle Dong is my dad's childhood friend. Zhao Lei was slightly surprised. Since you know Uncle Dong, you should also know the difference in our statuses. Why don't you do this, give Uncle Dong a call and ask if he knows someone named Lin Chen. I'll give you a chance. As long as you apologize to me in half an hour, and apologize to my girlfriend and senior sister Tang, I won't pursue your responsibility. Lin Chen said calmly. Ha 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 ha, let me call Uncle Dong? Let me apologize? Zhao Lei seemed to have heard a joke, then his face cooled down. Who do you think you are? Do I owe you an apology? Exactly, Junior, you are so shameless. You're just a freshman, a little brat who knows nothing and has never been exposed to society. What are you barking about? The people next to Zhao Lei also shouted. Jiang Shuawei and Tang Wanner's faces were extremely cold at this moment. They did not expect that a student member who usually performed well and was favored by teachers would be so disgusting. It was sickening. However, Jiang Shuawei was not worried at all. Considering Lin Chen's background, probably very few people in Suzhou University could match it, right? Tang Wanner, seeing her best friend so unconcerned, also did not doubt Lin Chen's words, only curious about Lin Chen's background. Very well, you're not going to call, right? Fine, I will call, but once I do, there will be no room for you to turn back? Lin Chen initially thought that they were all students and should take a step back and just let them apologize. He did not expect them to be so aggressive. Still pretending? Go ahead and call. I want to see how long you can keep pretending. Zhao Lei looked down on him immensely. Who was Dong Fong? The general manager of the top international 5-star hotel that integrated dining, accommodation, and entertainment in Tinfu City. The connections he made over the years in this position could be imagined. Would he know a freshman like you? Even if he does know you, would he abandon his own nephew for a freshman? All right. Lin Chen nodded calmly. He took out his phone and called Dong Fong. Just a few seconds, the call was connected. Hello, Director Lin, is there anything I can do for you? Dong Fong's respectful voice came through. Do you know someone named Zhao Lei? From Suzhou University, he says he's the son of your childhood friend. Dong Fong felt something was off in Lin Chen's tone and his heart sank. Did this guy offend this master? I know him, Director Lin. He is the son of my friend. Dong Fong replied somewhat apprehensively. He had already cursed Zhao Lei and his dad a million times in his heart. He is using your name to act tough outside. This greatly affects our hotel's reputation, what do you think? Lin Chen said blandly. And on the other end of the phone, Dong Fong was already sweating heavily. Yes. Mr. Lin, you are right. Zhao Lei's father doesn't have a close relationship with me, he's just a common acquaintance. If he offends you, I will help you deal with him. Zhao Lei looked at the serious Lin Chen and felt an uneasy feeling in his heart. At that moment, he noticed that Lin Chen was wearing Givenchy. This outfit must cost at least tens of thousands. It shows that Lin Chen is not a poor student. Could he really know Uncle Dong? But it doesn't matter, I am Uncle Dong's nephew. Zhao Lei comforted himself, pushing those bad thoughts out of his mind. Alright, you handle it yourself. This kid still doesn't believe I know you, he thinks I'm just a poor student. Lin Chen's mouth slightly curved up. Okay, Mr. Lin, I will call this kid right away. Lin Chen hung up the phone and looked at Zhao Lei with a teasing expression. That's it? Is that really it? Seeing Lin Chen hang up without anything happening, Zhao Lei became more convinced that Lin Chen was just bluffing. No need to rush. Lin Chen smiled, and before the words had finished, Zhao Lei's phone rang. Look, someone is calling you. Zhao Lei's face suddenly turned ugly as he looked at the phone displaying Uncle Dong. Could it be that he had really offended the wrong person? Chapter 18, Are you the owner of Dihao? Zhao Lei nervously answered the phone. Uncle Dong, what do you need from me? Don't you know what you need from me? Stop using my name to cause trouble. From now on, do not call me Uncle Dong, and do not contact me again. Dong Fong's furious voice came through. Ha? Why, Uncle Dong? Is it just because of Lin Chen? Zhao Lei said in panic. Their family could run a small company, and the business was doing quite well, largely because of business introduced by Dong Fong. If this caused Dong Fong to stop helping their family, he would face the wrath of his father. Why? Do you know who you have offended? Lin Chen? Who is he? Zhao Lei asked instinctively. He is the owner of our Dihao hotel. The only owner. Dong Fong finished and hung up the phone directly. Zhao Lei felt as if a thunderbolt had struck him upon hearing this. Zhao Lei trembled as he stuffed his phone back into his pocket, looking at the smiling Lin Chen in front of him, wanting to cry without tears. Brother! Why didn't you say you had such a powerful background? Lei Ge, how did it go? Is this kid just pretending? The person next to him, unaware of Zhao Lei's pale face, was still mockingly looking at Lin Chen. Zhao Lei ignored him and walked directly in front of Lin Chen. Lin Gu. Please forgive me, for your greatness overlooks my small faults. Zhao Lei lowered his head humbly, begging for Lin Chen's forgiveness. He knew very well that someone like Lin Chen, who could become the boss of Dihao at such a young age, was not someone of his small caliber could offend. Taking a step back, even if Lin Chen only had the identity of being the owner of Dihao, it was enough to deal with him, and their family could be finished. Thus, apologizing was the only solution he could think of. Zhao Lei's behavior shocked his companions, but Jiang Shuawei remained very calm. In her eyes, there was admiration and affection for Lin Chen. Tang Wan'er stared wide-eyed at the now humble Zhao Lei and then at Lin Chen. It seems her best friend has found a boyfriend with an extraordinary background. At this moment, Zhao Lei's friends realized that Lin Chen's background must be remarkable and quickly fled the office. They were afraid that if they stayed, they would be remembered by Lin Chen. After all, they had just mocked Lin Chen. No, Senior Zhao, how could I dare to accept your apology? Lin Chen had already given him a chance. Naturally, if he didn't cherish it, he couldn't blame anyone else. Brother Lin, I didn't know you were the owner of the Imperial Grand Hotel. If I knew, even with 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to be so arrogant in front of you. Zhao Lei said bitterly. At this moment, he felt his previous actions were like those of a clown. Lin Chen is the owner of the Imperial Grand Hotel? Tang Wan'er looked at the calm Lin Chen in shock. She knew about the Imperial Grand Hotel. Sometimes, the rich second-generation guys who pursued her would take her there for meals. Such a quality junior. No. This is Shuawei's boyfriend, how can I compete for a man with Shuawei? Tang Wan'er shook off her impure thoughts. What's going on? Does Senior Zhao really like to bully people without backgrounds? If I were an ordinary person, what would Senior Zhao do to me? Lin Chen's smile gradually disappeared. This. Zhao Lei was sweating profusely but couldn't find the words to say. He could only look at Jiang Shuawei with a pleading gaze, hoping she could say a few words for him. Jiang Shuawei noticed Zhao Lei's gaze but didn't pay attention. Just now, when Zhao Lei mocked Lin Chen, she was so angry that she wanted to spit salt soda in his face. Now you want me to help you say nice things? Dream on. Kneel and apologize. Acknowledge your mistake, and you can leave. Lin Chen said indifferently. Zhao Lei stood still, but his heart was in turmoil. He understood that if Lin Chen targeted his family, everything he was proud of would become a thing of the past. I'm sorry, Brother Lin, I'm sorry, Junior Jiang, and Junior Tang. I made a mistake this time. Please forgive me. Zhao Lei trembled as he knelt on the ground, lowering his head in humiliation. At this moment, he was glad his few friends had run away. Otherwise, how would he face them at Suzhou University after such an embarrassing incident? Jiang Shuawei and Tang Wan'er looked away, feeling a bit sorry. The anger in their hearts had already dissipated significantly. All right, you can leave now. This matter is forgotten. Lin Chen had some admiration for Zhao Lei. To be able to bend and stretch, losing a bit of face but preserving your family's business is a worthwhile trade. Hearing Lin Chen's words, the heavy stone in Zhao Lei's heart finally fell. He quickly stood up and walked out of the conference room. Chen, you are really amazing. Jiang Shuawei happily embraced Lin Chen, acting spoiled. Tang Wan'er was stunned, her jaw dropped. Is this still the Jiang Shuawei I know? Where is her previous cold aura? Lin Chen lovingly rubbed Jiang Shuawei's small, delicate nose. All right, stop showing off your love. I'm almost full. Tang Wan'er complained unhappily. Jiang Shuawei stuck out her tongue at Tang Wan'er before releasing her hold on Lin Chen. Little girl, just wait till we get back to the dormitory, I'll deal with you. Tang Wan'er cursed silently in her heart. Senior Tang, thank you for protecting Shuawei. Lin Chen said with a smile, expressing his gratitude to Tang Wan'er. Oh, it's nothing. Shuawei is also my good friend. This is what I should do. Tang Wan'er waved her hand dismissively. How about this, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. No. I won't be the third wheel. I'm going back to the dorm. Bye-bye. After rejecting, Tang Wan'er waved her hand and left. Congratulations, host, on completing the task, slapping Zhao Lei's face. The Greater Bay Area Commercial Street has been reasonably granted to the host. The original owner of the commercial shop has added you on Super XIN. Please choose a suitable time to sign the transfer contract. Chen, where are we going next? Jiang Shuawei, seeing that Tang Wan'er had left, wrapped her arms around Lin Chen's arm, her beautiful big eyes blinking. How about we stroll around the Greater Bay Area Commercial Street outside school and have a meal there? Lin Chen thought for a moment and said. Primarily, Lin Chen wanted to see what the new reward Commercial Street from the system was like and sign the transfer contract. Sounds good. Lin Chen opened Super XIN and sent a message to the representative, indicating he would go sign the contract soon before returning to the car with Jiang Shuawei. You forgot your bag when you got out of the car. Do you not like it? Lin Chen laughed. No, I really like the bag you gave me. I love it. Jiang Shuawei kissed Lin Chen. Lin Chen was taken by surprise, and a fire in his heart instantly ignited. Woman, you are playing with fire. Lin Chen didn't hesitate and directly wrapped his arms around Jiang Shuawei's neck. In her frightened eyes, he kissed her cherry lips. The two kissed for several minutes before stopping at Jiang Shuawei's pleading gaze. Ah, Chen. Are you having trouble breathing? Jiang Shuawei's face was flushed, her body melting against the passenger seat, gasping for breath as she asked. No? Why would I have trouble breathing? Lin Chen asked curiously. Jiang Shuawei was at a loss for words. Okay, I don't know why either. Chapter 19, Signing the Transfer Contract for Luwan Street. After a while, Jiang Shuawei finally calmed down and pouted, complaining. You almost played me to a pulp. Lin Chen smiled awkwardly, starting the engine and leaving the campus under the envious gazes of classmates. Arriving at the Dewan District shopping street, Lin Chen found a parking spot and, amidst the security's amazed looks, parked the car before heading inside with Jiang Shuawei. This shopping street has around 200 to 300 shops. A shop of about 200 square meters costs about 8 million, just the rent alone would be around 40 to 50,000 a month. The size of the shops varies. In total, Lin Chen could collect nearly 10 million in rent each month. What are we going to do now? Jiang Shuawei asked. I need to sign a contract, and once that's done, I'll take you shopping, buy you something, and then we can go eat. How does that sound? Eating is fine, but let's skip the shopping. You just bought me a bag worth tens of thousands today. Jiang Shuawei shook her head. Although Lin Chen was rich, she didn't want to be a leech. I'm your boyfriend, spending some money on you is what I should do. Don't feel burdened. Besides, seeing your sister Tang helped you today, you should buy something to thank her, right? Lin Chen smiled casually. Okay, but you can't spend too much money. Jiang Shuawei lightly bit her finger, thinking it over before nodding in agreement. So what kind of contract are you signing? I bought a street of shops. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei found a cafe and sat down. Lin Chen ordered an Americano, and Jiang Shuawei ordered a cappuccino. Lin Chen took out his phone to send a location to the previous shop owner. At that moment, the female server brought over a macchiato. Hello, we didn't order this. Jiang Shuawei looked at the coffee in front of her, somewhat confused. This is a gift from our boss, he hopes to be friends with you. The waitress had a flirtatious smile on her face. Jiang Shuawei and Lin Chen turned to see a man in a white short-sleeved shirt and black pants smiling at them from the bar. Lin Chen frowned. A real beauty can lead to trouble. No thanks, my boyfriend is right here. Jiang Shuawei politely declined, handing the coffee back to the server. The waitress's smile froze. She hadn't wanted to come, knowing it was a man and woman together, but her boss insisted. After checking her boss's expression, which looked somewhat displeased but still gave a nod, she took back the coffee. I'm sorry. The waitress bowed and apologized before leaving. Ah Chen, did I do well? Jiang Shuawei raised her little face, eager for praise. Lin Chen lovingly patted Jiang Shuawei's head. Of course you did great. He. Jiang Shuawei was as happy as a kindergarten child who received a little red flower. The boss's expression darkened further as he observed the two. From the moment Jiang Shuawei entered, he had noticed her. His first feeling was one of astonishment. So beautiful and pure. Much more graceful than any woman he had ever seen. He couldn't help but be moved. Even if she might have a boyfriend, he was willing to give it a try. Beautiful lady, can I have your contact information? After thinking for a long time, the boss decided to be shameless. Jiang Shuawei looked up in surprise at the boss. Did the female waiter not make it clear just now? I have a boyfriend, so I won't add you. Thank you. Jiang Shuawei said coldly. Lin Chen was also quite speechless. Miss, you must be a college student nearby, right? In this society, being handsome is useless. What matters most is whether you have the ability. I'm 26 this year, and I've opened a coffee shop over 200 square meters on this commercial street. The monthly revenue is around 150,000, with a pure profit of 70 or 80,000. Why not add me on super messaging? You can definitely make a better choice. The boss said, not forgetting to throw a provocative glance at Lin Chen. He was very confident, this girl would surely agree to add him once she heard he could earn 70 or 80,000 a month. No need, I already said I have a boyfriend. How much you earn a month is none of my business. Please don't disturb me and my boyfriend. Jiang Shuawei's tone became a bit impatient. 70 or 80,000 a month? Doesn't add up to how much my Ah-Chen earns in a minute? In 2023, a penguin earns over 700,000 a minute. Jiang Shuawei looked at Lin Chen, who just scoffed lightly without speaking. The boss was already a bit unhappy from being rejected, and upon hearing Lin Chen scoff, he became even angrier. Little brother, are you looking down on 70 or 80,000 a month? May I ask how much can you, a student, earn in a month? The boss looked at Jiang Shuawei with disdain and a bit of jealousy directed at Lin Chen. He was indeed very handsome, no wonder he could charm this beautiful girl. That seems unrelated to you, boss? Lin Chen took a sip of coffee and said blandly. The boss was taken aback, unsure how to respond. Excuse me, is this Mr. Lin? At that moment, the former owner of the shop arrived according to Lin Chen's description. So young. He looks no more than 21 or 22, and he already has the money to buy the entire commercial street worth over 1 billion. That's me. Lin Chen glanced at the middle-aged man in front of him, who was dressed quite well. Uncle Sun? Why are you here? The shop owner saw Sun Yong and asked in surprise and flattery. Wasn't Uncle Sun supposed to go sign the transfer contract with Boss Lin? It's Xiao Wei. Mr. Lin has reserved the place in your coffee shop, so I came directly to sign the transfer contract. Sun Yong looked at the coffee shop owner and recalled carefully in his mind, remembering that the owner's surname seemed to be Wei. Sign a contract? Mr. Lin? Could it be? Wei Chao looked at Lin Chen in shock. The owner of the commercial street is this college student? Uncle Sun, are you mistaken? This is just a college student. How could he be the new owner of this commercial street? Wei Chao asked unwillingly. He had just offended Lin Chen terribly, trying to pry him away in front of him. How could it be a mistake? Mr. Lin made an appointment with me at table 43 in your coffee shop. Sun Yong said, then looked at Wei Chao with some suspicion. You didn't offend Mr. Lin, did you? I didn't offend him, but Mr. Wei, asking me for my girlfriend's contact information shamelessly in front of me, isn't really good, right? Lin Chen leisurely took a sip of coffee and said slowly. Hearing this, Sun Yong suddenly moved a little distance away from Wei Chao. It's clear he had an incredibly strong background, being able to buy the whole commercial street at such a young age. He certainly didn't want to be implicated. Wei Chao's face turned pale hearing this. If Lin Chen didn't rent him the shop, all his efforts would be in vain. Finding a shop on a commercial street like Luan Street, which gathered students from multiple nearby universities, was especially hard. College students' money is the easiest to earn, this is common sense. 1 carat, 1 hole, where else can I find such a good spot? Thinking of this, Wei Chao couldn't help but slap himself. Chapter 20, Accompanying Jiang Shuawei to the pet store. Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry, I offended you and your girlfriend. How about this, today's coffee is on me. Do I care about these few cups of coffee? Lin Chen looked at Wei Chao with some amusement. Wei Chao's face turned pale, unable to say a word. Alright, from now on, my girlfriend and I can have coffee for free, alright? Sure. From now on, Mr. Lin and your friend can have coffee for free. Wei Chao was stunned for a moment, then immediately overjoyed. He didn't expect Lin Chen to choose to let him off. As for drinking coffee for free? Those few cups of coffee are nothing compared to this place. Indeed, the mindset of genuinely wealthy people is different. Wei Chao looked at Lin Chen with gratitude, and his heart couldn't help but sigh. Since Mr. Lin has forgiven you, you can go on with your business, my friend and I still have matters to discuss. Sun Yong said with a smile. Alright. You and Mr. Lin chat, I will leave first. Wei Chao made a very low-key gesture. People in the cafe had, to some extent, overheard a few things. Knowing that two important people were talking, the volume naturally lowered. In fact, Lin Chen chose to let Wei Chao off mainly because he didn't go too far. It's normal for his beautiful girlfriend to attract the attention of other men. If every person who was a little offensive had to be dealt with, wouldn't that be exhausting? Choosing to let go sometimes reflects one's mindset. Sun Yong was thoughtful enough to ask the waiter to bring some pastries. Sun Yong took out 2 copies of the contract. Lin Chen didn't doubt it, he took a quick look and signed directly. Mainly, this was a system reward, could it be fake? Mr. Lin, happy cooperation. Now this commercial street is yours. Sun Yong stood up with satisfaction holding his copy of the contract, reaching out his hand to Lin Chen. Happy cooperation. Lin Chen also stood up, shook hands with Sun Yong, and smiled lightly. After Sun Yong left, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei also stood up to leave the cafe. This made Wei Chao, who had been keeping an eye on Lin Chen, breathe a sigh of relief. ACH Chen, is this whole street yours now? Jiang Shuawei looked at the crowded Luan street, her eyes flashing with a hint of confusion. She suddenly felt that she seemed unworthy of Lin Chen, even though she was the campus belle. For a person with status like Lin Chen, a campus belle? Just a plaything. Lin Chen noticed that Jiang Shuawei's mood was somewhat low and wrapped his arm around her shoulder. No, we should say it's ours. Lin Chen smelled the fragrance of Jiang Shuawei's hair and a smile appeared on his face. Jiang Shuawei felt Lin Chen's warm embrace and suddenly felt very secure, her attachment to him increasing a few more points. She turned around and hugged Lin Chen. Grandma, I think I found the person you mentioned. Jiang Shuawei muttered in a voice only she could hear. Isn't that our school's campus belle, Jiang Shuawei? Why is she hugging a guy? Where? Wow. It really is. My wife is actually hugging another man? My youth is over. After all, Luan Street is near the school, so it was inevitable that they would be noticed by fellow students. Especially since Jiang Shuawei was the campus belle of Suzhou University. Naturally, the two also heard the exclamations from those people. Jiang Shuawei's face turned rosy as she released her hands, arranging her hair to ease her embarrassment. Shall we go to that pet store? ACH Chen, do you like cats and dogs? Jiang Shuawei pointed at a pet store named Maichong Pet Store with a cheerful tone. She loved cats and dogs. Every time she came to Luan Street with Tangwaner, they would always go in to take a look. Although they never bought anything. But it is also very enjoyable to take a look. Let's go. Lin Chen nodded. It was clear that Jiang Shuawei really liked small animals. Thinking that he would definitely move to Yulan Xingtian No. 1, he imagined that he could raise some cats and dogs that Jiang Shuawei liked, and maybe Jiang Shuawei would be willing to live with him. Jiang Shuawei pulled Lin Chen's hand and quickly walked towards Maichong Pet Store. The few people, seeing they were out of sight, quietly took out their phones and snapped a picture to post on the campus forum. Shocking. Jiang Shuawei, who has rejected countless suitors, actually. In just a few dozen seconds after it was posted, the topic instantly surged to the top. Is that Jiang Shuawei in profile and from behind? I was in love before I even had a girlfriend. Upstairs, +1. This guy looks familiar. Wait. Isn't he the freshman who drove a Ferrari SF90 on the first day of school? Didn't they say Jiang Campus Flower looks down on rich kids? This guy is so handsome. I love him. Upstairs, stop daydreaming. The group looked at the suddenly popular post, their faces showing a trace of shock. Truly, she is the queen of Suzhou University. What a buzz. On the other hand, Zhao Fei, who had just completed the tasks assigned by the counselor, was bored and scrolling through the campus forum. Why does this face look so much like our handsome class leader? Zhao Fei looked at the photo in the post with doubt. Shopping and cuddling with the campus flower, driving a Ferrari SF90 on the first day of school. Zhao Fei's face gradually turned pale. A freshman driving a multi-million Ferrari definitely has some background. I offended him this afternoon. Thinking of this, Zhao Fei felt more and more anxious, his heart feeling like it was being crushed by a heavy stone. Meanwhile, the two in the pet store were completely unaware of what was happening. Ah Chun, look at this ragdoll cat, it's so cute. Jiang Shuawei looked at the pure white cat with gray patterns, its blue eyes sparkling like gems, her excitement almost overflowing. The ragdoll cat seemed to sense Jiang Shuawei's gaze, stretching out its little paw to rest on the cage as if wanting to touch Jiang Shuawei's face. That cute appearance instantly captured Jiang Shuawei's heart. Wow! This ragdoll cat is so cute. It wants to touch me, did you see that, Ah Chen? Jiang Shuawei excitedly shook Lin Chen's arm, her eyes still fixed on the ragdoll cat. If you like it, let's buy it and raise it. Lin Chen gently stroked Jiang Shuawei's head, his eyes full of tenderness. Ah? Really? But it seems troublesome to raise a cat on campus. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Jiang Shuawei was very tempted but hesitated. These are small matters, I'll handle them. Moreover, this little cat will belong to both you and me, very meaningful. Jiang Shuawei's gaze towards the ragdoll cat became softer. Boss, we'll take this ragdoll cat. Seeing that Jiang Shuawei didn't object, Lin Chen smiled slightly and spoke directly to the female shopkeeper. The shopkeeper hurried over, excited to have business. This ragdoll cat, we'll take it. A woman's voice suddenly came from beside Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei. Lin Chen frowned slightly, wondering why he kept running into these troublemakers recently. The woman who spoke looked very pleased with herself. Shuawei, sorry, but I also want this ragdoll cat. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Shuawei, do you know her? Jiang Shuawei looked at the woman in front of her with an ugly face and nodded towards Lin Chen. Her name is Han Chichi, she's my roommate, but we don't get along very well. Lin Chen realized, so that's how it is. He thought he had some kind of protagonist halo, that she was trying to cause trouble and would be slapped back by himself. It turned out to be because of Shuawei. Han Chichi always felt that Jiang Shuawei was pretending to be aloof, ignoring so many rich second-generation suitors who pursued her. Also, why should she be the class beauty while Jiang Shuawei was the campus beauty? She would never admit that she was jealous of Jiang Shuawei. She saw the man next to Jiang Shuawei wearing clothes that seemed to belong to a rich person, but so what? Her boyfriend was a relative of the chairman of the Langzhou group, his status was not something an ordinary rich second generation could compare with. Yet the gaze of the man next to Jiang Shuiwei held a hint of greed, and he glanced at Lin Chen, feeling somewhat envious. I'm sorry, my girlfriend also likes this ragdoll cat, so I can only ask both of you to step aside. That man repressed the greed in his eyes and looked down at Lin Chen with arrogance. There must be a first come, first served rule? Jiang Shuiwei's face turned cold. Indeed, these two were the first to want this ragdoll cat. There is another ragdoll over there that is also very cute. The shopkeeper spoke apologetically to Han Qiqi and her companion, but before she could finish, Han Qiqi interrupted. Haven't they paid yet? Since they haven't paid, why can't I compete? The shopkeeper was put in a difficult position. This ragdoll cat is priced at 8,999, how about this, I'll pay 12,000 for it. The man looked at the shopkeeper and said with a smile. The shopkeeper obviously seemed tempted, who wouldn't want to make more money? Thank you, baby. Han Qiqi happily kissed that man and provocatively glanced at Jiang Shuiwei. Jiang Shuiwei's pretty face flushed with anger. She wanted to give up but couldn't bear to part with the lively cat, as she always felt the little cat liked her very much. Seeing Jiang Shuiwei was unhappy, Lin Chen also felt a bit angry. Originally, he didn't want to interfere too much with their dormitory matters, but since that man insisted on getting involved, don't blame me. Competing in wealth? I'm not afraid at all. I'll bid 20,000. Lin Chen's expression was calm. At this moment, people around also noticed the bidding. Is this ragdoll cat really worth this much? 20,000 for one? Didn't you see the marked price of 8,999? This is obviously a conflict trying to drive up the price on purpose. The discussions around made that man's expression darken. Young people in their 20s care about face. If he lost to the boyfriend of his girlfriend's rival at this moment, wouldn't he lose all dignity? How could he lift his head in front of Han Qiqi then? I'll bid 50,000. The man gritted his teeth and raised it to 50,000. Then he leaned in close to Lin Chen and whispered a threat. I'm a relative of the chairman of Langzhou Group, my name is Wang Haoren, give me some face. He wasn't unable to afford this money but feared that this would escalate and have bad consequences. If his uncle found out he did this in public for a woman. Lin Chen became intrigued upon hearing this. Langzhou Group? One of the top 500 enterprises in China? This background is indeed not small but still not enough. 100,000. Lin Chen ignored him and continued to raise the bid. Ding. System task released. Make Wang Haorun apologize. Reward, luxury car license plate, Shui 88888. Because today's triggered task has reached the limit, the reward will be given tomorrow. There's a limit on triggered tasks? Wang Haorun's face darkened even more upon hearing this. Haorun. How come it's you? A person squeezed into the crowd, looking at Wang Haorun in surprise. Wang Haorun turned around, his face breaking into a smile. Bro, how come you're here? I wanted to buy a cat for my girlfriend, but this couple insisted on competing with me, so I had no choice but to raise the price. Wang Shijie frowned and glanced at Han Qiqi after hearing this. Han Qiqi, upon hearing that was Wang Haorun's brother, immediately lost her previous arrogance, now feeling increasingly nervous under Wang Shijie's scrutiny. She had heard Wang Haorun mention that his brother, Wang Shijie, the grandson of the chairman of Langzhou Group, also studied at Suzhou University. Isn't this the person who drove that 4 million supercar the other day? Jiang Shuiwei whispered to Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded. It turned out that Wang Shijie was Wang Haorun's older brother, which also meant he was part of the Wang family of the Langzhou Group. Upon hearing the commotion, Wang Shijie came over to take a look and found it was Wang Haorun. The old man and their family absolutely detested such behavior. He always insisted on being low-key in life but high-key in work. Wang Haorun was just a distant relative's child, who only gained a bit of fortune after the old man became successful. At this moment, Wang Shijie noticed Lin Chen and Jiang Shuiwei. Brother Lin? Sister-in-law? Wang Shijie greeted them. Wang Haorun and Han Qiqi felt a jolt in their hearts. They actually knew Wang Shijie? Moreover, the way Wang Shijie addressed them was quite humble. Jiang Shuiwei's background was understood by Han Qiqi. She quickly ruled that out, leaving Lin Chen as the one called Brother Lin. Could it be that Jiang Shuiwei's boyfriend held a status even higher than the grandson of the chairman of the Langzhou Group? Han Qiqi felt regret inside. Had she known, she wouldn't have provoked Jiang Shuiwei. Wang Haorun, on the other hand, nervously looked at Wang Shijie and the three others. Lin Chen nodded and looked at Wang Haorun. Is this your younger brother? Yes, he is a distant cousin. Wang Shijie explained. Is there a misunderstanding? Lin Chen owned a Lamborghini Veneno worth nearly 100 million, with a globally limited production of just a few vehicles. His identity background must be extraordinary, and it wouldn't be wise to offend him easily. Unless Lin Chen did something too extreme. You can ask your younger brother. Lin Chen replied calmly. Jiang Shuiwei also looked indignantly at Wang Haoran and the two others. Knowing that Lin Chen's background must be unusual, the two felt anxious inside. Wang Shijie, seeing their attitude along with his understanding of this distant cousin, started to form a rough idea in his mind. Wang Shijie's expression darkened as he turned to Wang Haoran. What exactly happened? Wang Haoran knew the two were acquainted and didn't dare to exaggerate. He could only grit his teeth and explain the whole situation. After listening, Wang Shijie gave Wang Haoran a fierce glare, then coldly swept an eye over Han Qiqi. Han Qiqi instinctively pressed closer to Wang Haoran. Brother Lin, sister-in-law, I sincerely apologize, this matter is indeed Haoran's fault. Wang Shijie said to Lin Chen and Jiang Shuiwei with an apologetic tone. Aren't you going to apologize? Wang Shijie turned to Wang Haoran, constantly giving him signals, his tone not too pleasant. I'm sorry, Brother Lin, I'm sorry, sister-in-law. What I did today was out of line. Wang Haoran, seeing Wang Shijie's signals, hurriedly apologized, his curiosity about Lin Chen's background growing stronger. However, Han Qiqi stood still, not moving a muscle. Wang Haoran saw his cousin's face darken and quickly tugged at Han Qiqi, signaling her to apologize quickly. But Han Qiqi shook off Wang Haoran's hand and turned to leave the pet shop. Chapter 22, I also have a bit of wealth. Want me to apologize to Jiang Shuiwei? Dream on. If I apologize, I'll have to see her every day in the dorm, and that would be so awkward. I can just change boyfriends, after all, I don't look bad. Wang Haoran stared blankly at Han Qiqi, who had already walked far away. Who am I? Where am I? Wang Shijie looked at his disappointing cousin. Look at the type of person you're with. Wang Haoran lowered his head dispiritedly. Since getting together with Han Qiqi, he had spent quite a lot of money on her, and she had acted very loving towards him. Who would have thought that today, in an attempt to help her, he got into trouble and she wouldn't even apologize? Buzz buzz. Wang Haoran's phone vibrated. He opened it to see a message. Let's break up. A message popped up before his eyes. Yet Wang Haoran felt neither anger nor questioned her reason for doing so. Brother Lin, I truly apologize for disturbing you and sister-in-law because of such a woman. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. This attitude was clearly much more sincere than before. It's alright, since you are Wang Shijie's brother, let's leave it at that. Lin Chen smiled lightly. Ding. The task of having Wang Haoran apologize is completed. Due to today's task reward reaching its limit, the reward will be issued tomorrow. Brother Lin, are you free tonight? I would like to invite you and your sister-in-law to dinner as an apology. Wang Shijie looked at Wang Haoran's performance with satisfaction. Finally, he showed a bit of the Wang family's spirit. He needs to learn to read the room and know what to provoke and what not to. I'm all good, it mainly depends on my girlfriend. Lin Chen looked tenderly at Jiang Shuiwei. Jiang Shuiwei felt warmth in her heart. That's fine, no problem. Jiang Shuiwei knew that the Wang family brothers were not ordinary, and getting along with her boyfriend would be beneficial overall. What is most important in this society? Of course, it's connections. Then thank you, Brother Lin and sister-in-law, for your grace. Wang Haoran was naturally very happy to see them agree. From his cousin's attitude, it was clear that Lin Chen's status and background were extraordinary. If he could get to know such a person, it would be all benefits and no harm for him. Cousin, are you going too? Of course I will go. I still want to chat more with Brother Lin. What, you don't want me to go? Wang Shijie laughed while scolding. No, how could that be? Wang Haoran shrank his neck. Brother Lin, have you driven here? How about you take my car? My brother definitely drives a supercar, only fits one, I drive a two-door Mercedes, just right to take you and sister-in-law. Wang Haoran spoke very carefully. No need, I have my own car. You send a location, and we'll go by ourselves. Lin Chen declined. After Lin Chen and Jiang Shuiwei got in their car, they received the location sent by Wang Shijie. Another Dihao? Lin Chen couldn't help but smile in disbelief. From yesterday to today, plus the dinner tonight, they were eating at Dihao again. Going to your territory again? Jiang Shuiwei teased. Lin Chen smiled and remained silent. When Lin Chen arrived at the entrance of Dihao, Wang Shijie and Wang Haoran were already waiting there. Cousin, look. Is that a Lamborghini Veneno? Wow, how rich do you have to be to own that car? Wang Haoran was extremely envious. Many people can afford a Lamborghini Veneno, but being able to let your juniors drive one means you are extraordinarily wealthy. Wang Shijie couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at Wang Haoran's surprised expression. He was eagerly waiting to see Wang Haoran's face when he found out it was Lin Chen's car. When Lin Chen and Jiang Shuiwei got out of the car, Wang Haoran's eyes widened. Is this car Brother Lin's? Wang Haoran spoke excitedly but stuttered. In his heart, his desire to befriend Lin Chen grew firm. He didn't expect to meet such a top-rich second generation through a twist of fate. How long have you waited? Lin Chen approached Jiang Shuawei and asked with a gentle smile. Not too long, brother Lin, your car is so cool. Wang Haoran's eyes sparkled with desire, nearly overflowing. It's all right, shall we go in and eat? Sure. Hello, President Lin. As Lin Chen and his group walked into the hall, the receptionist, Lu Jing, lit up at the sight of Lin Chen. But when she saw Jiang Shuawei holding Lin Chen's hand, the light in her eyes faded. Lin Chen nodded at Lu Jing. Ha? President Lin? Brother Lin, this Dihao is your property. Wang Shijie and Wang Haoran looked at Lin Chen in surprise. Dihao is quite famous among the powerful circles in Tianfu City. Those who can eat in the special rooms at Dihao are considered prominent figures in the entire Tianfu City. This shows how significant Dihao is. Yeah, I just acquired it a few days ago. It's a small business, nothing to mention. Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Impressive. Even Wang Shijie couldn't help but exclaim. You should know that the entire Langzhou group has a market value of only over 80 billion, and this Dihao hotel probably costs at least several billion to acquire, right? Is a small industry not worth mentioning? To Lin Chen, even the billion-dollar empire group is just a small industry, which shows Lin Chen's background. Wang Haoran realized deeply what kind of person he nearly offended, and a wave of fear washed over him. Lin Chen felt as if he was almost the owner of Empire Group, as he had been visiting the place constantly these past few days. Thanks to Wang Shijie, Wang Haoran managed to book the VIP room number 5. Director Lin, do you need to change to VIP room number 1 for you and your friends? No need, just stay in room number 5. By the way, tell Dongfang that VIP room number 1 will be closed to the public from now on. Understood. Director Lin. Lin Chen and his group walked toward the elevator. Lu Jing looked at Jiang Shuawei's back and couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps only such a beautiful woman is worthy of Director Lin. After ordering their food, they started chatting. Wang Shijie, both you and Wang Haoran are from Langzhou Group? Brother Lin, you can call me Shijie and him Haoran, even my sister-in-law can call us like that. That's right, my grandpa is Wang Shilin. Wang Shijie said this with great pride on his face. Since childhood, he had idolized his grandfather, who founded Langzhou Group worth around 80 to 90 billion. Jiang Shuawei suppressed her inner shock, appearing very calm on the outside. I can't act like I haven't seen the world. I can't embarrass Ah Chen. Jiang Shuawei felt like the first 20 years of her life were wasted, only realizing how small her previous world was when she encountered the real upper class. So, you are the son of Langzhou Group. Lin Chen teased, and he also felt a desire to make friends. Even with the system, I can't always fight alone, right? Brother Lin, you are joking. By the way, Brother Lin, what does your family do? Being able to afford poison must be quite ordinary, right? Wang Shijie asked curiously. Jiang Shuawei and Wang Shijie both listened attentively. My parents are just workers, nothing special to say. Lin Chen said flatly. Everyone looked disbelieving, thinking that Lin Chen was just not convenient to say more, so they didn't inquire further. As for me, I have a bit of small assets. I own a street of shops, a hotel, and some shares of Penguin. Chapter 23, The Shocked Wang Brothers. Shares of Penguin? The Wang brothers exclaimed in unison. Brother Lin, are you talking about that Penguin company ranked in the top 20 of the Fortune Global 500? Wang Haoran had a face full of shock. The scale of Penguin is unimaginably enormous, ranked 17th in the world, definitely a giant. Even if Lin Chen only owned a tiny fraction of Penguin, it was still incredible. Otherwise, what other Penguin could there be? Lin Chen looked at Wang Haoran with a smile. Brother Lin, I haven't heard of any new shareholders joining Penguin recently? Wang Shijie said with some confusion, knowing all the shareholders of Penguin, and indeed, there was no Lin Chen among them. You should know in a few days. Lin Chen explained lightly, and the waiter brought the dishes in. Followed by Dongfang's arrival. The two young masters of the Wang family? How could they be with Director Lin? As soon as Dongfang entered, he saw Wang Shijie and Wang Haoran. Director Lin, Miss Jiang. Director Lin, I'm here too. I know what you want to say, let's talk later. I want to have dinner with my friends now. Lin Chen picked up his chopsticks and grabbed a piece of duck meat, finding it good, then also gave Jiang Shuawei a piece. Understood, Director Lin, I won't disturb you and the two young masters of the Wang family anymore. Dongfang had to retreat upon hearing this. After they finished their meal and were full, they stood up to prepare to return to school. Dongfang had already been waiting at the door. Shijie, you and Haoran go ahead. I have something to deal with. Lin Chen looked at the Wang brothers. Okay, then Brother Lin, we will leave first. After the two left, Lin Chen looked at the general manager of Empire Group in front of him. Dongfang, do you still want to continue in this position? Dongfang broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. This position is extremely important to him, he has made many connections here and earns millions a year. Director Lin, I still want to continue. Please give me this opportunity. Jiang Shuowei gently pulled Lin Chen's hand, unable to bear it. She had a pretty good impression of Dongfang. Lin Chen squeezed Jiang Shuowei's delicate little hand. Considering you have worked at the hotel for so many years, even if you have no achievements, at least you have put in hard work, I will give you this opportunity. Do you know why I am a bit dissatisfied with you? Lin Chen looked at the relieved Dongfang calmly. Is it because of my friend's child? Dongfang observed Lin Chen's expression, asking somewhat tentatively. Lin Chen shook his head. That is not your fault, your mistake was allowing him into the private room just because he is your nephew. Why did Dihao become a gathering place for powerful figures? Beyond the fact that the hotel itself is excellent, I need not say more, right? I understand now, Director Lin. This kind of thing will definitely not happen again in the future. Dongfang immediately pledged. Alright, work hard, and I won't treat you unfairly. Who says Dihao can only be in Tianfu? Isn't that right? Lin Chen said with a hint. Dongfang felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this. When Director Lin said this, wasn't he hinting that if he worked hard, Dihao might open up nationwide, and he? Director Lin, I will definitely work hard and not disappoint you. Dongfang, a man in his 40s, felt as if he was back in his 20s, filled with energy. Jiang Shuowei held Lin Chen's hand, feeling very proud. This is my man. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll head out first. Lin Chen looked at Dongfang's current state with satisfaction. Hit with a stick and then give a sweet date, painting a cake, this is the way to manage subordinates. Director Lin, please keep this card. Dongfang took out a black card and handed it to Lin Chen. This is the supreme card of Dihao Hotel, there is only one right now. Dongfang explained. This card actually represents status and identity. Originally, there were no supreme cards, only silver, gold, and diamond cards, and this supreme card was made temporarily. Lin Chen took the card, examined it in his hand. It felt great, the card was entirely black, and in the upper right corner, a dazzling diamond was embedded, shining with brilliant light. Not only was this diamond decoration, but it also served as an anti-counterfeiting sign for the black card, ensuring the card's uniqueness. The entire card exuded a mysterious and noble aura. Jiang Shuowei also seemed to like the design of this card, she took it from Lin Chen's hand and played with it. That's thoughtful. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. I'm glad you like it, Director Lin. Lin Chen sent Jiang Shuowei to the dormitory entrance. Ah Chen, I'll head up now? Jiang Shuowei looked at Lin Chen with reluctance. Lin Chen gently wrapped his arm around Jiang Shuowei's slim waist and then leaned down to kiss her. After a while, their lips parted. And, you can go up now. Lin Chen looked at the blushing Jiang Shuowei, his lips slightly curling up. Bad guy. Jiang Shuowei turned and entered the dormitory building after saying that. Lin Chen only turned to leave after Jiang Shuowei's figure disappeared from sight. Back in the dormitory. Boss. Did you know you're trending on the campus forum? As soon as Lin Chen entered, Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei excitedly surrounded him. What? Lin Chen was puzzled. Chen Xiao opened the campus forum and showed Lin Chen the blazing hot post. You were secretly photographed while shopping with the campus beauty Jiang today, and it was posted on the campus forum. Boss, now you are the public enemy of all the boys in school. And, the fact that you drove a Ferrari to enroll has also been exposed, and now people are saying that the campus beauty is clinging to a rich young man. Xiao Wei added. Lin Chen stared closely at it. It was indeed in the afternoon when Lin Chen was close with Jiang Shuowei on Lulang Street. These campus paparazzi are really everywhere. Lin Chen quickly took out his phone to call Jiang Shuowei. What's wrong, Aiken? Are you missing me? Jiang Shuowei's playful voice came through the phone. In the dormitory, Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei were so excited they were dancing with their hands but dared not speak, which made Lin Chen laugh. Of course I miss you. Have you seen the school forum? Lin Chen's gentle voice made Jiang Shuowei's heart melt on the other end of the line. I saw it. As soon as I got back to the dormitory, Warner told me. Don't mind what those people say on the forum, they are just jealous that you have such an outstanding boyfriend. The two in the dormitory couldn't take it anymore and ran to the balcony to avoid seeing it. Haha, Aiken, how can you be so cute? Yes, my boyfriend is the best in the world. They chatted for a few more minutes before hanging up the phone. Of course I miss you. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei mimicked the girl's tone and threw a flirtatious glance at Lin Chen. Get lost, you two. You are really disgusting. Lin Chen laughed and scolded. Where's Xiao Fei? Why hasn't he returned to the dormitory yet? Seeing Xiao Fei hadn't come back yet, Lin Chen asked curiously. It seems like the fourth brother went out to play with the junior sisters. Sigh, it's just the two of us left in the dorm. Chen Xiao sighed. Hey, big brother, does the school flower from Jiang University have any single sisters? Can you introduce them to me and the second brother? Lin Chen's mind flashed with images of Tang Wan'er fiercely protecting her friends and Han Qiqi calling Wang Haoren baby. He couldn't help but shudder. Forget it, you guys can't handle it. TCH. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei rolled their eyes and went to play games. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly at these two jokers. Have the military training uniforms been handed out yet? Lin Chen looked at the olive green clothes on the table and asked. Yeah, those class leaders brought them over. Chen Xiao replied. Chapter 24 Military Training begins. At this moment, Lu Shu sent a meeting link. Chairman Lin, here is the meeting invitation link for tomorrow morning. The meeting will start promptly at 9 o'clock. Alright, I will attend. Lin Chen thought about the new students' military training starting tomorrow, but it should be fine to ask for leave after explaining the situation, right? Early the next morning, Lin Chen was awakened by the ringing of his phone. It was an alarm set by Xiao Wei. Today was the day military training began. Lin Chen took out his phone and saw it was only 7:30, sent Jiang Shuawei a good morning message, and then got out of bed to wash up. Has the fourth brother still not returned? It seems he had a wild night out. Chen Xiao looked at Xiao Fei's empty bed a bit enviously. Yeah, and we have to gather soon. I wonder if the fourth brother will make it. Xiao Wei chimed in. Bang! Xiao Fei burst through the door. Hurry up! I saw many people in military uniforms downstairs heading towards the playground. Xiao Fei rushed in, changing into his military uniform while urging the three who were still washing up. You know to come back, huh, fourth? Our 515 can't fit you anymore. Chen Xiao looked at Xiao Fei with jealousy. You're just jealous that I can stay out all night with the girls. Xiao Fei quickly changed his clothes and retorted. Chen Xiao laughed awkwardly, feeling exposed. Once they changed into their military uniforms, they went to the playground, where it was already crowded. According to the messages in the class group, it took them a long time to find their class's formation. After the leaders on stage excitedly delivered a lengthy speech, the instructor marched in a well-ordered formation onto the playground. All the boys and girls in the class were separated and assigned to members of other classes. The instructor assigned to Lin Chen's group looked very muscular, clearly someone who wasn't easy to deal with. I am your instructor. My name is Zhang Dazhu. For the next 7 days, you all are under my command. Zhang Dazhu looked seriously at the students while checking their attire. You. Step forward. Zhang Dazhu pointed at a student. That classmate walked out nervously. Why are you wearing flip-flops for military training? I didn't have time to change. In the future, start your answer with report, instructor. Start over. Report, instructor. I didn't have time to change. Is that an excuse? You have 10 minutes to change. Run 2 laps as punishment. Why should I run 3 laps? The boy expressed some dissatisfaction. Because I'm your instructor. If you don't like it, you can go talk to the counselor. The boy had no choice but to return to the dorm to change his shoes. After the earlier display of discipline, the formation noticeably became much more obedient, everyone standing straight. Now practice military posture. Let's try it for an hour. Zhang Dazhu said this and walked to sit under a tree, watching everyone. 40 minutes later. Boss, I feel like I'm going to die. Chen Xiao was already quite thin, swaying unsteadily after standing for more than 40 minutes in military posture. Hang in there, it should be almost over. Lin Chen was soaked in sweat from the sun. He hadn't been exercising much and felt his body wasn't as good as it was in middle school. He could still run 1,000 meters in just over 3 minutes back then, but now. Ding. System task activated. Maintain military posture for 1 hour. Reward, strengthened physique. Ding. Yesterday's reward has been released. Leopard license plate, Shuei 88888 has been swapped for Lamborghini Venom. Lin Chen was overjoyed, the system was truly a good thing. After another 10 minutes. Sit down and rest. Everyone sat down as if they had heard a heavenly sound. Ding. Task of maintaining military posture for 1 hour is completed. System rewards have been distributed. A system notification sounded in Lin Chen's mind, followed by a warm flow changing his body. This pleasant feeling almost made him cry out. Even his weak legs from standing still for an hour became strong again. Boss, can we go buy water now? I'm almost dying of thirst. Chen Xiao sat on the ground, rubbing his legs. Why don't you go ask? Lin Chen looked over at Zhang Dazhu, who was chatting with other instructors under the tree. Forget it. Chen Xiao recalled the scene of the boy who had to run 3 laps before coming back to stand in military posture. Since it was the first day of military training, many classmates were unprepared, only a few brought water. Someone still went to ask the instructor if he could go buy water, and all eyes were focused on him with admiration and expectation. But when they saw that boy coming back dejected, everyone understood the answer. At that moment, a girl approached their formation, looking quite good, holding 2 bottles of water. Instantly, everyone's eyes were attracted. This girl was clearly here to deliver water. Here. Ice cold. Zhao Fei stood up happily and shouted at the girl. When the girl saw Zhao Fei, she immediately walked over to him. Needless to say, she must be Zhao Fei's girlfriend. After getting the water, Zhao Fei exchanged a few words with her before she left. She was a student from a nearby vocational school, and her military training would start in a few days. Zhao Fei deliberately had her come to deliver water today just to show off. At this moment, Zhao Fei looked at the envious and jealous eyes of his classmates around him. He felt extremely pleased. After all, many people came from other places to study, and finding a girlfriend within 3 days of starting college was quite rare. At this point, Zhao Fei handed the water to Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked up in surprise at Zhao Fei. Was this guy out of his mind? Was he delivering water to me? Classmate, yesterday I went a bit too far. I apologize. I hope we can still be good classmates. This bottle of water is my apology. Zhao Fei looked at Lin Chen with a sincere expression. Some classmates who knew what happened yesterday looked at Zhao Fei's now very friendly attitude, and a sense of approval for Zhao Fei as class leader quietly grew in their hearts. Ding! Task of having Zhao Fei apologize is completed. The task reward has been placed on the bed in your dormitory. Wow! Isn't that the school belle Jiang Shuowei? I heard she is dating a freshman. Jiang Shuowei isn't coming to bring water to her boyfriend, is she? It must be. Oh, my heart is broken. At the entrance of the playground, a girl in a white long dress, with an incredibly beautiful appearance, looked like a fairy descended from the sky. The students on the playground watched Jiang Shuowei and whispered among themselves, all curious about who her boyfriend really was. The previously listless boys now appeared full of energy. Boss, Jiang the school belle isn't coming to bring you water, is she? Chen Xiao leaned closer to Lin Chen and asked. Lin Chen watched Jiang Shuowei searching for his figure, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. This girl. I accept your apology, but no need for water, my girlfriend has already brought me some. When Zhao Fei heard that Lin Chen accepted his apology, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Whether he wanted his water or not was fine, as long as he didn't hold a grudge against him. Don't, boss, you have to have mine. Chen Xiao took Zhao Fei's water and opened it to chug it down. Lin Chen waved his hand to Jiang Shuowei. What is Lin Chen doing? Trying to catch the school belle's attention? What a pity, if Jiang the school belle didn't have a boyfriend, based on Lin Chen's looks, there might really be a chance. The students quietly discussed Lin Chen's actions. Jiang Shuowei saw Lin Chen waving at her, her eyes lit up, and she walked toward him. Chapter 25, The School Belle Brings Water. No way? Jiang Shuowei is really coming over here. Lin Chen can't be Jiang the school belle's boyfriend, right? Everyone was shocked as they watched Jiang Shuowei approach closer and closer. Aiken, here's some water. Jiang Shuowei stood in front of Lin Chen, handed him a cup of lemon water, and playfully winked at him. She wanted to tell everyone in front of her that Lin Chen was her Jiang Shuowei's boyfriend, no one else could take him away. Lin Chen smiled gently and took the cup of lemon water from Jiang Shuowei's hand. The commotion caused by Jiang Shuowei also caught the attention of many girls towards Lin Chen and his friend Zhao Fei. Wow! I just realized we actually have 2 handsome guys in our year. What a pity, the school belle has already made her move. How could we possibly compete? Isn't there another one? The girls looked at Lin Chen and Zhao Fei with sparkling eyes. Jiang Shuowei noticed the gazes from the girls and protectively held Lin Chen's hand. Lin Chen smiled slightly at Jiang Shuowei's small action, holding her hand a bit tighter. Everyone in Lin Chen's group was stunned. Compared to Jiang Shuowei, Zhao Fei's girlfriend was nothing. They had previously laughed at Lin Chen for being overly romantic, but who would have thought Jiang the school belle truly was his girlfriend? No, wait, I heard Jiang the school belle's boyfriend drives a Ferrari AF90 to school. Awakened from a dying illness, the clown was actually me? Everyone felt their faces burning with embarrassment. Alright, the break is over. Get up and continue training. Zhang Daju gave a stunning glance at Jiang Shuowei and shouted at the students sitting under the sun. Can't we rest a few more minutes? My feet are about to give out. Exactly, we are the flowers of the future of our country. Lin Chen smiled slightly as he listened to the complaints around him. Aiken, I'm leaving now? You train well. Jiang Shuowei patted Lin Chen's head, looking like a little adult, speaking earnestly. Got it, Lady Jiang. Zhang Shuawei pinched Lin Chen's cheek and then turned to leave the playground. Instructor, I need to request a leave. Lin Chen looked at Zhang Dazhu and said. Request a leave? What leave? Zhang Dazhu's face darkened upon hearing this. He hated students who tried to slack off the most. The company is holding a shareholders meeting, and I am required to attend online. Lin Chen said as he showed Zhang Dazhu the chat records with Lu Shu. Shareholders meeting? Isn't he just a rich second generation? He's in his first year and already a shareholder of a company? Why does he seem so fake as a man? I think so too. Could it be an excuse to be lazy and not train? That shouldn't be the case. After all, he entered school in a Ferrari. Classmates looked at Lin Chen and talked amongst themselves, already jealous that he had a school beauty girlfriend bringing him water, and now it felt like they had found an outlet to vent. Lin Chen heard what his classmates said but didn't mind it. But Chen Xiao and the others were not happy. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Our boss is the owner of Dihao. If you don't know, stop spreading nonsense. Owner of Dihao? I might believe if you said his dad was the owner, but him? Besides, who is the owner of Dihao? I'm a regular there. At this moment, a man said disdainfully. His name was Lin Tianyu, from another class. His dad often took him to Dihao for meals, and he knew several shareholders there. His dad, Lin Xiangdong, was also good friends with Li Shangyu from Dihao. Would the owner be him? What a joke! When everyone heard Lin Tianyu, seeing his confidence, they looked at the three with some doubt, thinking they were just boasting. Indeed, Dihao is a high-end hotel often visited by local elites. It's worth at least tens of billions. Would the owner be a freshman? Another person echoed Lin Tianyu's words. Everyone became more certain that the three were just bragging. Lin Tianyu became increasingly proud. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei were about to retort, but Xiao Fei held them back. Do you think they will believe your explanations? It's better to see how our boss handles this. Only then did the two step back, their gazes toward Lin Tianyu turning a bit cold. Zhang Dachu looked at Lin Chen's chat records with Lu Shu. Who is she? She's the board secretary from our company. Lin Chen explained. Zhang Dachu listened, looking confused. Board secretary? What does that do? What's your company's name? Penguin Computer System Company, Limited. As soon as Lin Chen said this, the whole room fell silent. Xiao Fei and the others widened their eyes, staring at the calm-faced Lin Chen. Boss is a shareholder of Penguin? This must be a lie. Xiao Wei seemed unsure. It shouldn't be. Do you think a guy like our boss would be so foolish in front of so many people? Chen Xiao thought it felt a bit surreal but chose to believe Lin Chen. Xiao Fei didn't speak. He knew Lin Chen's background was unusual but didn't realize he was also a shareholder of Penguin. However, when did Penguin get an additional shareholder? Xiao Fei felt puzzled. Ha ha ha. He says he's a shareholder of Penguin. Then I can only say I'm Little Ma. I'm Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Pay up. Does he not have any self-awareness about Penguin's scale? Thinking that just because he drives a Ferrari SF90, he can become a shareholder of Penguin? Oh, he looks good, but ends up being such a braggart. Lin Chen ignored these clowns and looked anxiously at Zhang Dachu. It was already 9:56, and the shareholders' meeting was set to begin at 10. Zhang Dachu was stifling a laugh, looking at the handsome boy in front of him. All right, you go. Remember to come back after the meeting. After all, Lin Chen told such a lie just to take it easy. Refusing now would make him seem unkind. Lin Chen nodded and put on his headphones, sitting in the shade of a tree, entering the Penguin meeting. I said those three were just boasting, didn't I? Dihao was one thing, but now it's even Penguin. Why doesn't he just say he's the president of beautiful country? Lin Tianyu disdainfully said to Xiao Fei and the others. This drew laughter from the classmates. You. Chen Xiao, with a quick temper, couldn't hold back and was thankfully stopped by Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei. If a fight broke out during military training, they would probably be expelled from school. Of course, except for Xiao Fei. The people are already here, so let's officially start this online shareholders meeting. Lin Chen looked at the name displayed next to the speaker's microphone, My Tongue, and knew exactly who it was. This shareholders meeting is to welcome our new shareholder, Lin Chen. Shareholder Lin has acquired 10% of our Penguin shares, which means shareholder Lin is now our second largest shareholder. Does shareholder Lin have a few words to say? Lin Chen took a deep breath. Those who could attend the Penguin shareholders meeting were all renowned companies and individuals, and it would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. After all, he was just like a freshman who suddenly got rich thanks to a system. Chapter 26, Online Shareholders Meeting. Lin Chen opened the microphone. Then I will say a few words. I have great confidence in Penguin's future, so I joined Penguin. I am very pleased to meet all of you. Welcome Mr. Lin to Penguin Company. Others also opened their microphones to greet Lin Chen. Lin Chen could only think that if it wasn't for the fact that he could speak English, it might have been quite awkward. Mr. Lin, there will be a press conference later. Do you want your information to be released? When Mai Tang first saw Lin Chen's identity information, he was extremely shocked. The data showed Lin Chen was a freshman at Suzhou University, and his parents were just ordinary workers. Where did he get such a terrifying amount of funds to acquire shares in Penguin? So he concluded that Lin Chen must be extraordinary, and at the same time, he worried that Lin Chen would affect his decision-making power in the company. Every investor had signed an agreement with Mai Tang, stating that they would not participate in company decisions and would only enjoy profit sharing. In this way, even if Mai Tang's shares were less than 10%, he could still control the entire Penguin company. Therefore, he needed to make Lin Chen sign this agreement, trying every possible way. Just hint at it subtly. I don't want to disturb my normal life. Lin Chen said indifferently. He didn't like being Loki, with power and strength, he should enjoy it. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger looked fun, but it wasn't his style. However, he also didn't want his beautiful college life to be interrupted. After the meeting, Lin Chen's super message sent a friend request, and when he opened it, it was from Mai Tang. Lin Chen thought for a moment and chose to agree. Mr. Lin, I have something I want to discuss with you. Lin Chen had a general idea in his mind. It must be about signing the joint action agreement, right? Chairman Mai, I know what you want to say, but what can you offer? Although they had the same interest in wanting Penguin to develop, it was obviously impossible for Lin Chen to sign the agreement just because Mai Tang said so. How about this, I will come to Tianfu City tomorrow to discuss the details with you. Is that okay? Sure, but I have military training. Let's meet at the Dihao Hotel in the evening for a detailed discussion. Alright. Then I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Lin Chen put away his phone and walked toward the formation. Oi! The major shareholder of Penguin is back. How was the meeting? Ah, XSWL. Lin Tianyu teased Lin Chen, speaking in a strange tone. Whoever spoke, step out. Zhang Daju's face darkened. Don't you know to report before speaking? Go. Run 3 laps around the playground. Lin Tianyu's smile froze on his face. He glared fiercely at Lin Chen, then began to run around the playground. You can join the formation. Zhang Daju then looked at Lin Chen and said. Lin Chen nodded and returned to his position. They were currently teaching the correct marching steps, and Chen Xiao kicked along while muttering softly. Boss, are you really a shareholder of Penguin Company? Lin Chen nodded slightly, which counted as a reply. Sit down and take a 10-minute break. Just then, Zhang Daju blew the whistle for a break. Chen Xiao and the others eagerly gathered around to sit down. I am indeed a shareholder of Penguin. Do you think I'm that foolish to use this to deceive people? Lin Chen looked at the 3 of them, smiling bitterly as he explained. It's not that we don't believe you, it's just too unbelievable. I just want to confirm. Boss, you are a shareholder of Penguin. Can you change the pesticide matching mechanism? It's really disgusting. Chen Xiao vented his frustrations. It's not something I can just change. Lin Chen felt a bit speechless. His buddy thought there was something urgent for him to help with, but instead, he wanted him to modify the matching mechanism? Finally, lunchtime came, and he could finally take a break. Boss, when did you acquire shares of Penguin? What percentage do you control? Xiao Fei finally voiced his curiosity after holding it in for a while. There was no way around it, Penguin was quite significant, one of the top 20 companies in the world and one of the best in Huaxia. So, his college roommate was a shareholder of Penguin? I just acquired them a couple of days ago, holding 10%. Lin Chen said casually. 10%? The 3 exclaimed in unison, especially Xiao Fei, whose family held considerable power in Beijing, and thus understood what 10% stake in Penguin meant. Boss. Penguin's official website just released news. It says a new shareholder joined Penguin. Chen Xiao pulled out his phone, ready to search for Penguin shareholders when the hot search's first line was exactly that. Xiao Fei and Xiao Wei hurried over to take a look. Wow. It really is. And old Ma even said it's a young man who just finished university? Holding 10%? Xiao Wei also exclaimed. The 3 looked at Lin Chen, who remained calm and composed, in disbelief. Now, they could confirm that this person was indeed their dormitory boss. Boss, you are really my idol. Chen Xiao hugged Lin Chen tightly. Get off me, are you kidding? It's gross. I'm not even bending. Lin Chen pushed Chen Xiao away in disgust. Sensing the awkwardness, Xiao Wei withdrew his hands and rubbed them together. Ah Chen. As the three walked off the playground, Jiang Shuawei quietly sneaked up behind Lin Chen and tapped him on the shoulder. Shuawei, have you been waiting for a long time? Lin Chen gently took Jiang Shuawei's hand. Jiang Shuawei, feeling shy from the curious gazes around her, still allowed Lin Chen to hold her hand. Not really, I just arrived. Jiang Shuawei stood next to Lin Chen, sizing up Chen Xiao and the others. This one is quite handsome, but still not as handsome as my Chen. She was slightly surprised by Xiao Fei's looks. Both Lin Chen and Xiao Fei had impressive appearances, even in their military training uniforms, it couldn't hide their charm. They were the kind of people you would notice in a crowd. With Jiang Shuawei also being there, everyone's attention was drawn towards them. Noticing Jiang Shuawei checking them out, Lin Chen smiled and introduced. This is Chen Xiao, this is Xiao Wei, and the one whose looks are only slightly worse than mine is Xiao Fei. Hello everyone. I'm Jiang Shuawei, Lin Chen's girlfriend. Jiang Shuawei said generously, not feeling nervous just because they were Lin Chen's friends. Hello, sister-in-law. The three answered in unison. Hello. Boss, both old three and I are also on the looks route, okay? Chen Xiao adjusted his glasses on his nose, speaking in a showy manner. Good. Lin Chen responded perfunctorily. Boss, you should go eat with schoolflower Jiang and ignore us three. Xiao Fei said with a glance at Jiang Shuawei, only briefly checking her out. Even though he was a flirt, it didn't mean he would covet his brother's girl, even if he had previously thought about Jiang Shuawei. Not like some animals. Right, boss, we three will take our leave, you go accompany sister-in-law. Bye. Chen Xiao winked at Lin Chen, then pulled Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei toward the cafeteria. Your roommates are quite interesting, but why do they call you boss? Jiang Shuawei smiled lightly and curiously looked at Lin Chen. Because I am older than them. So casually? The two talked and laughed all the way, making the surrounding classmates envious. If only I could make Jiang Shuawei my girlfriend. Let me drive a luxury car and live in a mansion, I'm willing. You? Go take a nap, everything is wonderful in dreams. Chapter 27, Eat More Kidney Treasure Tablets. It was already the third day at school, and Lin Chen hadn't had a meal yet. Ah Chen, that place with yellow braised chicken is really delicious. I'll take you there. Jiang Shuawei pointed excitedly at the long queue at the window. Okay. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Luckily, we got the last few servings. Jiang Shuawei and Lin Chen found a seat with their trays, and Jiang Shuawei said with a lingering fear. It's normal for new students, nothing unusual. Lin Chen gently responded. I'll take a phone call. While the two were happily eating, Jiang Shuawei received a phone call. Lin Chen nodded. Hello, Mom, what's up? I'm eating. Jiang Shuawei answered the call sweetly. What? Okay. I'll be right back. After hanging up the call, Jiang Shuawei's face turned a bit grim. What happened? Lin Chen set down his chopsticks, looking at Jiang Shuawei. Something happened at home, I need to go back. You have good practice this afternoon. Jiang Shuawei stood up, grabbing her tray as she spoke. Do you need my help? No, it's just a small matter. Alright, then be careful on the way. Got it. Lin Chen watched Jiang Shuawei's disappearing figure and didn't think too much. While eating, Lin Chen considered whether he should find a personal secretary. After all, he had more and more company matters, and he couldn't handle it all alone. Once he made the decision, he picked up his phone and sent a message to Lu Shu. Secretary Lu, do you know any good personal secretaries? I want to hire one. After sending the message, Lin Chen stood up, refilled his food, and returned to the dorm. On the other end, Lu Shu was busy. Hearing the notification of the phone, she picked it up and saw it was a message from Lin Chen, so she didn't dare to be careless. Looking for a personal secretary? Does he need to ask me for this, considering he could probably have a top-level personal secretary behind him? Lu Shu thought secretly as she looked at Lin Chen's message. But this was good, her nephew had just terminated a contract with the last employer, and his abilities should impress Lin Chen. Moreover, if he could connect with Lin Chen, it would be very beneficial for both her and her nephew. May I ask what requirements Chairman Lin has for a personal secretary? No specific requirements, just outstanding ability will do, we can discuss the pay later. I have a nephew, he is very capable and well known as a top-notch secretary in the industry. Would you like to learn more about him? Sure, please send over the information. Lu Shu thought to herself, done. She had full confidence in her nephew's abilities. So she sent Lin Chen her nephew's information. Lin Chen was lying on the bed, while Chen Xiao and the others had already fallen asleep. Because of the system's reward, he still had plenty of energy. Lu Hai, graduated from the finance department of Beijing Financial University, worked as the personal secretary to the chairman of Jiang Bay Sunshine Group. Lin Chen looked at this resume and was quite satisfied. He took out his phone and searched for Jiang Bay Sunshine Group. It was still a top 500 company in the country, though a little further back, which proved that this Lu Hai's ability was quite impressive. Alright, he's the one. Okay, Chairman Lin, I'll have him contact you right away. Lu Shu was a bit excited and quickly called her nephew. Do you know that new shareholder in Penguin Company? Lu Shu got straight to the point. I know him, Aunt, what's up? Lu Hai was a bit puzzled when he heard Lu Shu ask this but suddenly thought, could it be? He asked me to help introduce a personal secretary, and I sent over your information. What did Chairman Lin say? Lu Hai said with a bit of anxiety. This was a precious opportunity for him, even if he eventually terminated the contract with Lin Chen. With this resume, he had no worries about the future. Director Lin is quite satisfied. I have sent your number to Lin through the chat app, you can add him. Lu Shu said with a smile. Thank you, Aunt. I will add him right away. Lu Hai became excited, speaking in an excited tone. He was already prepared to accept an invitation from a city-level company, but unexpectedly, with his aunt's connection, he took such a big step. Director Lin's identity and background are not ordinary. You must be very careful working beside him. As the saying goes, serving the king is like serving a tiger. Lu Shu reminded Lu Hai once again. Don't worry, Aunt, you know my ability. Lu Hai said confidently. Okay, you go ahead with your work, I will hang up now. Alright, Aunt, I will come to see you when I have time. Lu Hai hung up the phone, trying hard to calm his excited heart, and began to research Lin Chen's information and the situation with Penguin. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had already started the military training in the afternoon. Boss, why do you seem like a different person? How come your stamina is so much better? Chen Xiao, panting after finishing the warm-up exercise said, looking at Lin Chen who barely broke a sweat. Eat more kidney pills. Lin Chen said faintly. What? This one phrase left Chen Xiao, Xiaowei, and Xiao Fei stunned. Lin Chen noticed that the guy named Lin Tianyu was looking at him oddly. Lin Tianyu felt a bit anxious, very anxious. Lin Chen just said he was a shareholder of Penguin, and by noon, Penguin's official announcement said they gained a new young shareholder who had just entered university. Is there really such a coincidence in this world? When it was time to rest, Lin Tianyu finally couldn't help but run over to ask Lin Chen. Do you have any evidence to prove you are a shareholder of Penguin? Lin Chen and the others were chatting, and felt a little confused upon hearing this. Why do I need to prove anything to you? Lin Chen looked at Lin Tianyu and said indifferently. Lin Tianyu heard this and instead thought Lin Chen must have gotten the news early, just flaunting it. Are you afraid I'll expose your lies? Lin Tianyu sneered. Other classmates also gathered around to join in the fun. What's wrong with you, Lin Tianyu? Does our boss need to prove he is a shareholder of Penguin to you? What, do you want to lick our boss's boots? Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted all around. Chen Zhao's words were still as sharp as ever. One sentence made Lin Tianyu so angry he exploded. Your name is Chen Xiao, right? Just you wait, you better not step out of school these days, or I'll make you kneel and call me dad. Lin Tianyu said ominously, looking at Chen Xiao. Chen, I'm not afraid of threats the most, XXXS. Chen Xiao was completely unfazed, continuing to stand his ground. Lin Chen and his group suddenly stood up from their seats. Lin Tianyu's companions also moved closer, seemingly ready to fight at any moment. Lin Tianyu? Lin Chen remembered this name in his heart, knowing that once his personal secretary arrived, he could hand over these matters to him. Hey, look over there, is that team about to fight? So brave? Freshmen in military training are about to fight. Aren't they afraid of being punished? Others in different teams also noticed and watched the excitement from the side. What are you doing? Everyone disperse immediately. Chapter 28, A Girlfriend Isn't Just for One. Zhang Dazhu never expected that just stepping out to go to the toilet, his team nearly caused such a big incident. If the chief instructor found out, he would definitely be in trouble. Thinking of this, Zhang Dazhu felt a surge of anger. All those preparing to fight, come out. The rest of you stand still in military posture for half an hour. Zhang Dazhu coldly ordered, pulling Lin Chen and his group as well as Lin Tianyu's group out of the team. After understanding the situation, Zhang Dazhu looked at Lin Tianyu. Hearing your tone, are you still planning to find someone to settle things after school? Of course not, it's just a joke among classmates. Lin Tianyu chuckled awkwardly. He didn't want to be punished for this matter. There were quite a few rich kids at Suzhou University and it wouldn't sound good if it got out. What kind of society are we in now? Do you really think it's like our time when you could just beat someone up? We are all adults now, think twice before you act. Zhang Daju sighed. Don't worry, instructor, we wouldn't say anything so foolish. Chen Xiao said with a smile, nearly making Lin Chen and the others burst into laughter. Lin Tianyu and a few others were gritting their teeth but didn't dare to retort. Zhang Daju honestly didn't want to manage these problem kids, they'd behave honestly after experiencing the harshness of society. As long as they didn't stir up trouble this week, they could do whatever they wanted. Fall in. Back in the dormitory, Xiao Fei and the others started fighting for the bathroom to take a shower. Lin Chen took out his phone and sent a message to Jiang Shuawei. He later realized something felt off. Shuawei, what do your uncle and aunt want you to go back for? After sending the message, he saw a friend request in his phone. It should be Lu Hai, and Lin Chen chose to accept it. Director Lin, I am Lu Hai, you can just call me Xiao Hai from now on. Lin Chen smiled slightly at the message. As expected of a private secretary, this message made him feel very comfortable. Alright, Xiao Hai, bring the contract over tomorrow morning. Then Ma Tang will come to talk to me about things, and you can tag along. Lu Hai was stunned by the message. He had prepared to answer all of Lin Chen's questions, and yet this was it? Without time to think too much, Lu Hai hurriedly replied. They finally agreed to meet tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. at the Dihao Hotel to sign the contract. Then from 9 to 10 a.m., Ma Tang would also come over. Lin Chen discussed the details of the contract with Lu Hai and asked him to look over the information from Penguin Company again before ending the conversation. Looking at the chat with Jiang Shuawei, Lin Chen felt an uneasy premonition seeing that he was the last one to send a message. He picked up his phone and called Jiang Shuawei. Hearing the busy tone on the line, Lin Chen started to panic. Just as he was about to call Dong Fong to help check on Jiang Shuawei's address, her call came back. Lin Chen sighed in relief. What's wrong, Chen? Lin Chen sensed that Jiang Shuawei sounded extremely tired. Shuawei, did something happen? Lin Chen tried to keep his tone gentle. It's nothing. Chen, don't worry, I'll return to school in a few days. So you won't be able to keep me company these days? You mustn't find other girls outside. Jiang Shuawei said fiercely, but Lin Chen always felt that she was hiding something. Alright, could you send me Senior Tang's contact information? In case I can't reach you, I could at least ask Senior Tang. This okay, but I'm a bit busy here, so I'll hang up. Lin Chen heard a commotion on Jiang Shuawei's end, and she hurriedly hung up the phone. After a while, Jiang Shuawei sent a recommended contact. Who are you? I'm Senior Tang, Lin Chen. Tang Wanner seemed puzzled. Why is Shuawei's guy adding me? It's you, what do you want to add me for? Are you going to introduce me to a guy? Lin Chen felt embarrassed. Do you know where Shuawei's family is? It seems something happened at her home, but she won't tell me, I want to go check on her. Jiang Shuawei had left in a hurry. When Tang Wanner asked her what happened, she only vaguely said there was something at home. Now hearing Lin Chen mention it, it did seem a bit off. Tang Wanner thought for a moment and sent Lin Chen an address. This is Shuawei's home address, do you need me to accompany you? No need, senior, I can go by myself. Alright. Lin Chen looked at the address on his phone. Jin Tang Ma. Lin Chen told Ma Tang and Lu Hai about the situation and set the time for the third day later, then he changed his clothes and prepared to go out. Boss, are you going out to find Jian's school flower? Chen Xiao squinted and looked at Lin Chen. Yeah, I have something to do, I'll be back tomorrow night. Lin Chen nodded. Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei went out to buy food, but Chen Xiao made an excuse saying his foot hurt and didn't go out. Ah? Then you need to ask the counselor and the military instructor for leave, right? Chen Xiao, although surprised, didn't ask more, just reminded him. Lin Chen felt a bit of a headache upon hearing this. He really couldn't find a reason to ask for leave. Forget it, I'll just skip it. Lin Chen made up his mind and directly went downstairs to drive the Lamborghini Veneno out of the campus. 2 hours later, Lin Chen arrived at Jiang Shuawei's residential area. Their community is the kind with only 1 or 2 stories, probably houses assigned by the government after land acquisition. As soon as Lin Chen's car entered the community, it attracted many people's attention. In such a small place, rare to see such a luxury car. After Lin Chen got out of the car, several pretty girls approached him blushing and asked to exchange WeChat. Lin Chen politely refused one by one. I have a girlfriend. A girlfriend doesn't mean you can only have one. One of the girls said something surprising. Lin Chen was left speechless. Alright, do you know where Jiang Shuawei's family lives? Jiang Shuawei? I know. You're not her boyfriend, are you? Hearing this, the girls looked a bit disappointed, realizing if it was Jiang Yue, she wouldn't compare to her. Yes, can you tell me where her house is? Lin Chen was very polite. Although Tang Wanner had told him the address, the house number was indeed hard to find. I know, but you probably won't be able to find her, she should be in the hospital? One girl said. Ah. Didn't she go to school in the city? How is she back in the hospital? The other girls were somewhat confused. I heard from my dad that her dad is sick and needs a lot of money. That girl shook her head with a bit of pity. Can you tell me which hospital? Lin Chen asked anxiously. It's at Jiang County First People's Hospital. Lin Chen thanked her and got back in the car, driving to the hospital following the navigation. Being pretty is great. Having such a wealthy boyfriend. This car must be worth at least several million, right? The girl who informed Lin Chen sighed looking at the departing Veneno. Indeed, with her boyfriend around, at least her dad doesn't have to worry about medical expenses. Chapter 29, I must operate first. Lin Chen hurriedly followed the navigation to Jiang County First People's Hospital. Shuawei, I've come to find you. After parking the car, Lin Chen sent a message to Jiang Shuawei. Ah? How did you know where I was? Tang's senior sister told me. I'm already downstairs at the hospital, come down and meet me. Okay. I'm coming right away. After Lin Chen sent the message, he stood at the entrance of the hospital waiting. Before long, Jiang Shuawei came down. As soon as she saw Lin Chen, her eyes turned red. She rushed over and threw herself into Lin Chen's arms. Lin Chen tenderly patted Jiang Shuawei's head. Why didn't you tell me such a big thing happened? Jiang Shuawei lifted her head, her nose sniffing pitifully. I didn't want to trouble you. You still have military training. Hey, aren't you supposed to go to military training tomorrow? It's fine, I asked for leave. To prevent Jiang Shuawei from worrying, Lin Chen told a little lie. Let's go, take me to see your dad's condition. Lin Chen quickly changed the topic. The two of them standing there attracted many people's attention. If it weren't for their intimate actions, there might have been people coming over asking for contact information. My dad is still in the ICU getting a blood transfusion. Today my mom called me. It turned out Zhang Haitao was Jiang Shuawei's father. He worked at a construction site but only had a few workers under him. Today, something went wrong at the construction site, and Zhang Haitao hurried there without even having breakfast. It has been busy until noon, and because the weather is hot, I ate 2 or 3 ice pops. After a while, I started spitting blood, constantly spitting out from my mouth. This frightened the workers, and they quickly called 120 and Jiang Shuawei's mom, Jiang Min. When Jiang Min and many relatives anxiously arrived at the intensive care unit, they saw Jiang Haitao, covered in blood and unconscious. Jiang Min slumped to the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Then she called Jiang Shuawei. Jiang Shuawei's grandparents were old, so Jiang Min did not dare to tell them. How is my uncle now? Lin Chen's heart tightened. Although he did not understand medicine, he could tell how critical it was with all the blood coming out. Jiang Shuawei's voice choked, her red eyes made Lin Chen feel a sharp pain in his heart. The doctor said they can't find the bleeding point, and the hospital's blood bank is running low. They are discussing performing surgery to fight for it. Jiang Shuawei couldn't continue, holding on to Lin Chen as tears flowed endlessly. Lin Chen, what should I do if my dad is gone? Lin Chen kept patting Jiang Shuawei's back. Don't worry, Shuawei, uncle will be fine. We have to trust the doctors. Jiang Shuawei took a while to calm down. She had just been holding back her tears, pretending to be strong. Her mom was now lost, and she was the support for her mom. At that moment, with Lin Chen beside her, Jiang Shuawei finally let it all out. Jiang Shuawei wiped the tears from her face. She didn't want her mom to know she had cried. Let's go, I'll take you to see my mom. Jiang Shuawei forced a smile at Lin Chen. Lin Chen took Jiang Shuawei's hand. At that moment, Jiang Min was looking through the glass at Jiang Haitao, who was continuously spitting blood and receiving blood transfusions to survive. Her tears were almost dry. Because Jiang Haitao loved his wife and children very much, doing everything himself, with him gone, Jiang Min felt like the sky had fallen. Mom, this is my boyfriend, he rushed over after hearing about my dad. Jiang Shuawei placed her hand on Jiang Min's shoulder, forcing a smile to introduce. Hearing this, Jiang Min looked at Lin Chen. Hello, auntie. I am Lin Chen, uncle will definitely be fine. Lin Chen bowed to Jiang Min. Jiang Min only nodded at Lin Chen, then looked back at Jiang Haitao in the intensive care unit. At this time, a few doctors in white coats walked over. Jiang Shuawei and Jiang Min approached eagerly. Seeing this, Lin Chen also walked over. Doctor, how is it? Is my husband still savable? Jiang Min looked at the few doctors with a somewhat agitated tone. After discussing in the meeting, we have decided to make a final attempt, but we cannot guarantee we will definitely save him. You family members need to be mentally prepared for this. Hearing this, Jiang Min felt like all her strength had been drained away, nearly collapsing, but fortunately, Jiang Shuawei and Lin Chen held her up. Doctor, please, you must save my dad. Jiang Shuawei choked out. We will do our best. The leading doctor nodded. You need to sign this form, otherwise, we cannot proceed with the surgery. Then the doctor took out a piece of paper and handed it to them. Surgical informed consent form. The three glanced at it and understood what it was. Jiang Min looked at the paper, holding back her grief and preparing to sign, but Jiang Shuawei grabbed it first. Mom, I'm also an adult now, let me do it. Jiang Shuawei said with red eyes. Okay. The leading doctor took the sign form and told the other doctors and nurses around. Prepare for surgery. The doctors and nurses immediately took action upon hearing this. Director Zhou. Not good. There is only one operating room available, but that patient with kidney stones insists on surgery immediately. A female nurse rushed over, speaking anxiously. What? Only one operating room available? The leading doctor's face darkened upon hearing this. Zhang Haitao's condition was already critical, every second was a battle against death. How much longer for the other operating rooms? Director Lin spoke in a deep voice. The fastest will still take about 20 minutes. Then tell that kidney stone patient to wait 20 minutes. I will communicate. You all take this patient directly to the operating room. Director Lin decisively made the decision. Every doctor should know the urgency of the situation. A kidney stone operation being delayed a bit would not affect the patient's condition. Thank you, Director Zhou. Thank you, Director Zhou. Jiang Min's eyes filled with tears, she almost wanted to kneel in front of the doctor. Jiang Shuawei felt the same way. Director Lin hurriedly helped them up. This is what I should be doing. Mr. Shen's surgery cannot be delayed any longer. You two wait outside. After Director Lin finished speaking, several doctors organized themselves and pushed the stretcher toward the operating room. The three of them hurriedly followed. I don't care. I must have my surgery first. I make hundreds of thousands a minute, can you bear the consequences of delaying my company's matters? Just as they exited the intensive care unit, they heard a man's arrogant voice. Lin Chen looked at the middle-aged man in a hospital gown who was angrily pointing at a young nurse. At that moment, the man also saw them. You can't leave. I must have surgery first. Chapter 30, a donation of 10 million. The man ran over to block the stretcher, preventing them from going to the operating room. The doctors and nurses could only stop helplessly. I scheduled this surgery last week. Why should someone else jump ahead of me? Don't you know about first come, first served? The man yelled at the doctors like a cat with its fur raised. As he spoke, he cast a disdainful glance at Lin Chen and the others. Suddenly, he noticed Jiang Shuawei, and his eyes widened in surprise. Jiang Shuawei felt the man's unabashed gaze and looked at him with disgust, hiding behind Lin Chen. The man looked at Lin Chen with a mix of disdain and envy. Mr. Chow, we have explained the situation. This patient's condition is critical, we hope you can understand. Director Lin stepped forward with an apologetic face, standing in front of the man named Chow. I can't understand. Is my time not time? Chow Jinlong was the owner of a large local construction materials company. In recent years, he had made a lot of money from the booming development in Jintang. Recently, a real estate company was preparing to place an order for building materials, and he was planning to meet them in a few days. It was a big deal, and he could not miss it. The sooner, the better, otherwise, another company could take it away. Director Lin. The patient started coughing up blood again. Several doctors hurriedly began to replace blood bags for transfusion. Big brother. Please, let my husband have the surgery first. He might not make it. Jiang Min looked at Zhang Haitao, who was starting to vomit blood again and felt desperate, crying as she tried to bow to Chow Jinlong. Mom, don't do that. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei pulled Jiang Min up with red eyes. It's not impossible for you to have the surgery. Chow Jinlong stroked his chin, looking at Jiang Shuawei with a hint of suggestion. Everyone immediately understood Chow Jinlong's thoughts. Directly send the patient to the operating room. Mr. Chow, if you want to sue me, you can do so. Director Lin knew that Zhang Haitao could not afford to waste any more time, the priority was to find out the bleeding point immediately. Hearing this, several doctors and nurses wasted no time and pushed the stretcher toward the operating room. Jiang Shuawei and her mother hurriedly followed. Lin Chen was worried about Chow Jinlong doing something extreme to this young Director Lin. And so it stayed. Ding! Congratulations, the host has triggered the system task. Donate 10 million to the First People's Hospital of Jintang County. Reward, 30% shares of the Ronto Real Estate Company. The system never issues tasks for no reason, which indicates that this person named Chow Jinlong must have some connection with Ronto Real Estate. Seeing this, Chow Jinlong was not angry but smiled. He walked up to Director Lin and looked at his badge. Director Lin E, right? Just wait. Chao Jilong noticed Lin Yi's expression was a bit cold. A dog that does not bark is more likely to bite. Alright, Mr. Chao, if there's nothing else, I'll go to the surgery now. Lin Yi was not afraid of Chao Jilong's threat and politely said before hurriedly going to the operating room. Lin Chen found a young nurse to ask where the hospital director was. After learning his intentions, the young nurse looked at Lin Chen with some suspicion but still let him there. Chao Jilong spat on the ground and took out his phone to make a call. Yes, get a media outlet over here, I want to expose this hospital. After hanging up, he coldly glanced at the direction of the operating room, then returned to his ward. Arriving at the director's office, the young nurse knocked on the door a few times. A strong voice came from inside. Come in. Hearing this, the young nurse carefully opened the door and walked in with Lin Chen. Director, this gentleman said he wants to donate to the hospital, so I brought him to see you. The young nurse explained. The director shifted his gaze from the computer to Lin Chen. So young? Is it just an excuse to meet me? Though a bit suspicious, he still wanted to confirm. Xiao Feng, you can go be busy now. The nurse, called Xiao Feng, nodded and left the office. May I ask, sir, how much are you planning to donate to our hospital? The director guessed that this young man might donate at most a few thousand and then ask for some favor. Not much, I'm donating 10 million. Lin Chen said calmly. Oh, 10 million. The director looked at Lin Chen's indifferent expression and instinctively spoke. What? 10 million? The director suddenly stood up excitedly. Their First People's Hospital in Jiang County had always wanted to acquire another MIR, but each device cost millions or tens of millions. If this young man was truly willing to donate 10 million, it would solve a significant problem for them. Yes, 10 million. Lin Chen confirmed. So, sir, do you have any conditions? The director asked cautiously. This situation was not uncommon, many donations came with conditions. What was termed a donation was often, in essence, an exchange of benefits. I have no conditions. Lin Chen shook his head. Hearing this, the director felt even more suspicious, thinking this young man was joking with him. The director took out a letter of intent for Lin Chen to fill out. Lin Chen quickly completed it and then instructed the director to transfer 10 million to the hospital's financial account. When the finance department called the director to say that a sudden 10 million had arrived, the director finally believed it. Thank you so much. On behalf of the First People's Hospital of Jiang County, I would like to express our gratitude to you, Mr. Lin. System task, donate 10 million to the First People's Hospital of Jiang County completed. System rewards have been issued. The director excitedly bowed to Lin Chen. Lin Chen couldn't accept the bow from a respected and esteemed hospital director, so he quickly sidestepped. It's alright, director, this is just a small support from me to our hospital. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. My girlfriend's father is still in surgery, and I need to be with her. Lin Chen said after helping the director up. Oh? Could you tell me the name of the patient? The director quickly asked. Just then, he didn't know how to thank Lin Chen. His name is Jiang Haitao. We were just discussing this patient in our meeting earlier. This patient's condition is very serious. How about this, I will accompany Mr. Lin to go there together. Okay. Then the director took Lin Chen and hurried to the operating room. Along the way, the doctors and nurses curiously looked at Lin Chen next to the director. Who is this person? How can he have the director accompanying him, and he's so young? He probably has a high social status. Several young nurses quietly discussed. When Lin Chen and the director reached the door of the operating room, they saw Jiang Shuowei and Jiang Min sitting at the door, with Jiang Min's head resting on Jiang Shuowei's shoulder. The two clasped their hands together, constantly praying for the surgery to go smoothly. The prayers in the hospital are more sincere than those in a church. Auntie, Shuowei. Lin Chen called out as he walked over. The two looked up at Lin Chen when they heard, with a hint of reproach on Jiang Shuowei's face. It seemed she was blaming Lin Chen for suddenly disappearing for so long. Chapter 31, the surgery was successful. Let me introduce, this is the director of the hospital. Lin Chen gave Jiang Shuowei an apologetic smile, then introduced the director. Jiang Min and Jiang Shuowei both fixed their eyes on the director upon hearing this. Hello, please rest assured, Director Lin is one of our hospital's best doctors, this surgery will definitely be successful. The director looked at Jiang Min and Jiang Shuowei with a comforting smile. That's good, that's good. Jiang Min murmured, feeling a little more at ease. Jiang Shuowei glanced gratefully at Lin Chen and the director. She knew the director coming back was certainly due to Lin Chen's influence. Director, may I ask why you came? Jiang Min began to ask. Oh, I heard that Mr. Lin's girlfriend's father is undergoing surgery, so I came to take a look. The director smiled kindly. But at this moment, the operating room was extremely tense. Director Lin. We can't find the bleeding point. An assistant was sweating profusely. The monitor was all red, and after flushing, it was still filled with red, completely untraceable. Let's open up the abdomen. Director Lin gritted his teeth. At the moment of cutting open the stomach, blood pressure dropped rapidly. Blood pressure is now over 50. It's a bit low. Quickly expand the volume. Speed up the blood transfusion. Helplessly, another doctor had to resort to manual pressure to speed up the blood transfusion. After a few minutes, Jiang Haitao's blood pressure finally came up. After more than 10 minutes. Found it. Director Lin said, slightly excited. Finally, a 1 centimeter ulcer wound was discovered at the duodenal bulb. 2 hours later. The 3 glowing words above the operating room dimmed. The surgery is over. The 3 immediately stood up, anxiously waiting for news at the door. Meanwhile, the director had already gone back to handle matters. After all, as the director, he had to manage such a large hospital. Soon, the door opened. Director Lin walked out with a tired expression, taking off his mask. The surgery was very successful. There is no longer any danger to life, and in a few days, he should be able to move to a regular ward. Director Lin said with a smile. He really enjoyed the feeling of saving lives. That sensation of having the Grim Reaper unable to do anything to him was quite captivating. Hearing this, all 3 of them sighed in relief. Jiang Min pulled Jiang Shu away, constantly thanking Director Lin. Since such a big surgery was just completed, they needed to stay in the intensive care unit for a few more days for observation before moving to a regular ward. But family members were not allowed to visit outside of prescribed times in the intensive care unit. The 3 looked through the glass for a while before preparing to leave. Because of this, Jiang Min and Jiang Shuawei hadn't eaten lunch. Jiang Shuawei had not finished her lunch yet. And now it was time for dinner. Mom, let's go eat first? I'm starving. After the weight in her heart lifted, Jiang Shuawei's tone naturally became a little more cheerful. She had been in great agony for the past few hours, fearing her dad wouldn't make it through. It was only now that Jiang Min had the time and mood to look at Lin Chen. After all, my daughter has grown up and has never mentioned having a romantic relationship. At this moment, I feel like a good cabbage I raised is being pushed away by a pig. Lin Chen is quite handsome, and from the director's attitude just now, it's clear that Lin Chen is not ordinary. Looking at Lin Chen, I feel somewhat satisfied, but I can't judge a son-in-law just by appearance and background. I must look at his character. I still need to investigate further. Jiang Min couldn't help but think to herself. Why is this mother-in-law staring at me? Nu Chen's heart raced under Jiang Min's gaze. Even though he now had an extraordinary identity, the natural pressure from the mother-in-law almost suffocated him. You're Xiao Lin, right? Haven't had dinner yet? How about coming to my house for dinner? Jiang Min invited. Okay, thank you, Aunt. At this moment, Jiang Min, who was back to normal, made Lin Chen feel a bit awkward. Mom, how about I go buy groceries with Aiken? Tonight, just the 2 of us will cook for you. Jiang Shuawei remembered that Lin Chen mentioned he could cook and that he was quite good at it during their chats on the phone earlier. This led to her suggestion, allowing Lin Chen to show off a bit. Alright. Then tonight, let's taste Xiao Lin's cooking. Mom is heading back now. You must take good care of Xiao Lin. Jiang Min smiled and nodded as she reminded. Got it, Mom. Then, Aunt, how will you get back? Should I give you a ride? Lin Chen quickly asked. My mom drove here. Besides, you have 2 supercars, how can you take 3 people back? Jiang Shuawei rolled her eyes at Lin Chen. Lin Chen awkwardly scratched his head. Seems to be true. Jiang Min indeed grasped the key point in her heart. Supercar? 2 of them? That truly indicates good family conditions, providing Shuawei with a great material life. Now I just need to investigate his character. The 3 of them headed to the parking lot together. When Jiang Min saw Lin Chen's car, she couldn't help but be shocked. It was simply too stunning. Jiang Min felt she had only seen such car doors in short videos. It seemed to be called a butterfly door. Such a car must cost at least several million, right? At that moment, a security guard walked over with a distressed look. Little brother, this car is yours? Your car is too expensive. A car worth nearly 100 million is just parked here. Don't worry, we wouldn't dare to let anything happen. The security guard had noticed a sports car parked there and was curious enough to check it out. He then found out it was worth nearly 100 million. There are only a few of these cars worldwide. It scared him so much he barely could breathe. If someone scratched it and the culprit couldn't be found, wouldn't he, as a security guard, be responsible? Helpless, he could only guard the car like a bodyguard. You've worked hard, brother. Lin Chen smiled apologetically and handed the security guard a pack of cigarettes. He had bought this pack at the supermarket before coming. He didn't know if Jiang Haidao smoked, but he bought a few packs just in case. Only then did the security guard smile broadly. No problem, I'll get back to work now. Shaolin, how much is this car? Jiang Min gulped hard and asked uncertainly. Lin Chen felt somewhat helpless. Had he known, he would have just bought a few $100,000s worth of Mercedes instead. Now, telling her that this car was originally priced over 90 million and is now worth more than 100 million felt particularly showing off. He could only cautiously glance at Jiang Shuawei. Seeing her nod, Lin Chen finally said. Aunt, this car should be worth over 100 million now. What? More than 100 million. Jiang Min was dumbfounded, unable to help but calculate in her mind how many zeros that was. 1 0. 2 zeros. 3 zeros. 4 zeros. Jiang Min only felt dizzy from the countless zeros. That's pretty good. Jiang Min forced a smile. She now felt as if her daughter was the real pig. Chapter 32, The Dilemma of the County Hospital. At this moment, at the First People's Hospital of Jintang County. The current online public opinion is very unfavorable for our hospital. Everyone is saying that our hospital can cut in line because of connections. At this moment, the hospital director was sitting at his desk, rubbing his temples with a headache, looking at Director Lin standing in front of him. Director, emergency room treatment is not about who comes first but depends on the situation. I don't think I did anything wrong. Lin said, his face full of determination. That Chao Jinlong specifically brought the media to smear our hospital. We just need to explain the situation clearly. Easier said than done. The internet is all about who reports first. Do you think they will believe what we say? They will only think our hospital is making excuses. Forget it, I'll have someone talk to Chao Jinlong to see if we can settle this privately. We can't let public opinion continue to escalate. Since Chao Jinlong has already transferred, you can leave work for now. The director waved his hand, signaling Lin Yi to leave the office. Lin Yi clenched his fists tightly, but could only exit the office. Brother Lin, how did it go? That Chao Jinlong is too despicable. That uncle clearly had a very critical condition, and he is still causing a scene. Several young doctors and nurses were waiting at the door, and when they saw Lin Yi coming out, they hurriedly asked. The director said he would negotiate a little compensation to see if we can settle this privately. Lin Yi felt very defeated at that moment. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei drove a Lamborghini Veneno to a vegetable market. This vegetable market is open air, the environment isn't great, and the crowd is quite large. Lin Chen searched for a long time before finding a parking space. Chen, our side is quite remote, only large supermarkets are in the county center. Jiang Shuawei felt a bit embarrassed. She thought, since Lin Chen is so rich, he would surely be unaccustomed to such small places. It's okay, I used to be a poor kid, I'm not as picky as you think. Lin Chen gently scratched Jiang Shuawei's nose. Let's go. Jiang Shuawei grabbed Lin Chen's hand and skipped happily towards the vegetable market. 20 minutes later. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei returned to the car carrying several bags of vegetables, chatting and laughing. Pork, chicken, fish, garlic sprouts, earjing peppers. Jiang Shuawei counted on her fingers. Is there anything else we need to buy? It should be enough. Do you want to wear out your husband? Lin Chen looked at the large bags of vegetables and smiled wryly. TCH. Jiang Shuawei's face turned a bit red upon hearing Lin Chen's term of endearment. Why did I even ask? Lin Chen's phone rang. He picked it up to see it was the director of the First People's Hospital of Jintang County. Who is it? Jiang Shuawei curiously leaned over. It's the hospital director. Then hurry and answer. When Jiang Shuawei heard it was the hospital director, she became a little anxious, fearing it was news of something wrong with her father. Lin Chen nodded. Hello, Mr. Lin, I hope I'm not disturbing you? The director spoke very cautiously on the other end of the phone. No, director, please go ahead. Well, today, the man who stopped Director Lin from performing surgery, Chao Jinlong, you must be aware of him. He has brought the media to embellish and smear our hospital, saying we used connections to jump the surgery line. This matter is rapidly escalating online, and the higher-ups have ordered us to handle the online public opinion properly, so we'd like to ask for your help to see if there is any connection to resolve this matter. Lin Chen's expression darkened upon hearing this. He hadn't expected that Chao Jinlong would be so troublesome and so petty. What kind of person is this? Since it was on speakerphone, Jiang Shuawei also heard it and pouted angrily. Chen, if you can help, please do so. After all, this is for my dad's surgery. Jiang Shuawei said tentatively. Lin Chen gave Jiang Shuawei a reassuring look. Director, I'll give it a try, but I can't guarantee I can help. I'll give you a response by tomorrow noon at the latest. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said. Lin Chen couldn't guarantee that the system had issued 30% shares of Ronto Real Estate Company specifically targeting Chao Jinlong. Ronto Real Estate, Lin Chen specifically looked into it, is among the top real estate companies in Tianfu City or even the entire Suzhou. Okay. No matter if you can help or not, thank you, Mr. Lin. After saying a few more words, the dean hung up the phone and slumped in the chair. Running this hospital is really tough. It was much better when I was the director. If the sky fell, I had tall ones to rely on. Meanwhile, Lin Chen hung up the phone. There's no rush on this, let's go back and cook first, and we can talk after dinner. Lin Chen comforted Jiang Shuawei while stroking her smooth little hand. Jiang Shuawei nodded, she believed in her man's abilities. Then, Lin Chen started the engine and drove off amidst a crowd of astonished, envious glances. Mom, we're back. Jiang Shuawei opened the door and happily shouted into the house. Lin Chen followed Jiang Shuawei inside. The furnishings in the house were still quite luxurious. After all, Jiang Shuawei's family wasn't poor. Jiang Haitao could earn around 800 to 900,000 a year working the construction site, though it was very tiring. At that moment, Jiang Min walked out of the room, having changed her clothes and on the phone. Seeing Jiang Min on the phone, Jiang Shuawei chose not to speak. What? You've already arrived at the airport? Your dad is fine now, how did you find out? After Jiang Min hung up the phone. Shuawei, your brother just got on the plane, he'll be back tomorrow morning. Jiang Min said to Jiang Shuawei with some relief. My brother? Didn't they say not to tell him? Jiang Shuawei complained a bit. I didn't tell him, it was your uncle who said it. He was afraid something might happen to your dad, and that your brother wouldn't get to see him one last time. As Jiang Min spoke, her eyes turned red again. It's okay, Mom. My dad is fine now, so we should be happy. Jiang Shuawei held back her tears and walked over to hug Jiang Min gently. Yes, your dad is okay now. Jiang Min forced a smile and then looked at Lin Chen. Shaolin, I'm really sorry to trouble you this time, you came all this way. It's nothing, Auntie Shuawei is my girlfriend, so it's the least I can do. Lin Chen quickly replied. Mom, you know. Jiang Shuawei told Jiang Min about Chao Jinlong using the media to slander Jintang County's First People's Hospital. Mainly she wanted Jiang Min to know what Lin Chen had done, hoping to score extra points for Lin Chen in her eyes. Lin Chen understood Jiang Shuawei's intention and felt a bit touched. After listening, Jiang Min's face showed some anger. This Chao Jinlong is really a self-righteous bad seed. Shaolin, if you have the ability, help the hospital a bit, after all, this happened for the people. Consider it Auntie asking for a favor. Auntie, you're too kind. I will definitely help. Lin Chen said earnestly. If I can't handle it on my own, I'll reach out to connections from the Penguin side. I refuse to believe I can't take care of this little matter. This is the first thing my future mother-in-law is asking me for help with. Chapter 33, be sure to mind the scale. All right. Jiang Min looked at Lin Chen with increasing satisfaction. Not only is he rich, but he's also handsome, and treats Shuawei well. By the way, Auntie, I also brought some health supplements. Lin Chen said as he took out the supplements and a few soft drinks he bought before coming to Jintang. I wonder if Uncle smokes. Lin Chen said with a smile. Oh dear, this boy, why bring something when you come? Jiang Min pretended to scold him, but in her heart, she was very pleased. Jiang Shuawei was also very happy, although they had only been dating for a few days, she had already made up her mind about Lin Chen. By making Jiang Min happy, Lin Chen had naturally passed a test. The opinions of her father and brother didn't matter, meaning Lin Chen was practically already the prospective son-in-law of the Jiang family. It's fine, Auntie, I'll go and cook first. Ah Chen, let me help you. Jiang Shuawei said, happily pulling Lin Chen to the kitchen. Jiang Min looked at the young couple being close and shook her head helplessly. She had always worried whether Jiang Shuawei was the same, having shown no interest in boys growing up. Unexpectedly, a big surprise hit, an unseen boyfriend was already at her home. Chen, I can tell my mom is very pleased with you. Jiang Shuawei looked at Lin Chen, her bright, sparkling eyes smiling like a crescent moon. Lin Chen rubbed Jiang Shuawei's head. Of course, your boyfriend is loved by everyone. Lin Chen raised his head proudly. Narcissist. Jiang Shuawei chuckled and tapped Lin Chen's arm. After the teasing, it was time to get to work. Lin Chen rolled up his sleeves and started cooking. Jiang Shuawei helped beside him. Jiang Shuawei had hardly ever been in the kitchen, almost turning the chives into chive juice while washing them, and nearly scraping the meat off while peeling potatoes. Startled, Lin Chen shooed Jiang Shuawei out of the kitchen. Jiang Shuawei stuck out her tongue and made a face at Lin Chen from outside the kitchen. At this moment, only Lin Chen remained in the kitchen. He took a deep breath and began to show off his skills. More than an hour later, the three of them sat at the dining table. Wow, Achin, you really can cook. It looks so appetizing. Right, Mom? Jiang Shuawei looked at the delicious dishes, her mouth watering. It really is great, little Lin must cook a lot at home, right? Jiang Min said with a smile, looking at Lin Chen. She felt her daughter had found a treasure. A man who can cook is rare these days. In the past, Jiang Shuawei often tried to help in the kitchen, but without fail, she was chased out by Jiang Dad and Jiang Mom, who had frowns on their faces. This girl could blow up the kitchen after just a few minutes. Thus, the couple had one strict requirement for their son-in-law: he must be able to cook. After all, they couldn't eat takeout every day, could they? I learned from my grandparents in the countryside. Auntie, please give it a try and see if it suits your taste. Lin Shen said with a smile. Okay. Jiang Min said and picked up a piece of boiled meat. Not bad. Little Lin, your skills could compete with the chefs outside. Jiang Min praised earnestly. I'm glad you like it, Auntie. Lin Chen relaxed upon hearing this. Mom, is it really that good? Jiang Shuawei asked skeptically, and she also picked up a bit to taste. Impressive, Achin. I hereby appoint you as my personal chef. Jiang Shuawei said, eating without any ladylike demeanor. Jiang Min tapped Jiang Shuawei on the head. Mind your image. Jiang Shuawei then behaved herself. Lin Chen chuckled beside them, receiving a fierce glare from Jiang Shuawei. After dinner, Jiang Min hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to speak up. Little Lin, I'm very satisfied with you, but your family's situation is not ordinary. Have you talked to your parents about Shuawei? Jiang Min took her time before she decided to say this. After all, Lin Chen's family must be well off, and what if his parents don't like her? Wouldn't she suffer if they got married? Jiang Shuawei also put down her chopsticks. She had actually thought about this question too. Auntie, our family is not as rich as you think. My parents are just ordinary workers, and they're easy to talk to. We haven't been together long, so I haven't mentioned it to them yet. But I will tell my parents in a few days. Lin Chen added with a supplementary note. No way? Isn't the car you drive worth almost 1 million? Jiang Min looked at Lin Chen with some suspicion. Really, Auntie, I earned all this through hard work. I can't disclose specific details, but my parents still don't know I'm wealthy. Lin Chen explained. I've heard Achin mention this. Jiang Shuawei also nodded in agreement to Jiang Min. Jiang Min remained doubtful. Lin Chen seemed to be about the same age as her daughter. How could he afford a car worth almost 1 million all by himself? Don't mention Lin Chen's other assets. Is this talking about a sci-fi story? Don't worry, Auntie, I will take good care of Shuawei and won't let her suffer. Lin Chen gently glanced at Jiang Shuawei, held her small hand, and then looked firmly at Jiang Min. All right. Jiang Min could only nod. Everything will wait until Lin Chen talks to his parents before making a decision. Jiang Min stood up to prepare to clear the dishes. No, Auntie, let me do it. Lin Chen quickly stood up to stop Jiang Min's actions. How can that be? You are the guest, it's already embarrassing to have you cook. It's fine, Mom, just let Lin Chen do it, otherwise he won't feel at ease. Jiang Shuawei said with a smile. Lin Chen nodded repeatedly. All right, then thank you, Shaolin. Jiang Min thought for a moment and smiled helplessly. After Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei finished washing. Shaolin, you can stay in the room with Shuawei's brother, I've changed the sheets and covers to new ones. Jiang Min said while holding the dirty sheets and covers, watching the two come out of the kitchen. Sorry to bother you, Auntie. Jiang Min waved her hand with a smile. Mom, you should go rest, you've had a tiring day. Jiang Shuawei was worried that Jiang Min's body couldn't take it. After all, she had been busy all day, and her emotions were like a roller coaster, exhausting both mentally and physically. She felt the same way too. Okay, then you take care of Shaolin, I'm going to rest first. After Jiang Min finished speaking, she gave Jiang Shuawei a warning glance, indicating not to do anything out of line. Seemingly afraid that Jiang Shuawei did not understand, she called her into her room. Lin Chen was a little confused, but after all, it was normal for the mother and daughter to whisper to each other. So he sat on the sofa and took out his phone. Boss, what's the situation on your side? What happened? Do you need us to help? If there's anything, let us know. These were messages from Chen Xiao and the other two. Lin Chen felt warm in his heart and replied one by one. Mr. Lin, I have gathered some information about the penguins, please take a look. This was from Lu Hai. There were also messages from Ma Tang and Lu Shu. And in the room, the mother and daughter were together. Mom, why did you call me in? Is there something that needs to be whispered? Jiang Shuawei asked curiously. Jiang Min rubbed her forehead. Indeed, her silly daughter was good at studying but so clueless in other areas. I think Xiao Lin is quite a good kid, but if you two are dating, you must be careful about boundaries. If so, you must use protection. Jiang Min was still quite open-minded. For today's young people, dating and sleeping together is very normal, but they definitely can't get pregnant. Getting pregnant before marriage is extremely irresponsible. Chapter 34, Picking Up at Shuzhou Airport. Mom, what are you talking about? Jiang Shuowei's face instantly turned red, and she covered her hot face with her hands. Ah, Chen and I haven't reached that step yet. In any case, you both must remember to take protective measures later. After Jiang Min said this, she pushed Jiang Shuowei out of the bedroom. What's wrong with you? Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuowei, whose face was flushed, and looked at him with a strange expression, and asked curiously. Nothing. I'm going to shower first. Jiang Shuowei didn't even dare to meet Lin Chen's eyes, lowering her head and fleeing in a hurry. Lin Chen was a little puzzled. Listening to the water running in the bathroom, Lin Chen couldn't help but fantasize. He seriously looked at the information Lu Hai sent on his phone, but his eyes occasionally flickered. Finally, the water stopped, and the bathroom door opened. Ah Chen, come in, I'll show you which one is my face towel. Jiang Shuowei was wearing a pink pajama set. The beauty emerging from the bath gave Lin Chen an uncontrollable stir. Xiao Lin Chen. You must stay calm. This is at your mother-in-law's house. Lin Chen took a few deep breaths, then stood up and walked toward the bathroom. Ah Chen, this pink towel is mine, and the one below is for drying your feet. As Jiang Shuowei was speaking, she suddenly felt something was off. Chen, are you listening to me? Lin Chen finally pulled his gaze away from Jiang Shuowei's long, white thighs. He swallowed hard. Ah. I'm listening. Jiang Shuowei felt a secret delight in her heart. She knew Lin Chen was stealing glances at her. Then I'm going to sleep now. I need to wake up early tomorrow to pick up my little brother. Just as Jiang Shuowei was about to leave, Lin Chen grabbed her. Jiang Shuowei knew what was about to happen, closed her eyes tight, and then her mouth was sealed. After a long while, their lips parted. My mom is at home. What if she finds out? Jiang Shuowei gasped slightly, her face red with dissatisfaction. It's okay, our mom knows we're dating. Lin Chen brushed some hair from Jiang Shuowei's cheek and smiled gently. Who is your mom? We haven't even begun. You will be mine sooner or later. Lin Chen wrapped his arms around Jiang Shuowei possessively, his hands starting to wander. I'm going to sleep now. Just as Lin Chen's hands were about to explore, Jiang Shuowei hurriedly escaped his grip. As she left, fearing Lin Chen might be unhappy, she hesitated and turned back to say. Chen, when I'm ready, I will definitely give it to you. With that, she fled in a panic. Lin Chen reminisced about the softness he just felt in his hands. He then shook his head, not wanting to think more, took a shower, and returned to Jiang Shuowei's brother's room. Lying in bed, Lin Chen chatted with Jiang Shuowei for a while before dozing off. Early the next morning, while Lin Chen was still lost in dreams, he felt delicate little hands playing on his face. When he opened his eyes, he was met with Jiang Shuowei's exquisite face. She had secretly sneaked into the room. You're awake. Jiang Shuowei was startled and instinctively moved away from Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Then hurry up and wash up. After breakfast, accompany me to pick up my little brother. Jiang Shuowei pecked Lin Chen softly on the face and laughed as she exited the bedroom. Lin Chen helplessly shook his head, got up to tidy the bedding, and followed her out. Little Lin is awake. Hurry up to wash up, Auntie cooked some porridge. After breakfast you two go pick up Shuowei's brother, I'll go to the hospital first. Jiang Min said with a smile. Okay, Auntie. After washing up in the bathroom and having breakfast, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei headed out. Chen, how are we going to fit three of us in the car to pick up Jiang Lei? Jiang Shuowei asked. Jiang Lei is Jiang Shuowei's younger brother, who was studying abroad but rushed back home overnight after hearing about Jiang Haitao's situation. Yes, Jiang Min needs the car to go to the hospital, and Lin Chen's car is just a two-seater. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. If he had known, he would have bought a larger car. Just then, a phone call came in. Is this Mr. Lin Chen? Yes, it is. Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm Xiao Huang from Ronto Real Estate. Since you acquired 30% of Ronto, when would you like to visit our company? I should have time to come by today, but I have some things to take care of, so I'll hang up first. Okay, sorry to bother you, Mr. Lin. After hanging up, Jiang Shuowei kept staring at Lin Chen. You acquired 30% of Ronto Real Estate? Yeah, do you know this company? Lin Chen asked with curiosity. Yeah, my dad often takes orders from Ronto Real Estate. Jiang Shuowei explained. Her dad is the head of a construction team, so she hears about some things. What a coincidence. When Uncle Jiang gets better, I'll mention it to Ronto. Although Lin Chen didn't say it directly, Jiang Shuawei understood what he meant. Happy, she hugged Lin Chen and kissed him. Thank you, Chen. Let's go pick up your brother first, the plane is about to arrive. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen decided to talk about it at the airport. Alright. Lin Chen drove with Jiang Shuawei for over an hour before finally reaching Suzhou Airport. Suzhou Airport is, after all, one of the busiest airports in the country, and outside is filled with luxury cars. Lin Chen saw many sports cars like Maserati, Porsche, and Lamborghini. But when Lin Chen's car arrived outside the airport, it caused a small commotion. This place is not like those small towns, they know these are sports cars but have no idea about the prices. But this is Suzhou Airport, where money-rich second-generation wealthy are abundant. Oh my, did I not see wrong? Is that a poison? Impressive, isn't a soft-top global version only about 9 in total? The corruption of capitalism. After parking, the amazed voices around didn't affect the two of them. After Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei got out of the car, several security personnel hurried over. Sir, we will take good care of your car. Thank you. Lin Chen nodded and led Jiang Shuawei into the airport. Inside Suzhou International Airport, people were bustling about. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei waited for a while, then Jiang Shuawei pointed at a boy dragging a suitcase, wearing a pure white shirt, looking very innocent. My brother is here. Jiang Shuawei said happily, waving at the boy. The boy noticed Jiang Shuawei and walked straight toward them. But looking at Lin Chen beside Jiang Shuawei, there was a hint of confusion in his eyes. Sister, how is our dad? As soon as Jiang Lei arrived, he hurriedly asked. Dad is fine now, don't worry. Jiang Shuawei said with a smile. Jiang Lei obviously relaxed, having flown for 11 or 12 hours, he had been worried and hadn't rested well. Then he looked at Lin Chen. Who is this? Chapter 35, a Benz as a first meeting gift? Lin Chen generously extended his hand with a smile on his face. Hello, I am Lin Chen, your future brother-in-law. Jiang Lei extended his hand and shook hands with Lin Chen upon hearing this. I am Jiang Lei, if you want to be my brother-in-law, that's not easy. Jiang Lei sized up Lin Chen, his first impression was quite good. At a glance, he looked like a rich person, and his temperament was also great. If he passed the family test, now it was time to see his character. What if he was that kind of dandy who might put his sister in danger? Alright, let's hurry and go. Jiang Shuawei urged. She wanted to hurry to the hospital to see how her dad was doing. Jiang Lei was also concerned about their father, so he asked. How are we going back? Lin Chen was in a bit of a dilemma but then had a bright idea. Xiao Lei, do you have a driver's license? I haven't acknowledged that you are my brother-in-law yet. Just call me Jiang Lei. I have a driver's license, why? Jiang Lei was a bit confused, not understanding why Lin Chen asked him if he had a license. Do you have your driver's license with you? I do. Jiang Lei was still scratching his head. Even Jiang Shuawei had a puzzled look. Ah Chen, why are you asking this? My car only seats 2 people, right? I can buy another car. That can be a gift for my brother-in-law. Lin Chen said with a smile. Jiang Lei was stunned by Lin Chen's words. The first meeting gift from his brother-in-law is a car? No need, who gives a car as a first meeting gift? Jiang Shuawei hurriedly stopped him upon hearing this. Even if they had money, you can't waste it like this. At first, Jiang Lei was still a bit doubtful if Lin Chen was bragging, but hearing his sister say this, he was sure Lin Chen had that power. He understood his sister well. It's fine, how much can buying a car cost? Lin Chen said nonchalantly, then turned to Jiang Lei. Jiang Lei, what kind of car do you like? Seeing that she couldn't persuade Lin Chen, Jiang Shuawei had to give up. Brother-in-law, you can just call me Xiao Lei. I like Mercedes. At this moment, Jiang Lei was extremely satisfied with his brother-in-law. His sister was impressive, she went to university and brought back such a rich brother-in-law. Lin Chen smiled slightly, this little brother-in-law was quite interesting. Alright, find a nearby Mercedes dealership on your phone. Then add me as a friend and share it with me, we can go over directly. But you have to take a taxi, my car can only fit 2 people. Lin Chen said this while pulling out his phone to add Jiang Lei's green bubble. Alright, brother-in-law. Jiang Lei replied happily, then couldn't wait to take out his phone and start searching. Before long, he found a nearby Mercedes-Benz dealership and shared the location with Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at the address on his phone and nodded in satisfaction. Then the 3 of them walked out of Suzhou Airport together. Once outside the airport, Lin Chen looked at the neatly parked taxis and turned to Jiang Lei. Xiao Lei, you go ahead and take a taxi, I and your sister will go to the parking lot to get the car. Jiang Lei happily agreed, excitedly responding. All right, brother-in-law. A smile that couldn't be contained beamed on Jiang Lei's face. The first car in his life. Seeing Jiang Lei so happy, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, Jiang Shuawei quietly followed Lin Chen towards the parking lot. In the parking lot, a security guard was specifically assigned to watch Lin Chen's vehicle to ensure no one accidentally scratched it. Lin Chen handed the security guard a pack of Huazi cigarettes to show his gratitude. After accepting the cigarettes, the guard quickly thanked him. Then, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei got into the car and drove towards the agreed Mercedes-Benz dealership. Little brother, are you going to buy a car? Jiang Lei sat in the taxi while the driver chatted enthusiastically with him. Yes. Jiang Lei smiled and nodded. I really envy you, you don't look very old, probably still in university, right? To be so young and already driving a Mercedes, must be hard to find love. The driver looked at Jiang Lei and couldn't help but exclaim. Jiang Lei smiled lightly at the driver's words but did not respond. Before long, they arrived at the agreed Mercedes-Benz dealership. After paying, Jiang Lei waited by the roadside for Jiang Shuawei and Lin Chen. Before too long, a Lamborghini Veneno drove up. Wow! Lamborghini? This car at least costs tens of millions, right? Jiang Lei exclaimed. While Jiang Lei was still in awe, he didn't expect the car to stop right in front of him. Jiang Lei looked into the car, and inside were Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei. Jiang Lei couldn't help but reach out to touch the sports car, his eyes filled with envy. The last bit of doubt in his heart disappeared. What's wrong with gifting his brother-in-law a Mercedes if he can afford a tens of millions supercar? Is there any problem? No problem. Lin Chen parked the car at the dealership, and immediately several Mercedes salespeople came out to greet the three with warm smiles. Of course. Arriving at a Mercedes dealership in a Lamborghini is a sure sign of a big client. Seeing so many salespeople buzzing around them, Lin Chen and the others felt quite helpless. You don't need to pay attention to us, we will look around ourselves. Lin Chen said directly. The salespeople dared not say anything more and could only scatter away. The manager of the dealership, hearing that a few people driving a Lamborghini came to look at cars, hurried over to greet them. Hello? I'm the manager here, may I ask if any of you have a specific model in mind? The man's face was full of a flattering smile. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Lei. Xiao Lei, which car do you like? Jiang Shuawei quickly looked at Jiang Lei, her eyes full of threats. If you dare to mention a million-level car, just you wait. Jiang Lei's attention was fully on the various cars displayed in the store. The Mercedes E300 I saw online looks really good, I quite like the interior. Although Jiang Lei also likes supercars, after all, it was Lin Chen who was giving him the car, so if he directly said he preferred a supercar, what if his brother-in-law thought he was too greedy? Lin Chen nodded. He had also seen both the Mercedes C260 and E300 in short videos, and he liked them quite a bit. Perhaps due to the good filming, the ambient lights in the interior indeed looked very nice. The manager immediately took the three of them to a Mercedes E300. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Mercedes E300. It represents our Mercedes-Benz star's glorious achievements in land, sea, and air. The manager began to enthusiastically introduce the car. Jiang Lei walked around the car a few times, looked at the interior, and asked some questions. Xiao Lei, what do you think? Lin Chen asked. He glanced at his phone, it was already late. Brother-in-law, let's go with the E300L, I really like it. Jiang Lei nodded excitedly. Then let's pay, full payment by card, for the top model. Lin Chen took out a platinum card from Huaxia Bank and said to the manager. Chapter 36, Zhang Haitao wakes up. The manager's smile grew even wider as he quickly led Lin Chen to handle the payment procedures. In no time, the paperwork was completed. It was just over 600,000. He even spent a bit more money to expedite the license plate processing at the dealership. Jiang Lei looked at the brand new Mercedes E300L, thrilled and dancing with joy. He never imagined he could actually own a luxury car today. Brother-in-law, this is so unexpected. I don't even know what to say. Jiang Lei was so excited that he stumbled over his words. Lin Chen patted Jiang Lei's shoulder and smiled. Xiao Lei, work hard in the future, and come work at my company after you graduate, this is just the beginning. Jiang Shuawei watched from the side, feeling both touched and a bit helpless. She was moved by Lin Chen's generosity and care for her family, but helpless at how quickly the money was being spent. Soon, the temporary license plate was expedited and sent over. All right, let's hurry to the hospital to see Dad. Jiang Shuawei said. Jiang Lei couldn't wait to sit in the driver's seat. Sister, brother-in-law, I'm off now, no need to disturb your little world. After saying that, Jiang Lei drove away in his beloved car from the dealership. Jiang Shuawei's face turned slightly red, a bit embarrassed by her younger brother's teasing. Lin Chen affectionately pinched Jiang Shuawei's cheek. Let's go too. Jiang Shuawei happily nodded and got into the car with Lin Chen. As the engine roared to life, Lin Chen also left the Mercedes dealership. Hey, do you guys know what that Lamborghini was just now? One of the female sales representatives excitedly pointed at Zhou Wei. A Lamborghini supercar, it must cost several million, right? But that one looked like it was worth at least 10 million. Right, what kind of wealthy person can afford a $10 million sports car? We couldn't buy even a wheel of his car with a year's salary. Wrong. I just searched, this car is called Lamborghini Poison. Limited to just over 10 units globally. This is a soft top, worth nearly 100 million. But I estimate you need at least a few hundred million to buy it. What? Are you crazy? Even Fast and Furious wouldn't dare to film something like this. So outrageous. The salespeople were all astonished. The manager who stepped out felt regret and wished he had at least asked for the contact information earlier. After arriving in Jintang County, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei went to a nearby supermarket to buy some fruits and supplements. When they arrived at the hospital and entered the parking lot, they saw Jiang Lei's Mercedes there as well. After parking, Jiang Shuawei linked arms with Lin Chen and went to John's father's hospital room. Yesterday, John's father's surgery was very successful, and after more than 10 hours of observation, he was moved to a regular ward. At this moment, John's father had woken up, lying in bed resting, listening to Jiang Lei talk about his study life abroad, with a smile on his face. Jiang Min was cutting apples for John's father nearby. By the way, Dad and Mom, brother-in-law bought me a car. It's a Mercedes. Jiang Lei excitedly said. As for the brother-in-law Jiang Lei mentioned, Jiang Haitao had already learned about him from his wife. He's very wealthy and handsome. He is very good to Xu Wei. This is Jiang Min's evaluation of Lin Chen. As the saying goes, the more the mother-in-law looks at the son-in-law, the more pleasing he becomes. But Jiang Haitao is different, he feels a strange hostility towards this guy who has raised his daughter for over 20 years. Humph. If he wants to marry my daughter, he has to get past me first. However, he heard that Lin Chen put in a lot of effort for this matter and even brought the dean along. Then let's ease up a bit. But when Jiang Haitao heard Jiang Lei's words, his expression suddenly darkened. You just met him, and you've already accepted a car from him? Jiang Min quickly said. Don't be agitated, he is still recovering from surgery. Then she frowned and looked at Jiang Lei. What's wrong with you? Even if this is your first meeting with little Lin, you shouldn't accept something so expensive. Be honest, how much did that car cost? Seeing his parents getting a bit angry, Jiang Lei panicked. This is my brother-in-law buying it for me? My brother-in-law said that after I graduate, I can work at his company, so I won't need a salary, okay? Jiang Lei said weakly. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei had just arrived at the door of the hospital room when they overheard this conversation. Lin Chen was quite satisfied, at least he wasn't a bloodsucker. In the past, when he read novels, he frowned at the female leads' families that clung to the protagonists like leeches. And Jiang Lei's character was quite good, at least he wouldn't use his name to misbehave outside. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei pushed the door open and entered. Oh. Little Lin is here. Why did you buy so many things? Didn't you buy some yesterday? Jiang Min hurriedly put on a smile and walked forward to take the things from Lin Chen's hands. Yesterday was yesterday, today is today. Lin Chen said with a smile. At this moment, Jiang Haitao was carefully examining Lin Chen. I have to say, this kid gives a very good impression. Jiang Haitao was quite pleased. Hello, uncle, my name is Lin Chen, and I am Shuawei's boyfriend. Lin Chen no longer had the demeanor of being outside, he obediently stood in front of the hospital bed looking at Jiang Haitao. The young man is quite talented, come. Sit. Jiang Haitao smiled and pointed to the chair beside him. Lin Chen quickly walked over and sat down. Dad, did you forget about your daughter? Jiang Shuawei squatted in front of the hospital bed, playfully teasing Jiang Haitao. Oh, my fault, my fault. How could I forget my precious daughter? Jiang Haitao was now beaming with joy. Father-daughter slave. Jiang Lei rolled his eyes. Why weren't you like this when I came back? The father and daughter chatted for a while before remembering Lin Chen. Dad, how do you like the son-in-law I found for you? Not bad, right? Jiang Shuawei said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but straighten his back. Not bad, not bad. Jiang Haitao nodded perfunctorily. By the way, little Lin, why did you buy a car for Jiang Lei? This is really too expensive, we should give you the money. Jiang Min then spoke up. Their family can be considered a middle-class family, earning about 800,000 to 900,000 a year, taking out 600,000 is still quite easy. It's fine, uncle and aunt, little Lei is Shuewei's brother, which means he is my brother too. What's wrong with buying a car for my brother? Besides, this amount of money isn't much for me. Lin Chen quickly said. At this moment, Jiang Min and Jiang Haitao fell silent. It must be said that Lin Chen's words were cleverly said. If he refused, wouldn't that mean Jiang Lei is not his brother? The implication is that he and their daughter won't make it to the end. Jiang Haitao and Jiang Min had no choice but to give up. Chapter 37, Zhao Jinlong, with a face as pale as death. Mr. Lin, I heard you came, so I rushed over to take a look. The dean suddenly appeared at the door, smiling as he looked inside the room. Dean, why are you here? Come. Sit down. Jiang Min quickly got up and brought over a stool. No, I'm mainly here to check on the patient's condition, and to find Mr. Lin for something. The dean hastily waved his hand. Lin Chen suddenly realized that saying he came to check on the patient really meant he came to ask him for help. The dean examined Jiang Haitao's physical condition, said some bland words, and then looked at Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, do you have some time? How about we chat in my office for a bit? The dean looked at Lin Chen with an expression of expectation. Lin Chen calmly nodded. Uncle, auntie, since the dean has something to discuss with me, I will go over there first. Lin Chen said with a smile. Alright, Xiao Lin, you go ahead, we must prioritize the important matters. Jiang Min quickly spoke up. Jiang Haitao also waved his hand, signaling Lin Chen to go about his business. Lin Chen took another look at Jiang Shuewei before following the dean out of the ward. As soon as they left the ward, Jiang Haitao couldn't help but ask. What does the dean want with Xiao Lin? Jiang Min sighed and then recounted the whole story to Jiang Haitao and Jiang Lei. I can't believe this is happening. How could that Xiao be so shameless? He even dared to complain and twist the facts to slander the hospital? Jiang Lei's anger flared up immediately. As a young man, he was hot-headed and wished he could find Zhao Jinlong and give him a good pounding. Jiang Haitao also had a dark expression filled with fear. If it weren't for Dr. Lin, perhaps he wouldn't have made it in time for treatment? Meanwhile, Lin Chen had already followed the dean to his office. Where's Dr. Lin? I didn't see him today. Lin Chen looked at the dean, his eyes filled with curiosity. Well, Mr. Lin, you know how big the online controversy is, so we had no choice but to suspend Dr. Lin for a while. The dean seemed a bit embarrassed to say it and spoke hesitantly. Lin Chen's expression darkened slightly. Lin Yi was considered a lifesaver for his father-in-law. Now, Lin Yi's actions were not wrong at all, yet he was suspended because of it. Thinking of this, Lin Chen looked at the dean with a hint of disdain in his eyes. This dean is not capable. He gave me a good first impression yesterday, but now he surprised me with this contrast. Wait, let me make a phone call first. Lin Chen spoke in a very calm tone. Sure, Mr. Lin. Lin Chen took out his phone and called the number from that day. Hello? This is Lin Chen. Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm Xiao Huang. Are you coming over? A respectful voice from a young woman came from the other end of the phone. Not just yet. Do we have business dealings with a construction material boss named Zhao Jinlong? Please hold on, Mr. Lin, let me check. A series of keyboard sounds followed on the other end. Yes, Mr. Lin, there is a local construction material company in Jintang County called Jinlong Materials. Is this the person you mean? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen thought to himself. Just as I suspected, I can even seem to grasp some of the rules of the system. Yes, that's right. Do I have the authority to terminate his business relations with Rontu Real Estate? Of course, Mr. Lin, this Jinlong Materials is just a small company and won't bring much business to us. Then directly notify him, tell him it's my order, and if he wants to continue cooperating, let him know I'm the son-in-law of that patient from the county hospital. Alright, Mr. Lin, I'll arrange that right away. Beep, beep, beep. Just wait, the Zhao Jinlong will soon come over to apologize. I'll head back to the ward for now. Lin Chen said this and walked towards the door. By the way, have Lin Yi come back to work? After leaving this sentence, Lin Chen directly walked out of the office. Hearing that the matter was almost resolved, the dean felt more at ease in his heart. So, in a good mood, he called Dr. Lin. Lin Yi, you can come back to work now. Zhao Jinlong had directly transferred hospitals after the incident yesterday. He had just finished surgery last night and was now in the recovery phase. Zhao Jinlong looked at his phone. The comment section of a short video was all about bombarding the First People's Hospital of Jintang County, and a smug smile crept across his lips. Haha, a little doctor thinks he can challenge me? Just watch me crush you. No wonder you're the boss. Your methods are truly brilliant. The little brother sitting next to Zhao Jinlong flattered him, lifting his spirits. It's just a pity about that woman. I haven't even had a chance to play with someone of such high quality yet. Zhao Jinlong said this while swallowing hard, feeling even more disdain for Lin Yi, who had ruined his good time. Just then, the phone on the bedside rang. Chao Jinlong put away his fantasies and answered the phone. Is this the boss of Jindong Building Materials, Chao Jinlong? Yes, it is. Who are you? I am Huang Wei, the general manager of Ronto Real Estate. Chao Jinlong's tone instantly became respectful, his back straightening involuntarily. Hello, Manager Huang. Is it about a collaboration? It's about that, but I'm here to inform you that this collaboration is off. Chao Jinlong became anxious instantly. Why, Manager Huang? How can it just be cancelled? Didn't we say we would discuss it in a few days? Now it seems that it can't be discussed. May I ask, did Boss Chao offend someone at the county hospital? Huang Wei's voice struck Chao Jinlong like a thunderbolt, leaving him stunned. Offended someone at the county hospital? Was it the patient scheduled for surgery? It doesn't seem like it. That woman seemed about to kneel before me. She clearly isn't someone of significant status. Was it the director of the county hospital? Also doesn't seem likely. How could a county hospital director have the connections to reach the general manager of Ronto Real Estate? And judging by Manager Huang's tone, the person behind this is surely not someone I can mess with. It seems I did offend someone. Chao Jinlong couldn't recall who he had offended and could only answer with a forced tone. If it weren't for the importance of this deal to him, coupled with Ronto Real Estate's high standing in the entire Tianfu city and even the whole Suzhou in the construction industry, he would have wanted to throw in the towel. That's right, if you want to continue the collaboration, you should reach out to the patient you offended that day. When Chao Jinlong heard it was related to that day's patient, he was instantly stunned and then cautiously asked. Manager Huang, can I ask who that person is? On the other end of the phone, Huang Wei fell silent for a moment. The new major shareholder of Ronto Real Estate. After saying that, she hung up the phone. On this side, Chao Jinlong's face turned ashen. Had he offended the big boss of Ronto Real Estate? Chao Jinlong couldn't help but want to slap himself twice. Chapter 38, You knock on the door, but you kick it? It could be said that if that person spoke a few words, Chao Jinlong would have to quietly wait for his company to go bankrupt. Seeing Chao Jinlong's ugly expression, the little brothers quickly asked with concern. Are you okay, big brother? Do you want me to call a doctor? Call your grandpa. Hurry up and handle my discharge paperwork, then take me to the county people's hospital. Chao Jinlong cursed. The little brothers, confused by the scolding, immediately started to do as Chao Jinlong said. A few minutes after they left, several doctors hurriedly arrived. Mr. Chao, you just had surgery last night, you cannot be discharged yet. One of the doctors advised. I must be discharged today. Chao Jinlong said without any politeness. Even though the doctors tried to persuade him repeatedly, it was of no use, and they received another round of scolding from Chao Jinlong. In desperation, they could only have Chao Jinlong sign a liability waiver and arranged for his discharge. Soon, several little brothers took Chao Jinlong to the First People's Hospital of Jintang County. Upon arriving at the hospital entrance, several doctors and nurses looked at him, somewhat surprised, and then turned away with disgust. Chao Jinlong felt very embarrassed. Fortunately, a few of his little brothers soon found out the location of the principal's office, and then they pushed Chao Jinlong to the principal's office. Monkey, knock on the door. Chao Jinlong looked at the office in front of him and gestured. The little brother nicknamed Monkey chuckled, then kicked the door with his foot. Bang! With one sound, the office door flew open. The principal, who was working inside, was startled and looked up to see that it was actually Chao Jinlong. He was followed by several big men. The principal shook in fear, picking up the phone to call the security office. Someone is causing a ruckus in the principal's office, send more people to handle this. The principal's voice trembled as he spoke. Did Mr. Lin not say everything was settled? Why did Chao Jinlong come with several little brothers? Did he come specifically looking for the principal? Chao Jinlong was dumbfounded, watching Monkey's miraculous operation. He kicked Monkey's leg. But it pulled at his wound, causing him to be unable to speak from the pain. Hiss. Monkey was puzzled by the kick. Seeing the boss bend down, he thought he didn't do well enough. Damn old thing, who told you to call? Monkey glared, charging towards the principal in a fierce manner. No, don't come here. You are breaking the law. Let's solve this calmly. Please don't get physical. The principal was so scared that he slumped in his office chair, shrinking back. Meanwhile, Chao Jinlong's little brothers were laughing hysterically behind him. Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, Chao Jinlong gritted his teeth and shouted, Monkey! Are you stupid? I told you to knock, and you kicked the door. What the hell are you doing now? The little brothers behind him suddenly couldn't laugh anymore. Monkey was also stunned by the scolding. Ha! Then he quickly reacted. Sorry, principal, I was too rude. He smiled apologetically and backed out, even kindly closing the door behind him. Chao Jinlong and his little brothers were stunned by Monkey's series of actions. What are you doing? Chao Jinlong forced himself to suppress his anger, gritting his teeth as he asked. Huh? Boss, didn't you say to knock? Chao Jinlong was really regretting letting this fool in. Forget it, I'll do it myself. Chao Jinlong held his forehead, speechless. Knock, knock, knock. Principal, I have important business with you. The principal, who had just relaxed, felt his heart leap again upon hearing the knocking. Fortunately, at this time, the security office also arrived, as well as many doctors and nurses who came to watch the excitement. What are you doing? Several security personnel in protective gear shouted at the four. Earlier, they had seen someone kick the principal's office door open through the surveillance footage. It was strange that after arriving, these people were now standing in front of the door, knocking. What a mystery! After hearing the voices of the hospital security at the door, the principal finally felt relieved, beads of cold sweat on his forehead. We're not doing anything. We just want to talk to the principal about some matters. At that moment, Chao Jinlong cursed Monkey's ancestors in his heart. The little brothers nodded repeatedly. Gee, isn't this the guy who smeared our hospital online? It really looks like him. He's definitely here to cause trouble. Didn't I just hear a loud bang? Hearing what the surrounding doctors and nurses were saying, the security personnel started to look a bit unfriendly. At this time, the principal, after regaining his composure, walked out. Boss Chow, do you know that this behavior is considered creating a disturbance and you could end up in jail? The principal walked over and angrily scolded the people beside the security personnel. I'm really sorry, Principal, I truly meant no harm this time. I came here to resolve the public opinion issues online. But my brother is not too bright and offended the dean. I apologize to you on his behalf. Chao Jinlong said this and bowed his head while sitting in the wheelchair. Seeing that the boss had already apologized, the little brothers quickly bowed as well. Sorry. The people around them were surprised by Chao Jinlong and the others' attitude. Could it be that they really came to solve the public opinion? After hesitating for a moment, they thought it was more urgent to resolve the hospital's public opinion, so they nodded and said, All right, but only you can come in. Let your friends wait outside the hospital. The dean thought for a moment and believed that safety was the most important. Did you hear what the dean said? You guys wait for me downstairs. Chao Jinlong spoke sharply to the little brothers. But boss, can you handle it after just having surgery? The monkey scratched his head and pointed at Chao Jinlong's stomach. I will have the hospital staff send you to the hospital entrance later. The dean quickly said. Did you hear that? Hurry up and go down. Chao Jinlong urged, feeling like a monkey in a zoo with so many people watching. Thinking of this, Chao Jinlong couldn't help but feel a toothache. Damn monkey. The little brothers had no choice but to leave the hospital and wait downstairs. A few security guards were closely watching them. The surrounding doctors and nurses were also sent away by the dean. Boss Chow, you tell me, how should we handle this? The dean asked cautiously. Dean, I will record a clarification video right away and explain everything clearly, absolutely no trouble for the hospital. Chao Jinlong said with righteousness. But Dean, may I ask about the family in that ward that had surgery yesterday? It turned out it was Mr. Lin taking action. The dean couldn't help but admire secretly. If even a thug like Chao Jinlong could be subdued, it showed the backing behind him. Chapter 39, Slapping Myself 10 Times. The dean hesitated for a moment and said, in Ward 302, but don't you cause any trouble. Chao Jinlong quickly nodded, Dean, don't worry, I absolutely won't cause any trouble, I just want to apologize in person. The dean looked at him with suspicion but still said, alright, finish recording your clarification video and hurry over, don't delay too long. Chao Jinlong agreed, quickly recorded the clarification video, and posted it online. Then a nurse arranged by the dean pushed him to the door of Ward 302. Chao Jinlong took a deep breath and then knocked on the door, controlling the wheelchair to enter. Inside the ward, Lin Chen was currently being questioned by Jiang Haitao about his feelings and whether he was sincere to Shuwei. Lin Chen was at his wit's end, overwhelmed by the continuous questions. He couldn't answer them all, absolutely couldn't answer them all. Just then, Chao Jinlong rolled in on his wheelchair. Jiang Haitao was taken aback. Just as he was about to ask what was going on, Jiang Min fiercely spoke up. What are you doing here? We don't welcome you here. Get out. Do you know if you delay any longer, my husband won't be saved? Jiang Min shouted angrily at Chao Jinlong, her expression extremely agitated. Jiang Lei instantly recognized who he was, and blood surged up, clenching his fists, ready to hit Chao Jinlong, cursing loudly. You bastard, how dare you come here? I'll beat you to death. This scene startled Chao Jinlong, and he instinctively raised his hand to block. Jiang Shuawei quickly grabbed Jiang Lei. Xiao Lei, don't be impulsive. Hitting someone can get you arrested. Lin Chen hurriedly stepped forward to stop the somewhat out-of-control Jiang Lei. For someone who almost caused him to lose his father, Jiang Lei hated him deeply. Enough. Jiang Haitao scolded, and Jiang Lei calmed down only after hearing Jiang Haitao's words. However, his gaze towards Chao Jinlong was still very fierce. Jiang Lei was particularly skilled at fighting, all to protect Jiang Shuawei. Jiang Shuawei was very outstanding in appearance when she was young, attracting admiration from many boys and catching the attention of many useless boys at school. One year, he was in the first year of middle school, and Jiang Shuawei was in her third year. He finished school and waited to walk home with Jiang Shuawei, but as soon as he reached her classroom door, he saw several boys surrounding her, cursing. Jiang Shuawei was crying, huddled in a corner. This scene instantly made Jiang Lei's blood boil, and he shouted loudly, "Dare to bully my sister." Then he rushed forward and kicked one of the boys to the ground. The remaining boys quickly reacted and tried to pull Jiang Lei away, but he fought like a madman, taking on several people at once, using anything nearby as a weapon. The reckless beating finally scared the boys, and they fled in a hurry, injured and terrified. Meanwhile, Jiang Lei was covered in wounds, with many bruises on his face, yet he smiled and looked at Jiang Shuawei, showing his big teeth. "Sister, I scared off those bad guys." Jiang Shuawei rushed over and hugged Jiang Lei, crying like a fountain of tears. Later, when they got home, as soon as Jiang Shuawei saw Jiang Min and Jiang Haitao, she burst into loud crying, unable to control herself. Beside her, Jiang Lei was flustered, trying to comfort his sister. After learning what happened, Jiang Min lovingly held her daughter in her arms and touched her son's bruised head, her eyes filled with tears. Jiang Haitao remained silent for a long time. "Son, you did great. People like that should be beaten up hard. Whatever happens, your dad will support you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lei smiled with pride, and Jiang Haitao looked at his son, unable to hold back his tears. Later, the parents of the boys came to the school to cause trouble, and Jiang Haitao said one sentence. "My son did well. Scum who don't study should be beaten. How much medical expense, I'll pay for him." From that day on, no one dared to provoke the brother-sister pair again. "This is the hospital. What kind of noise is this?" Jiang Haitao scolded in a low voice. He then looked coldly at Chao Jinlong. "What are you here for?" It was only then that Chao Jinlong realized, and quickly explained. "I'm here to apologize. My behavior yesterday was truly terrible, and I've recognized my mistakes. I hope to seek your forgiveness." Everyone in the room looked astonished, except for Lin Chen. Jiang Haitao immediately understood the reason. "Xiao Lin, you handle this." Lin Chen nodded in response, then looked at Chao Jinlong. "Do you know who I am?" Chao Jinlong looked at the extraordinary boy in front of him, dressed in Givenchy, and realized. This must be the main person. But he looks too young, probably only 18 or 19 years old. Chao Jinlong nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. "I roughly know. I'm truly sorry, I have realized my mistakes. Please forgive me just this once." Lin Chen smiled faintly, just watching Chao Jinlong. At this moment, Chao Jinlong's mind was racing. "Slap yourself 10 times, and we can forget about this. Uncle Jiang, what do you think?" Lin Chen said, turning to Jiang Haitao. "I think it's a good idea." Jiang Haitao also agreed wholeheartedly. At the same time, his impression of Lin Chen improved significantly. Not being soft-hearted towards enemies is a great quality. Without means, no talent can go far. Jiang Min, however, felt a bit reluctant and was about to persuade, but Jiang Lei tugged at her clothes, so she had to swallow her words. For Jiang Lei, it actually felt a bit too lenient to him. Jiang Shuawei merely watched coldly, not speaking. Chao Jinlong's face was somewhat unsightly after hearing this, hesitated for a long time, and finally made up his mind. Slap. 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 He slapped himself 10 times in a row. The face was a bit swollen. "Are you satisfied with this?" Chao Jinlong said quietly. "It's fine, you can leave now. As for the cooperation, as long as your building materials meet the standards, I won't make things difficult for you." Lin Chen said lightly. "Thank you." Chao Jinlong bowed his head slightly while sitting in the wheelchair, then exited the ward. I still think I was a bit too lenient on him." Jiang Lei still felt a bit aggrieved. "Enough, this is a society governed by law. Do you want to chop off a few of his fingers?" Jiang Haitao glared, and Jiang Lei's momentum softened. "This time we have to thank Xiao Lin. If it weren't for him, we would have brought a lot of trouble to the hospital." Jiang Min sighed. "You're being too polite, Aunt. This is what I should do." Lin Chen hurriedly said. "Yes, Mom, Lin Chen is your future son-in-law. Why are you being polite with him? Jiang Shuawei said boldly, her face slightly red. Lin Chen was stunned. Can this be said now? Exactly, don't be so polite with my brother-in-law. Zhang Lei said with a chuckle. Having learned the whole story in Lin Chen's methods, this little brother-in-law was completely convinced by Lin Chen. Chapter 40, Help me ask for leave in the name of a penguin. You guys are right. What do you think? Jiang Min smiled and then looked at Jiang Haitao. Jiang Haitao lay on the hospital bed, and when he heard Jiang Min's question, he was first taken aback. A hint of hesitation flashed across his face, then he forced a smile and said, yes. His voice carried a hint of reluctance. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuawei's face lit up with joy, and her smile blossomed like spring flowers, instantly brightening the entire ward. Her affectionate gaze turned to Lin Chen, her eyes filled with undeniable love. Lin Chen was also taken aback, secretly surprised. Did I just succeed in winning her over? This isn't too hard. Just then, the ward door was slowly pushed open again. Oh, Dr. Lin, we finally meet you. Our family wanted to thank you in person. The one who entered was Lin Yi. You don't need to be so polite, Aunt. I came to check on Uncle's condition. Lin Yi said with a smile, discreetly sizing up Lin Chen. He thought to himself, is he the one who helped me return to my position? Jiang Haitao heard this and felt a rush of gratitude. Dr. Lin, my life was saved by you. I really can't thank you enough. Jiang Haitao's voice was filled with gratitude as he tightly grasped Dr. Lin's hand, his eyes slightly red. Lin Yi checked Jiang Haitao's recovery while saying, this is what I should do. As a doctor, I cannot just sit and watch a life disappear before my eyes. His expression was focused and serious. Even Lin Chen couldn't help but look up to Lin Yi a bit more. He is indeed a good doctor. Dr. Lin, when my dad recovers, our family will treat you to a meal. I know doctors can't accept red envelopes, so we can only repay you this way. Jiang Shuawei said gratefully. A meal is also not acceptable, but I appreciate your kindness. The best reward for a doctor is a thank you and seeing the patient leave healthy. Dr. Lin said with a smile, his expression as warm as a spring breeze. The group could only regretfully stop their invitation, but their gazes toward Lin Yi were filled with admiration. In their hearts, Lin Yi was not only a highly skilled doctor but also a model of high medical ethics. At this moment, Lin Chen's phone suddenly rang, breaking the atmosphere in the ward. Lin Chen picked up his phone and saw that it was a call from Chun Xiao. Oh no! I forgot about the matters at school. He hurriedly greeted Jiang Min and the others, then quickly exited the ward and went to the corridor to answer Chen Zhao's call. Hey, boss, the instructor and advisor are going crazy. When are you coming back? As soon as the phone was connected, Chen Zhao's anxious voice came through, and that urgent tone seemed to pierce through the phone screen. Don't worry about me, I'll have someone from the company call the counselor for me later, and then I'll just go talk to them. Lin Chen was not flustered at all. For him, military training? What was that? Could it compare to matters of Penguin Group? On the other end of the line, it fell silent for a moment, and after a long while, Chen Zhao's voice finally came through. Shareholders of listed companies are just willful. That statement carried a hint of helplessness and envy. Alright, I won't talk to you anymore, I have other things to do. After Lin Chen finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Immediately after hanging up, Lin Chen quickly called Lu Shu. Mr. Lin, may I ask what instructions you have? Lu Shu's respectful voice came from the other end of the line. Please contact my counselor on behalf of Penguin Company and say that I have an urgent matter with the company and need to take a 2-day leave. I'll return to military training the day after tomorrow. On the other end, Lu Shu's expression was strange. She almost forgot that this Mr. Lin, who held 10% of Penguin shares, was just a first-year college student. Alright, Mr. Lin. Lin Chen finally felt relieved. After hanging up the phone, he took a deep breath, adjusted his mood, and returned to the hospital room. At this time, Lin Yi had already left, and only Jiang Haitao's family remained in the ward. Compared to when Xiao Jinlong had come earlier, everyone's mood had lifted significantly. Xiao Chen, I am already fine, you and Shuawei can go back to class first. I heard from Shuawei that you are just a freshman and are in military training, right? Jiang Haitao asked as he saw Lin Chen return. Lin Chen nodded. Then you go back to school with Shuawei this afternoon. Your aunt is here to take care of me, so I'm fine. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuawei and, seeing her nod, agreed, alright, uncle. What about Xiaolei? Jiang Shuawei asked. I took a week off, I can still play for a while longer. I haven't had enough of the Mercedes-Benz E300L that my brother-in-law bought for me. Zhang Lei said nonchalantly, then patted his belly. Dad, it's getting late, it's mealtime. You rest in bed, and we'll go out to eat. Jiang Haitao couldn't help but scold. You brat. Knowing I can't eat, you are deliberately irritating me. I'll go buy you some porridge. At the same time, the online opinion was gradually changing. Everyone was cursing angrily at this shocking reversal. I thought you were the victim, but you are actually the abuser? Fortunately, I didn't express any opinions earlier. I almost got fooled by this. The internet is not a lawless place. Everyone should pay attention to their words. I heard it almost cost a decent doctor his job, the damned beast. Online, the curses were deafening. Everyone was furiously criticizing Xiao Jinlong. Various accusations and insults filled every corner of the internet. At this moment, Xiao Jinlong was being taken back to that private hospital by several little brothers. Along the way, Xiao Jinlong's face was terrifyingly gloomy, and his swollen cheeks appeared even more hideous under the dim light in the car. Boss, are you really okay? I see your face is all swollen. Did someone hit you? I'll avenge you. The monkey looked at Xiao Jinlong's swollen face and couldn't help but express concern. I tripped while walking. If you can't speak properly, then don't say anything. From now on, if you say one more word, get out of the car. Xiao Jinlong, already filled with anger, exploded at that moment. His roar echoed inside the car, startling the monkey's heart. Seeing Xiao Jinlong lose his temper, the monkey immediately closed his mouth and dared not say another word. The car fell silent instantly. The monkey could only boredly scroll through videos. As he scrolled, he couldn't help but speak. Boss, this group of people online is cursing you as a beast. If I catch them, I will definitely. On the side of the road, a Mercedes business car slowly stopped, the door opened, kicked out a strong man, and then drove away. The monkey watched the business car leave, his face full of confusion. Did I say something wrong again? Chapter 41, I will definitely approve Chairman Lin's leave request. At this time, Tang Jelly, Lin Chen's counselor, was still racking her brains to find a way to contact Lin Chen. This morning, she had sent countless messages to Lin Chen, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea, receiving no replies. Dialing his phone, the prompt tone of it being turned off echoed on the line. She sighed helplessly, just about to get up to eat, when suddenly, an email was sent to her inbox. Moreover, this email was actually sent by the famous Penguin Company. Tang Jelly was filled with confusion, silently pondering, I haven't activated any video membership recently, nor have I bought anything from Penguin? Why are they emailing me? With curiosity, Tang Jelly gently clicked to open the email, and then, she rubbed her eyes and read the content very carefully again. Hello Teacher Tang, I am from Penguin Computer System Company, Ltd. Tang Jelly couldn't believe it, reading out the words one by one. Lin Chen is a major shareholder of Penguin Company? Tang Jelly mumbled in disbelief. How is this possible? He just started his freshman year. Just then, Tang Jelly's phone suddenly rang. She absent-mindedly answered the call. Hello, is there something I can help you with? Hello, may I ask if this is Teacher Tang Jelly? A woman's voice came from the other end of the line. Hello, may I ask who you are? Oh, I am the board secretary of Penguin Company, my name is Lu Shu. Did you see the email I just sent you? Tang Jelly's expression changed, and she quickly said, hello. I am Tang Jelly, I have seen the email you sent, you can rest assured, regarding Lin Chen, no, Chairman Lin's leave request, I will definitely approve it. Okay, then thank you, Teacher Tang. By the way, our boss doesn't like to be high profile, so we hope this matter won't be widely publicized. Lu Shu's light laughter came from the other end of the line. It's no trouble, it's my responsibility. I won't tell anyone about this besides the school leaders. After hanging up the phone, Tang Jelly finally realized that she was sweating all over from being overly nervous. This is a high-level person from Penguin Company. She and the other party are simply not on the same status level, it's unavoidable to feel nervous talking to such big figures. What's most unbelievable is that the student she is in charge of is actually a major shareholder of Penguin Company. Tang Jelly felt a bit worried, fearing that Lin Chen deliberately found someone to deceive her just to take leave. So, she specifically searched that website, opened it, and confirmed that it was indeed Penguin Company. Tang Jelly felt her heart racing constantly, this young master must be well taken care of. She must not offend him. Thinking of this, she picked up her phone to explain the situation in detail to the instructor and the school leaders. The school even sent someone to verify, and without further ado, they directly approved the leave request that Tang Jelly submitted for Lin Chen. At this moment, the leadership at Suzhou University was almost aware that there was a student among this year's freshmen who was one of Penguin's shareholders, but they were not very clear on the specific name. Tang Jelly opened her private message, painstakingly revised it for a while, and then finally sent a message to Lin Chen. Student Lin Chen, I have understood your situation. The school has already approved your leave request, so don't worry. Looking at the successfully sent message, Tang Jelly lay back in her office chair with a sigh of relief. This is even more brain-draining than writing a thesis. Lin Chen felt his phone vibrate, took it out, and saw the message from Tang Jelly. A faint smile appeared on his face. It seems that Lu Shu has already taken care of everything. Alright, thank you, Teacher Tang. No trouble at all, it's my duty. After Lin Chen and his group casually found a place near the hospital for lunch, thinking about visiting Ronto Real Estate, he said goodbye to Jiang Min and the others, then left with Jiang Shuawei. The two of them got into the car. Achan, my parents are very satisfied with you. And so is my brother. Jiang Shuawei's face was filled with immense happiness. I think your dad doesn't seem very happy, Lin Chen said with a bitter smile. Don't worry about my dad, as long as my mom is satisfied with you, that's enough. Besides, my dad is also very satisfied, he just feels a bit unhappy because you're the one who took his lovely daughter. Jiang Shuawei said playfully, her big eyes sparkling, causing Lin Chen to swallow hard. Is that so? Then I have to taste how lovely she is. Then he leaned in and kissed her soft red lips. This time was different. After a brief moment of adaptation, Jiang Shuawei actually began to hold Lin Chen's head, fiercely fighting back. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback but then no longer held back, fully enjoying Jiang Shuawei's initiative. The two kissed deeply, unwilling to part, their breathing becoming increasingly hurried. After a long while, they reluctantly loosened each other, their lips slightly swollen, their eyes filled with affection and longing. Shuawei. Lin Chen softly called her name, his voice slightly hoarse. Jiang Shuawei's cheeks flushed, she shyly lowered her head, but the corners of her mouth burst into an incredibly happy smile, Achan. The two exchanged a smile, deep love expressed between them. Achan, how did you ask for leave from military training? Jiang Shuawei suddenly asked curiously. I asked someone from the company to help me request leave from the teacher, saying that there was an urgent matter at work that needed my personal handling. Lin Chen said as he started the car and slowly drove out. Your excuse is unbeatable. Who would dare deny you leave? Jiang Shuawei laughed out loud. Lin Chen opened the navigation, searched for the location of Ronto Real Estate, and drove Jiang Shuawei towards the destination. After driving for nearly an hour, Lin Chen finally arrived at the entrance of Ronto Real Estate. Finding a parking lot, he parked the car and got out with Jiang Shuawei, both amazed by the building as they walked towards it. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei entered the Ronto Real Estate building and approached the front desk. I'm here to see Huang Wei. The front desk girl, dressed in professional attire and in her 20s, brightened up when she saw Lin Chen, only to become a bit disappointed upon noticing Jiang Shuawei next to him. Are you looking for our general manager Huang? Do you have an appointment? She asked politely. Appointment? I suppose that counts. Lin Chen replied after thinking for a moment. May I ask your name, sir? My name is Lin Chen. The front desk girl checked the computer, but did not find any appointment information. I'm sorry, sir. As the front desk girl was about to say that there was no appointment information found, her eyes suddenly widened. Chapter 42, The Evil Relative Yuan Lu. Are you Mr. Lin Chen? The girl asked uncertainly. If there isn't another shareholder named Lin Chen in the company, then it must be me. Lin Chen smiled faintly, his smile filled with calmness and confidence. I apologize, Mr. Lin, I didn't realize sooner. General Manager Huang is already waiting for you in the office, I will take you there. The front desk girl said respectfully. He then looked at Jiang Shuawei with a hint of envy in his eyes, feeling a bit of admiration for Jiang Shuawei, who could follow Lin Chen around. Lin Chen nodded slightly, then followed Jiang Shuawei as the front desk lady led them to Huang Wei's office. At this moment, a young man with glasses and an elegant demeanor walked over with slow and steady steps. Lin Chen? The man called out uncertainly, his voice mixed with confusion and surprise. Lin Chen heard someone calling his name and looked toward the source of the voice, his expression flashing with a trace of surprise. Uncle? Lin Chen was first startled, then called out casually, his expression on his face remaining calm. Jiang Yue and the front desk lady both looked over curiously. As for this uncle, Lin Chen had no good feelings towards him at all. When his parents were young, they worked at his mother's uncle's, Lin Chen's uncle's, small company. They called it a company, but in reality, it was just a small workshop with fewer than 10 people, making spring parts. They had been doing it for more than 10 years, and the number of people kept decreasing until only Lin Chen's parents were left. Then, due to the environmental reform in 2018, the small workshop went bankrupt. That uncle actually said nothing after telling Lin Chen's parents to find new jobs. The various scraps and machinery from the small workshop were sold for a couple of million, but Lin Chen's parents didn't receive any unemployment benefits. This infuriated Lin Chen's father, who said that if it weren't for the fact that it was his wife's uncle, he would have sued him already. After that, the two families never had contact again. The young man's name was Yuan Lu. Seeing that it was really Lin Chen, he walked over with some curiosity. Yuan Lu turned out to be Lin Dong's uncle? It seems Yuan Lu is about to get a promotion and a raise. The front desk lady looked at Yuan Lu with some envy. Lin Chen, what are you doing here? I'm here to find Huang Wei. Lin Chen said calmly, his tone showing no emotion. You're looking for President Huang? What could someone like you, still in school, possibly want with President Huang? Listen to uncle, this is not a place you should be. Yuan Lu said in a tone that seemed to be for Lin Chen's own good, but there was an underlying tone of disdain. Jiang Shuawei furrowed her brows upon hearing this. She had originally planned to greet the uncle when she heard Lin Chen call him, but now it seemed their relationship wasn't good. Even the front desk lady looked at Yuan Lu with surprise, feeling a bit taken aback by his attitude. You don't need to worry about it, uncle, you can go back to your own work. Lin Chen didn't get angry, his tone was very calm, but there seemed to be a subtle sense of repression behind that calmness. Yuan Lu, hearing Lin Chen's reply, was slightly annoyed. His expression changed, and then he looked at the front desk lady. He decided to stop pretending. You're really going to take him to see President Huang just because he says he has business? You're so easily tricked. He's just a freshman in college. If he annoys President Huang and gets criticized, it'll be you who takes the blame. Yuan Lu's voice raised slightly, now filled with clear reprimand. The front desk lady was about to speak when Lin Chen interrupted her. Uncle, my business doesn't seem to be something you need to interfere with, does it? Lin Chen's expression darkened, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes, the kind of coldness that seemed to freeze the air around him. It was originally Yuan's family who owed the Lin family, and now this Yuan Lu, who was at least related by blood, continued to speak and act in a way that seemed to target Lin Chen. Yuan Lu scoffed, what serious business could a kid like you possibly have? Don't cause trouble here. His tone was filled with contempt and disdain. This is our new major shareholder at Rongtou Jidi, Mr. Lin Chen. The front desk lady reminded Yuan Lu. Yuan Lu's smile grew more mocking, I knew you were tricked. Do you really think someone like him, a freshman, could be the major shareholder of the company? I know their family condition better than anyone else. His parents just work in an electronics factory. His voice was sharp and harsh, each word like a sword stabbing at Lin Chen. At this moment, Lin Chen's expression turned ugly, his hands clenched into fists, knuckles turning white from the effort, veins bulging on his forehead, and his eyes burning with flames of anger. What he couldn't tolerate the most was someone talking about his parents. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the system task. Kick the scoundrel Yuan Lu out. Reward, 500 million renminbi. Lin Chen took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions, and said coldly. Yuan Lu, do you think you know me well? Do you believe that with one word, I can make you lose your job today? But Yuan Lu remained unconcerned, mocking him again. Ha, you're still pretending at this point? At this time, their quarrel had attracted many onlookers. The receptionist saw that things were getting serious and hurried to the front desk to make a call. Mr. Huang, Director Lin is here, but there's been a situation, please come down quickly. It's on the first floor. The receptionist's voice was anxious and tense, and after speaking, she ran back, afraid something might go wrong. Everyone listen. He says he is a major shareholder of Rongtou Real Estate. Do you think that's possible? Ha ha ha. Yuan Lu pointed at Lin Chen and laughed loudly, the sound echoing in the spacious hall, making it particularly piercing. The crowd burst into laughter around them. No one would believe that a boy who looked around 18 or 19 could be a major shareholder of Rongtou Real Estate. Is there such a thing as being too much of an elder? Unbelievable. Jiang Shuawei gritted her teeth in anger, her eyes glaring at Yuan Lu, full of rage. That outfit he's wearing looks like it's all Givenchy. At this moment, one observer suddenly exclaimed, a hint of uncertainty in their voice. No way? Are you sure? Givenchy clothes cost at least several thousand, right? A full set has to be over 10,000? Another person said in disbelief. Really, it can't be wrong. That person replied with confidence. It can't be fake, right? Someone questioned. At this time, the murmurs of the crowd reached Yuan Lu's ears. I didn't expect Lin Chen to like wearing fakes. Yuan Lu scoffed again, his eyes filled with contempt. He was 100% sure that Lin Chen's clothes were definitely fake. He knew Lin Chen's family very well. A family that doesn't even earn 10,000 a month still has to pay for housing and social insurance, and support their son through college. Would they be willing to buy their son clothes worth over 10,000? He absolutely didn't believe that. Chapter 43, Give Uncle Another Chance. What are you all doing? Are you all so idle? A well-dressed woman with great presence walked over with strong strides. Her exquisite makeup and sharp gaze inspired a sense of awe. Wow! Why is Mr. Huang here? Quick, run! Wait a minute. I want to check the situation first. The crowd quickly dispersed, leaving only a few people still craning their necks to watch the excitement. Seeing that the crowd had mostly scattered, the woman turned her sharp gaze toward Lin Chen and the others. Mr. Huang. The receptionist timidly called out. Mr. Huang, this guy came here to cause trouble, so I stopped him, but he insists on coming to see you, saying he has matters to discuss. Yuan Lu felt somewhat anxious upon seeing Huang Wei arrive and quickly said. However, Huang Wei didn't even glance at him, walking straight to Lin Chen. Director Lin, you arrived without letting me know in advance, so I could have come down to greet you. Huang Wei smiled and extended her hand to Lin Chen, her tone full of respect. It's no big deal. No need to make such a fuss. Lin Chen smiled lightly and then shook hands with Huang Wei. She is my girlfriend, named Jiang Shuawei. Huang Wei quickly shook hands with Jiang Shuawei again. This little sister is really beautiful. Huang Wei couldn't help but praise. Mr. Huang, you are truly charming. At this moment, Yuan Lu was stunned, his heart filled with extreme panic. How is this possible? Isn't my cousin working at the electronics factory now? How could Lin Chen be a major shareholder of Ronto Real Estate? Could it be that my brother-in-law is hiding his identity? Yuan Lu quickly ruled out that possibility. Hiding his identity would be impossible after working under his father for almost 20 years. At this moment, Yuan Lu's mind was racing. So Xiaochan is really a major shareholder of the company? Ha, it seems uncle misunderstood you. Yuan Lu awkwardly laughed. That smile was uglier than crying, looking very forced. At this moment, Huang Wei finally sized up Yuan Lu. This person is still a relative of Director Lin? Then why make things difficult for Director Lin? Lin Chen looked at Yuan Lu with indifference in his eyes. Yuan Lu instantly felt nervous. Please don't say that, you are someone I can't reach. Xiaochan, uncle was just afraid you might be deceived by others, he was impulsive and said those words. Don't take it to heart. I'll come to your house to apologize in person one day. Yuan Lu said with a flattering smile. That smile was full of flattery, in stark contrast to his previous arrogance. Forget it, it's better for both our families to go our separate ways. Lin Chen said and then looked at Huang Wei. Mr. Huang, I think our company's hiring is still not strict enough. Skills can be trained later, but character must be strictly controlled. Lin Chen's voice carried an undeniable tone. Yes, Mr. Lin is right. I'll start to create a special hiring system for the company. Huang Wei immediately assured. Yuan Lu was instantly drenched in cold sweat, his shirt soaked in a large patch. He knew exactly what Lin Chen's words meant. He could not lose this job. If he endured a while longer, he would be able to achieve the position of department head. If he got fired now, it would mean all his efforts over the years had gone to waste. Ah Chen, after all, we are relatives with blood ties. You can't be so ruthless. Isn't it enough for uncle to apologize to you? Yuan Lu looked at Lin Chen with a pleading face. Relatives? Now you know we are relatives with blood ties? Let me tell you, it's too late. Lin Chen maintained a faint smile, speaking word by word. His gaze towards Yuan Lu was like looking at a clown, full of disdain and mockery. Yuan Lu's legs softened, nearly collapsing to the ground. He knew this time he was truly finished. Huang Wei stepped forward to look at Yuan Lu's name tag. Your name is Yuan Lu, right? You should go to the finance department immediately to settle your wages, then proceed to complete your resignation procedures. Yuan Lu's face turned ashen but still clung to hope. Xiaochan, it was uncle who went too far this time. Please give uncle another chance. But Lin Chen didn't even want to look at him now. Mr. Huang, shall we tour the company? Okay, Mr. Lin, please follow me. Huang Wei said hurriedly, then instructed the receptionist to return to work, leading Lin Chen upstairs. Leaving Yuan Lu behind, seeing that things had reached a conclusion, his gaze toward Lin Chen was filled with deep resentment. Then Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei were shown around Ronto Real Estate by Huang Wei, who also introduced some details about the company and future plans. Ding! Mission, let the malicious relative Yuan Lu be expelled. Mission completed. Ding! 500 million RMB has been transferred to the host's Huaxia Bank Platinum card. Ding! Additional reward, 1 billion Douyin diamonds. Has been credited to the host's Douyin account. It seems that Yuan Lu's resignation procedures have been completed. What the heck is this situation with a billion diamonds in Douyin? System, can I exchange it for 100 million RMB? Lin Chen called out to the system in his mind. Ding! No, host, this reward is complimentary. Lin Chen thought for a moment, that's true, since it's complimentary, why not take it? Besides, as a man with a system, would I miss this small goal? Lin Chen looked at the time, it was getting late, so he prepared to say goodbye to Jiang Shuawei. Mr. Huang, let's call it a day. I can see that Ronto Real Estate is thriving under your management. You flatter me, Chairman Lin. This is all thanks to the hard work of all our employees. Let me see you off, Chairman Lin. Jiang Shuawei was already tired and yawning continuously. At that moment, hearing that they were about to leave, her sleepiness vanished completely. Who is this? So young yet so highly regarded by Mr. Huang. Don't you know? That guy is the new major shareholder of Ronto. Really? He doesn't look that old. Well, he was born with a silver spoon, we were born as cattle and horses. Lin Chen smiled slightly as he listened to the chatter around him. Just a few days ago, he was in an even worse position than them. Then, under Huang Wei's watchful gaze, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei took a taxi and drove away. Who exactly is this Chairman Lin's backing family? Huang Wei murmured as she watched the taxi disappear into the distance. Meanwhile, Yuan Lu was on his way home, filled with unwillingness. All those years of hard work felt wasted. He only got a few months' compensation. All of this was because of Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I will make you infamous. Yuan Lu thought fiercely in his heart. Without hesitation, he took out his phone and dialed. Hey! Mom and Dad. Shuowei, what do you want to eat tonight? Lin Chen gently asked Jiang Shuowei, who was in the passenger seat. I almost forgot to tell you, today is Wanner's birthday. She booked a private room at the Jinqiu restaurant near the school. Come with me? Jiang Shuowei said, looking at Lin Chen with full anticipation. Lin Chen hesitated a bit. Shouldn't a birthday party for Wanner have all girls? Would it be inappropriate for me to go? No. Many classmates from several classes are going, and Wanner specifically invited you. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. Why did Tang Wanner specifically invite me? All right. Lin Chen thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Chen, I want to eat a sundae. Jiang Shuowei looked at a little girl happily eating a strawberry sundae by the roadside and suddenly felt a craving too. That place over there, Mishue? Jiang Shuowei happily pointed to a nearby Mishue shop. Lin Chen followed Jiang Shuowei's finger and indeed saw a Mishue. There was a parking spot right by the roadside, so he parked directly. After getting out of the car, many passers-by looked over. Did a prince and princess come to shop in a Lamborghini? This car is really cool. Those two in the Lamborghini are so good-looking. Do rich people all look this good? Wow, did you see the license plate? It's unbelievable. Shuei 88888. Hearing the discussions around him, Lin Chen remained calm, his composed demeanor making him stand out even more. Only Jiang Shuowei was surprised and walked around to look at the license plate number. Then she asked Lin Chen in astonishment. Chen, when did you change your license plate? It's a special number. Just this license plate must have cost a lot, right? I changed it just a few days ago, it cost a few tens of millions, but it's not too expensive. Lin Chen gently stroked Jiang Shuowei's hair and said fondly. A few tens of millions is not expensive? No wonder you are a major shareholder of Penguin. Jiang Shuowei was shocked, playfully sticking out her tongue at Lin Chen, looking extremely cute. The two of them linked arms and walked up to the Mishue shop. Chen, what do you want to eat? Whatever you eat, I'll eat. Jiang Shuowei thought for a moment. Hi, could I have 2 large strawberry sundaes, please? All right, a total of 12 pieces. Scan here. The clerk said with a smile. Jiang Shuowei opened the payment code on her green bubble app and scanned it. After a few minutes, the sundae was ready. Jiang Shuowei ate the sundae, her face filled with a satisfied smile. Just then, a fashionable woman came hurriedly, one hand on the phone and the other holding a milk tea, completely unaware of Jiang Shuowei and Lin Chen in front of her. The woman walked in high heels, the sounds of tap 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 rushed and chaotic, as if the voice on the other end of the call was her entire world. Suddenly, with a crash, the woman accidentally bumped into Jiang Shuowei, causing the milk tea to splash out and land right on Jiang's clothes. The liquid quickly spread over Jiang Shuowei's clothing, leaving a dirty stain, and even on her hair, the milk tea kept dripping down. Oh no! Jiang Shuowei exclaimed, almost dropping the sundae from her hand. Her eyes were filled with surprise and anger, as her joyful mood was shattered in an instant. Lin Chen quickly took out a tissue to wipe the milk tea off Jiang Shuowei's hair. Lin Chen's movements were very gentle, and his eyes were full of concern. Can't you walk faster? What are you dawdling for? Both Jiang Shuowei and Lin Chen did not expect the woman to have the audacity to say such a thing. The woman's tone was filled with impatience and blame, as if it was all their fault. Jiang Shuowei's face turned red with anger, neglecting to wipe off the milk tea from her clothes. It's clearly your fault for not watching where you're going, and you're blaming us. Jiang Shuowei said angrily. Just apologize, and let's call it even. Lin Chen continued wiping the milk tea off Jiang Shuowei while looking at the woman. His voice was deep and strong, trying hard to suppress the anger inside him. Apologize? It's just a broken piece of clothing. I can afford it. The woman said dismissively, opening her green bubble app. Her face was full of disdain and contempt. So tell me, how much is this outfit? Hurry up, I'm in a rush. Lin Chen shook his head. Not just this outfit, you have to compensate for her bag too. Lin Chen said, pointing to the bag in Jiang Shuowei's hand, which was a gift he had bought for her at the Givenchy store. Jiang Shuowei then realized that the bag had also been splashed with milk tea. Ah! My bag. Jiang Shuowei hurriedly tried to wipe the milk tea off with her sleeve. This bag was Lin Chen's first gift to her, and it held significant meaning for her. Trying to get more money? The clothing and bag, 1,000 should be enough, right? The woman scoffed. Lin Chen looked at the woman as if she were a joke. This bag is Givenchy, worth 28,000. I just bought it a few days ago, so 2,000 will do for compensation. When the woman heard the price, her eyes widened as she shouted. What? 20,000? Do you think I'm a fool? Two poor people can only afford ice cream, not a $20,000 bag. Are you trying to scam me? As soon as she said this, many onlookers around expressed their displeasure. So what if we're poor? Did I use your money? A young man couldn't help but shout. Exactly, I'm just getting ice cream and getting called poor? A young woman with a child also chimed in. Xiaoye, never become a person like that in the future, okay? The little girl nodded vigorously. Mommy, then what kind of person is she? She is a waste, baby. The woman gently patted the little girl's head, smiling as she spoke. The little girl nodded, though she seemed to half understand. This woman really has no quality. People repeatedly criticized her. Hearing this, the woman's face turned pale and red in turns. Oomph, you want me to pay 2,000 for a fake item? No way. Lin Chen wasn't even angry, he just smiled sarcastically. Don't want to pay, huh? Fine, then I'll just call the police. Lin Chen said as he took out his phone. Alright. Whoever doesn't call the police is a fool. I want to see what good comes to you scammers when you're in the police station. The woman became a bit flustered upon hearing the mention of the police, but she steadied herself and shouted back. Jiang Shuowei said nothing, this kind of thing was best left to her boyfriend. She did not believe that this bag was worth 28,000. Lin Chen smiled noncommittally, pressed the phone, and then called. Hello, this is the police station. Hello, someone damaged my bag worth 28,000, but refuses to compensate. I am currently in Linjiang district. Chapter 45, has she calmed down now? After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen looked at the now somewhat panicking woman and said calmly, the police will be here soon. The woman's lips were tightly shut, her eyes darting around, and not a word came out. After a while, the sound of a police car's siren grew louder, approaching quickly. A few police officers got out of the car and prepared to understand the situation. Officers, it's just because I accidentally spilled milk tea on that girl, and they want me to pay 20,000. I suspect they are trying to extort me. The woman quickly calmed down and eagerly said to the police, attempting to defend herself, a trace of indignation on her face. The police raised their eyebrows slightly, looking sharply at the scene, then directly turned to Lin Chen and asked seriously, you called the police, right? Lin Chen nodded without hesitation, answering calmly, yes, I reported the incident. This woman damaged my girlfriend's bag. I bought this bag for 28,000 a few days ago, and I have the payment receipt on my phone. I also have the invoice. At this moment, Jiang Shuowei was very glad she had kept the invoice. At that time, Lin Chen had only glanced at it and didn't think much of it. Jiang Shuowei felt that since the bag was so expensive, she definitely shouldn't just take it without keeping the invoice in the bag. I see this bag is just dirty, it should be fine with a wipe, right? The police glanced at the bag Jiang Shuowei was holding, and with a hint of doubt, asked. Exactly. Officer, let's not even discuss whether this bag is authentic or not, since it's just milk tea on the bag, why should I pay so much? The woman suddenly became animated upon hearing the police's words, her voice involuntarily rising as if she had grabbed onto a lifeline. Officer, leather bags cannot get wet. Once they get wet, they change color, seep inside, causing corrosion, staining, or damage to the leather. Jiang Shuowei hurriedly explained at this moment. Because she valued this bag highly, she had specifically searched about it. Upon listening to Jiang Shuowei, the police took out their phones to search, then said to the woman sternly, in that case, you do indeed need to compensate. The woman's face turned even darker, her brows tightly knitted, but she still stubbornly said, who knows if they are intentionally trying to scam me. Lin Chen sneered, his gaze showing anger and disdain, we just wanted you to compensate for reasonable losses from the beginning, but not only do you refuse to apologize, you keep talking back. At this time, another police officer checked the payment receipt provided by Lin Chen and confirmed the value of the bag. Ma'am, the evidence is solid. You need to compensate them. If you refuse to pay, we will follow legal procedures. The police's voice was firm and powerful, leaving no room for doubt. The woman finally ceased her stubbornness, and her voice lowered. I'll pay. But I shouldn't just pay whatever they say. We can go to the store where this bag was originally purchased to authenticate it. Lin Chen said lightly. In fact, to him, this amount of money was nothing at all. If the woman had spoken nicely and apologized at the time, the matter would likely have been settled. But this woman didn't seem to realize her own fault. She was the one in the wrong yet still shouted wildly. She probably won't sleep well tonight without a lesson. We have a car, officer. Please take her with us. The officer nodded and then brought the woman into the police car. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei walked to the poison, directly opened the door, and walked in. No wonder she can use bags worth tens of thousands. Look at this car and that license plate. TSK. Rich people are just different. This couple is so rich. Do they really care about this little money? Can't they let others off the hook? What if they are rich? Just because they have money, can't they seek justice? Besides, look at that woman's attitude. If I were her, I would act the same way. The crowd instantly began to discuss. Meanwhile, in the police car, the woman saw Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei driving a supercar and felt deeply regretful. If only I had just apologized properly earlier. I can't believe this. Driving a supercar to buy milk tea, what a fool I am. Soon, they arrived at the shopping mall. Arriving at Givenchy, the previous clerk, upon seeing Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei, became extremely enthusiastic. These two are big spenders. Just as she was about to greet them, she noticed the police officer behind them and suddenly became nervous. Could it be that something happened that requires compensation? Can you help me assess this bag? I bought it here. Lin Chen didn't waste time, took the bag from Jiang Shuawei's hand, and put it on the counter. The contents of the bag had already been packed by Jiang Shuawei in the car. The clerk sighed in relief, then cautiously took the bag and inspected it carefully before saying, Sir, ma'am, this bag has indeed been irreparably damaged due to milk tea. Furthermore, this bag is a limited edition, and we no longer have the same model in store. The woman's face turned pale immediately upon hearing this. The officer looked at the woman and said, Ma'am, the facts are clear now. The woman bit her lip and helplessly nodded, taking out her phone to prepare for a transfer. After Lin Chen had Jiang Shuawei receive the compensation money, he said, So, you're being good now? Originally, you could have avoided this by just apologizing, but you had to speak disrespectfully. The woman lowered her head and quietly said, I'm sorry, I was wrong. At this moment, she had completely lost the arrogance from before, and just seeing that license plate made her very anxious. After the matter was resolved, the police officers left directly. The woman also left in shame. The clerk suddenly had a bright idea. Would you two like to take a look at other bags in our store? We just got a few new styles yesterday. The clerk asked with a warm smile. Jiang Shuawei was about to say to forget it, but Lin Chen already spoke up. Oh? Let me take a look. The clerk's smile became even brighter. These styles just arrived yesterday. Your girlfriend would definitely look great with this bag. Lin Chen looked at the bags the clerk pointed out and felt they didn't look very good. But Jiang Shuawei's opinion was the most important. Shuawei, what do you think? Jiang Shuawei immediately shook her head. I don't really like them. The clerk became a bit anxious. We have other styles in the store, there must be something that suits you. No, thank you. Jiang Shuawei said, quickly pulling Lin Chen out of the Givenchy store. I think it's about time, let's come back another day to buy a bag. Warner's birthday is important. Jiang Shuawei said. But Lin Chen shook his head. It's only a little past 5, dinner won't be until after 6, right? Since you don't like Givenchy's bags, let's go look at other stores. Seeing that Jiang Shuawei still wanted to say something, Lin Chen directly said. You are my girlfriend now, if others find out that Lin Chen can't even buy a more expensive bag, how will they look at me? Jiang Shuawei was left speechless and could only helplessly agree. Fine. Her voice was soft, laced with a tinge of compromise. Lin Chen patted Jiang Shuawei's head. I know you don't want me to spend so much money. But isn't the money I make meant to be spent? As long as you're happy, I'll spend however much it takes. Jiang Shuawei's eyes reddened slightly. She lifted her head, gazing deeply at Lin Chen. Her voice was a little choked as she said. Ah Chen, meeting you is the greatest luck of my life. It's not that I mind you spending money, I just hope our relationship isn't measured by these material things. But your words really touched me deeply. After saying that, she tightly hugged Lin Chen, resting her head on his chest, continuing. I won't refuse your feelings anymore. I believe we can create even more beautiful memories together, not just through these expensive gifts. Lin Chen felt Jiang Shuawei's genuine affection and warmth filled his heart. He hugged her back even tighter, softly saying. I will always treat you well, trust me. Just as their lips were getting closer, an old man walked past them. Damn! These young people. Only then did they realize they were still in the shopping mall. You're so naughty. Jiang Shuowei's face turned red, and she broke free from Lin Chen's embrace. Lin Chen smiled slightly and took Jiang Shuowei's hand. Let's go, I'll take you to buy a bag. Hand in hand, they strolled through the mall, their eyes meeting full of sweetness and love. After walking for a while, they entered the Hermes store. Two well-dressed men stood at the door like bodyguards. Hello, welcome to Hermes. A female shop assistant greeted them with a smile. We're here to look at bags. Lin Chen said with a smile, holding Jiang Shuowei's hand. Okay, the bags are over here. Please follow me. The female shop assistant led Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei to a section filled with women's bags. There were all kinds of styles, colors, and materials, making it hard to take it all in. May I ask what your budget is? The shop assistant asked. Money is not an issue, as long as my girlfriend likes it. Lin Chen said, smiling at Jiang Shuowei. Jiang Shuowei, however, was a bit embarrassed. Your girlfriend is really lucky. The shop assistant said with envy. My boyfriend is really good to me. Jiang Shuowei smiled, and then her eyes were immediately attracted by the dazzling array of bags. Can you show me that bag? Jiang Shuowei's gaze was suddenly fixed on a light beige bag at the top of the display. The one at the top? Yes. Jiang Shuowei nodded. This is one of our more popular Birkin series. The regular material ones are around 90,000. This bag is made of ostrich leather, and it costs about 200,000. I'll need to wear gloves, please wait a moment. The shop assistant explained while taking a pair of white cloth gloves from the lower shelf and putting them on. Then she took the bag down. When Jiang Shuowei heard that the bag cost 200,000, she was about to hesitate. But then she remembered what Lin Chen had said earlier, and decided to go for it. Mainly, she truly liked it. Jiang Shuowei tried it on, her eyes full of undisguised fondness. The bag complemented her aura perfectly, as if it was tailor-made for her. I'll take this one, please wrap it up. Lin Chen said directly to the shop assistant. Sorry, sir, this bag is a display item and is not for sale. Currently, we don't have stock, only crocodile leather ones are available, but they are priced at 459,000. If you want the ostrich leather one, you might have to wait a few days. The shop assistant explained apologetically. Is the crocodile leather bag the same in style, color, and appearance as this one? Lin Chen didn't mind. After all, it's just a few 100,000. He had billions in diamond fight. Jiang Shuowei didn't say she wouldn't buy it. After all, she was Lin Chen's girlfriend, and carrying it would also give Lin Chen some face. Yes. Yes, sir. The female clerk's face lit up with joy, and she quickly said. Then take out the crocodile leather bag for me to see. If my girlfriend likes it, I'll buy it. Lin Chen said lightly. Okay, sir. In no time, the female clerk carefully walked over with a packaged box. After opening it, Jiang Shuowei was immediately drawn in. The expensive had its advantages. Even Lin Chen felt that just looking at the crocodile leather gave a sense of luxury. The delicate texture and exquisite craftsmanship all showcased opulence and quality. Do you like it? Lin Chen gently touched Jiang Shuowei's beautiful hair and asked with affection. I like it. Jiang Shuowei nodded repeatedly, her eyes sparkling with joy. Please wrap this bag up for me. I'll pay by card. Lin Chen said to the female clerk with a smile. The female clerk looked delighted. Of course, sir. Then she brought over the card swiper. Lin Chen took out his Huaxia Bank Platinum card and swiped it. The female clerk's gaze towards Lin Chen instantly held a hint of respect. She had worked at Hermes for many years and had never seen a bank card like this. It was clear it was not something an ordinary person could possess. After the payment was successful, Jiang Shuowei eagerly picked up the bag. Thank you, Ah Chen. Jiang Shuowei's face beamed with a happy smile. As long as you like it, Shuowei. Lin Chen smiled and tapped Jiang Shuowei's nose lightly. The female clerk looked at Jiang Shuowei with envy in her eyes. Do you both need any more wrapping? No, I'll carry it myself. Jiang Shuowei shook her head in refusal. The two strolled around the store before directly heading out. You two, take care. Outside the mall, it was already 6 o'clock. Jiang Shuowei's phone rang. Shuowei, where are you? Tang Wanner's voice came from the phone. I just finished shopping at the mall with Ah Chen. What's up? Oh dear, you're with Ah Chen, isn't it a bit mushy? Tang Wanner teased. Cut it out. You should hurry and find a boyfriend. Jiang Shuowei replied irritably. Alright, enough chit-chat. We've already left the school gate. You should come over quickly. I'll send the box number to your phone later. As soon as Tang Wanna heard Jiang Shuiwei mention this, she quickly changed the topic. Got it. After hanging up, Jiang Shuiwei looked at Lin Chen. Let's go, Wanna and the others have already left. Lin Chen nodded, then he and Jiang Shuiwei headed toward the parking lot. Chapter 47, Streamer, You're So Brave. Hey everyone. Guess what I found? Lin Xiaoyu said excitedly into her phone. Today, as usual, she was live streaming and wandering around, and when she walked to the parking lot, she unexpectedly discovered a super cool supercar. What did you find? Is it two little dogs having a rendezvous? The one above sure has unique taste. Stop keeping us in suspense. Lin Xiaoyu smiled slightly as she read the continuous messages popping up in the chat, then steadily pointed the camera at the Lamborghini supercar. The streamer has discovered a very cool supercar. What do you think? Isn't it amazing? Lin Xiaoyu's tone carried a hint of pride. Wow. It really is cool. That design is unbeatable. That sports car must not be cheap, huh? What the heck? Isn't this the Lamborghini Veneno? There's one in Tianfu City too? What a legendary car. At that moment, someone with the username, Boda, said. Veneno? What car is that? I've never heard of it? I haven't heard of it either. Please explain. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the incredibly flashy Veneno before her, feeling a surge of curiosity. She only knew that the car was really cool, she was completely clueless about any other information. Boda, big brother, why don't you tell everyone about it? Let us learn more. Lin Xiaoyu said, filled with curiosity. After a while, Boda sent a long message. The Lamborghini Veneno is... At the 2013 Geneva Motor Show, a car was unveiled, limited to only 13 units worldwide, with 3 being hardtops and 9 being convertibles. At that time, the price of the hardtop reached 3.1 million euros, equivalent to about 25.4 million Chinese yuan, while the convertible was priced at 3.3 million euros, around 26.9 million yuan. Now, the convertible version is worth about 1 million, truly a supercar. As soon as this news broke, the entire livestream room fell silent for a few seconds, followed by a tidal wave of frantic comments. Wow! A car worth 100 million? What kind of extraordinary person could afford that? More useless knowledge added. So scary? I've worked in an electronics factory tightening screws till smoke came out and I couldn't earn 100 million in my lifetime. Lin Xiaoyu was deeply shocked by these words, looking at the car in front of her, her eyes filled with extreme desire. Suddenly, she unintentionally glanced at the livestream, surprised to find that the number of viewers had skyrocketed from a few hundred to thousands. Then an idea struck her, and she quickly pointed the camera at herself. Dear family. Today is incredibly lucky. I happened to stumble upon a supercar worth 100 million. Get lost. I want to see the poison. Why are there suddenly so many people in this livestream? This female host doesn't even look that great. Are they picking a master? Turn the camera around. The host is amazing. Please give me green bubbles. Facing these comments, both sharp and unkind, Lin Xiaoyu was not even a bit angry and always wore her signature smile. For all the new family members in the livestream, please click like and follow. If any generous brothers are watching, please send gifts. Today I encountered a supercar worth 100 million, I'll show it properly later. So disgusting. You make it sound like that car is yours. You have the nerve to ask. Generous brothers, please send gifts. I just entered the livestream and haven't even seen what a 100 million car looks like. What's there to see? It's just 4 wheels. Stupid host. Watch me report you. But soon, one by one, people began to send gifts. Thanks to DJ First Person for the car. Thanks to Eightfold Mirror for the carnival. Thanks to Chimera for the carnival. Thanks to King of Beasts for the 5 carnivals. Brother, do you want to add a green bubble? Lin Xiaoyu watched the series of gift notifications with excitement, her face nearly splitting from smiling. Hurry up. You guys have sent gifts, let me see the car. With your pathetic face, you still want my green bubbles? Go look in the mirror. Host, hurry up. Otherwise, I'll report you. Lin Xiaoyu still had a beaming smile, completely unfazed by the criticism. Since everyone in the livestream wants to see, I won't interrupt your excitement. As Lin Xiaoyu said this, she pointed the camera again at the Lamborghini Veneno in front of her. So cool, my friend. Is this really a small goal? No wonder it's the Veneno. It's rare to even see such an amazing car. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the Veneno, her inner impulse uncontrollable, and she couldn't help but walk up and gently touch it. Host, don't touch. If you scratch the paint with your nails, you'll be in trouble. People like this are just too hands-on. If you dare to sit in it, I'll immediately send you 10 carnivals. Host, did you see? Our King of Beasts brother has spoken. Let's see if you dare to earn this money. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the message from King of Beasts in the livestream and started to feel a little tempted. After all, he had just sent 4 carnivals, looking like he was wealthy and kept his word. 10 carnivals. That's a total of 30,000 yuan. Lin Xiaoyu hesitated a bit. This car was worth 100 million if she really sat on it and broke it. I'm afraid even if I go bankrupt, I can't afford it. Streamer, what are you hesitating about? If you dare, I'll send you 20. King of Beasts spoke again. Boss, you're generous. Do you need a son? I want to support you in your old age. Add 1. Add 1. 20 carnivals. A total of 60,000. This time, Lin Xiaoyu hesitated for only a moment before making a decision. Lin Xiaoyu took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and slowly walked towards the Lamborghini Veneno, then carefully sat on the car's hood. Then, Lin Xiaoyu pointed the camera at herself, changing angles several times to prove she was genuinely sitting on the Veneno. The live stream room exploded, and the bullet comments refreshed wildly. Awesome! Streamer, you're so brave. 666, doing this for 60,000. If it gets damaged, you can't afford to go bankrupt. I feel like this Veneno has been defiled. But soon, the live room was flooded with carnivals. King of Beasts was true to his word, sending 20 carnivals directly. Thank you to King of Beasts for the 20 carnivals. Thank you, thank you. Lin Xiaoyu excitedly looked at the screen filled with gift effects on her phone, her face blooming with joy. Miss, please get down, this car is mine. Chapter 48, Damage Assessment of 500,000. Lin Xiaoyu was startled and immediately jumped down from the front of the car. The person was none other than Lin Chen and Jiang Shuiwei. Wow, a good show is coming. Both of them are so high in looks. No wonder they can be together. Did you notice? The guy is wearing Givenchy. Isn't it normal for someone driving a Veneno to wear Givenchy? I think it's very low-key. Look at that girl's bag. It's an Hermes, worth over 400,000. Wow. This girl is holding a Mercedes in her hand? At this moment, Lin Xiaoyu no longer had the mood to pay attention to the comments in the livestream. Her face was a little pale. If she had known earlier, she would have been more decisive, sat down, swiped the gifts, and then ran. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been caught red-handed. Sorry, can I borrow your car for a photo? Lin Xiaoyu directly apologized, quite straightforwardly. In such a situation, if you don't apologize, they might play you to death. Lin Shen didn't speak, just walked to the front of the car to take a look. Do you see the scratch? Lin Shen was somewhat speechless, thinking about what kind of people these are. Lin Xiaoyu's heart sank, and she hurried over to take a look. Indeed, she saw a scratch on the front of the car, not very deep, but noticeable at first glance. Wow! I'm in big trouble. Now what? For 60,000, no, not even 60,000, the platform still takes a cut. Just for this few tens of thousands, I might have to compensate at least 100,000? Hey, be bolder, a Bugatti worth over 10 million RMB got scratched by another car and cost over 3 million RMB. Although this scratch is small, it has to be tens of thousands, right? What the hell? Are you sitting on a house? This female streamer is doomed. The bullet comments at this time exploded. The number of viewers in the live room directly surpassed 100,000. Lin Xiaoyu's face instantly turned pale, and with a hint of a crying tone, she said, I just sat for a bit, I didn't bring anything metal. At this time, Jiang Shuiwei walked behind Lin Xiaoyu and took a look. You're wearing jeans, and there are metal buttons on the back. Jiang Shuiwei didn't pity this woman at all. When others encountered them on the road, they tried to avoid them as much as possible, fearing an accident. But she, on the other hand, sat right on the front. Isn't that just asking for trouble? Lin Xiaoyu touched her bottom. Sure enough, she felt the metal buttons. I'm sorry. Truly sorry. I didn't mean to. Lin Xiaoyu could no longer hold back, her eyes turning red as she kept bowing to Jiang Shuiwei and Lin Chen to apologize. If you do something wrong, you have to face the consequences. This is not an accident you stumbled into, you should think about how to compensate. Lin Chen had no intention of letting this woman go. People like her don't understand the seriousness of the situation unless they learn a lesson. How much do you think it will cost? Lin Xiaoyu looked at the two with red eyes and asked. Her grip on the phone holder tightened. I estimate it will be around 300,000 to 400,000, at least. Lin Chen thought for a moment and gave a relatively low figure. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoyu felt as if the sky was spinning, and she felt a bit dizzy. Moments later, grasping at a lifeline, she cried out to the camera, "Beast King, I know you are definitely still watching my livestream. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have done this. You have to pay for this compensation." Only then did Lin Chen and Jiang Yue notice that the woman in front of them was live streaming. It was obvious that someone in the live chat had tipped her to sit on the car hood. She truly brought this upon herself. At Beast King, haha, you're being asked to pay, big shot. Whatever others tell you to do, you just do it? Why not go eat sh*t? When something happens, you start looking for someone to take the blame? In this situation, the person involved doesn't have legal responsibility. Why should they help you pay? What a joke. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the messages in the livestream and instantly felt defeated. If it didn't happen to you, of course, you would say that. As Lin Xiaoyu argued with the people in the livestream, Lin Chen finally lost his patience. He still had to rush to Tang Wan'er's birthday party later. "Miss, if you don't want to pay, we can only call the police." Lin Xiaoyu didn't know what to do, so she directly closed the livestream. Being difficult was definitely not an option. After all, she was live streaming, like a law enforcement body cam. "Big brother, beautiful lady, you are so wealthy, can you spare me this one time? I really have no money for compensation, I beg you." Lin Xiaoyu sobbed and directly kneeled down, constantly bowing to Lin Chen and Jiang Yue. Seeing this, Jiang Yue felt a bit reluctant. But Lin Chen was very annoyed. "So you caused me a loss of hundreds of thousands, and just because I have money, a simple apology means nothing? Do I have to foolishly cover the losses myself? You didn't just accidentally cause this, you brought this upon yourself. How about this? You bring out 300,000, and we'll call it even." Lin Chen thought for a moment. Seeing the woman's sincere attitude of admitting her mistake, he decided to lower the compensation. When Lin Xiaoyu heard this, she continued to bow and apologize. Lin Chen's expression suddenly darkened. Then he stopped saying anything, took out his phone, and directly called the police. "Hello? Is this the police department?" Hearing that Lin Chen had called the police, Lin Xiaoyu grew even more flustered. It seemed this tactic wouldn't work. So she simply sat on the ground, waiting for the police to come. Because it was a parking lot, there were fewer people. Some parking customers, seeing the situation, didn't dare to linger. The police arrived quickly, understood the situation, and confirmed the truth before taking Lin Xiaoyu away. Due to the inability to tow the car, they could only let Lin Chen drive it to the police station. Upon arriving at the police station, the officers found the replay of Lin Xiaoyu's previous livestream. After watching the replay, the police present, as well as Lin Chen and Jiang Shuiwei, fell silent. They didn't know how to evaluate the situation. Then Lin Chen directly paid someone to come over and assess the damages to the car. The conclusion was, it could not be completely repaired, and the damages were estimated at around 50,000. "Alright, you just need to pay me 300,000. At this point, Lin Chen was already very impatient. Wanting to pay nothing is impossible. Lin Chen truly didn't want to waste more time, so he directly called Lu Hai. "Lu Hai, something happened here, can you help me handle it?" Lin Chen briefly explained what happened. "Okay, Director Lin, I will handle this matter for you." After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen made a record and directly left the police station with Jiang Shuiwei in the car. Jiang Shuiwei glanced at the time. With this delay, it was already past 7. Just then, Tang Wan'er's call came in. "Shuiwei, why aren't you and Lin Chen here yet?" "Something happened, we are on our way now." "You guys go ahead and eat, Lin and I will be a little late," Jiang Shuiwei said with a hint of embarrassment into the phone. "No problem, we just entered the private room. You are my best girlfriend. How could I eat without you? Hurry up." The voice on the other end sounded urgent, then hung up without giving Jiang Shuiwei a chance to respond. Then Lin Chen and Jiang Shuiwei drove straight to the mall to prepare a birthday gift for Tang Wan'er. 40 minutes later, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuiwei got out of the car. They walked into the Jingxiu Hotel, heading towards the address Tang Wan'er sent to Jiang Shuiwei. The two arrived at the door of the private room. Lin Chen gently pushed the door open, and the cheerful laughter inside instantly fell silent, all eyes focused on them like spotlights. "Wow, you finally made it." Tang Wan'er quickly stood up to welcome them, warmly grabbing Jiang Shuiwei's hand. "We were waiting for you to start." "Sorry, everyone. We got delayed by something." Jiang Shuiwei wore an apologetic smile as she spoke to everyone in the private room. "This is my boyfriend Lin Chen." Jiang Shuiwei introduced him to the group. "Hello everyone." Lin Chen smiled and politely greeted them. Everyone's gaze was tightly focused on Lin Chen. The crowd responded to Lin Chen's greeting with smiles, and Tang Wan'er quickly ushered Lin Chen and Jiang Shuiwei to their seats. Come, don't just stand there, sit down quickly," Tang Wan'er said with a big smile. After Lin Chen and Jiang Shuiwei sat down, Tang Wan'er smiled and said to everyone, "Today is my birthday, and I am really very happy to have so many good friends gathered together. Let's raise our glasses first and wish me a happy birthday. Everyone also raised their glasses, and together they shouted, Happy birthday, Tangwaner. They started to eat and chat, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. At this moment, a girl sitting opposite curiously asked Jiang Shuawei, who was chasing whom between you and Lin Chen? Jiang Shuawei's face was filled with a happy and sweet smile, and she said, I guess it's me chasing Lin Chen. As soon as she said this, everyone gasped in surprise. The ice-cold Jiang University flower actually takes the initiative to chase someone? Jiang Shuawei's face turned slightly red, but she still confidently said, if you meet an excellent man, you have to take the initiative. Instantly, all the boys in the private room looked at Lin Chen with envious eyes. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei had recently become popular figures on the campus forum. Everyone knew Jiang University's flower had a boyfriend, and he was a freshman. Most importantly, that freshman was quite rich. He drove a Lamborghini Veneno, a supercar worth 100 million. The girls in the room envied Jiang Shuawei for finding a handsome and wealthy boyfriend. The boys envied Lin Chen for securing the campus flower so quickly after starting school. Not long after, a series of crisp knocks on the door came from outside. A boy quickly got up to answer the door. It must be my cake, we can eat the cake now, Tang Wanner said with a smile. The boy opened the door, and the waiter carefully pushed a beautiful birthday cake into the room. Tang Wanner's eyes sparkled with surprise upon seeing the cake. Wow, this cake is so beautiful. Everyone turned off the lights and sang a warm birthday song together. Tang Wanner closed her eyes and blew out the candles amidst everyone singing. Oh! Everyone excitedly applauded and cheered, the sound echoing throughout the entire private room. Wanner, this is the birthday gift I give to you. I hope you like it. This is mine. Tang Wanner smiled and took them one by one. Everyone gave birthday gifts to Tang Wanner, but only Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei had not given theirs yet. Fortunately, after they left the police station, they returned to the mall to buy Tang Wanner a birthday gift, or it would have been super awkward. Jiang Shuawei took out a beautifully packaged set of cosmetics and handed it to Tang Wanner. Wanner, I took a long time to choose this set of cosmetics. If you don't like it, I won't let you off. Jiang Shuawei's tone was playful. Tang Wanner took the cosmetics and immediately hugged Jiang Shuawei in excitement. Shuawei, you are so good to me. How did you know I like this set of cosmetics? It was so expensive that I couldn't bear to buy it, it costs thousands. Tang Wanner's voice was filled with emotion and surprise. This set of cosmetics was bought by Jiang Shuawei with her own money, not Lin Chen's. Jiang Shuawei disdainfully pushed Tang Wanner away. Don't I know you? At this moment, Lin Chen also took out his gift. Tang Sr., I must thank you for your help this time. This watch is both my thanks and your birthday gift. Lin Chen's eyes were full of sincerity. The watch Lin Chen gave to Tang Wanner was also worth several thousand. He originally wanted to buy one worth tens of thousands, but Jiang Shuawei wouldn't allow it, saying that such an expensive gift would be refused by Tang Wanner. Lin Chen thought for a moment and felt Jiang Shuawei's reasoning made sense, so he bought a women's watch for around 2,000. Tang Wanner hesitated a bit, unsure whether to accept this gift. She then looked towards Jiang Shuawei, her eyes asking for permission. Seeing Jiang Shuawei nod, she accepted it and a happy smile bloomed on her face. Thank you, Lin Chen. Don't worry, just for this gift, I will keep an eye on Shuawei. Jiang Shuawei rolled her eyes at Tang Wanner. Everyone continued eating, and several boys came over to chat and drink with Lin Chen, but Lin Chen had to politely refuse since he was driving. Lin brother, what does your family do? Why is your car a Ferrari? At this moment, a boy named Wu Hao, after having a few drinks, asked boldly. The surrounding people turned their attention toward him. Hey! Wu Hao, why are you asking this? Don't stir up trouble. Tang Wanner hurriedly said. If Lin Chen got unhappy, it would be awkward for her to explain to her friends. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head. No worries. I have just invested in a few companies, it's nothing special. Lin Chen said with a faint smile. Lin brother, do you think I can get a job at your company after I graduate? I don't need any special treatment, just a suitable position will do, the boy named Wu Hao said. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became a bit stiff. Tang Wanner's tone had already become a bit unpleasant. Wu Hao, if you're being drunk and foolish, get out. Don't disturb Lin Chen here. Jiang Shuawei's smile also faded. Although the employment pressure is very heavy now, as graduates from a top university, they should at least be able to find a decent job, right? Why bother Lin Chen with low demands? As for what he said about not needing special treatment, that's nonsense. After seeing him just once or twice, he could say such a thing. If he really joined the company, who knows what he might try to do using Lin Chen's friendship. Chapter 50, Did Qin Xiao get beaten? Wu Hao perhaps realized that his words were inappropriate and quickly apologized to Lin Chen. Sorry, Lin brother. I had a few drinks and my head is a bit cloudy. I accidentally said something I shouldn't, please don't take it to heart. It's fine. Lin Chen casually replied. Seeing Lin Chen's expression didn't show any anger at all, the heart that was hanging slowly relaxed. After everyone was full and satisfied, they prepared to get up and leave. Shuowei, are you going back to the dormitory tonight? Tang Wan'er quietly walked to Jiang Shuowei's side and asked softly. Jiang Shuowei's lovely face instantly turned bright red. I probably won't go back to the dormitory today. Ah? Are you really planning to be with Lin Chen? Tang Wan'er couldn't help but exclaim, and before she finished speaking, Jiang Shuowei quickly covered her mouth. Do you want me to humiliate myself in front of the whole school? Why are you saying it so loud? Jiang Shuowei said eagerly, with a hint of anger. Tang Wan'er forcefully pulled Jiang Shuowei's hand away. You didn't even refute it, Shuowei, you've changed. Tang Wan'er murmured softly, her expression filled with a trace of heartache. You who don't have a boyfriend, dare to say that to me. Jiang Shuowei pretended to be indifferent, responding carelessly. The group had already walked out of the Jinqiu restaurant, and at that moment, a harsh voice came over. Oh wow! Isn't this Lin Chen and his campus flower girlfriend? Lin Chen's face instantly darkened as he looked towards the source of the voice. Jiang Shuowei, Tang Wan'er, and the others who had just eaten all turned to look at that harsh voice. Everyone could tell from the tone that the person was not friendly, this was clearly looking for trouble. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, and as he focused, he realized it was Lin Tianyu. He was the one who mocked him during military training that day. Young Master Lin, aren't you the boss of the Empire Group and a shareholder of Penguin? Why aren't you eating in such a luxurious and upscale place like Empire, but instead running to this unremarkable little restaurant? Isn't that beneath your dignity? Ha ha ha. Lin Tianyu's face was full of mockery, his eyes filled with malice. Around him were a few young people with colorful dyed hair and all kinds of bizarre tattoos on their arms. Does that concern you? Lin Chen coldly retorted, then instinctively moved to block Jiang Shuowei and Tang Wan'er behind him. It indeed has nothing to do with me, after all, young Master Lin loves to boast so much, I dare not interfere. But your friend with glasses might suffer. Lin Chan's brows tightened upon hearing this. The friend with glasses? Chen Xiao? But I have to say, I really admire your friend, his mouth is tough. He lay on the ground holding his stomach last night and refused to apologize. If I hadn't been worried about making things too big to handle, I would have definitely broken one of his arms. Lin Tianyu sneered with extreme arrogance. Lin Chen felt a surge of rage rising from his heart. Lin Tianyu and Chen Xiao's conflict was crystal clear to him, it was all because of him, Lin Chen. And now Chen Xiao was beaten up because he spoke up for Lin Chen, and Lin Chen had no idea? Jiang Shuowei sensed that Lin Chen was in a strange state, his tense body and the chilling aura he was giving off made her worried. She gently held onto Lin Chen's arm. Lin Chen patted Jiang Shuowei's hand, signaling her to be at ease, then quickly took out his phone to call Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, did something happen to you last night? As soon as the phone connected, Lin Chen asked in a deep voice. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. Boss, how did you know? I haven't even told Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei about this. Chen Xiao's voice carried a hint of humiliation. No one would feel comfortable casually admitting to their brothers that they had just been beaten up. After getting an answer, Lin Chen's anger was almost uncontrollable like a volcanic eruption. Chen Xiao, are you calling the boss? Ask if the boss is coming back today. On the other end, Xiao Wei's boisterous voice came through. Chen Xiao ignored him. Boss, did you run into that kid Lin Tianyu? Chen Xiao asked urgently, his voice filled with tension and worry. Don't worry, the boss will stand up for you. Lin Chen nearly gritted his teeth as he said this, the words seeming to squeeze out between his clenched jaws, and after finishing, he hung up the phone without hesitation. On the other end, Chen Xiao heard the busy tone and couldn't help but feel anxious, his heart instantly jumped to his throat. The boss ran into Lin Tianyu. Chen Xiao anxiously looked at Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei, who was completely absorbed in playing a game, noting the beads of sweat forming on Xiao Fei's forehead. So what if he ran into him? What can happen? They can't really fight, right? A little. Xiao Fei said casually while keeping his eyes glued to the computer screen, seemingly indifferent. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Xiao still spoke up. Actually, that injury I got yesterday was when Lin Tianyu found some little thugs to block me as I was leaving school. Then the boss just called me, asking if I got into trouble last night. It must be Lin Tianyu who went to stir up trouble with the boss. The boss said he'll stand up for me. Chen Xiao gritted his teeth, his eyes red as he spoke. Hearing this, Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei immediately couldn't sit still. What? Didn't you say you fell off a shared e-bike last night? Xiao Wei's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with shock and anger. Chen Xiao stammered, unable to speak, lowering his head. Damn Lin Tianyu, playing dirty. Xiao Fei no longer cared about the game, pulling out his phone and dialing. Uncle Qin, please help me check a first-year student named Lin Tianyu at Suzhou University. Xiao Fei said coldly. Hurry and call the boss again to see where they are now. Xiao Wei asked anxiously. Chen Xiao quickly dialed Lin Chen again. At that moment, Lin Chen had already put his phone into his pocket. Calming down in front of the arrogant Lin Tianyu, he asked, "What's your dad's name?" Lin Chen's voice was very cold. "My dad's name is Lin Xiangdong." "What's wrong? Are you going to use connections?" "Oh, I'm so scared." Lin Tianyu feigned fear and laughed along with the little thugs beside him. Those boys were actually Tang Wanner's friends, now keeping their distance, afraid of getting into trouble. The girls, on the other hand, stayed close to Jiang Shuawei and Tang Wanner. "Everyone, if you have any disputes, please resolve them elsewhere. You are indeed affecting our customers by blocking our store's entrance." At this moment, a person walked out of the Jinqiu restaurant and said to the crowd, "Who do you think you are? Get lost." Lin Tianyu's expression darkened, his eyes bulging in anger as he cursed mercilessly. The gang of young toughs around him joined in, cracking their knuckles, tilting their heads, and giving off a vibe that said, "If you say one more word, I'm going to punch you." Their fierce looks seemed to warn everyone not to provoke them easily. Seeing this, the man seemed a bit cowed, his legs shaking unconsciously, his face turning pale as he retreated a few steps back into the restaurant, no longer wanting to get involved. Lin Chen was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with Lin Tianyu, his brows furrowed as he took out his phone, preparing to call Dong Feng. But he saw that Chen Xiao was persistently calling him. Lin Chen opted to answer the call. "Boss, where are you?" As soon as he answered, Chen Zhao's anxious voice came through, filled with worry and urgency. "I'm at Jinqiu restaurant." Lin Chen replied briefly. "Boss, we'll be there soon." After saying that, he hung up the phone in a hurry. "The boss is at Jinqiu restaurant." As Chen Xiao spoke, he opened his phone navigation, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Then don't stay here, hurry up and go." "I know where," Xiao Fei said as he ran out of the dorm like an arrow released from a bow. Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao quickly followed, and the three of them ran frantically. After Lin Chen hung up the phone, he directly called Dong Feng. "Oh, is young Master Lin going to use his connections to deal with me?" Lin Tianyu still wore that annoying grin, his lips curled up, full of disdain and provocation. "Aiken, don't fight. Should we call the police?" "The police will definitely catch those who hit your brother," Jiang Shuawei said with some worry, her eyes filled with concern, tightly gripping Lin Chen's shirt hem. "Don't worry, I won't fight." Lin Chen gently touched Jiang Shuawei's pert nose and said softly, "Mr. Lin, what instructions do you have?" Dong Feng's tone on the other end of the phone was very respectful, cautious in his words. "Do you know this person, Lin Xiangdong?" Lin Chen's voice was very low, struggling to control the anger in his heart. "Lin Xiangdong? I know this person, he's the boss of Tianfu City Hero Network Technology Company, Limited. He often eats at Dihao because he knows Li Shangyu." Dong Feng quickly realized the coldness in Lin Chen's tone and hurriedly spoke, not daring to delay for even a moment. "Okay, I got it." Lin Chen decisively hung up the phone. "Network Technology Company? Then this is going to be easy to handle. What has Lin Xiangdong done to provoke this young master?" Dong Feng murmured as he listened to the busy signal on the phone, his brow furrowed, lost in thought. "Young Master Lin, are you done? My phone is just waiting for it to ring." Lin Tianyu mocked as he saw Lin Chen hang up the phone, his arrogance becoming even more pronounced. Lin Chen ignored him and called Lu Shu instead. "Shuawei, is it okay? I see this man is so arrogant, he must have someone backing him." Tang Wanner was somewhat worried, quietly leaning towards Jiang Shuawei to ask, her eyes filled with unease and doubt. "Just relax. Lin Chen is not as simple as you think." Jiang Shuawei appeared very confident. Tang Wanner and the others looked at Jiang Shuawei's confidence and felt much reassured. "Lu Shu, I'm here." Lin Chen explained the situation to Lu Shu, then continued, "You should know what I want to do." Lin Chen's tone was very calm but carried an undeniable determination. "I understand, Mr. Lin." After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen coldly stared at Lin Tianyu. "Hope you can still laugh later." Lin Chen's gaze pierced like a sharp sword at Lin Tianyu. Lin Tianyu felt an inexplicable panic arise, a hint of unease creeping into his heart, but he forced himself to stay calm. "What are you pretending for? Just because you're driving a Ferrari, do you think your background is unbeatable?" Lin Tianyu cursed directly. Jiang Shuawei, Tang Wanner, and the other girls frowned in unison. Such uncouth boys were the most annoying. Jiang University's campus flower and the other beauties, don't hang around with this loser. "Come on, I'll treat you to drinks." Lin Tianyu noticed the girls' expressions of disdain and took an interest, his lewd gaze wandering over each of them. Who do you think you are? You think you can treat us to drinks? Tang Wanner was not one to hold back, hands on her hips, glaring angrily. I like women with your fiery temper, it really turns me on. Lin Tianyu smiled instead of getting angry, that smile made people feel disgusted. Put. A toad wanting to eat swan meat. Tang Wanner spat, her face full of disgust. It seems Lin Xiangdong is not teaching you well. How can you speak and act like a second-rate punk? Lin Chen looked at Lin Tianyu with derision in his eyes. I see you want to get beaten. Lin Tianyu's face immediately turned grim, veins bulging on his forehead. Kid, watch your mouth. Several gang members beside him began to shout, waving their fists, and the atmosphere grew tense. But Lin Tianyu raised his hand to stop the gang members. There are too many people here, I'll find a chance to deal with him later. Lin Tianyu's expression was sinister, staring intently at Lin Chen. If it weren't for the fact that there were people around, he would rush over and hit him immediately. Lin young master, you better be careful when you leave school in the future. My brothers and I are going to have dinner, so I won't play house with you anymore. Lin Tianyu regained the smile on his face as he said this and started to walk towards the Jinxi restaurant. Lin Tianyu. Where are you running off to? A voice suddenly came from behind. Lin Tianyu turned his head, and his smile grew even wider. Oh? Isn't this Chen Xiao? You seem to be doing well. Yesterday's few words seemed a bit light. Today, you look quite energetic in your military training. Seeing Chen Xiao and the others coming over, the coldness on Lin Chen's face eased a bit. Lin Tianyu, taking advantage of my absence to find someone to block my brother, huh? Xiao Fei's fists tightened as he heard Lin Tianyu's words. This was the first time he had felt this angry since arriving in Tenfu City. What are you going to do about it? I'll still beat him. Lin Tianyu looked at Xiao Fei with a touch of jealousy. This guy looked as annoying as Lin Chen. Very good. Xiao Fei smiled. It was the first time in his life someone dared to talk to him like this. This guy is Lin Chen's roommate? Tang Wanner looked at Xiao Fei curiously and asked Jiang Shuawei. Yeah, he's Lin Chen's good friend. What, do you have a crush on him? Seeing Tang Wanner's curious look, Jiang Shuawei realized things were not simple. Once a woman starts to become curious about a man, she is not far from falling in love. Chapter 52, Do you think a designated driver dares to drive? Stop talking nonsense. Tang Wanner glared fiercely at Jiang Shuawei, her eyes full of reproach. The crowd around them grew larger, all there to watch the excitement. Just then, Lin Tianyu's phone suddenly rang loudly. Quick, answer it. Let's see if it's your dad calling. Xiao Fei raised an eyebrow, his expression even more eager than Lin Tianyu's. Hearing Xiao Fei's words, Lin Tianyu felt an inexplicable panic rise in his heart, as if a large hand was tightly grasping his heart. What's it to you? Lin Tianyu retorted, annoyance in his voice, then pulled out his phone to check, and indeed, it was a call from Lin Xiangdong. Hello? Dad, what do you need me for? Lin Tianyu's tone instantly became obedient. What the hell have you gotten yourself into? Why is everyone warning me to keep an eye on my son? And they all seem to be even bigger deals than the last. On the other end of the line, Lin Xiangdong's curses poured out like a barrage of bullets. Lin Tianyu felt his legs go weak, as if he might collapse at any moment. Who did I offend, Dad? Lin Tianyu glanced at Xiao Fei and Lin Chen, cautiously speaking into the phone, his voice trembling slightly. Just now, old Master Qin called me specifically to tell me to keep an eye on you and not to provoke the wrong people. Then people from Penguin Company also called me. You tell me, who did you offend? Lin Tianyu broke into a cold sweat, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He looked at Lin Chen as if he were looking at a monster. Could he really be a shareholder in Penguin? How could that be possible? He's only a freshman. Who is old Master Qin? Our company has grown this big, do we still need to look at other people's faces? And what's so great about Penguin Company? In this society, can they really take our family down? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. The brief silence made Lin Tianyu's heart rise to his throat. You pig brain, I see you're hopeless. Are you the president of the beautiful country? Not afraid of heaven or earth? I should just shoot you against the wall. Hurry up and apologize to whoever you offended, or else you can find your own money in the future. After saying this, he hung up the phone directly. Lin Tianyu listened to the busy tone on the phone, unable to speak for a long time, his whole body stiff as a statue. How is it? Lin Tianyu, are you done with the call? What did your dad say to you? Xiao Fei looked at the stunned Lin Tianyu with a mocking expression, full of schadenfreude. Have you thought about what to do? Lin Chen also added casually, his expression calm, as if everything was within his expectation. Lin Tianyu came back to his senses, looked at Lin Chen and Xiao Fei, hesitated for a moment, then his face turned fierce. Humph, don't think that threatening my dad with connections will make me back down. I'm telling you, if you want me, Lin Tianyu, to apologize? No way. After Lin Tianyu finished speaking, he ignored the gang around him and turned to leave. You really won't cry until you see the coffin. Xiao Fei murmured, watching Lin Tianyu's distant figure. So boring. I thought we were going to fight. Let's call it a day, not making a big scene is good. Let's go eat. Seeing there was no excitement to watch, the surrounding people gradually dispersed. Only then did Xiao Fei and his friends start talking to Lin Chen. Boss, with so many girls, why didn't you call me? Xiao Fei said quietly as he approached. You can't handle them. Lin Chen said with a smile, teasingly glinting in his eyes. What are you two whispering about? Jiang Shuowei asked curiously, glancing back and forth between the two. Nothing. Sister-in-law, this matter is pretty much settled. I see there are so many people today, how about we go for a drink? Xiao Fei said with a smile, his face full of expectation. I think it's a good idea. I want to go too. Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao quickly chimed in. What a joke. Even leaving aside Tang Weiner and Jiang Shuowei, who are both campus beauties, the three girls beside them are also quite beautiful. Tang Weiner glanced at Xiao Fei and said, sure, I'm fine with that. Seeing Tang Weiner agreeing, Jiang Shuowei could only say, if Chen goes, I will go. So everyone turned their eyes towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen helplessly said, I drove here. So what? Just call a driver. Xiao Fei quickly said, continually giving Lin Chen meaningful glances. Don't ruin my fun. Do you think anyone would dare to drive my car? Isn't it just a Ferrari? What's so scary about it? Xiao Fei said carelessly. Cars like Ferraris and Lamborghinis, he had several in his garage at home in Beijing. Follow me. Lin Chen said helplessly and led Xiao Fei to the parking lot. Xiao Wei, Chen Xiao, and a few girls curiously followed behind. Do you think the driver would dare to drive this car? Lin Chen pointed to the Veneno and asked Xiao Fei. What the hell? Boss, are you serious? This is a Lamborghini Veneno? Xiao Fei looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. Bingo! Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fei immediately began circling the Veneno, looking left and right. Boss, what kind of car is Veneno? How much is it? It looks so cool. Chen Xiao curiously asked as she looked at the sports car in front of them. It's about 100 million, Lamborghini supercar. Lin Chen said casually. 100 million? This car is 100 million? Chen Xiao was shocked, Xiao Wei was shocked, Tang Weiner and the other three girls were also shocked. Boss, you're not kidding, right? Xiao Wei swallowed and asked again. Why would I lie to you about something worth 100 million? Lin Chen said with a calm expression. What the hell? I want to touch it. Without saying another word, Chen Xiao ran over. I want to see it too. Xiao Wei eagerly followed. Shuowei, what exactly does Lin Chen do? Wasn't his car a Ferrari SF90? How did it become a Lamborghini Veneno? Tang Weiner looked at Lin Chen in shock, then asked Jiang Shuowei. He was driving the Ferrari a few days ago because this car hadn't arrived yet. After this car arrived, he just gave me the Ferrari. Jiang Shuowei chuckled, a bit smug as she spoke. Wow! You're giving away a $7 or $8 million car just like that. Tang Weiner widened her eyes in shock. Jiang Shuowei smiled and nodded. No wonder you're willing to invest. It turns out Lin Chen has so much money. What are you talking about? What I like is him as a person. Jiang Shuowei glared at Tang Weiner, dissatisfied. Alright. I misspoke. Tang Weiner realized she may have said something wrong and quickly apologized. After a while, the three lively friends returned. Boss, why is there a scratch on the front of your car? It really affects its appearance. Xiao Fei said with great regret on his face. It's a small issue, Lin Chen said with a relaxed smile. I don't care. We must go drink today. Xiao Fei looked at Lin Chen earnestly, as if saying they would fight if he didn't agree. Lin Chen didn't want to ruin the excitement for his friends and Tang Weiner, so he had to nod in agreement. Fine. Where are we going to have fun? Lin Chen asked helplessly, his tone showing some compromise. Xiao Fei's face immediately lit up with joy upon Lin Chen's agreement. Let's go to Top. I'll treat you. Wow. Old Four, you're really wealthy. Looks like Old Four is feeling frisky. Summer Wei and Chen Xiao teased from the side, their words full of banter. The other three girls felt a stirring in their hearts. Seeing how this handsome guy spoke to Lin Tianyu earlier, it was clear his background was not simple. If they could win him over. Let's hurry over, it's getting late. Tang Wana urged, her tone slightly anxious. Alright, Snow Wei and I will go ahead. You all figure it out yourself. Lin Chen smiled and said, then took Jiang Shuawei to the poison. As the cool scissor doors slowly opened, everyone looked at Jiang Shuawei and Lin Chen in the car with envy. V-room. V-room. The deep and powerful engine sound of the poison started, as if declaring its extraordinary nature. Boss, once you arrive, just go straight to Zone 0. I've reserved it. Xiao Fei glanced enviously at the poison, then shouted to Lin Chen inside the car. Lin Chen reached out of the window and made an okay gesture, then drove out of the parking lot. TUP is the top nightclub in Tianfu City. Since its opening, luxury cars have been clustered by the roadside every night. It is said that the boss behind it is quite influential, and many wealthy second-generation kids in Tianfu City love to indulge at TUP at night. At the moment, many stylish young people were posing for photos at the entrance of the bar. Lin Chen even saw a couple of familiar faces live streaming, but their faces all looked similar, and he couldn't remember who they were. As soon as those young people saw the poison stop, they were stunned. Only wealthy people can afford to spend here, and they all knew a bit about luxury cars. Wow. I just saw a video online a few days ago saying there was a poison at Suzhou University, and now it's right in front of me? This big shot is not to be messed with. After parking the car, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei got out. All the women's eyes lit up upon seeing Lin Chen. If not for the fact that he was holding Jiang Shuawei's hand, those women would probably have gone crazy for him. What a pity. If I could be with this handsome guy, even if it means driving a luxury car and living in a mansion, I would be willing. Several young and beautiful girls looked at the two as they walked into the bar, expressing some reluctance. As soon as Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei stepped into TUP, they could hear the deafening sound of music inside. The walls were adorned with spade cards, exuding a wealthy atmosphere, and everywhere they looked were groups of men and women walking together. The arrival of Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei attracted countless gazes. People came to bars not only for entertainment but also partially to meet potential partners. Those who are tall and handsome, or beautiful, come to the bar and don't even have to spend money because many people are willing to spend it for you. The hot and sexy beauties are twisting their sexy bodies in the dance floor, their graceful movements making it hard to look away. Jiang Shuawei curiously watched this scene. She had never been to such a place in her entire life. At that moment, Jiang Shuawei suddenly saw a woman in a booth, only wearing underwear and a bra, twisting her body in front of a man. The man was smiling widely, his hands exploring her body, and his friends around him were cheering and jeering. Jiang Shuawei's face turned slightly red as she shifted her gaze elsewhere. Lin Chen quickly brought Jiang Shuawei to the booth in Area 0. At this time, the booth in Area 0 was already filled with all kinds of drinks. 2 waiters and a man in a suit were standing nearby. As soon as the man saw Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei approaching the booth in Area 0, he smiled ingratiatingly and asked, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin Chen and Ms. Jiang?" After Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei sat down, they nodded indifferently. "Hello, Mr. Lin, I am the general manager of TUP, you can call me Xiao Qian. Xiao contacted me and told me to take good care of both of you. You can find me for any needs, I am here to help you at any time," the man, who called himself Xiao Qian, said with an even broader smile when he saw Lin Chen nodding. "Alright, then I'll trouble you, Manager Qian." "No trouble at all." Xiao Qian smiled, then skillfully opened a bottle of wine and poured it for Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei. Having been in the nightlife scene for so many years, Xiao Qian immediately noticed that Lin Chen wore a Patek Philippe worth over $1 million, and Jiang Shuawei carried a Hermes bag worth several $100,000. Also, they were special guests arranged by Xiao Fei. Not long after, Xiao Fei and several women arrived. When Xiao Qian saw Xiao Fei, he bent down respectfully and said, Xiao, everything is arranged as you instructed. Good job, you go arrange for 2 sets of the Great Dragon to come over. I brought friends today to have some fun, Xiao Fei said, patting Xiao Qian's shoulder with satisfaction. Okay, Xiao. I'll arrange it right away. Xiao Qian, having received the praise from Xiao Fei, showed a hint of joy on his face. Lao San, I feel that Lao Si's background is even stronger than we imagined, Chen Xiao whispered to Xiao Wei's ear. Isn't that a good thing? Xiao Wei replied softly. Tang Weiner and the other women also looked a bit surprised. The Great Dragon of TUP. 1 set costs 288,888. Xiao Fei actually ordered 2 sets without blinking? Their gazes toward Xiao Fei became even more fiery. Shuawei, what is the background of Lin Chen's roommate? He directly ordered 2 sets of the Great Dragon. That's over 50,000. Tang Weiner asked Jiang Shuawei softly. What? Over 50,000? Jiang Shuawei was also a bit shocked. Xiao is so generous. The 3 girls complimented flatteringly. What's there to it? As long as everyone has fun. Xiao Fei said nonchalantly. Soon, the bunny girls lined up and placed the drinks on the table. The table was suddenly filled with 12 bottles of Ace of Spades. Thank you very much to Xiao Xiao from Area Zero for ordering 2 sets of the Great Dragon. We wish Xiao Xiao and his friends a great time at TUP, the DJ thanked loudly. Oh! The whole venue erupted into cheers as many people's gazes turned toward the group in the booth in Area Zero. Chapter 54 Ambiguity. Soon, some bolder girls walked toward the booth in Area Zero. One girl in a short black skirt was swaying her sexy hips, walking over with a charming look in her eyes. Hey, handsome guys and beautiful ladies, can we play together? After saying that, she stared directly at Xiao Fei and Lin Chen. Jiang Shuiwei noticed the woman's gaze and quickly grabbed Lin Chen's hand. The enchanting woman smiled slightly and then looked at Xiao Fei. Forget it, beautiful, we all know each other here. Xiao Fei said with a hint of regret as he looked at the woman. If it weren't for accidentally running into Tang Wanner, he might have really wanted to have something with this woman. In the end, the woman had to leave with regret. Soon, a few more girls came over to chat, but everyone rejected them for various reasons. Xiao Fei picked up a glass of wine and looked over at Tang Wanner. Just as he was about to find an opportunity to talk to Tang Wanner, the other 3 women launched their attack on Xiao Fei. One girl sweetly said, Xiao Xiao, you look incredibly handsome in this outfit. As she spoke, she tried to get closer to Xiao Fei. Another girl was also unwilling to give up, handing a glass of wine to Xiao Fei, with flirtatious eyes. Xiao Xiao, I toast to you, let's be friends? The third girl was even bolder, directly putting her hand on Xiao Fei's shoulder, playfully saying, Xiao Xiao, you have to take good care of us sisters tonight. Xiao Fei only thought about Tang Wanner, and responded to the 3 girls' advances politely, thank you, ladies. Tang Wanner and Jiang Shuiwei stared in astonishment at the 3 girls. These 3 girls were relatively close to Tang Wanner in class, they never expected to see this side of them. Tang Wanner didn't know why, but seeing Xiao Fei surrounded by 3 girls made her feel inexplicably agitated. Chen Xiao looked on jealously at Xiao Fei, surrounded by the 3 girls. Too annoying. Just because he's handsome, can he do whatever he wants? Chen Xiao muttered somewhat defeatedly. Being handsome indeed can allow for everything, but if you add wealth to it, it's a different story. Lin Chen said with a smile. He then picked up a glass of wine and looked at Chen Xiao, his expression becoming somewhat serious. Chen Xiao, you got into trouble because you helped me, I will consider you my brother. Hey, boss, we're all brothers, isn't it normal to go all out for each other? Chen Xiao also picked up a glass of wine and clinked it with Lin Chen, then they both drank it all. Lin Chen felt warmth in his heart, he was lucky to make such a close friend right after starting college. On the other side, Xiao Fei was already getting annoyed by the 3 girls. If it weren't for the fact that these 3 girls were friends of Tang Wanner and his sister-in-law, he would want to drive them away. Seeing Xiao Fei's cold reaction, the 3 girls exchanged glances and decided to intensify their efforts. The first girl gently tugged at the corner of Xiao Fei's clothes, pouting, Xiao Xiao, just chat with us a little longer. The second girl leaned toward Xiao Fei's ear, softly whispering, Xiao Xiao, you were so outstanding, I wonder if you have a girlfriend? The third girl raised her wineglass, insisting on clinking it with Xiao Fei, while intentionally grazing her fingers lightly across Xiao Fei's hand. Xiao Fei frowned, feeling a bit impatient, and said, Sorry, ladies, I'm not in the mood right now. After saying that, he kept glancing over at Tang Wanner. However, they didn't give up, still chattering around Xiao Fei. Tang Wanner was playing dice with Jiang Shuiwei, but she could still feel Xiao Fei's gaze lingering on her. At this moment, Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao also noticed that Xiao Fei seemed to be interested in Tang Wanner, and they whispered to each other. Look at Lao Si and that Tang Wanner, they clearly like each other, yet they're both holding back. Xiao Wei laughed and shook his head. Chen Xiao also laughed, how about we create some opportunities for them? The two exchanged a knowing smile, understanding each other. Chen Xiao deliberately said loudly, Oh, this drinking is a bit boring, how about we play some mini-games? Everyone responded enthusiastically. Let's play a guessing game. Whoever guesses wrong has to do truth or dare, Xiao Wei suggested. In the first round, Tang Wanner guessed wrong. Huh, Tang Wanner, truth or dare? Chen Xiao asked with a laugh. Tang Wanner hesitated for a moment, then chose truth. Xiao Wei immediately asked, Is there any boy here that makes your heart race? Tang Wanner's face turned bright red, her eyes unconsciously glancing at Xiao Fei, and she whispered, Maybe there is one. Everyone started to tease her. Who is it, Wanner? Come on, tell us. Jiang Shuiwei flashed a mischievous smile. I don't know, guess for yourself. Tang Wanner certainly couldn't say it directly. But Xiao Fei felt a wave of delight in his heart. The 3 girls looked rather unhappy, they had clearly felt Xiao Fei's impatience when they were trying to talk to him, and they noticed him stealing glances at Tang Wanner's reactions. Though Tang Wanner was their friend, who wouldn't want to catch the attention of such an outstanding man? However, it seemed there was no chance for them now. They played a few more rounds, and Xiao Fei unfortunately guessed wrong too. Xiao Fei, why don't you answer the question that was asked to Tang Shuiji earlier? Lin Chen said purposely. Xiao Fei looked at Lin Chen with a hint of gratitude. Good bro. Of course there is. After saying this, he peeked at Tang Wanner's reaction. Seeing Tang Wanner absent-mindedly tuck her hair behind her ear made him feel even happier. He didn't know why, but he really liked her so much. After all, he was the young master of the Jing family. He had seen countless women, but it was the first time he felt this way about one. Just when everyone was having fun, the three girls felt bored since they couldn't flirt with Xiao Fei. One of them said, "Oh, we have some things to do, so we'll leave first. Wanner, Shuawei, you can take your time. Is it already time to go? Can't we play a little longer?" Tang Wanner felt a bit happy but kept her face expressionless as she spoke. No, no. After saying this, the three girls got up and left. Xiao Fei felt better when the three girls left. He had been sitting with three girls between him and Tang Wanner, but now with those three gone, he moved directly next to her. The atmosphere in the booth didn't cool down because of their departure, instead, it became livelier with the growing flirtation between Xiao Fei and Tang Wanner. Xiao Fei gathered his courage and poured a glass of wine for Tang Wanner, saying, "Beautiful Tang, cheers." Tang Wanner smiled, accepted the glass, and gently clinked it with Xiao Fei's. At that moment, the music suddenly softened, and the lights became gentle. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei exchanged glances, then stood up in unison, saying, "We're going to dance, you two take your time to chat." Xiao Wei and Shen Xiao followed with, "I need to go to the restroom." In the blink of an eye, only Xiao Fei and Tang Wanner were left in the booth. They sat quietly, neither speaking first. But the air was filled with an indescribable feeling. Xiao Fei looked at Tang Wanner and felt a bit nervous. His gaze was firmly locked on Tang Wanner's face, her exquisite features and slightly blushing cheeks made his heart race. Xiao Fei wanted to find a topic to talk about, but his mind was completely blank. Tang Wanner was equally restless. She could feel Xiao Fei's passionate gaze. She also had an inexplicable fondness for him but wasn't sure if it was just a fleeting impulse. Besides, Xiao Fei was a rich young master, making it hard to guarantee his character. After a moment, it was Xiao Fei who spoke first. "Beautiful Tang, you said earlier that there's a boy here you like, can I ask who it is?" Xiao Fei's eyes were filled with anticipation as he looked straight at Tang Wanner. Tang Wanner's face turned slightly red. That blush was as charming and vibrant as blooming peach blossoms. Her heart couldn't help but race. "So tell me, which girl present just now do you have a good impression of?" Tang Wanner didn't know how to answer, so she countered with a question. But to her surprise, Xiao Fei didn't hold back at all. Without hesitation, he said, "At that moment, I had a good impression of you. Miss Tang, how about we add each other on Super Chat to get to know each other?" After saying this, Xiao Fei nervously looked at Tang Wanner, afraid she would refuse. His palm even felt slightly sweaty. At this moment, Tang Wanner felt her face burning intensely. She touched her cheek, then took out her phone and opened the Super Chat QR code. "Here, go ahead and add me, but please don't call me Miss Tang anymore, it feels strange. Just call me Wanner Jia since I'm older than you." Tang Wanner's voice was very gentle, completely different from her usual carefree demeanor. Xiao Fei felt a surge of joy in his heart, quickly took out his phone to add her as a friend, fearing Tang Wanner might suddenly change her mind. "Alright, Wanner Jia, I've added you, please accept it." Seeing the notification that his friend request was accepted, Xiao Fei couldn't help but smile widely. "By the way, you still haven't answered my question from earlier." "I'm not telling you, you guess." Tang Wanner smiled slightly, her smile felt like a warm spring breeze, making Xiao Fei's heart skip a beat. At this moment, Xiao Fei was also puzzled. He had seen many girls more beautiful than Tang Wanner, so why was he so defenseless against her? Just then, a well-dressed young man approached with a glass of wine, a smile plastered on his face. "Young Master Xiao, may I introduce myself? I'm Dong Hao, the son of Dong Fong, the general manager of Dihao Hotel." Dong Hao came here to play with friends and noticed that the manager was very respectful to Xiao Fei, who had ordered 2 sets of the top dishes, so he thought of getting to know him. Seeing the big screen displaying thanks to young Master Xiao, he noticed that only Xiao Fei and a woman were sitting at the booth, prompting him to come over. Xiao Fei and Tang Wanner were chatting when Dong Hao interrupted them, making Xiao Fei frown slightly, feeling a bit annoyed. "Dihao Hotel? Isn't that the boss's hotel?" "Xiao Fei." Xiao Fei raised his glass and clinked it with Dong Hao's. His movement was a bit perfunctory, clearly showing his displeasure at the interruption. If it weren't for Lin Chen, he would have kicked him out. Dong Hao's face lit up slightly, then he downed the drink in his glass. "Is this your sister-in-law? She's really beautiful." Dong Hao glanced at Tang Wanner sitting next to Xiao Fei and flattered her. Hearing this, Xiao Fei felt good and looked at Dong Hao with more favor. No, we're just friends." Tang Wanner quickly waved her hand to explain. "You sit." Xiao Fei didn't give Tang Wanner a chance to explain further and smiled at Dong Hao. Dong Hao promptly sat down. "You're the son of the general manager of Dihao?" Xiao Fei asked. Yes, Dong Fong is my dad. Dong Hao nodded. Then why didn't you come over to say hello when my boss was here? You don't know my boss, do you? Xiao Fei looked at Dong Hao with a strange expression. Tang Wanner was also curious. She knew that Dihao Hotel was one of the most upscale hotels in Tianfu City, with high expenses and a popular dining spot for the elite. Xiao Fei mentioned that the boss of Dihao Hotel was just at their table. Could it be Lin Chen? Dong Hao looked a bit bewildered. Young Master Xiao, may I ask who your boss is? Dong Hao cautiously asked Xiao Fei. My boss is Lin Chen. Dong Hao instantly became a bit excited. His dad had recently mentioned that a young man became the new boss, buying up all the shares of Dihao Hotel. He was likely the heir of some super wealthy family. Dong Hao had always wanted a chance to get to know him, but he never thought that today by coincidence he would run into a friend of Director Lin. Yes. I haven't met young Lin, so I didn't recognize him just now. Dong Hao explained a bit awkwardly. Alright, consider yourself lucky. You can sit here and play for a while. The boss should be back shortly. Xiao Fei smiled and then stopped paying attention to Dong Hao, turning back to chat with Tang Wanner. At this moment, Tang Wanner was also a bit surprised, not expecting the big boss of the Dihao Hotel to actually be her best friend's boyfriend. Does this mean she can often go enjoy free meals in the future? Soon, Lin Chen and the others all returned. Seeing everyone back, Dong Hao nervously stood up. Seeing a stranger sitting in the booth, Chen Xiao asked with some confusion. Old Four, do you know him? Xiao Fei shook his head and said with a smile. I don't know him, but he wants to get to know the boss. Lin Chen looked at the man with some doubt, truly not recognizing him. Hello everyone, my name is Dong Hao, I am the son of the general manager of Dihao Hotel. Dong Hao's attitude was somewhat humble. Oh? You are Dong Fong's son? Lin Chen asked Dong Hao with interest. Dong Hao immediately realized who Lin Chen was and hurriedly bowed to him. Hello, young Lin. I am Dong Fong's son. Dong Hao's attitude was very respectful, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Lin Chen looked at the man in front of him, feeling somewhat impressed. Indeed, he is Dong Fong's son, who knows how to read the situation. Both father and son are talents. Lin Chen nodded. Since you are Dong Fong's son, then take a seat. Thank you, young Lin. Dong Hao humbly said this before sitting down. Ding. The system has issued a task. Recruit Dong Hao to work for yourself. Reward, 100% shares of Longhu Game Company. The system actually issued another task? Lin Chen couldn't help but look at Dong Hao a few more times. To have the system specifically issue a task, he must be extraordinary. Dong Hao, what do you do? Young Lin, I am currently making games. Dong Hao quickly replied. Sure enough. Would you be willing to work with me? Lin Chen asked directly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuawei and Xiao Fei looked at Lin Chen in surprise. Dong Hao was also a bit shocked, not expecting that right after meeting Lin Chen, he would want to recruit him. Isn't Dong Hao still a talent? Dong Hao felt a bit troubled. He just wanted to make games. He came to meet Xiao Fei only for the sake of games, thinking that if he could build a good relationship with such rich second generations, he could get investment for making games. Seeing Dong Hao looking troubled, Lin Chen asked again. Dong Hao, do you know Longhu Games? Young Lin, I know Longhu Games. It's a large game company in the country that has created many hit games. Games like Hero Returns, Bubble Battle, and so on are all made by them. As Dong Hao spoke about games, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Lin Chen greatly admired such a person, someone who knows how to read the situation and has capability. Perhaps, after all, the system had issued a special task for him. If you follow me, I'll let you enter Longhu Games to independently manage a project that you want to work on. Lin Chen seriously said to Dong Hao. Dong Hao was stunned upon hearing this. Could it be Longhu Games as this young Lin's company? Dong Hao instantly became excited, even trembling with emotion. He wanted to make an AAA game based on the mythology of the Great Xia, but to others, it seemed like a pipe dream. Therefore, he had applied to many companies but no one was willing to take him in, and Dong Fong did not support him making games. He was left with no choice but to consider starting a small company, taking it step by step. Thus, he thought about getting rich second generations to invest in him. But now Lin Chen said he could join Longhu Games directly and even lead a project he wanted to work on. Isn't this like a dream come true? Young Lin, are you serious? Can you really let me take a project at Longhu Games? Dong Hao stood up excitedly. He was not doubting Lin Chen, such a distinguished young master would not lower himself to deceive a small person like him. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Great. Young Master Lin, I, Dong Hao, will follow you from now on. Seeing this, Dong Hao nodded without hesitation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Longhu Games Company, Limited has been recorded under your name. Lin Chen remained calm on the surface, but inside he was overjoyed. Don't worry, what I promised I will definitely do. Lin Chen said to Dong Hao with a pleasant smile. Thank you, young Master Lin. I drink to you. Dong Hao said as he poured a full glass of wine, then gulped it down in one go. Xiao Fei looked at Lin Chen wide-eyed. Longhu Games is also yours? Now it's mine. Lin Chen said with a smile. When did you acquire it? How come I didn't know? Jiang Shuawei leaned close to Lin Chen's ear and whispered. Lin Chen hugged Jiang Shuawei tightly. Just a moment ago. Lin Chen whispered into Jiang Shuawei's ear. Everyone at the table turned their eyes away, pretending not to see. Dong Hao also turned his head away. Jiang Shuawei felt Lin Chen's warm breath tickling her ear. What are you doing, you bad guy? There are so many people here. Jiang Shuawei's face turned red, and she broke free from Lin Chen's embrace. After escaping Lin Chen's embrace, Jiang Shuawei coughed lightly to ease the awkward atmosphere. Everyone also shifted their gaze back and continued the previous topic as if nothing had happened. Boss, you really are impressive. Longhu Games is quite famous in the industry, and it turns out it's your property. Xiao Fei exclaimed. Now known are the Penguin shareholders, the big boss of the Empire Hotel, and now there is another big boss of Longhu Games. Driving a Lamborghini Veneno, there isn't any family with the surname Lin that's this wealthy, right? Lin Chen smiled slightly and said nothing. Young Master Lin, please rest assured, I will not let you down. I will do my best to create a game that will amaze everyone. Dong Hao looked at Lin Chen gratefully. Lin Chen nodded. Boss, let's drink to this. Today, the five of us must drink too. Xiao Wei raised a glass in motion for Lin Chen to come over. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuawei. Jiang Shuawei didn't want Lin Chen to drink too much, but they were all his brothers, so she couldn't stop him and could only reluctantly nod in agreement. Only then did Lin Chen sit over with Xiao Wei and the others. Chen Xiao, who was not very good at drinking, saw everyone in high spirits and, although hesitant, did not want to dampen their mood. He forced a smile and declined. My alcohol tolerance is really limited, so I'll just drink a little. However, Xiao Fei and others were not willing to back down and shouted. Chen Xiao, it's such a happy day today, you can't ruin the fun. Chen Xiao had no choice but to harden his head and drink a little. After 3 rounds of drinks, everyone chatted about various topics. But Chen Xiao gradually felt dizzy, his face flushed unnaturally. He tried hard to stay sober, but the alcohol was hitting him, and his awareness started to blur. Damn it, did you guys drug me? Why does my head feel so fuzzy? After saying that, Chen Xiao lay quietly on the table, not moving. Everyone was first stunned, then burst into laughter. Xiao Fei laughed and said, "The Sky Chen Xiao said he couldn't drink, and look at him, he can't handle it after just a few sips." Xiao Wei also joked. Chen Xiao's alcohol tolerance is really ridiculously low. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly at the drunken Chen Xiao and said to everyone. Alright, Chen Xiao has done his best, let's not drink too much. Let's call it a day. Everyone nodded in agreement. Shuawei, why don't you sleep at my place tonight? Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuawei and said softly. Jiang Shuawei blushed and gave a faint in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Oh, Shuawei, you are off to have fun, then I can only go back to school alone. Tang Wanner said with a smile. The redness on Jiang Shuawei's face deepened. Sister Wanner, how about I drive you back to school? After all, we go to the same school. Xiao Fei quickly invited. Tang Wanner hesitated a bit. Looks like someone isn't going back to school alone, there's a handsome guy to keep her company. Jiang Shuawei seized the opportunity to tease. Tang Wanner glared at Jiang Shuawei, but then saw Xiao Fei's hopeful eyes and nodded in agreement. Well, okay, then. Sorry for the trouble. Not a trouble at all. It's my honor to drive you home, Sister Wanner. Xiao Fei instantly beamed with joy. Then Xiao Fei called a sober guy from the front desk to drive them both back. Xiao Wei looked at Xiao Fei leading Tang Wanner out of the venue with a helpless expression. Then he looked down at Chen Xiao, who was sleeping on the couch. What should I do now that you are gone? Chapter 57, Love Me Well. Dong Hao, add a green bubble, so I can contact you later. Lin Chen said as he opened up the QR code of his friend. Dong Hao quickly scanned and added Lin Chen as a friend. Thanks, Lin Xiao. No need to be so polite, just focus on playing the game. Lin Chen smiled lightly and then looked at Xiao Wei. Old 3, call a car, I'm leaving first. As Lin Chen finished speaking, he took Jiang Shuawei out of the venue. How good, lend me a hand. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei arrived at the car named Poison. Aiken, do you really want me to drive? I haven't driven much since getting my license. What if I scratch or hit this car? Jiang Shuowei said, a bit worried. Lin Chen didn't care. It's fine, just drive however you want. Jiang Shuowei had no choice but to sit in the driver's seat. Jiang Shuowei took a deep breath and carefully started the car. The engine let out a deep roar, like a beast ready to pounce. She nervously gripped the steering wheel, her eyes scanning the surrounding roads. Lin Chen sat in the passenger seat, looking relaxed as he watched Jiang Shuowei. Don't be nervous, just treat it like a normal car. He reassured her. Jiang Shuowei nodded slightly, but her palms still sweat. She slowly pressed the gas pedal, and the poison moved forward smoothly. As the car drove, Jiang Shuowei's nervousness began to ease up. She started to enjoy the feeling of driving this luxury car. Pedestrians on the road cast envious glances, filling Jiang Shuowei with a sense of pride. She glanced at Lin Chen and found him smiling at her. So, how is it? Not nervous anymore? Lin Chen asked. Jiang Shuowei beamed a bright smile. Much better. She said. The poison sped down the road, and Jiang Shuowei's driving skills grew more confident. By now it was just past midnight, and the Yulan Holy Courtyard Villa area was quiet and peaceful. Jiang Shuowei drove the poison slowly in, the engine's roar resonating clearly in the tranquil night. The security guard at the gate recognized the car as Lin Chen's and quickly raised the barrier. Jiang Shuowei looked nervously at Lin Chen. Aiken, where do we park at this late hour? Lin Chen smiled slightly. Of course, we'll park in the garage. Just drive straight in, the garage door will open by itself. Jiang Shuowei nodded, then drove the car to the garage door. The cameras on either side recognized the license plate number, and the garage door slowly rose. Wow! This is quite advanced. Jiang Shuowei looked amazed, then carefully drove the car into the garage. The sleek body of the poison gleamed enticingly under the lights. Lin Chen took Jiang Shuowei's hand. Let's go inside. Okay. Jiang Shuowei's face flushed lightly, obediently nodding her head. Holding Jiang Shuowei's hand, Lin Chen walked into the villa, where soft lights hung like a thin veil, enveloping the entire space. Create an ambiguous and mysterious atmosphere. As Lin Chen walked into the living room, his gaze suddenly fell on the wine cabinet nearby. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted, he turned to Jiang Shuowei and said, How about we drink some more? Jiang Shuowei's face flushed as she nodded gently. Lin Chen opened the wine cabinet, took out a bottle of red wine and several exquisite goblets. He slowly poured the wine into the glasses, the deep red liquid sparkling under the light with an enticing glow. Lin Chen handed a glass of wine to Jiang Shuowei, their fingers gently brushed against each other, and in that instant, it felt as if a current passed between them. They exchanged a glance, raised their glasses, and took a small sip, the rich aroma of wine spreading in their mouths. As they drank glass after glass, the atmosphere grew even more ambiguous. Lin Chen's gaze became increasingly intense, while a charming blush appeared on Jiang Shuowei's cheeks. Unconsciously, their bodies leaned closer, their breaths intertwining. Just as they were about to sink into this ambiguous atmosphere, Jiang Shuowei, blushing, whispered like a mosquito. Ah Chen, I want to take a shower first. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback but then revealed a gentle smile. Alright, I'll take you. He then took Jiang Shuowei's hand, leading her into the bathroom and the bedroom. After Jiang Shuowei entered the bathroom, she realized she hadn't brought any change of clothes. She bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, then opened the bathroom door and softly called out. Ah Chen, I don't have any clothes. Lin Chen was slightly stunned, then found one of his own shirts and handed it to her. Listening to the sound of running water in the bathroom, Lin Chen felt that his younger brother could hardly wait to make a move. After a while, the bathroom door opened again. Jiang Shuowei walked out wearing Lin Chen's shirt, her wet hair casually draped over her shoulders. The oversized shirt on her body revealed her fair legs, making her look especially sensual. Lin Chen's gaze was instantly captivated by her, staring blankly at Jiang Shuowei. Jiang Shuowei felt shy under his gaze, slightly lowering her head, the blush on her face becoming more pronounced. What's wrong, Ah Chen? Lin Chen slowly walked towards Jiang Shuowei, gently lifting her chin, his eyes filled with deep affection. Shuowei, you are really beautiful. Lin Chen wrapped his arms around Jiang Shuowei, then lifted her in a princess carry amidst her surprised exclamations, placing her on the bed. Jiang Shuowei fell onto the bed, her face flushed, while Lin Chen supported himself above her, their eyes locked together. Lin Chen leaned down and kissed Jiang Shuowei's lips. This kiss was passionate and deep, full of desire and love. Jiang Shuowei closed her eyes, responding to Lin Chen's kiss. Lin Chen's hand gently caressed Jiang Shuowei's cheek, then slowly traced down her neck, gliding over her collarbone. Jiang Shuowei trembled slightly, an unfamiliar and strong sensation rising within her. Lin Chen's kiss grew hotter, moving from Jiang Shuowei's lips to her earlobe, gently nibbling it. Jiang Shuowei let out a soft murmur, and that sound was like a fuse instantly igniting the flames in Lin Chen's heart. Lin Chen raised his head and kissed Jiang Shuiwei's lips again, their tongues intertwining, their breaths merging together. Lin Chen's body pressed against Jiang Shuiwei, feeling her softness and warmth. Jiang Shuiwei's breathing became more rapid, and soon Lin Chen had stripped her completely naked. Her perfect figure was fully revealed in front of Lin Chen's eyes. A hint of admiration and love flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Looking into Jiang Shuiwei's eyes, he softly said, "Shuiwei, I love you." Tears shimmered in Jiang Shuiwei's eyes as she gently nodded, saying, "Ah Chen, I love you too. Love me well." Lin Chen leaned toward Jiang Shuiwei's ear, his heavy breath hitting her ear. "I will love you well, Shuiwei." The moon in the sky seemed to shyly cover its eyes. At this moment, 1,000 words are omitted. Chapter 58, A Little Pain. The next day, sunlight poured through the cracks in the curtains, waking up the two people in bed. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, looking at Jiang Shuiwei, who was still sleeping beside him. Her face bore a trace of fatigue and satisfaction, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly like the wings of a butterfly. A surge of tenderness arose in Lin Chen's heart as he gently kissed her forehead. Jiang Shuiwei seemed to sense Lin Chen's action and slowly woke up. Opening her eyes, she saw Lin Chen looking at her tenderly, and a blush crept onto her face. "Good morning," Jiang Shuiwei said softly. "Good morning." Lin Chen smiled in response, reaching out to pull her into his embrace. Jiang Shuiwei leaned against Lin Chen's chest, listening to the strong beat of his heart, her heart filled with a sense of safety. Yesterday, Jiang Shuiwei hesitated, the blush on her face becoming more noticeable. Lin Chen knew what she wanted to say and gently stroked her hair, saying, "Yesterday was wonderful. We will always be this happy from now on." Jiang Shuiwei nodded, her eyes sparkling with happiness. They embraced in bed for a while before finally preparing to get up. His Jiang Shuiwei frowned. "What's wrong, Shuiwei?" Lin Chen asked with concern. Jiang Shuiwei's face turned red as she bit her lip and said softly, "It hurts a little." Lin Chen instantly understood what she meant, his heart filled with guilt and pain. He held Jiang Shuiwei tightly in his arms, gently saying, "My dear, I'm so sorry for making you suffer. You stay here and rest, I'll go get you something to eat." Jiang Shuiwei quickly shook her head and refused, saying, "Ah Chen, no need, I have to go back to school for class later. Let's just go eat together." Lin Chen frowned, a bit worried, saying, "But aren't you in pain right now?" Jiang Shuiwei smiled and said, "It's okay, I'll be fine after a while." Lin Chen couldn't win against Jiang Shuiwei's determination, so he had no choice but to give in. Jiang Shuiwei leaned against the head of the bed, resting for a moment. After a while, she felt a bit more comfortable and decided to get up and go out. Lin Chen watched Jiang Shuiwei struggle to get up, his heart filled with pain. He hurriedly supported her, saying, "Shuiwei, you really don't need to rush to school. Why not take a day off to rest?" Jiang Shuiwei shook her head firmly and said, "No, there's an important class today, I can't miss it." Seeing Jiang Shuiwei's determined attitude, Lin Chen had no choice but to give up. Lin Chen watched Jiang Shuiwei change her clothes. The glimpse of her fair skin, exposed unintentionally, was as pure and alluring as fresh snow. His heart jolted, and his gaze seemed to be firmly captivated, hard to pull away. In an instant, the familiar restlessness within him began to stir again. "The Bodhi tree is not a tree, the bright mirror is not a platform." Lin Chen hurriedly recited the scriptures in his heart, again and again, trying to suppress the impulse that was about to burst forth. He tightly shut his eyes, took several deep breaths, and after a long while, he finally managed to calm down that restlessness. After everything was ready, Lin Chen drove his luxury car, slowly taking Jiang Shuiwei out of the Magnolia Holy Court. Originally, Lin Chen had wanted to take Jiang Shuiwei to the luxurious Dihao Hotel for breakfast. But Jiang Shuiwei was worried about being late, so they could only casually buy soy milk, fried dough sticks, and buns by the roadside. The passers-by around looked at this scene in astonishment. Driving a supercar while buying soy milk and fried dough sticks was indeed a rare sight. Curious glances were cast in their direction, with some people even taking out their phones to take pictures. At that moment, Lin Chen's phone suddenly rang. Lin Chen was focused on driving and couldn't answer. "Shuiwei, please pick it up for me," Lin Chen said softly. Jiang Shuiwei obediently took the phone from Lin Chen's pocket, and while taking the phone, she playfully pinched Lin Chen's sensitive area. This sudden little action made Lin Chen's body stiffen, almost causing him to lose grip on the steering wheel. The voice of Lu Shu came from the phone. "Lin Dong, I am Lu Shu. General Ma Tang will arrive at the Dihao Hotel around 10:30. Do you have time?" Lu Shu's tone carried a hint of urgency. Upon hearing Lin Chen finally pick up, she instantly let out a sigh of relief. After sending a message to Lin Chen last night and receiving no reply, she was anxious like an ant on a hot pan. Early this morning, she tried messaging Lin Chen again, but he still did not respond, as if he had vanished, like he walked into a bomb shelter. Unable to bear it any longer, she made this call to Lin Chen, and thankfully, it got through. Lin Chen glanced at the time, it was barely past 9. "Alright, no problem. Where is Lu Hai? Lu Shu hurriedly replied. Lu Hai just got off the plane and should arrive at Dihao in a little while. Okay, I was busy and didn't check my phone last night. I will contact him shortly. Lin Chen casually said. Alright, Lin Don, I won't disturb you anymore. Lin Chen uttered an aha, and then let Jiang Shuawei hang up the phone. Wow. Ah Chen, old Ma is coming to see you in person. Jiang Shuawei looked at Lin Chen with admiration, her eyes sparkling with excitement. That is old Ma. It's likely that hardly anyone in the entire summer region doesn't know about Xiao Ma and old Ma, right? Their fame is like thunder, legendary figures in the business world. Yeah, he wants me to sign a concerted action agreement. Lin Chen nodded and said. What is a concerted action agreement? Jiang Shuawei asked curiously, her eyes filled with eagerness to learn. It's that regardless of how many shares you hold, once signed, the decision-making power of the company will be in Ma Teng's hands. I will only enjoy the dividends. Lin Chen thought for a moment and explained in a simple way. Ah? Then why sign it? Jiang Shuawei exclaimed, isn't this a bully clause? She frowned, full of confusion. So, I won't sign the full concerted action agreement, at most, I'll sign a partial concerted action agreement. Lin Chen said calmly. Jiang Shuawei had a general idea of what it meant from the name. So that means still having voting rights, but in some situations, I will listen to him? Exactly. Lin Chen affirmed. Oh, Jiang Shuawei nodded, somewhat understanding. If it weren't for the fact that I have a class I must attend, I would love to go see what living old Ma is like with you. Jiang Shuawei pouted in disappointment, revealing a regretful expression. What class must you attend? Lin Chen asked curiously. In his impression, weren't university classes either chosen to skip or mandatory ones that were negotiable? That teacher is my mom's close friend. She definitely knows I am back at school, so I can't explain if I don't go. Jiang Shuawei replied helplessly. Lin Chen understood, no wonder. Lin Chen was about to drive into the school, but Jiang Shuawei stopped him. I can go in by myself, you still have things to do, right? I can go back on my own. Jiang Shuawei said as she pecked Lin Chen's face cheerfully. Then, without giving Lin Chen a chance to refute, she got out of the car. Chapter 59, The Arrival of Ma Teng. Lin Chen, helpless, had no choice but to get out of the car as well, parking it by the roadside before catching up with Jiang Shuawei, holding her hand. Many students around saw this and started taking pictures. Wow! Is that not the campus beauty Jiang Shuawei and her rich young boyfriend? How did they change from a Ferrari to a Lamborghini? Isn't this the car rumored throughout the school? It turns out to be the boyfriend of campus beauty Jiang. This is too exaggerated. I'll take you to the classroom. Lin Chen held Jiang Shuawei's hand gently. No need. You're in a hurry, right? You should get going. Although Jiang Shuawei was very happy, she still did not want to delay Lin Chen. It's fine, there's still time. Lin Chen continued to hold Jiang Shuawei's hand, walking into the school under the gazes of the surrounding students. Unable to refuse Lin Chen, Jiang Shuawei followed him. Lin Chen could only let her pull him forward. Chen, you are so nice, but can you find my classroom? Lin Chen paused for a moment. Then he let Jiang Shuawei walk in front of him. Lin Chen accompanied Jiang Shuawei all the way to the classroom door. Alright, here is our classroom. Jiang Shuawei smiled sweetly. Okay, I will leave now. I will come get you for lunch. Sure. Jiang Shuawei stood on her tiptoes and kissed Lin Chen on the cheek, then ran into the classroom. Lin Chen's phone vibrated. When he opened it, it was a message from Lu Hai. Director Lin, I have arrived at the entrance of the Dihao Hotel. Good, just give your name. After sending the message, Lin Chen immediately called Dong Feng. Director Lin, are you looking for me? There is someone named Lu Hai downstairs, let him go to the Dihao conference room. Lin Chen said to Dong Feng while heading outside the school. Okay, Director Lin. Lin Chen hung up the phone and walked for a while before finally stepping out of the school gate again. Driving the poison in the midst of people's astonished and envious gazes, he left proudly. Not long after, Lin Chen slowly parked the eye-catching Lamborghini Poison in the parking lot of the Dihao Hotel. The hotel lobby was magnificent, with huge crystal chandeliers radiating brilliant light. Staff members respectfully greeted Lin Chen as he entered. At this time, Dong Feng was already waiting for him. Director Lin, Mr. Lu is already waiting for you in the conference room. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Where is the contract I asked you to prepare? Dong Feng hurriedly handed Lin Chen a contract upon hearing this. Lin Chen opened it and glanced at it briefly, then walked directly with Dong Feng to the conference room. When Lin Chen arrived at the conference room, Lu Hai was already sitting inside. Dong Feng wisely did not follow. Lu Hai was feeling very nervous at this moment, knowing that this was a big shot who held 10% shares in Penguin. If redeemed, it would be several hundred billion RMB. Seeing Lin Chen enter the conference room, Lu Hai quickly stood up and respectfully said, "Hello, Director Lin. No need to be so polite, have a seat." Lu Hai waited until Lin Chen sat down before he sat down as well. After they were seated, Lin Chen looked at Lu Hai and slowly said, "Lu Hai, I believe you are fully prepared for our meeting today. I chose you as my personal secretary not only because of Lu Shu, but also because I recognized your ability." Lu Hai listened seriously to Lin Chen's words, his eyes filled with determination. "Director Lin, thank you for your trust. I will do my best and will not let you down." Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. He then handed the contract to Lu Hai. "Take a look, if there are no problems, then just sign it." Lu Hai took the contract and began to read it carefully. The terms were clear and generous, fully reflecting Lin Chen's importance placed on him. After finishing reading the contract, Lu Hai looked up and said to Lin Chen, "Director Lin, I have no questions about the contract. I am very honored to become your personal secretary, and I will work hard to contribute all my strength to your career development." Lin Chen smiled and nodded, saying, "Good, then let's sign." After signing the contract, Lin Chen stood up and extended his hand to Lu Hai. "Welcome to my team, Secretary Lu." Lu Hai tightly grasped Lin Chen's hand, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Director Lin, for giving me this opportunity. I will definitely work hard." Not long after, Ma Tang also arrived at the Dihao Hotel. Lin Chen even personally went downstairs to greet Ma Tang. Lin Chen straightened his suit and walked steadily into the hotel lobby. He felt a bit nervous inside. After all, Ma Tang was a legendary figure in the business world. He had single-handedly built such a large business empire that ability was hard to find someone who could compare. Lin Chen and Lu Hai walked into the hall, where Dong Fangzheng was warmly welcoming Ma Tang and a few others with a big smile on his face. "Hello, Chairman Ma, I am Lin Chen." Even though he had mentally prepared himself, knowing Lin Chen was a freshman in college, he was still truly surprised upon seeing him in front of him. Lin Chen looked so young, yet he had such extraordinary achievements in the business world, which was truly impressive. "Chairman Lin, I have heard your name for a long time. Meeting you today confirms that heroes appear in youth." Ma Tang smiled and reached out his hand. Lin Chen also shook Ma Tang's hand and replied, "Chairman Ma, you flatter me. You are the real business legend, and I still have much to learn from you." The atmosphere among the group felt very dull, with only Ma Tang and Lin Chen chatting and laughing along the way. Upon arriving at the conference room, the atmosphere suddenly became subtle. After sitting down, Ma Tang spoke first. "Chairman Lin, you know why I am here, it's about the acting in concert agreement." Lin Chen smiled and nodded. "I know, but I definitely won't sign the entire acting in concert agreement. For the partial agreement, as long as Chairman Ma's price is reasonable, I will sign." Ma Tang was silent for a moment before communicating with a few people around him, then he looked back at Lin Chen. 50 billion RMB. Lin Chen was actually quite satisfied. After all, even if the Penguin Company had given him the reins, he wouldn't have done as well as Ma Tang. He just needed to sit back and quietly wait for the dividends. And now, to be able to snag a bit of benefit from Ma Tang was already quite good. "Okay." Lin Chen nodded with a smile. After some discussion and negotiation, both sides finally reached a consensus on the terms of the partial acting in concert agreement. After signing the contract, Ma Tang looked at Lin Chen with a hint of admiration in his eyes. "Chairman Lin, you truly are a rare business partner. I believe our cooperation will achieve great success." Lin Chen smiled in response. "Chairman Ma, I also look forward to our cooperation bringing greater development opportunities for both sides. I think it's getting late, how about we have lunch at Dihao? Let's pass this time, I need to go see the headquarters of Penguin Tianfu City later." Ma Tang smiled and politely declined. "That's really too bad." Lin Chen felt a little regret. He originally wanted to keep Ma Tang for a meal, especially since Jiang Shuawei also said she wanted to see him, but now it seemed impossible. "There will be other opportunities, Chairman Lin. Then here's to a pleasant cooperation." Pleasant cooperation. Lin Chen and Ma Tang shook hands and promptly sent him off from the Dihao Hotel. "Chairman Lin, you are actually a major shareholder of the Penguin Company." After Ma Tang left, Dong Fang said excitedly to Lin Chen. At this moment, he finally believed Lin Chen's previous words. The Dihao in the future might just be able to step out of Tianfu City. Lin Chen only smiled faintly. "Later, my girlfriend and I are coming for dinner." "Understood, Chairman Lin." Dong Fang quickly responded. After Lin Chen left, he headed straight for Suzhou University. When Lin Chen arrived at the main entrance, Jiang Shuawei was already waiting, accompanied by Tang Wanner. Lin Chen stopped in front of the two. "Senior Tang, do you want to join us for lunch?" Lin Chen asked curiously. His car could only fit 2 people. As the wealthy young master, I can't miss out on a free meal, can I? Tang Wanner said with a smile. Oh, Wanner, you don't need to worry, someone will come to pick her up later. Jiang Shuiwei opened the car door and got in. Just then, a blue Porsche 918 drove over, parking behind Lin Chen's car. Then a familiar head popped out of the car window. Sister Wanner, get in the car quickly. Xiao Fei waved excitedly to Tang Wanner. Tang Wanner looked at Xiao Fei's car, a bit surprised. But then she thought that Xiao Fei could spend tens of thousands just on drinks, so why not drive a supercar? So she directly walked over to sit in the passenger seat of Xiao Fei's car. Aiken, what car is Xiao Fei driving? Jiang Shuiwei looked at Xiao Fei's car, a bit curious. Lin Chen examined it closely for a few moments. It's a Porsche 918, worth over 10 million, I guess. Lin Chen said with a smile. Oh, it looks pretty nice, but it's not as good looking as our car. Jiang Shuiwei kissed Lin Chen on the cheek and said with a smile. Lin Chen affectionately ruffled Jiang Shuiwei's hair. Boss. Let's go. I'm hungry. A voice came from behind, it was Xiao Fei. Lin Chen extended his middle finger out of the car window, then the engine let out a low, powerful roar, and drove off. Xiao Fei quickly followed behind. The 2 supercars raced down the road, attracting many onlookers' gazes. Wow, these 2 cars are so cool, a young man exclaimed. Only rich people can afford such luxury cars, someone next to him chimed in. Hearing your words is like being purified by Zhuangzhou. As they got closer to the Emperor Hotel, Lin Chen and Xiao Fei gradually slowed down. They parked the cars steadily in the hotel parking lot and then got out together. After parking, Lin Chen and Xiao Fei walked into the Emperor Hotel with Jiang Shuiwei and Tang Weiner. Dongfang respectfully led the way and took them to the VIP room number 1. Before long, a waiter came in with the menu and politely handed it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen handed the menu to Jiang Shuiwei and smiled, saying, Shuiwei, you can order the dishes. Jiang Shuiwei took the menu and began to look at it seriously. Tang Weiner also curiously leaned in to look. When Tang Weiner's eyes fell on the prices on the menu, she couldn't help but widen her eyes slightly. An Australian lobster priced at 5,000 yuan each, premium wagyu steak, over 10,000 yuan per serving, and the rare seafood sashimi platter with prices that were truly shocking. Tang Weiner secretly sighed in her heart, the life of the rich really is different. After Jiang Shuiwei ordered a few dishes she liked, she handed the menu back to Lin Chen. Lin Chen took another look at the menu, added a few specialty dishes, and then passed it to the waiter. The waiter nodded with a smile and turned to inform the kitchen to prepare the dishes. While waiting for the food, Xiao Fei kept stealing glances at Tang Weiner and occasionally tried to chat with her. Sister Weiner, are you tired from studying lately? Xiao Fei asked with a smile. Tang Weiner was slightly taken aback and then replied, it's quite busy, but also fulfilling. Xiao Fei quickly responded, then you have to take care of your health, don't tire yourself out. If you have time, we can go out to have fun together. Tang Weiner looked into Xiao Fei's sincere eyes, a hint of joy surged in her heart. But her mind was filled with contradictions and hesitations. She knew that Xiao Fei was wealthy and came from a good family, while she was just from an ordinary family. The gap between them was so big that it made her doubt whether Xiao Fei's feelings for her were sincere. She remembered the story she had heard about rich young men playing with feelings, and her heart filled with unease. She feared that she was just a temporary toy for Xiao Fei and that once the novelty wore off, she would be discarded without mercy. Moreover, she worried that she couldn't fit into Xiao Fei's social circle and couldn't adapt to his lifestyle. She secretly glanced at Xiao Fei, pondering deeply. Xiao Fei was indeed very handsome, charming, and gentle with her. But could this last? She was uncertain. She felt that she should remain rational and not be muddled by fleeting emotions. At this moment, the waiter began to serve the dishes one by one. Exquisite dishes were placed on the table, emitting enticing aromas. The Australian lobster had a vibrant red shell, the wagyu steak had an even distribution of fat, and the seafood sashimi platter shone with freshness, making one drool. Xiao Fei saw Tang Wanner's surprised expression and smiled. Sister Wanner, try this. I knew the food here was really delicious when I came with the boss last time. Saying this, he picked up the serving chopsticks and placed a piece of lobster meat for Tang Wanner. Tang Wanner accepted it a bit shyly and took a gentle bite. The tender shrimp meat and rich flavor made her exclaim. It's really delicious. During the meal, Xiao Fei continuously picked food for Tang Wanner, taking care of her tastes. Lin Chen watched Xiao Fei's actions and silently nodded in his heart. But he still felt a bit worried if Xiao Fei's feelings for Tang Wanner were serious. After all, Xiao Fei's previous life was very extravagant. Taking the chance when no one was paying attention, Lin Chen quietly moved closer to Xiao Fei and asked seriously. Xiao Fei, are you serious about Tang Wanner? Your previous life was so extravagant, don't just play around. Xiao Fei hurriedly said earnestly. Brother Lin, don't worry, I really like Sister Wanner. I know my previous lifestyle may make people think I'm unreliable, but I will change for sure. Lin Chen listened to Xiao Fei's words and slightly nodded. Good, I hope you can keep your word. Sister Tang and Shui Wei are good friends. If your intentions aren't pure, I won't let you off. Boss, don't worry. If I really pursue Sister Wanner, I promise to be devoted to her. Xiao Fei answered very seriously. On the other side, Jiang Shuawei quietly asked Tang Wanner. Wanner, do you really have feelings for Xiao Fei? Tang Wanner blushed and shyly nodded. But I think he's very wealthy, I feel a bit unworthy of him. And I worry that he may only be infatuated with me for the moment, so I want to observe for a while. Jiang Shuawei held Tang Wanner's hand and comforted her. Wanner, don't think like that. Love doesn't distinguish between rich and poor. As long as you both truly like each other, you can surely be together. But you should indeed observe more. I'll let Lin Chen supervise Xiao Fei properly. I won't let you down. Chapter 61, Lin's mother calls. Tang Wanner looked at Xiao Fei again. Let's wait and see. Since they had to drive, they didn't drink. After the meal, Xiao Fei went back to school with Tang Wanner because he had military training. Chen, how did your talk with old Ma go? Jiang Shuawei asked curiously. Pretty good, signed a part of the joint action agreement. Lin Chen said with a smile. Oh, so where are we going later? Lin Chen thought for a moment. These days have been busy. Yesterday was the first night spent in the villa, but the villa had nothing in it. Let's go buy some daily necessities for the villa later. Anyway, Yulan Holy Court is only 1 or 2 kilometers from the school. We won't stay at the school anymore, we'll live in the villa. Jiang Shuawei's face turned red upon hearing this. Living outside every day? Doesn't that mean this? Jiang Shuawei was a bit hesitant. It wasn't that she didn't want to live with Lin Chen, but she was considering Tang Wanner. 4 people in one dorm, one is Han Qiqi, and one hardly ever returns to the dorm. If she left, Tang Wanner would have to face Han Qiqi's disgusting face alone every day. Just thinking about it made her feel sorry for Tang Wanner. Lin Chen noticed Jiang Shuawei's hesitation and asked aloud. What's wrong, Shuawei? It's nothing. Jiang Shuawei was afraid Lin Chen would misunderstand, so she explained everything honestly to Lin Chen. Lin Chen suddenly realized. This was indeed a problem, after all, their relationship was so good, and they really had to consider her friend. Then let's not rush this matter, but we might still have to live in the villa often. Let's go get some things this afternoon. Lin Chen said with a smile. Okay, Chen is the best. Jiang Shuawei happily hugged Lin Chen's arm upon seeing Lin Chen agreed and that he wasn't angry. Lin Chen felt the sensation of Jiang Shuawei's ample form pressing against his arm, making him feel a wave of comfort. At that moment, Lin Chen's phone rang. Hello, Mom, what's up? Lin Chen saw that it was his mother calling and hurriedly answered the phone. What, can't I call my son if nothing's wrong? His mother said irritably. Of course not, Mom. Lin Chen forced a smile. You tell Mom honestly, is that Ronto real estate company yours? His mother's tone suddenly became serious. Mom, why would you ask that? Lin Chen asked, puzzled. Then he suddenly remembered it was because he had fired Yuan Lu when he went to Ronto real estate before. Did Yuan Lu tell you? Mom, don't soften your heart and agree to anything from their family. It's better to cut ties with relatives like this. Lin Chen said urgently. You tell me first, is that big company yours or not? His mother asked. It's not completely mine, I bought shares, so I guess I can say I'm one of the major shareholders of Ronto Real Estate. Is your virtual currency really that valuable? Enough to buy shares in such a big company? His mother sounded very shocked. Yeah, it's quite profitable, but Mom, you can't tell anyone else. Lin Chen chuckled awkwardly. Okay. His mother replied with a meaningful tone. Mom, so how did you find out? Lin Chen suspected it was mostly Yuan Lu who said something. Chen, you tell Mom, did you fire your uncle? Lin Chen was silent for a moment. Yes, I fired him. Sigh, they are all relatives, let that matter go. You're doing well, so there's no need to dwell on it. His mother sighed. Yuan Lu had almost grown up under her watch, and she was 7 or 8 years older than Yuan Lu, who had followed her when he was little, calling her sister. For some reason, after growing up, he seemed to have changed into a different person. Today, she had just gone out for lunch and checked her phone. It turned out to be her aunt, Yuan Lu's mother, wildly claiming in the group chat that her son had somehow become the big boss of Yuan Lu Company, and the first thing he did was fire Yuan Lu. This made all of Yuan Lu's years of hard work go to waste. Those relatives didn't believe it, as they all knew Lin Chen's family's current situation. Lin Chen's uncle was very angry. Regardless of the truth of this matter, even if it is true, I think Xiao Chen did nothing wrong. Have you all forgotten how you treated my sister's family back then? And so, the matter escalated. Yuan Lu's mother posted a photo in the group chat, which was of Huang Wei taking Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei to the elevator. At this point, the relatives finally believed what Yuan Lu's mother had said. But unexpectedly, those relatives did not help denounce Lin Chen's family as they imagined, but instead all wanted to please the Lin family. The awkward part was that besides Lin Chen's uncle, no one had Lin Chen's contact information. So those relatives started messaging Lin Chen's mother. Mom, here's the thing. After Lin Chen heard the ins and outs of the matter, he found it a bit unbelievable. Is this really something relatives can do? To stir up trouble and turn black and white upside down? They even wanted to incite other relatives to criticize Lin Chen's family. Pa! It's truly disgusting. Mom, here's the thing. After Lin Chen explained, his mother clearly felt much more downcast. Mom, you see them as family, but how have they treated you? I know, just that it's hard to accept for a moment. His mother sighed. Mom, don't be too upset, their family is just like that, don't pay them any mind. I'll come back to see you in a few days. Lin Chen gently comforted her. Okay, I almost forgot, that pretty girl in the photo, they said she is your girlfriend? Is it true? Lin's mother said, her emotions improving significantly as she spoke. Because it was on speakerphone, Jiang Shuawei could naturally hear Lin's mother's voice. Jiang Shuawei's face showed both tension and anticipation. Lin Chen gently patted Jiang Shuawei's head. Yeah, Mom, that's your future daughter-in-law. Lin Chen said with a smile. When Jiang Shuawei heard Lin Chen's words, her face instantly turned red, her joy impossible to hide. Really? You little rascal are amazing. You've hooked such a beautiful girl. When are you bringing her back for me and your dad to see? Lin's mother, having completely lost her earlier bad mood, spoke with great surprise. Okay, Mom, I'll bring your future daughter-in-law back for you to see in a few days. Then your dad and I will be waiting. If you come back alone that day, you're sleeping outside that night. Lin Chen chuckled bitterly at his mother's words. All right. By the way, Mom, I'll transfer you another $1 million. Didn't Dad always want to buy a car? Perfect time to get one. And also, we need to install air conditioning at home. It's so hot in Suzhou in the summer. We can't just rely on fans. Your son is now a big boss with money. Don't think about saving for me. Chapter 62, Do you deserve it? Alright, my son has achieved success, and this mother of yours should enjoy some comfort. I really don't want to work anymore. I've been working in Yuezhou since I was 16. Finally, I can rest. Lin Chen listened to his mother's words, his eyes unknowingly turning a bit red. He had countless thoughts in his heart, wondering what he could rely on to change his fate and his parents' fate if it weren't for the system. Jiang Shuawei noticed the change in Lin Chen's emotions and gently comforted him, softly gripping his arm. Mom, you and Dad won't need to work in the future. You can take time to travel. Lin Chen spoke with his mother for a long time before hanging up the phone. It's fine, Aiken. As soon as Jiang Shuawei saw Lin Chen hang up the phone, she instantly pounced into his arms. Her hands kept patting Lin Chen's back, making the clouds in his heart disperse instantly. It's okay, Shuawei, I'm fine now. Lin Chen pinched Jiang Shuawei's tender face, smiling as he spoke. His smile was as bright as the sun, making people feel incredibly warm. Shall we go buy some daily necessities? Lin Chen suggested. Aiken, it seems we've forgotten something. Jiang Shuawei's expression suddenly became serious. What is it? Seeing Jiang Shuawei so earnest, Lin Chen became curious. Didn't we want to buy that ragdoll cat last time? We actually forgot. I wonder if my poor little ragdoll is still there. Jiang Shuawei looked at Lin Chen with a pitiful gaze, her eyes filled with anticipation and desire. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, quickly recalling the situation from last time. Oh right? It seemed that Wang Shijie and his two brothers had interrupted them and they didn't buy it. Then shall we go buy that cat first? Lin Chen asked. Okay. Jiang Shuawei's eyes immediately turned into crescent moons as she smiled, her smile beautiful and captivating like a blooming flower. Soon, Lin Chen took Jiang Shuawei back to Luan Street. This street was still bustling with activity, filled with people coming and going. Lin Chen held Jiang Shuawei's hand and walked straight toward Maichong Pet Shop. The shop owner had realized after that encounter that Lin Chen was now the new owner of the street, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. He recalled his earlier attitude of trying to negotiate, his heart filled with regret. If Lin Chen had been more calculated back then, given his status, he wouldn't have been able to say anything if Lin Chen had chased him away. Though the cat they argued over last time hadn't been sold, the shop owner dared not sell it. Even though several customers showed interest in buying the cat, he refused to agree, stating that the cat was being boarded for a customer. Now, I see Lin Chen walking into his store with his girlfriend. The store owner suddenly felt anxious and steeled himself to approach Lin Chen. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am the tenant of the shop, you can call me Shaoli. Lin Chen looked at him in surprise. Do you know me? Lin Chen's tone was full of confusion. Yes, Wei Chao sent your photo and told us to make sure to avoid offending you. The store owner was very honest, completely forgetting that Wei Chao had also sent a message at that time. Don't say I was the one who sent it. Lin Chen suddenly understood and didn't take it too seriously. Knowing what he looked like could also avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. Jiang Shuowei's gaze searched around the store and quickly spotted the ragdoll cat she had seen before. Aiken, I found it. Jiang Shuowei excitedly pulled Lin Chen over to the cat. The ragdoll cat, not knowing whether it was fate or not, stood up from far away and reached out its paw toward Jiang Shuowei, as if waving at her. Wow! This little princess is so cute! Jiang Shuowei stood in front of the ragdoll cat, her eyes brimming over with joy. How do you know it's a princess? Lin Chen looked curiously at the cat in the cage, filled with doubts. Can you really tell if it's a male or female just by looking at its appearance? Jiang Shuowei looked at Lin Chen as if he were an idiot, then pointed at the tag on the cage. Lin Chen focused and saw that it indeed said Little Princess. Bossly, I will take this ragdoll cat, please charge it to my card. Lin Chen said to the pet store owner standing next to him. No, this ragdoll cat is a gift for you, Mr. Lin, no charge. The pet store owner quickly waved his hands and said, showing a smiling face trying to please. The price is the price, how can I not pay? The pet store owner had no choice but to accept Lin Chen's money. Want to sell a favor? That's impossible. After the pet store owner finished deworming and bathing the little ragdoll, Jiang Shuowei eagerly held it in her arms. Then Lin Chen carried big and small bags of cat food and followed Jiang Shuowei, who was holding the little ragdoll with affection, back to his car. Shuowei, you don't have class this afternoon, right? No, we can go by daily necessities now. Jiang Shuowei smiled at the little ragdoll. Lin Chen nodded, then started the engine and drove towards the mall. As soon as Lin Chen got out of the car, his phone rang. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Chen? A voice from the other end sounded like a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. I am Lin Chen, who are you? Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Lin Xiangdong from Haojia Network Technology. The person on the other end spoke with an obviously flattering tone. Lin Chen's tone immediately turned cold. Oh? You're Lin Tianyou's father? Jiang Shuowei saw Lin Chen's face suddenly change and knew something was up, so she stopped. Yes, Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry. My rebellious son offended you, and I apologize on his behalf. I've already given that rebel a good lesson. Do you have time tonight? I want to invite you to dinner in person so this rebel can apologize to you. Lin Chen said mockingly, oh. I wouldn't dare accept the apology from the young master of Haojia Technology, that's terrifying, isn't it? I'm afraid that the day I leave school, I'll be beaten up by Lin's young master and his friends. Mr. Lin, please give me this opportunity. I will definitely bring this rebel and sincerely apologize to you and your friends. Lin Xiangdong hurriedly said upon hearing Lin Chen's words. Opportunity? Do you think you deserve an opportunity from me? Lin Chen finished speaking and hung up the phone. Furthermore, he blacklisted the number. Just an apology and you think this matter can be resolved? Are you dreaming? Chen Xiaobai gets beaten? If an apology works, why do we need the police? Lin Chen has made up his mind, unless Hero Technology goes bankrupt, he won't bear the Lin surname. On the other end of the call, Lin Xiangdong's face turned ashen with anger, and he smashed his phone to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Chapter 63, So Powerful. When I started my journey, this kid wasn't even born yet. How dare he show me his face? Lin Xiangdong cursed angrily. Then he glanced at Lin Tianyu, who was kneeling in front of him, and his anger surged, delivering a kick. I spent money for you to go to college, not to get into trouble for me? Not only did you offend Old Qin, but you also offended the major shareholder of Penguin Company. Don't you know what our company does as online business? Old Qin is the pillar of the Qin family, and the Qin family is involved in all kinds of industries in Tenfu City. Lin Tianyu was kicked to the ground but quickly got back up and continued kneeling, his eyes filled with hatred. Why are you hitting the child? He already admitted his mistake, what more do you want? A tearful noblewoman beside them wanted to help Lin Tianyu stand up but was pushed away by him. If you do something wrong, you must admit it. Lin Tianyu gritted his teeth and said in a low voice. Son, this is not your fault. If blame is to be placed, it should be on that Lin Chen kid who likes to show off. Who would have thought that an 18-year-old freshman would be a shareholder of Penguin? The noblewoman who was pushed away had no anger at all and continuously comforted Lin Tianyu. Lin Xiangdong looked at his wife with a headache. Whenever he tried to teach Lin Tianyu, his wife would come to stop him. This habit shaped Lin Tianyu's domineering character. Lin Xiangdong pointed at the noblewoman and shouted angrily, "It's all because you've always coddled him that he turned out this way. Now that he's caused such a big disaster, if those two kids are determined to deal with us, our family business will be destroyed." The noblewoman was silenced by Lin Xiangdong's imposing aura. Lin Tianyu still knelt on the ground, hatred still in his eyes. Lin Xiangdong looked at his stubborn son and his overly protective wife, feeling a surge of helplessness. The hardships he faced when he started out, relying on courage and wisdom to navigate the business world, hard fought to gain his current achievements. But now, this unworthy son had pushed the family business to the brink because of a moment of impulse. Lin Xiangdong took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Then he switched to another phone to make another call. "Hello? Is this Chen Xiao from Suzhou University? I am the boss of Hero Technology. My name is Lin Xiangdong. No. 1 million. No. 5 million. As long as you can convince your friend to let Hero Technology go, I'll give you 5 million. I'm not buying that. These kids are all so good at showing their faces. I can't believe that after all I've worked for, I can be brought down by two punk kids." Lin Xiangdong was furious and cursed. On the other side, after hanging up, Lin Chen wore a relaxed expression. He looked at the number he had blocked, feeling no compassion whatsoever. He had no pity for Lin Tianyu and his family. A company's boss surely knows what kind of character his son has. If you don't want to manage him, then I, Lin Chen, will manage both of you. "Ah Chen, we can't just let that family off easily," Jiang Shuawei said angrily. She had seen Lin Tianyu's ugly face that day. Lin Chen smiled coldly. "Don't worry, Shuawei. Hero Technology won't last much longer. Ah Chen is really powerful." Jiang Shuawei looked at Lin Chen, her eyes sparkling. "What's so powerful?" Lin Chen laughed and asked. "So powerful." Jiang Shuawei blushed. Stepping into the mall, Jiang Shuawei held a plush toy in one hand and pulled Lin Chen around to browse. The mall was bustling with people, lively and vibrant. At that moment, Lin Chen's phone buzzed with a message, and when he opened it, it was from Lu Shu. "Director Lin, the Penguin Company has pressured several partners of Haojia Technology, and many partners have ended their cooperation due to this pressure. Do you want to continue?" Lin Chen smirked slightly and sent a firm reply to Lu Shu. "Cut the grass and root it out. Hey Chen. Come look at this cat climbing frame, I think it's pretty nice." Jiang Shuawei pointed to a beautifully designed cat climbing frame not far away, speaking to Lin Chen. The two of them spent almost the entire afternoon in the mall, choosing almost all the most expensive items. In Lin Chen's words, owning a villa worth hundreds of millions and having cars worth hundreds of millions parked in the garage, yet the furniture was just a few hundred or a few thousand, which wouldn't dare to let guests in. They nearly replaced everything in the villa. The previous items in the villa were left by the last owner. Although still usable, Lin Chen always felt uneasy. Those furniture and supplies, though intact, carried the scent of someone else, making him feel uncomfortable. He wanted a fresh start, a home that belonged to him and Jiang Shuawei. Seeing they had chosen quite a lot, Lin Chen called Lu Hai to handle it. After signing a contract, Lu Hai rented an apartment in Tianfu City, staying there specifically to help Lin Chen with various company matters and some personal affairs. Upon receiving the call, Lu Hai immediately took action. He quickly organized several large trucks to rush to the mall at top speed. Soon, several massive trucks arrived, transporting the items that Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei selected one by one to Yulan Holy Courtyard. The trucks were spotless, and the drivers cautiously handled the goods, afraid to damage anything. Lin Chen was quite satisfied with the efficiency, and these clean trucks made him feel pleased as he watched them. When the trucks arrived at the entrance of Yulan Holy Courtyard, the scene startled the gatekeeper. The big trucks lined up, grand and imposing. If Lin Chen hadn't stepped out to greet them and quickly shared a password 1916, the gatekeeper might not have dared to let the trucks in. Lin Chen smiled and explained the situation to the gatekeeper, who then opened the gates with ease. After a lot of busyness, they finally cleared most of the items left by the previous tenant, then settled the things Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei had purchased throughout the afternoon. The workers busily moved around the rooms, placing each item just right according to Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei's instructions. Although Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei didn't physically move anything themselves, just directing the workers, they still felt a hint of exhaustion. Looking at their brand new home, their hearts were filled with a sense of accomplishment. "I'm exhausted." Jiang Shuawei flopped onto the sofa, the plush toy beside her already asleep. Her face showed fatigue, but her eyes were sparkling with happiness. "Chen, I'm hungry, I want to eat hot pot." Jiang Shuawei stood up, looking at Lin Chen with excitement. Chapter 64, Eating Hot Pot. Sure, it's just that I haven't eaten hot pot in a long time. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuowei's eager eyes, a warm smile spreading across his face as he nodded in agreement. Oh yeah. I love Chen. Jiang Shuowei cheered, excitedly jumping a few times on the sofa. Then she glanced at the little plush toy beside her, which had woken up, her face showing a bit of hesitation. The little plush toy looked at Jiang Shuowei with big, round eyes. What about the little rag doll? Jiang Shuowei squatted down, gently stroking the little rag doll's head, feeling full of reluctance. How about we just put some cat food in the bowl and go out to eat? Lin Chen asked tentatively. Okay. To his surprise, Jiang Shuowei immediately agreed. Although she was very reluctant to leave the little rag doll, she decided to satisfy her taste buds, thinking about the delicious hot pot. She placed the little rag doll on the cat climbing frame, and the little rag doll obediently lay there, watching its owner's every move. That tiny figure looked especially cute. Jiang Shuowei put some cat food in the cat bowl, then gently patted the little rag doll's head, saying, "Little princess, be good at home, we will be back soon." The little rag doll seemed to understand her words and gave a gentle call. Jiang Shuowei stood up, bouncing and jumping, and walked out of the villa with Lin Chen. The little rag doll watched its owner leave with a puzzled expression. This time, the two did not take the dazzling poison, instead choosing to drive the Ferrari SF90. Ah Chen, this time you have to listen to my arrangement. Jiang Shuowei was sitting in the driver's seat, her face full of uncontainable happiness. No problem, Shuowei, you've been here for more than 3 years, right? You must know which hot pot is the best. Lin Chen smiled as he looked at Jiang Shuowei. Of course. I know there's a hot pot restaurant on Luan Street that is super delicious. Though the decor is ordinary, the taste is really outstanding. Jiang Shuowei's eyes sparkled at the mention of food. Really? Then I have to try it out. Lin Chen said with a smile. Soon, the two arrived at Luan Street, found a parking lot to park the car, and then left under the watchful gaze of the nervous security uncle. The security uncle watched the luxury sports car and put away his phone, which had been recording videos. Arriving at Luan Street, because it was night, there were many people, most of whom were university students. The lights were flashing, and it was bustling with excitement. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei were both incredibly good-looking, and as they arrived, the rate of people turning to stare at them was simply outrageous. Wow! This couple is too good-looking. Which school are they from? It can't be ours, right? Another guy asked curiously. Wah. Why are all these handsome guys taken? A girl said sadly, filled with envy and jealousy as she watched Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei being so close. Many people around cast their gazes toward the two. However, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei paid no attention. Jiang Shuowei excitedly pulled Lin Chen forward and soon turned into a little street. Jiang Shuowei brought Lin Chen to the entrance of a restaurant called Lu De Peng Hot Pot. At the door, a female waitress was inviting customers. As soon as she saw the two coming, she broke into a smile. You two can come in. At this moment, the restaurant was buzzing with people, and the small space was almost filled. Jiang Shuowei led Lin Chen to a corner table to sit down. Would you like a spicy hot pot or a dual-flavor hot pot? The waitress asked. Jiang Shuowei glanced at Lin Chen and revealed a mischievous smile. Let's go with the spicy hot pot. Make it medium spicy. Jiang Shuowei said without hesitation, her eyes full of anticipation. Okay. The waitress turned and left to prepare the hot pot ingredients. Ah Chen, don't look down on this small restaurant, but the taste is really amazing. Jiang Shuowei said excitedly. In no time, the waitress brought over a steaming hot pot and various ingredients. The red pot base was bubbling, releasing a rich aroma. Jiang Shuowei couldn't wait to put a plate of beef and fatty beef into the pot. Ah Chen, you have to try this beef, it's super tender. Jiang Shuowei picked up a piece of cooked beef and brought it to Lin Chen's mouth. Lin Chen opened his mouth and took a gentle bite, and the tender texture and spicy flavor made his eyes light up. It's really quite good. Lin Chen smiled and praised a bit. Jiang Shuowei seemed as if Lin Chen was complimenting her, her happy eyes squinting into crescent moons. I told you this place is really nice. Jiang Shuowei said proudly. The two were in the middle of enjoying their meal when suddenly a waitress brought a large plate of tripe and beef to Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei's table. Jiang Shuowei looked a bit puzzled. Miss, did you make a mistake? We didn't order these two dishes? Lin Chen also looked up at the waitress. No mistake, this is a gift from our boss to you too. The waitress explained. Then a tall, thin man came over from the side. Mr. Lin, I didn't expect you to come to my small shop to eat. These two dishes are my little gesture, please don't refuse. The tall, thin man said to Lin Chen with a flattering smile. The waitress was a bit stunned when she saw the boss's attitude, then quickly realized that these two young people must have unusual backgrounds. She put down the dishes and left. Lin Chen only glanced faintly at the two dishes. Very thoughtful. The man was indeed very pleased to hear this. Then I won't disturb Mr. Lin and his girlfriend's meal. After the man finished speaking and saw Lin Chen nod, he was about to leave. But at that moment, a rough male voice from the next table rang out. Boss, didn't you say the beef was sold out? What are you serving this table? It can't be pork, right? The hot pot restaurant owner quickly replied. Sorry, sir, we really ran out of beef. This is the last bit, and these two have made a reservation long ago. How about I give you a plate of tripe? What the hell? I don't need your tripe. Do you think I'm deaf? That couple didn't even order beef, and you still gave it to them, trying to fool me, huh? The man seemed to have had a few drinks, his temper clearly flaring up. The hot pot restaurant owner's face instantly darkened. Jiang Shuawei felt very empathetic towards the hot pot restaurant owner. It isn't easy to run a business. Boss, just give that plate of beef to that table. Anyway, we've almost finished eating. Jiang Shuawei said to the hot pot restaurant owner. This. The hot pot restaurant owner hesitated as he looked at Lin Chen. It's fine, you can send it to them. Lin Chen said calmly. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you, Mr. Lin. The hot pot restaurant owner was immediately overjoyed. Encountering such a thing, he was also quite troubled, fearing that those rude customers would offend Lin Chen and implicate himself, and worried that the man would stir up trouble and hurt his business. Chapter 65, You Can't Afford to Offend. Look how understanding this girl is. Thank you, little beauty. How about this, brother treats you to a drink later? I'll make sure to pamper you. The man said lewdly while staring at Jiang Shuawei. As soon as these words were spoken, the hot pot restaurant owner's face turned pale. He hurriedly looked at Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei, and sure enough, their faces darkened instantly. Lin Chen's eyes turned suddenly cold, an invisible pressure spreading out. Jiang Shuawei's brows furrowed, glaring angrily at the man. Jiang Shuawei's kind act did not earn gratitude. Instead, the rough man leered at her and said flirtatiously, Look how understanding this girl is. Thank you, little beauty. How about this, brother treats you to a drink later? Watch your mouth. Jiang Shuawei yelled angrily. But the man didn't care, becoming even more arrogant as he said, What? Little beauty, I'm complimenting you, don't be unappreciative. Lin Chen's eyes grew cold as he said in a low voice. Apologize. The man laughed as if he heard the biggest joke of all, apologize? Who do you think you are? You dare ask me to apologize? You should still apologize. These two are not people you can afford to mess with. The hot pot restaurant owner also advised. But who would have thought, when the man heard this from the hot pot restaurant owner, his face turned slightly embarrassed. I want to see how this little brat is someone I can't mess with. As he spoke, the man suddenly swung his fist without warning and charged towards Lin Chen. His fist was accompanied by the sound of wind, and it looked like it would hit Lin Chen's face. If it were the old Lin Chen, maybe he would have been hit, but unfortunately, the system had rewarded him with a stronger physique, and his physical condition was no longer comparable to before. Lin Chen slightly turned his body and easily avoided the ferocious punch. The man's punch missed, and because he used too much force, his body staggered forward a few steps. Before the man could steady himself, Lin Chen immediately struck, grabbing the man's arm and twisting it hard. The man screamed in pain. Lin Chen followed with a kick to the man's abdomen, sending the man flying backward, crashing heavily into a nearby table. The dishes on the table fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. The surrounding customers, seeing this, dared not stay in the shop any longer. They all ran off without paying. The man's few friends immediately roared and rushed over. A large man, with fists as big as a bowl, swung his fists fiercely at Lin Chen. Lin Chen's eyes sharpened, and with a quick slide, he dodged the large man's punch as it smashed into the air. Taking advantage of the large man's momentum fading, Lin Chen swiftly turned around and kicked the side of the large man's knee. The large man's knee buckled, and he nearly fell to the ground. He struggled to stabilize himself, his face contorted in pain. Another tall, thin man rushed from the side, holding a beer bottle, and smashed it towards Lin Chen's head. Lin Chen slightly tilted his head, and the beer bottle swept past him, creating a whoosh of wind. Lin Chen immediately raised his hand, grabbed the tall, thin man's wrist, and squeezed it hard. The tall, thin man felt as though his wrist was being clamped by iron tongs, unbearable pain causing him to drop the beer bottle to the ground, shattering it. Lin Chen pulled the man toward him and drove his knee hard into the man's abdomen. The tall, thin man bent over in agony, groaning in pain. At this moment, the first man who had attacked also regained his senses. He grimaced and grabbed another beer bottle from the table, charging toward Lin Chen again. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with anger. He took a swift step forward, kicking the man's knee before he could make a move. The man bent his knee and fell to the ground once more. Lin Chen then threw a punch at his face, sending him reeling with blood pouring from his face. The other friends, witnessing this, were a bit intimidated, but they couldn't just stand by and watch their friend get beaten. They gritted their teeth and charged again. A fat man swung his fists furiously toward Lin Chen. Lin Chen deftly dodged his punches, then grabbed the fat man's arm and threw him violently onto a nearby table. The table shattered, and the fat man lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Jiang Shuowei anxiously watched from the side, worried about Lin Chen getting hurt and furious at the behavior of these men. She clenched her fists tightly, ready to help at any moment. The more Lin Chen fought, the braver he became. His movements were clean and quick, each strike packed with power. His eyes were firm and cold, like an invincible war god. Under his relentless attacks, the men gradually lost their ability to fight back. One of the men, seeing the situation turning unfavorably, turned to flee. Lin Chen wouldn't let him escape so easily. He took a quick step forward, grabbed the man's collar, and pulled him back. Then he punched him in the back. The man fell to the ground. At this moment, the hot pot restaurant owner was so scared that his face turned pale. He had never expected things to develop to this extent. He wanted to go up and mediate, but he did not dare to approach, and could only watch anxiously from the side. Lin Chen looked at the several men lying on the ground and coldly said, "If you dare to speak insolently again, it won't be so simple." The men, though unwilling in their hearts, knew they were no match for Lin Chen, so they could only lie on the ground and dared not speak further. Lin Chen turned around and returned to Jiang Shuowei's side, gently touching her face. "It's okay, Shuowei." Jiang Shuowei looked at Lin Chen from left to right and, seeing that he was indeed not hurt, let out a sigh of relief. "Boss, the card machine is here. I will pay for the losses in your restaurant today." The boss timidly brought over the card machine. "Is 100,000 enough?" The boss nodded repeatedly. It's enough, it's enough." After paying, Lin Chen took Jiang Shuowei's hand. "Shuowei, shall we go?" "Okay." Jiang Shuowei nodded, her eyes full of admiration and affection. But at that moment, the man who had first spoken insolently and started the fight suddenly stood up, grabbed a wine bottle, and smashed it towards Lin Chen's head. "Mr. Lin, watch out!" the hot pot restaurant owner exclaimed. Jiang Shuowei, being pulled by Lin Chen, naturally walked behind him. When she heard the owner's warning, she instinctively leaned back towards Lin Chen. With a bang, the wine bottle shattered against Jiang Shuowei's head, and glass shards flew like snowflakes. Jiang Shuowei's body swayed slightly, then she fell down weakly. The moment Lin Chen heard the restaurant owner's warning, he leaned his body towards Jiang Shuowei's direction, and just in time to see this scene, felt as if his heart had stopped beating. Shuowei. Chapter 66, Something happened to Jiang Shuowei. Lin Chen trembled as he slowly and cautiously held Jiang Shuowei in his arms. Blood gushed from Jiang Shuowei's head, the crimson liquid like a burst dam, instantly staining her cheeks and silky hair. Jiang Shuowei's eyes were tightly closed, her face as pale as paper. "What are you standing there for? Call 120, hurry and call 120. Lin Chen yelled at the restaurant owner, his eyes red. The hot pot restaurant owner, scared, sat on the ground, his eyes wide open, filled with terror and confusion. Hearing Lin Chen's words, he tremblingly took out his phone and called 120. "Hello, we are here too." And the man who smashed the wine bottle stood frozen in place, filled with regret and fear after realizing the disaster he had caused. His hands hung weakly at his sides, still holding broken glass shards. Those still lying on the ground, howling, upon seeing this situation, sobered up completely and struggled to get up, preparing to flee. Just then, several police officers rushed in. "Everyone, put your heads down and squat. No one is allowed to run," the leading officer shouted. The people who were about to escape, under the police's scolding, had no choice but to squat down, their faces filled with panic and unease. The leading officer looked at Jiang Shuowei, who was lying on the ground, bleeding and unconscious, and at Lin Chen holding her, then asked, "Did you call 120? I did. The hot pot restaurant owner trembled as he stepped forward to say. "Who are you?" The leading officer frowned. "Hello, officer, I am the owner of this hot pot restaurant. This is what happened." The hot pot restaurant owner then recounted the events in detail. After listening to the owner's account, the police's expression became more serious, instructing their subordinates to keep a close watch on the perpetrators, ensuring they could not escape or take any other dangerous actions. Then they walked over to Lin Chen and gently said, "Sir, don't be too anxious. The ambulance is about to arrive. We will definitely handle this matter properly." Lin Chen glanced at the police. "I am Lin Chen, a shareholder of Penguin Company, and I request to call my personal secretary." The leading police officer's face suddenly changed, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Penguin Company. It is a business empire recognized worldwide, and being a shareholder there implies great importance. But, does Penguin Company really have such young shareholders? Okay, Mr. Lin, please don't worry. We will definitely handle this matter properly. The tone of the police officer suddenly became more respectful. At that moment, the atmosphere in the hot pot restaurant was tense and heavy. The culprits, upon hearing Lin Chen's identity, displayed even more panic on their faces. The man who smashed the bottle lowered his head in regret, filled with fear and anxiety. To speak like this in front of the police, unless one really has a problem in their head. Lin Chen tightly hugged Jiang Shuowei, his eyes filled with guilt and unease. He quickly took out his phone and dialed Lu Hai's number. Lu Hai, it's Lin Chen. Shuowei and I ran into trouble in a hot pot restaurant on Luan Street, and Shuowei is injured and unconscious. Immediately informed the legal department of the company to prepare to sue these culprits. Lin Chen's tone was extremely cold. On the other end of the call, Lu Hai immediately became tense upon hearing the news. Okay, President Lin, I will arrange it right away. Don't worry, I will handle this matter well. After hanging up, Lu Hai immediately sprang into action, contacting the legal department of Penguin Company. Meanwhile, the police continued their investigation in the hot pot restaurant. They asked the owner and other witnesses, collecting evidence from the scene. Oh, officer, you don't know how scary it was just now. A group of people were beating up a young man, and as a result, he took them all down. It was like this, officer. That guy was harassing that girl, and then a dispute arose. While talking, that drunk guy suddenly made a move. It was that one with the long beard. After hearing from the surrounding crowd about what had happened, the police's expressions turned grim. It was obvious that these men had been drinking and were causing a ruckus, harassing the girlfriend instead of talking things out, and ended up getting taken down by one person. Then, when no one was paying attention, they sneak attacked with a wine bottle. That girl got injured while trying to protect the young man who called himself a Penguin shareholder. Damn it, is this kind of dog blood plot from a TV drama really happening to me? And soon, his phone rang. Xiao Yang, listen to me. The task you are handling right now involves that young man Lin Chen, who is a shareholder of Penguin Company. You must not offend him. This matter must be thoroughly investigated, and we need to provide Mr. Lin with a satisfactory result. The police officer's face turned startled. What the hell? He really is a shareholder of Penguin Company? After hanging up, the police officer walked back to Lin Chen. I'm really sorry, sir. We have come to understand the event, and we will definitely provide you with an explanation. Lin Chen remained silent, as the ambulance had arrived. Where is the injured? Here, here. Lin Chen shouted excitedly. The doctors and nurses pushed the stretcher and rushed over. The medical staff quickly lifted Jiang Shuowei onto the stretcher, and Lin Chen closely followed beside, unwilling to take his eyes off her. Seeing Jiang Shuowei's pale face and the blood on her head, it felt as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping his heart, causing him pain almost unbearable to breathe. The police were also quick to help maintain order at the scene, ensuring the ambulance could leave smoothly. Once the ambulance left, the police looked at the drunken men in the hot pot restaurant, their faces turned ashen. Take them away. The ambulance sped away, its siren piercing the air. Lin Chen sat in the car, tightly holding Jiang Shuowei's hand. The doctor quickly examined Jiang Shuowei's wounds. What happened? How did it get so serious? The doctor looked at the injury on Jiang Shuowei's head, frowned, and asked the guilty Lin Chen. My girlfriend was hit on the head with a bottle while trying to save me. Lin Chen's eyes turned red, he said painfully. The doctor sighed, spoke no more, and simply treated Jiang Shuowei's wound. Soon they arrived at the hospital, and after treating Jiang Shuowei's wound, she woke up. Woo woo woo. Aiken, my head hurts so much. Jiang Shuowei woke up, saw Lin Chen beside her, felt the pain in her head, and the bandage wrapped around it, and couldn't help but cry. Lin Chen tightly held Jiang Shuowei's hand, his eyes red. Shuowei, don't be afraid, I'm here. You're safe now, the doctor just treated your wound, and you'll be better soon. Lin Chen gently stroked Jiang Shuowei's cheek, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Chapter 67, Take good care of Shuowei. Lin Chen comforted her for a long time before Jiang Shuowei's emotions began to calm down. Then he took Jiang Shuowei for various examinations, and in the end, there were no major problems found, just that she needed to rest. After coaxing Jiang Shuowei to sleep on the hospital bed, Lin Chen himself leaned against the bed and fell asleep. The next morning, Jiang Shuowei woke up and looked at Lin Chen, who was resting against the bed, feeling heartache. Lin Chen also just woke up and, seeing Jiang Shuowei looking at him, asked with care. How are you? Did you sleep well last night? I slept very well, but you must have felt uncomfortable sleeping like that, right? Jiang Shuowei said with concern. I'm fine. Lin Chen shook his head. At that moment, the doctor walked in to check Jiang Shuowei's injury. Actually, this kind of injury doesn't require hospitalization. You can go home and rest, just take a bit of care. The doctor said with a smile. Really? Aiken, should we go home then? I'm not very comfortable staying in the hospital. Jiang Shuawei's eyes brightened as she looked at Lin Chen with hope. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment and then looked at the doctor. What should we pay attention to at home? You just need to keep it dry, and remember to change the dressings daily. Lin Chen nodded. Then please help us with the discharge. An hour later. Jiang Shuawei sat in Lin Chen's car with a pile of medicines, bandages, and other medical supplies. Aiken, that group of people must be severely punished. I kindly gave them my beef, and the result was getting hit on the head with a bottle. Fortunately, I don't need stitches, otherwise, what would I do? Jiang Shuawei's face was filled with anger and a bit of fear. Don't worry, Shuawei, none of those people will escape. Especially the one who hurt you. Lin Chen's words were full of coldness. Jiang Shuawei nodded slightly, though still feeling frightened. There was more trust in Lin Chen. Aiken, I believe in you. I just didn't expect such a thing to happen while eating hot pot. Lin Chen sighed, filled with guilt. It's all my fault for not protecting you well. If I had been more careful, you wouldn't have gotten hurt. Jiang Shuawei quickly shook her head. Aiken, this isn't your fault. Those people got drunk and acted recklessly. Nobody expected it to end like this. After getting home, Lin Chen carefully helped Jiang Shuawei sit on the sofa, then began to organize the medicines and bandages brought back from the hospital. Shuawei, you rest for a bit, I'll get you a glass of water. Lin Chen said gently. Jiang Shuawei watched Lin Chen's busy figure, a warm feeling surged in her heart. Aiken, it's really good to have you. That should be what I say. Lin Chen handed Jiang Shuawei a glass of warm water, looking at the bandage on her head, feeling full of guilt. Lu Hai was actively communicating and coordinating with the police and legal team. At that moment, Lu Hai was still at the police station. Officer Yang, regarding this incident, our company takes it very seriously. We hope the police can quickly uncover the truth and bring the perpetrators to justice. Lu Hai said sternly. Officer Yang nodded. Mr. Lu, we are already intensifying our investigation. The actions of these perpetrators are very heinous, and we will certainly deal with them severely. Currently, the situation has been classified. That group of people causing trouble will be detained for 10 days. The person who injured Miss Jiang is guilty of intentional injury. The specific handling results will depend on the court. Lin Chen asked for several more days off from school to take care of Jiang Shuawei. Jiang Shuawei also asked for 7 days off because Jiang Min's best friend was her teacher, and naturally, this news reached the Jiang family. Oh my gosh, I'm fine, I just got a little hurt while having hot pot with Aiken when I ran into a group of troublemakers. It's not serious. Jiang Shuawei was still explaining to Jiang Min on the phone. Lin Chen had a worried expression. Jiang Shuawei was injured because of him, yet he was perfectly fine. Lin Chen organized his words and then took Jiang Min's call. Hello Auntie, I am Lin Chen. Xiao Chen, tell Auntie the truth, is Shuawei's injury serious? Shuawei has always kept good news to herself. I'm worried if something serious happened, she won't tell us. I'm sorry, Auntie. Shuawei was hurt while saving me, but don't worry, her injury is not serious, she just needs some rest. Lin Chen explained with a face full of guilt. That's good, that's good. Xiao Chen, Auntie doesn't mean to blame you, it just shows how well you two get along. But Auntie still hopes you can take good care of Shuawei. Jiang Min's words stopped here. Auntie, don't worry, I will definitely take good care of Shuawei and won't let her get hurt again. Lin Chen solemnly promised Jiang Min. After hanging up, Jiang Shuawei finally felt relieved. She was afraid Jiang Min would rush over to see her. If she saw her head wrapped in bandages, she would surely cry her eyes out. In the following days, Lin Chen specially hired a nanny to take good care of Jiang Shuawei, cleaning and cooking at home. As for the group of people, the handling results were out, the others were detained for 10 days, while the leader received an 18-month prison sentence. Although this result did not satisfy Lin Chen, it was the best outcome after the legal department of Penguin Company and Lu Hai pressured the police. Jiang Shuawei's injury was almost healed. Akai, we have to go to class tomorrow, what about Lu Ma? Jiang Shuawei looked at the middle-aged woman cleaning the villa, a bit worried, and asked Lin Chen. Lu Ma was the nanny that Lin Chen had found earlier. Sometimes when Lin Chen wasn't home, and Tang Wana was in class and had no time to come over, Jiang Shuawei would chat with Lu Ma to relieve her boredom. After understanding her situation, Jiang Shuawei discovered that Lu Ma's husband had died in an accident on the construction site over a decade ago. And the construction company kept shirking responsibility, refusing to pay compensation and claiming he was just a contracted worker without a labor contract. Lu Ma's family sued in court, but it was of no use, they only received a few $1,000s in humanitarian aid. They were already unfortunate enough, and 2 years ago, her children died in a car accident, leaving only her 3-year-old granddaughter. Lu Ma didn't even have time to grieve and resolutely took on the responsibility of caring for her granddaughter, working multiple jobs a day. After learning this, Jiang Shuiwei felt both admiration and sympathy. After telling Lin Chen about this, she increased Lu Ma's daily pay to 500 a day. How about this? After we go back to school, we can still ask Mama Lu to help clean this place and pay her 20,000 a month. What do you think? Lin Chen pondered for a while before saying. When Jiang Shuiwei heard this, she immediately felt it was a good idea. Sure. This way Mama Lu won't have to work so hard doing odd jobs. 20,000 a month is enough for her and her granddaughter to live on. Achin, you are really kind. Jiang Shuiwei appeared very happy. Chapter 68, Stuck in Worrying. Mama Lu. Come here for a moment. Hearing the call, Mama Lu, who was cleaning, immediately put down her work and walked over. Mr. Lin, are you looking for me? Mama Lu looked very nervous. Don't be anxious, Mama Lu. Here's the thing, Jiang Shuiwei and I will be going back to school tomorrow, so this villa won't have anyone in it. But it can't stay dirty for a long time. Lin Chen paused for a moment and continued. So, Jiang Shuiwei and I discussed it, and we can pay you 20,000 a month to come clean here regularly. If Jiang Shuiwei and I need to stay, I will let you know in advance, and you can prepare the meals. What do you think? When Mama Lu heard this, she immediately became excited. Yes, yes. Mr. Lin, Miss Jiang, don't worry. I will definitely keep the place spotless. Thank you. Mama Lu said, bowing deeply to the two. No. Jiang Shuiwei was about to stop her when Lin Chen shook his head at her. It's okay, Mama Lu. You work, I pay, there's no need for thanks. Lin Chen smiled slightly. At that moment, the door of the villa opened, and Tang Wanner and Xiao Fei walked in. Oh Wanner, you came to see me again. Jiang Shuiwei was happy and rushed towards Wanner. Stop being so mushy. Tang Wanner pushed Jiang Shuiwei away with a face full of disdain. You're recovering pretty fast, huh? It's only been a week and you're almost healed. Tang Wanner looked at the wound on Jiang Shuiwei's head, which had almost disappeared, and felt a bit happy too. Boss, you're really comfortable. The military training is over, and school has started for several days, yet you haven't gone to school. Xiao Fei said enviously. If it weren't for his strict family, he would want to do the same. Lin Chen frowned slightly. What are you talking about? Xiao Fei laughed. Boss, I'm just envious. Look at how you stick to Sister Shuiwei after her injury. What a romantic love. Jiang Shuiwei laughed and said, Xiao Fei, stop talking nonsense. If you're jealous, hurry up and win over Tang Wanner. Tang Wanner's face turned slightly red, but she did not refute. Xiao Fei immediately complained, I want to, Sister Shuiwei, but Wanner doesn't give me the chance. I invited her several times but she never comes out. If I hadn't said I would come to see you guys today, I bet Wanner wouldn't have agreed. Jiang Shuiwei and Lin Chen exchanged glances filled with amusement. Tang Wanner glanced aside, slightly evasive. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. Mama Lu, make a few more dishes tonight. Lin Chen said to Mama Lu who was nearby. Okay. Mama Lu nodded with a smile. Thank you, Mama Lu. Tang Wanner hastily said. It's no trouble, it's what I'm supposed to do. A warm feeling surged in Mama Lu's heart, and then she turned to prepare in the kitchen. At that moment, Lin Chen's phone suddenly rang. Lin Chen picked up the phone and saw it was a call from Wang Shijie. Lingu, long time no see, what have you been busy with lately? Lin Chen smiled faintly. Why do you still think to call me? My girlfriend got a bit hurt, I'm at home taking care of her. Ah? Sister-in-law got hurt? Is it serious? She's almost healed, alright, get to the point. Wang Shijie chuckled on the other end of the line. Lingu, do you remember the supercar club in Tianfu City I told you about before? It's starting tomorrow. I specifically came over to see if you have time. Wang Shijie explained. Lin Chen then remembered that indeed there was such a thing. Didn't you say a few days later? It has been over 10 days, and I thought it was already over. The car club was delayed due to some special circumstances, it was only just confirmed to start tomorrow. Brother Lin, are you coming or not? This is a rare opportunity. Wang Shijie asked eagerly on the other end of the phone. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuiwei, feeling a bit hesitant. Jiang Shuiwei saw through his thoughts and smiled, saying, I'll go with you. I've been stuck at home for so long, I'm feeling restless. Lin Chen nodded and then said into the phone. Okay, no problem, contact me when the time comes. Great, Brother Lin. Let's definitely meet tomorrow. Wang Shijie happily hung up the phone. Lin Chen put away his phone, but Xiao Fei couldn't sit still any longer. He looked at Lin Chen and said, Boss, I also plan to go to that supercar club. I came here today specifically to ask if you could accompany me, turns out you already knew. Lin Chen smiled faintly. I'm not too sure either, but Wang Shijie said it should be pretty good. Who is Wang Shijie? Xiao Fei asked in confusion. Oh, he is a friend I met when school started, the grandson of Wang Junlin, the chairman of Shuzhou Langzhou Group. Lin Chen explained. Wow. Quite a big deal. The Langzhou Group is a big company. Xiao Fei was also surprised to hear this. You're also going to the car club, right? Let's go together, I'll introduce you. Lin Chen smiled lightly. Wanner, you should come along too. It's a great opportunity for you to keep me company. Jiang Shuowei winked at Xiao Fei and then turned to Tang Wanner, asking with anticipation. Xiao Fei immediately looked gratefully at Jiang Shuowei and secretly gave a thumbs up behind her back. Yes, Sister Wanner, let's go have some fun together. Xiao Fei also encouraged. Tang Wanner hesitated a bit, but still nodded slowly. At this moment, Lu Ma came out from the kitchen. Mr. Lin, Miss Jiang, the food is almost ready. Everyone sat down at the dining table, tasting the delicious dishes while continuing to discuss tomorrow's activities. Lu Ma's cooking was so good that everyone praised it non-stop. Lu Ma, your cooking skills just keep improving. Jiang Shuowei complimented. Lu Ma smiled shyly, as long as you all like it. After finishing the meal, Tang Wanner and Xiao Fei stood up to say goodbye. Boss, Sister Shuowei, we will head back to school first. After Xiao Fei and Tang Wanner left, Lu Ma cleaned up the dining table and went home as well. The villa immediately fell quiet, leaving only Jiang Shuowei and Lin Chen. Jiang Shuowei looked at Lin Chen, her eyes filled with tenderness and shyness. She gently bit her lower lip and leaned closer to Lin Chen, a faint fragrance radiating from her. Lin Chen's gaze fell on Jiang Shuowei's beautiful face, his eyes full of love. He reached out and pulled Jiang Shuowei into his arms, then, amid her exclamations, he picked her up and headed upstairs. After placing Jiang Shuowei on the bed, Lin Chen leaned down and gently kissed her forehead, his warm breath caressing her skin. Shuowei, I've been holding it in for several days. Jiang Shuowei's cheeks turned rosy, gazing at him with dreamy eyes. You naughty boy. Chapter 69, Meeting Again in the Ocean. Early the next morning, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei got up early, ready to head back to school. Lin Chen looked at the Ferrari in the garage. Shuowei, drive that Ferrari up, it will be very convenient. Jiang Shuowei shook her head slightly and said softly. Forget it, I don't really need it. Thus, the expensive Ferrari could only continue to gather dust in the garage. The two set off on their journey back to school, a gentle breeze brushing their faces, the sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting dappled patterns on them. Before long, they arrived at the school. Lin Chen drove, taking Jiang Shuowei to the dormitory building. The roar of the car engine attracted the attention of nearby students, and when they saw Jiang Shuowei and Lin Chen getting out, their gazes involuntarily fell upon them. In those eyes, there was envy, astonishment, and a hint of curiosity. Jiang Shuowei was carrying a large bag and a small bag, with a small plush toy resting on her shoulder. Chen, I'm going up now, okay? Lin Chen looked at her struggling figure, feeling a pang of heartache. How about letting Sister Tang come down to help you carry some? Boys aren't allowed in the girls' dormitory, or else I would have just carried it up for you myself. Jiang Shuowei simply smiled and said, it's okay. I can manage. Alright, but remember to use your medicine, don't forget it. Lin Chen reminded her once more. Got it, I'm going now. After saying this, Jiang Shuowei stood on her tiptoes and pecked Lin Chen's cheek, then turned to enter the dormitory building. Lin Chen watched her figure disappear from view and then got back into the car. He found a parking spot, parked the car, and carried some food and supplies towards Building 6, Room 515. When he returned to the dorm, Chen Xiao, Xiao Fei, and Xiao Wei were still sleeping. Lin Chen put the items down and glanced at his phone, it was already 10:30. He shook his head helplessly. These guys really can sleep. Chen Xiao heard the noise, sat up rubbing his blurry eyes, and looked at Lin Chen with surprise, saying, Boss? You're back? Lin Chen snapped back, were you guys stealing cows last night? It's 10:30 and you're still asleep. Chen Xiao chuckled. We stayed up late playing 3 rounds last night. At this moment, Xiao Fei and Xiao Wei also woke up. Boss is back. Is sister-in-law alright? Xiao Wei asked with concern. Lin Chen smiled and said, it's fine, she's almost all better. By the way, boss, you don't know, but after that incident, Lin Tianyu saw us and ran off like a mouse seeing a cat, ha. Chen Xiao said excitedly. Exactly. Let that brat be arrogant, now he's hit a wall. Xiao Wei chimed in. Just then, Lin Chen's phone rang. Excuse me, is this Lin Chen, Mr. Lin? A respectful male voice came from the phone. That's me. Lin Chen replied calmly. Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Fan Onping, the general manager of Longhu Games. You acquired Longhu Games some time ago, would you like to come and see how the work is arranged? Lin Chen suddenly remembered he still had Longhu Games. Longhu Games' headquarters was in Suzhou, ranking among the top game companies in the entire Great Xia, with a terrifying market value of over 320 billion renminbi. And the system had actually rewarded him the entire Longhu Games. This is no less than owning 10% of Penguin Company. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and asked Xiao Wei and the others, "Do we have class tomorrow morning?" The three shook their heads repeatedly. "No." "Then I'll go check out the company tomorrow morning," Lin Chen said into the phone. At this moment, Fa Nonping was left dumbfounded, as if he had been hit with a spell. Is there class? Could he still be a college student? Fa Nonping was even starting to doubt if he had misheard. "Ha?" Lin Chen heard silence on the phone and frowned. "I heard you, Mr. Lin. I will make all preparations ready for tomorrow and await your arrival." Fa Nonping quickly recovered, speaking hurriedly. After hanging up, Xiao Fei and the others looked at Lin Chen silently. "Boss, you've owned Longhu Games for so long and still haven't gone to see it?" Xiao Fei couldn't help but ask. While tidying up, Lin Chen replied lightly, "Xu Wei got injured these days, I was busy taking care of her and just forgot." "Boss, you don't care about a super company worth billions that much?" Chen Xiao had a look of disbelief. Xiao Wei, however, didn't care. To him, millions and billions were pretty much the same. He only knew that the boss was very rich and very powerful. "What's the big deal? A small Dragon Lake game can't compare to my girlfriend," Lin Chen retorted. As soon as he said this, Chen Xiao was immediately speechless. Then it must be sister-in-law who is important. Chen Xiao struggled for a long time before managing to say a single sentence. "Then that's all that matters." Time quickly reached 12 o'clock, and the sun became even hotter. Lin Chen prepared to go downstairs to find Jiang Xu away for lunch, but found that Xiao Fei was following him. They walked quickly to the girls' dormitory building, and Lin Chen turned around, only to find Xiao Fei still behind him. "What are you following me for?" Lin Chen said, feeling exasperated. "Who says I'm following you? I'm here to find Sister Warner for lunch." "Then why are you walking behind me? Isn't it because I'm waiting for you to bend down? Get lost." Lin Chen laughed and scolded. The two stood at the bottom of the girls' dormitory waiting for the two girls, and the surrounding female students kept casting glances at them. "Wow! These two boys are so handsome. Aren't these the two freshmen from the school beauty list?" "What? Freshmen? No way. I have to make my move first. Don't even think about it." They both drive supercars, and one of them is Jiang's boyfriend while the other seems to be chasing Tang Laovu. "Oh, what a pity. But I feel like I have a chance with the one chasing Tang Laovu. They're not even together yet. Although Tang Laovu is a school beauty, I'm at least a dorm beauty, okay? You better forget it." At that moment, a Porsche drove over, and surprisingly, it was Yu Yang who stepped out of the car. After losing the bet to Lin Chen last time and barking like a dog, he had been brooding ever since. Although this incident didn't spread out, just thinking about the humiliation from that day made his face feel hot. "This bastard dared to act innocent last time to set me up, this time I'll make sure to slap his face." As Yu Yang thought this, he drove his car next to Lin Chen and Xiao Fei. "Lin Jr., nice to see you again." Yu Yang wore a fake smile on his face. Xiao Fei looked at Yu Yang. "Is this the boss's friend?" Lin Chen gave Yu Yang a bland glance and didn't even acknowledge him. "Lin Jr., are you waiting for Jiang Shuawei? Why aren't you driving a car? Doesn't this make sense? Didn't Lin Jr. spend tens of thousands on luxury goods last time? Could it be that you've spent all your money and can't even buy a car now?" Yu Yang's tone carried obvious provocation, glancing sideways at Lin Chen, his eyes full of disdain. The moment Xiao Fei heard this, he immediately understood that this person was here to stir trouble. He then focused his gaze on that Porsche Panamera. No way, no way? Is driving a car worth over $1 million and acting like this? Xiao Fei looked astonished, staring fearlessly at Yu Yang, his eyes filled with mockery. Yu Yang's face darkened. "Who do you think you are?" However, when Lin Chen spoke, Yu Yang's face became even darker. "You senior, didn't you not learn enough from last time barking like a dog? You want to bark in front of me again? Should we bet again to see if my car is better than yours?" Yu Yang gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger. "Humph, don't get too proud too soon. Last time I accidentally fell for your tricks, and this time you want to trick me again? Oh. I didn't expect you senior to finally use his brain." Lin Chen looked at Yu Yang in surprise, his tone full of mockery. Yu Yang guessed that Lin Chen's family must be quite wealthy, and maybe his car was better than his. If he lost again, that would be so embarrassing, and since they were still at school, he didn't want to lose face in front of everyone again. At that moment, Jiang Shuwei and Tang Wan'er came down together, followed by Han Qiqi. "Shuwei." As soon as Lin Chen saw Jiang Shuiwei, a gentle smile immediately appeared on his face. Xiao Fei also waved at Tang Wanner, his eyes filled with joy. Jiang Shuiwei initially wore a smile. But when she saw Yu Yang beside her, her expression suddenly changed to a bad one. She and Tang Wanner quickly walked to Lin Chen and Xiao Fei's side. Jiang Shuiwei just wanted to grab Lin Chen and leave. Yu Yang glanced at Jiang Shuiwei, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. But soon he collected himself and smiled as he walked towards Han Chichi behind him. Chichi, what do you want to eat? I'll take you to eat. Yu Yang said gently. Oh my. Han Chichi, your boyfriend is Yu Yang? Don't you know he used to be Shuiwei's dog? Tang Wanner said in shock. Hearing this, Han Chichi was filled with doubt. She never expected that the rich guy she managed to find was actually Jiang Shuiwei's former dog. Since she dumped Wang Haoren, she hadn't found such a high-quality boyfriend, and had to reluctantly settle for Yu Yang. Yu Yang's heart sank. He didn't expect Han Chichi to know Jiang Shuiwei and Tang Wanner. Tang Wanner, what you said is a bit harsh, isn't it? Caring a bit just means he's a dog? Yu Yang said, feeling awkward. Isn't he just a dog? I remember that Shuiwei told me last time you even barked like a dog in front of Lin Chen and her? Tang Wanner relentlessly continued, making Yu Yang even more embarrassed. Han Chichi's face turned a bit ugly. She knew Tang Wanner was throwing shade at her. She wanted to retort but dared not, since after that incident, she didn't want to offend Jiang Shuiwei. After all, Wang Haoren's brother was the young master of the Langzhou group. With such a background, he still called Jiang Shuiwei's boyfriend Lin Gu, meaning at least Lin Chen's status was similar to Wang Shijie's. But Han Chichi didn't want to miss out on Yu Yang, this cash cow. Yu Yang was very willing to spend money on her, and she just needed to open her legs. Fearing that Yu Yang would continue to clash with them, Han Chichi could only forcibly drag Yu Yang back to the car. What are you doing? Yu Yang glared at Han Chichi, filled with anger. Han Chichi was also getting angry. I'm saving you. Do you know who Jiang Shuiwei's boyfriend is? Isn't he just a student from a slightly wealthy family? How significant can he be? Yu Yang scoffed. In his view, he was merely someone whose family ran a company worth a few billion. Do you know the Langzhou group? Han Chichi asked. Of course I know the Langzhou group, it's worth around 100 billion. You wouldn't tell me Lin Chen is the young master of the Langzhou group, would you? Yu Yang's expression changed, urgently asking, but he shook his head, feeling it was unlikely. Then it should be a Wang, how could it be Lin? He is indeed not the young master of the Langzhou group, but the young master of the Langzhou group calls him Lin Gu. Han Chichi said calmly. Since that time, she also felt frightened. She couldn't believe her audacity to show a face and dump Wang Haoren in front of such a person. Luckily, they didn't hold it against her. What? How could that be? How do you know? Yu Yang's face was filled with shock. After repeated questioning, Han Chichi could only explain. I learned about the young master of the Langzhou group, Wang Shijie, by chance, then ran into Wang Shijie who called Jiang Shuiwei's boyfriend Lin Gu. Of course, Han Chichi couldn't directly say that she was Wang Haoren's girlfriend not long ago. In Yu Yang's eyes, she was still a pure girl. Well, her virginity was lost during high school gym class. Yu Yang was filled with shock, then looked gratefully at Han Chichi. Thank goodness you pulled me away just now, or I might have brought disaster to my family. Didn't you always want that bag worth over 40,000? Let's go. I'll take you to buy it now. Han Chichi suddenly beamed with joy. Really? I love you so much, baby. I really didn't expect these two rotten fish to be in love. Tang Wanner said with a disdainful face. Forget it, talking about this affects my mood, let's hurry to eat. I haven't had the school's big plate chicken in a long time, I really want to eat it. Jiang Shuiwei said while pulling Tang Wanner forward. Xiao Fei and Lin Chen followed behind. Boss, has Wanner always been this fierce? Xiao Fei whispered. Are you scared? Lin Chen looked at Xiao Fei with a smile. How could I be? Don't you think it's very cool? This is the real deal of a Bashu woman, okay? So reassuring. Xiao Fei immediately retorted. Lin Chen just smiled and didn't say anything. He still preferred Jiang Shuiwei's gentleness. The four arrived at the school cafeteria, ordered the big plate chicken and some other dishes. After eating, Lin Chen and Xiao Fei hurried back to class. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, it was around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Wang Shijie also sent a message. Lingu, the car enthusiasts meet starts around 7, we will go together then. Okay, I'll bring your sister-in-law with me, and I have another friend who will join us, we can go together. No problem. May I ask what car your friend drives, Lingu? Porsche 918. Wow. That's awesome. A supercar worth millions. Chapter 71, Car Enthusiast Meet. After the four finished eating, Lin Chen looked at his watch. Seeing that it was almost time, he took out his phone and sent a message to Wang Shijie. Wait at the school gate, we'll be there soon. Then, Lin Chen drove the Lamborghini Poison with Jiang Shuawei in front, while Xiao Fei drove the Porsche 918 with Tang Wanner behind. The two supercars drove out of the school under the gaze of many eyes. At the school gate, a Lamborghini Gallardo had long been waiting. Its unique lines and dazzling color attracted the attention of many passers-by. The three cars parked closely together along the roadside, drawing gasps of amazement from several students. Wow! Are we gathering all kinds of million-dollar, multi-million-dollar cars? Are there really that many rich second-generation kids at Shuizhou University? Real-life envy. I wish they were my brothers. The group got out of the cars. Surprisingly, there was a beautiful woman beside Wang Shijie, who was probably the flower of her department. Wang Shijie greeted with a big smile, Lin Gu, sister-in-law. Shijie, this is my brother Xiao Fei, and that's my girlfriend's best friend Tang Wanner. Lin Chen introduced with a smile, this is Wang Shijie, the young master of the Langzhou group. Hello, Xiao Gu. Hello, Sister Tang. Wang Shijie cheerfully greeted. Wang Shijie naturally knew the campus beauty Tang Wanner, although he heard that this campus beauty had a bad temper. Upon hearing it was the Langzhou group, Xiao Fei was also a bit surprised. After all, Langzhou group was a giant worth nearly 1,000 billion. After greeting, Lin Chen looked at the woman next to Wang Shijie. Lingu, this is my girlfriend Zhu Zhu. She studies dentistry and is also a freshman this year. Wang Shijie quickly introduced. Hello, Lingu. Hello, Sister Jiang. Hello, Brother Xiao. Hello, Sister Tang. Zhu Zhu looked a bit nervous. Anyone who could call Wang Shijie a brother was definitely a big shot. After a brief introduction, they all headed to an outdoor manor arranged by the car enthusiast meet. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei took the lead in getting into the Lamborghini Poison, while Xiao Fei and Tang Wanner quickly entered the Porsche 918. Wang Shijie took Zhu Zhu onto the Lamborghini Gallardo. The three luxury cars started one after another, and the roar of the engines once again triggered waves of admiration from nearby students. Upon arriving at the manor, Lin Chen and the others found a few guards at the entrance, seemingly checking the value of the cars. When it was Lin Chen and the others' turn, the guards were clearly taken aback. Wang Shijie was fine, his car was worth 4 to 5 million, which is still common, but Xiao Fei's car was different. That is a tens of millions level, not to mention Lin Chen's Lamborghini Veneno. The few people drove the car into the manor under the awe-filled gaze of the guards. Inside the manor, the scenery was picturesque, with green trees and fragrant flowers all around. It must be said that there were indeed a lot of luxury cars worth millions here. Porsches 911, Aston Martin Vantage, Ferrari Roma, Maserati, and so on, a dazzling array of luxury cars made it hard to take it all in. After getting out of the car, they attracted the attention of some people who hadn't entered the house yet. Isn't that a Lamborghini Veneno? The quality of this car club is so high this time. That Porsche 918 is also a luxury car worth tens of millions. A rich second-generation youth said in surprise, his eyes filled with envy and jealousy. I must go and get to know them. Several rich second generations immediately gathered around. Hey buddy, let me introduce myself, my dad is. My mom is. My grandpa is. Everyone was a bit annoyed by this. Although they all came to have fun, being stuck to them like flies was a bit bothersome. Excuse me, could you let us in? Although Lin Chen was very impatient, he still asked calmly. The few people immediately fell silent and then made way. The 6 of them entered the grand dining hall together. By this time, many people had already gathered inside, and it was bustling with activity. Since this was their first time attending a car club, they were full of curiosity about everything here. Not knowing anyone, no one came over to talk to them. The few people outside, after what Lin Chen said, also found it inconvenient to disturb them any further. However, they enjoyed the peace since they came here to have fun anyway. Jiang Shuawei picked up a small piece of cake and tasted it, and her eyes instantly sparkled like little stars. She held a small piece of cake to Lin Chen's mouth. Ah Chen, you have to try this matcha cake is so delicious. Lin Chen smiled and opened his mouth for a bite. It really is good. Lin Chen gave a very complimentary remark, his eyes filled with affection. Right? I told you it was delicious. Jiang Shuawei had a proud little expression, like a child who received praise. Tang Wanner stared wide-eyed at Jiang Shuawei, who usually had a cold demeanor, filled with surprise in her heart. Wait, is the contrast this big? Xiao Fei also felt a bit restless, watching Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei's sweet interaction filled him with jealousy. He also picked up a piece of cake and held it up to Tang Wanner's mouth, showing a self-assured smile as he said, Wanner, you should try this too? Tang Wanner, a bit flustered, picked up the bowl, her cheeks slightly flushed. Okay, thank you, just put it in the bowl. Xiao Fei's smile didn't fade at all as he placed the cake into Tang Wanner's bowl. Shuawei, I'm going to the bathroom, wait for me here for a bit. Lin Chen said softly. Okay, Jiang. Shuawei obediently nodded. Boss, I'm going too. Xiao Fei quickly said and then stood up to follow Lin Chen to the bathroom. Just right, you girls chat, I think I saw my cousin, I'm going to look for him. Wang Shijie also said it this time. No problem, you go ahead. You can leave your girlfriend to us. Tang Wanner said with a smile. Then I'll trouble you sisters, Zhu Zhu, you wait for me here for a bit. Wang Shijie said and then walked off to another area. Zhu Zhu, Junior, you are. The three girls quickly started chatting. At this moment, several men suddenly walked over. Ladies, can we be friends? The man at the forefront looked at the three girls without concealing his gaze, his eyes filled with greed. It was already September, summer's heat still lingered, and the weather was very hot. Therefore, the three girls wore either shorts or skirts. At this moment, when being looked at by this man, they suddenly felt a layer of goosebumps on their skin, a surge of disgust rising within. No thanks, go find other girls to be friends with. We do not welcome you here. Tang Wanner spoke directly and without politeness. Xu Zhu had never seen such a scene and leaned closer to Tang Wanner. Chapter 72, I don't remember having such a son? But the man was relentless. Don't be so cold, beautiful ladies. Have you heard of Ronto Real Estate? My dad is the biggest shareholder. The man said this with a proud look on his face. I said we don't need it. Didn't you hear? We do not welcome you. Hurry and leave. Tang Wanner was finally losing her temper. This commotion also attracted the attention of Wang Shijie nearby. He secretly cursed and quickly walked over. They are all my friends. If you have something to say it to me, brother. Wang Shijie patted the shoulder of the man in charge with some force from behind. The man looked at Wang Shijie with some pain. Who the hell are you? What do you think you are? You dare to meddle in my business. This commotion completely drew the attention of the people around, who began to gather. Who is this? So arrogant. Seems like he's the son of Chen Long, the big shareholder of Ronto Real Estate. Ronto Real Estate is no small deal. It's a real estate company worth over 150 billion. Wang Shijie is not simple either, he's the young master of Langzhou Group. What? The young master of Langzhou Group? Now that's gonna be interesting. Chen Long also heard the discussions around and started to retreat. After all, their family was only a major shareholder of Ronto Real Estate, while the Wang family controlled the entire Langzhou Group. Brother Long, why don't we just forget it? Some of the friends beside him also began to retreat. They couldn't afford to offend Langzhou Group. Jiang Shuawei, Tang Wanner, and Zhu Zhu stood aside, looking worried. Jiang Shuawei softly said. What do we do? They won't start fighting, right? Tang Wanner angrily said. This man is just an animal thinking with his lower body. I can't stand this kind of person, he needs to be taught a lesson. Zhu Zhu stepped forward, tightly holding onto Wang Shijie's arm, and whispered. Shijie, don't argue with him. Let's just go. At this moment, Wang Shijie's anger was also sparked by Chen Long's insults. Haha, who am I? I'm your old man. As soon as these words came out, the crowd burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. I didn't see that coming. Interesting. Initially wanting to let it go, Chen Long couldn't hold back upon hearing this, grabbing a cup from the side that held drinks and wanted to smash it. What's happening? Why so lively? At that moment, a man in a black suit walked over, looking calm. Wow! Qin Yang has arrived. The crowd that was watching the fun suddenly quieted down, making way. Chen Long, who had been so arrogant, immediately lost his fire. Brother Qin, I'm really sorry. This kid insulted me and I couldn't hold back. Chen Long said as he placed the cup back down. Brother Qin, he harassed my girlfriend and my friend's girlfriend. He clearly said to leave, but he's still pestering us. I only cursed back after he insulted me. Wang Shijie quickly explained. Qin Yang looked at Chen Long. Is that true? Chen Long stammered and couldn't find the words. Just then, Lin Chen and Xiao Fei returned from the bathroom. Seeing this situation, they quickly walked over. Cousin? I thought you wouldn't come today. Xiao Fei said with surprise. Qin Yang turned to look at Xiao Fei, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. You rascal. I was looking for you everywhere but couldn't find you. Qin Yang walked over and put his arm around Xiao Fei. This scene stunned the crowd. The younger cousin of the Qin family's young master? Wang Shijie suddenly looked delighted. He didn't expect Lin Ji's friend to be such a big shot. There was only one woman in the previous generation of the Qin family. It was also heard that she married into a big family in the capital. So, one can imagine the identity of Xiaofei. Who is this? He is my boss, named Lin Chen. Qin Yang's smile immediately faded a bit. Xiaofei's boss? What kind of person is qualified to be Xiaofei's boss? Hello, my name is Lin Chen. Qin Yang. After a simple introduction, Lin Chen and Xiaofei looked towards Jiang Xuewei and the others. Cousin, what happened? Xiaofei asked curiously. It's this Chen Long, the one who looks a bit lewd. He was harassing someone else's girlfriend and a friend's girlfriend, and they got into a dispute. As soon as Qin Yang said this, Xiaofei and Lin Chen's expressions turned ugly. Lin Chen hurriedly walked over. Xuewei, are you okay? I'm fine. Jiang Xuewei tightly held Lin Chen's hand and shook her head. Xiaofei also ran over and comforted Tang Wan'er a few times. Qin Yang immediately understood that these were all his cousin's friends? And there was a girl who might also be Xiaofei's girlfriend? Qin Yang's expression suddenly became unpleasant. One must know that this car club event was organized by him, and now, on his territory, his cousin's girlfriend was being harassed? Thinking of this, Qin Yang's expression turned sour. People around also looked at Chen Long with pity. Young Master Qin, it has nothing to do with us. We didn't say a word. A few people next to Chen Long quickly slipped away after saying this. Chen Long was extremely frustrated at this moment. Why am I so unlucky? I just happened to meet Qin Yang's cousin's girlfriend. Brother Qin, I am really sorry, I didn't know they were your friends. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't dare to offend them. Chen Long hurriedly said. Brother Qin, I am willing to apologize or compensate. Do I need your little bit of money? Qin Yang coldly glanced at him. Xiaofei was also very angry. He had finally invited Wan'er to come out and have fun, and now this happened. Cousin, who is this person? Let me see how powerful he is. The major shareholder of Rongtou Real Estate is his father. Qin Yang said. It's indeed hard to deal with him, but it's not like there is no way. Rongtou Real Estate isn't run by their family. Congratulations, host, for triggering system task. Slap Chen Long's face. Reward, 70% of the shares of Rongtou Real Estate. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile slightly at the corner of his mouth. The good system came at just the right time. I don't remember having a son named Chen Long. Lin Chen asked in some surprise. As soon as this was said, it felt like the air was frozen. Chen Long's face turned very dark, staring angrily at Lin Chen. Brother Qin, isn't that a bit too much? Chen Long looked at Qin Yang and said. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? I'm the biggest shareholder of Rongtou Real Estate, right? How can I not remember having a son like you? Lin Chen continued to ask with a playful expression. Lin Chen hadn't specifically said this targeting Chen Long. Previously, there was someone named Chen Yu who held 27% of the shares and was the biggest shareholder of Rongtou Real Estate. But the system rewarded him 30% of the shares, so now he became the biggest shareholder. Chapter 73, You Are My Father. You are the biggest shareholder of Rongtou Real Estate? Ask the people present, who doesn't know that my dad is the biggest shareholder of Rongtou Real Estate? Kid, know your place when bragging. Be careful, or trouble will come from your mouth. Chen Long revealed a cold light and glared viciously at Lin Chen. Qin Yang was about to speak, but Xiaofei stopped him. Cousin, my boss is not simple, this matter can be left to him to handle. Qin Yang looked at Lin Chen with some surprise, then nodded. Wang Shijie was also clearly stunned by Lin Chen's words. Didn't Lin Chen say before that he was a shareholder of Penguin Company and also the big boss of Dihao Hotel, along with having stores on a whole street? He never mentioned he was the biggest shareholder of Rongtou Real Estate. Lin Chen snickered. Why don't you call your dad and ask? I warn you, don't call me, I really don't remember having a son like you. Chen Long saw Lin Chen's confident appearance, and since he was a friend of Qin Yang's cousin, he also felt a bit uncertain at this moment. Humph, Qin Gu, it's not that I'm looking for trouble. If it's confirmed this person is intentionally insulting my Chen family, please don't interfere, Qin Gu. Qin Yang shrugged indifferently. It was impossible not to interfere. Just for his cousin's face, he had to make Chen Long suffer. Seeing that Qin Yang didn't speak, Chen Long felt slightly relieved and then took out his phone to make a call. Hello, Dad, I've run into some trouble. Then Chen Long recounted the events to his father. Xiao Long, what's that person's name? The voice on the other end suddenly became somewhat tense. Hearing his father's words, Chen Long immediately felt an ominous sensation rise in his heart. His dad actually didn't get angry but asked for that person's name? Could it be that Dad really wasn't the largest shareholder of Rongtou Real Estate anymore? Thinking of this, Chen Long couldn't help but feel panic. If he offended Qin Yang and then Wang Shijie, along with the real largest shareholder of Rongtou Real Estate, then he was finished. Qianlong swallowed hard and looked at Lin Chen, who wore a mocking expression, asking, "What's your name?" "I'm Lin, so I don't have a son named Chen," Lin Chen said lightly. At this point, Qianlong couldn't care less about Lin Chen's ridicule and said to the phone, "Dad, he says his last name is Lin, but he looks like a college student not even 20. How could he possibly be the major shareholder of Ronto Real Estate?" "Xiaolong, hurry and apologize to him." Recently, a young man with the surname Lin actually acquired 30% of the company's shares. Anyone capable of doing such a thing must have a powerful background. You cannot afford to offend him. The voice on the other end was extremely urgent. Upon hearing his father's words, Qianlong's face instantly turned pale. He never expected that this young person, much younger than him, was indeed the major shareholder of Ronto Real Estate. Qianlong slowly put down the phone, feeling like he could barely stand. What did I do? I have offended so many rich and powerful people in a row. Hello? Xiaolong? Are you listening to me? Qianlong's father was still speaking on the phone, but at that moment, Qianlong had no time to listen. His mind was filled with thoughts of how to resolve this issue. Everyone around him understood Qianlong's expression and looked at Lin Chen with awe. At such a young age, he was the major shareholder of a company worth hundreds of billions. The background was unimaginable. I just saw him outside, he was driving a Lamborghini Veneno. At that moment, those who wanted to be friends with Lin Chen couldn't help but speak to those around them. What? A Lamborghini Veneno? The one worth 100 million? Instantly, all eyes turned to Lin Chen with even more respect. This was no longer a second-generation rich kid of their level. Yang, hearing what those around him were saying, looked at Lin Chen with a bit more acknowledgement in his eyes. But just saying that, wanting to be Xiao Fei's boss. How's it going? Am I your dad or not? Seeing Qianlong standing there without speaking, Lin Chen said somewhat impatiently. Yes, you're my dad. Can you let your son off the hook? Qianlong suddenly raised his head, his face filled with hope. He could no longer care about his pride. If this situation wasn't resolved today, once the Qin family, Wang family, and Lin Chen put pressure together, his Chen family would be at the end of the road. As soon as Qianlong said this, the entire audience fell silent. Laughter erupted all around. What the hell? Did I just hear that? This arrogant Qianlong actually called someone dad to their face? As expected from the heir of the Chen family. He can bend and stretch. This is a relief for the people. The three girls, along with Wang Shijie and Xiao Fei, all burst into laughter. They knew Qianlong would back down, but they didn't expect him to do it so readily. Even Qin Yang almost couldn't hold back. Lin Chen, on the other hand, was completely confused. We're not brothers, I was just joking around with you. You really went ahead and called me dad? Don't say that, I don't have such a big son. Don't let my girlfriend misunderstand. Lin Chen quickly replied, giving Qianlong a disdainful look. Hearing the laughter around him, Qianlong's anger peaked, but his face remained expressionless, still wearing a flattering smile. Lin Dad, you have a big heart and can spare me this time. I promise I will avoid you in the future. Ding. System task completed. Reward, 70% of Ronto Real Estate shares. When Lin Chen heard the system prompt in his mind, he couldn't help but smile. Seeing Lin Chen smile, Qianlong thought he saw a chance and was about to continue when his phone rang again. Qianlong, we are severing our father-son relationship. I have raised you this big, and I just transferred 2 million to you. From now on, whether you live or die has nothing to do with me, Chen Fu. The other end of the call hung up without giving Qianlong any time to react. Qianlong stood there in shock, not understanding what had just happened, why his father suddenly wanted to cut ties with him. Then, a message came through on his phone. It was a text alert about the 2 million being deposited. Qianlong suddenly looked up at Lin Chen. You can ask again now, see if Ronto Real Estate has any other shareholders besides me. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Everyone present was stunned, not understanding what Lin Chen meant by this. What the hell? Ronto Real Estate announces that all shares have been acquired by a mysterious person, meaning that now the company is completely under that person's control. At this moment, someone in the crowd spoke in a trembling voice, staring in disbelief at the content on their phone. Chapter 74, Completely Crazy. Everyone felt a heavy shock in their hearts and quickly took out their phones, eagerly searching for Ronto Real Estate's official website. Sure enough, that shocking news was glaringly visible, and it had only been published for a minute. What the hell? How is this possible? Someone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This kid, who is this Lin Xiao? How could he just casually acquire an entire company? Everyone was filled with confusion and shock. Young Master Lin is terrifying. People around them erupted in chaos, voices rising all around. Even Wang Shijie, Xiaogu, Tang Wan'er, and Jiang Shuawei all looked at Lin Chen, who remained as calm as still water, in shock. What does it mean to be truly unperturbed? Lin Chen's behavior at this moment perfectly illustrated that term. However, one must say, he really knows how to put on a show. Qianlong had already collapsed. Impossible. I don't believe it. This isn't real. Qianlong kept mumbling, then slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with rage as he looked at Lin Chen. It's all because of you. Qianlong shouted, suddenly grabbing a steak knife from the table and charging wildly towards Lin Chen. Ah Chen, boss. The people around instantly reacted, panicking and retreating far away, but Jiang Shuawei and Xiao Fei rushed forward without hesitation. Qianlong lunged in front of Lin Chen, stabbing fiercely at Lin Chen's chest with the knife. Lin Chen looked at the now crazy Qianlong with disdain in his eyes. Too slow. He simply sidestepped lightly and easily dodged Qianlong's knife. Then, Lin Chen suddenly lifted his foot and kicked Qianlong hard, sending him crashing to the ground, and the knife fell to the side. Xiao Fei and the others quickly rushed over, pressing Qianlong firmly down on the ground. A few clever and sensible people around also rushed forward to help hold Qianlong down. Jiang Shuawei ran over and hugged Lin Chen tightly. Ah Chen, you scared me to death. The look of fear on Jiang Shuawei's face hadn't faded, and her voice had a hint of a whimper. I'm fine, Shuawei, don't you know my skills? Just relax. Lin Chen also hugged Jiang Shuawei and gently patted her back, speaking softly. Ah. Let me go. I want to kill him. Qianlong shouted furiously, struggling continuously, his eyes fixed on Lin Chen with endless hatred. Then, someone pulled out a few ropes from who knows where and quickly tied up Qianlong's hands and feet. After comforting Jiang Shuawei, Lin Chen took out his phone and called the police directly. Hello, police, there's a guy trying to stab me with a knife, but I've subdued him now. After a moment, Lin Chen hung up the phone and looked at Qianlong, who was now gradually calming down. You unfilial son, how dare you stab your father? Shouldn't I treat you to some free meals? Lin Chen's words carried a hint of mockery. Qianlong didn't speak, just glaring at Lin Chen with a vicious look. Everyone, for Qin Yang's sake, please stay a little longer. The police will come to help take statements. Qin Yang said loudly. A few people who were thinking about avoiding trouble and were about to leave had no choice but to stay. No joke. Qin Yang might not remember those who stayed, but he would remember clearly those who left. Because everyone here is a rich second generation, and, well, we all know that there are no cameras here, so statements became extremely important. Thanks, Qin Xiao. Lin Chen said gratefully. No problem. Qin Yang smiled and shook his head, looking at this college student who was about the same age as his cousin, filled with curiosity about his background. Qin Xiao, Lin Xiao, I have a video that captured the entire process of Qianlong trying to commit murder with a knife. A person said weakly. Lin Chen's expression lit up with joy. Oh? Bring it over for me to see. Hearing this, the person excitedly walked over and opened their phone to hand it to Lin Chen. Then Jiang Shuawei and the others crowded around to watch, and the video indeed recorded everything that just happened. Why did you take the video? Qin Yang suddenly asked. Hearing this, everyone looked at the person. The person immediately looked panicked and explained. Qin Xiao, I absolutely had no other intention. I just wanted to capture how Qianlong made a fool of himself. Really? Qin Yang squinted his eyes, scrutinizing the panicked individual, and after a moment, spoke slowly. It better be like that. If I find out you have any other intentions, don't blame me for being rude. The person quickly nodded vigorously, sweat beads forming on their forehead. What's your name? This matter has helped a lot. Lin Chen asked. Lin Xiao, I am Tycoon from Dihao Wood Industry. The person appeared very excited. As long as they could get into Lin Xiao's good graces, a little favoritism would be more than enough to satisfy their needs. Dihao Wood Industry. All right. Lin Chen replied indifferently. Moments later, the sound of police sirens approached from a distance. As several police officers entered the manor, they were stunned by the rows of supercars. They couldn't help but murmur to themselves. But since they were already here, they could only brace themselves and walk in. The moment they entered, they noticed Qianlong, tied with hands and feet. May I ask which gentleman reported the incident? The leading police officer had a very friendly attitude. Lin Chen took a step forward, slightly nodding his head and said. Comrade police, I was the one who reported. This person wanted to kill me with a knife, but we managed to subdue him. Everyone here can witness this, and I also have a video. After saying this, Lin Chen handed his phone to the police. Then several police officers asked the people around about the truth of the matter, and after watching the video, they took Qianlong away. Once the police took Qianlong away, the atmosphere in the manor gradually returned to calm. Everyone looked at Lin Chen with awe and curiosity. Qin Yang stepped forward, smiling as he said to Lin Chen, "Young Master Lin, what happened today really opened my eyes. I didn't expect you to have such means and courage at such a young age." Lin Chen humbly replied, "Young Master Qin, you flatter me." Qin Yang just smiled and then looked around, loudly saying, "I'm sorry that today's car club event brought you a bad experience. Let's call it a day, everyone can disperse now." As soon as Qin Yang said this, everyone began to leave one after another. Lin Chen then took out his phone and called Lu Hai, briefly explaining what happened here. He asked him to find the best lawyer, preferably someone who could use the charge of intentional murder to get Chen Long locked up for a while to enjoy some free meals. P.S. Can the readers give a little free love power for the kids? The little one is almost crying for gravel. Chapter 75, Isn't it just some smelly money? Cousin, thank you so much for today. Xiao Fei said full of gratitude. Why thank your cousin? Want to take your friends to my bar for some fun? It's on me. Qin Yang laughed heartily. Xiao Fei didn't agree right away but turned his gaze towards Lin Chen, Tang Wanner, and a few others, seeking their opinions. I think I won't go? Tang Wanner hesitantly said, a bit embarrassed on her face. Wanner can't drink, okay? Jiang Shuawei added with a knowing smile. Can't drink? Why? Is it because you took some cephalexin? Xiao Fei quickly asked, worry filling his eyes. Oh, no. Please don't ask. Tang Wanner's face instantly turned a little red, filled with a hint of irritation. Seeing Tang Wanner like this, Xiao Fei immediately stopped talking but felt confused inside. Then Xiao Fei asked others for their thoughts. As a result, Jiang Shuawei also said she wouldn't go, saying she wanted to stay in the dorm with Wanner. Since Jiang Shuawei wasn't going, Lin Chen naturally wouldn't go either. He couldn't let them take a taxi back, right? Xiao Fei had no choice but to give up. Cousin, then next time. Next time I invite you for a drink. No worries. If you're not feeling well, just take good care of her, alright? Qin Yang said with a smile. Xiao Fei nodded. However, Wang Shijie felt a bit regretful. If he could seize this opportunity to connect with the Qin family, it would greatly help their Langzhou group. But seeing that no one else had this idea, he didn't dare to say more. He couldn't just go up shamelessly and say he had time, right? After a few people bid farewell to Qin Yang, they drove back to school. On the way, Xiao Fei wanted to ask Tang Wanner what was wrong, but thinking that she didn't want to talk earlier, he gave up the idea. Upon returning to school, the three sports cars stopped one after another in front of a dormitory building. This rare scene in the campus immediately attracted a lot of attention. Students gathered around, their eyes filled with amazement and envy. Xu Zhu, you're also in Block 8. After getting out of the car, Jiang Shuawei looked at Zhu Zhu with some surprise on her face. Yes, Sister Shuawei, I'm on the 4th floor, room 413. Zhu Zhu replied with a smile. Shuawei and I are in Block 8, room 304. If you're bored, you can come to play with us. Tang Wanner said, but just as she finished speaking, her brow furrowed, clutching her stomach, and her face suddenly turned very ugly. Seeing this, Jiang Shuawei and Zhu Zhu quickly helped Tang Wanner to a nearby chair. Xiao Fei felt anxious upon seeing this. Sister Wanner, are you okay? Should we go to the hospital? I'll take you. Xiao Fei's voice trembled slightly. Tang Wanner clutched her stomach, her face buried in her legs, not saying a word, with beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. Xu Zhu couldn't help but chuckle softly, while Jiang Shuawei shot a disapproving glance at Xiao Fei. Can't you see something's wrong with Wanner? Jiang Shuawei said with a hint of reproach. How would I know? Just as Xiao Fei wanted to retort, he noticed Lin Chen and Wang Shijie giving him subtle signals. Xiao Fei paused for a moment, then realized that Tang Wanner must have her period. Oh no! Why did it take me so long to figure this out? Xiao Fei scolded himself quietly, feeling somewhat annoyed. I'll go buy some brown sugar and painkillers. Xiao Fei said and ran towards the car. No need. Tang Wanner slowly raised her head, her hair plastered to her face with sweat, her voice weak yet determined. I have everything in my dorm. Xiao Fei halted, feeling a bit deflated as he turned back. So what should I do? Xiao Fei was at a loss, anxious like an ant on a hot pan. It's alright, I'll be fine in a few days. After saying this, Tang Wanner struggled to get up and walked upstairs. Jiang Shuawei and Zhu Zhu hurriedly helped her, carefully leading her step by step. Xiao Fei stood still, confused about why Tang Wanner suddenly reacted this way, filled with concern and worry for her. Jiang Shuawei turned back and waved at Lin Chen, who nodded and patted Xiao Fei on the shoulder. Alright, Senior Tang is probably just feeling unwell. Don't you know girls get grumpier when their period comes? Don't overthink it. Yeah, Xiaoge, I can see Tang Senior definitely has feelings for you. Wang Shijie chimed in, his eyes full of conviction. Xiao Fei's eyes immediately brightened. I knew someone was pulling at my clothes. I thought I was just helping the boss and didn't care. Turns out it was Sister Warner. Xiao Fei said excitedly, his face beaming with joy. Happy now? Lin Chen looked at Xiao Fei with amusement. So happy. I need to hurry back to the dorm and call Sister Warner. I'm off. Shijie, next time I have free time, I'll treat you to a meal. Xiao Fei exclaimed, turning around to leave. But just as Xiao Fei was about to walk away, he was stopped by two girls. Hey handsome, did you have a fight with your girlfriend? What do you think of me? A tall woman wearing black, with a curvy figure and striking beauty, said with a flirtatious smile, tossing her hair as her eyes sparkled with expectation. I can be good for you too, big brother. A girl in a blue and white sailor uniform and pleated skirt chimed in sweetly, her smile charming. Xiao Fei, already handsome and a campus heartthrob, driving a luxury car worth over 10 million, naturally attracted the girl's attention, especially since he seemed to be having an issue with a girl who might be his girlfriend. They couldn't sit still, this opportunity was too good to miss. Lin Chen and Wang Shijie stood behind, watching the spectacle silently. No need, thank you, I have a girlfriend, Xiao Fei politely declined, showing no hesitation on his face. Having a girlfriend is no problem. I won't disturb your life. The mature woman added, glancing at Xiao Fei below. Big brother, I can also be your little sister. The sailor uniform girl looked at Xiao Fei cutely, her eyes filled with longing. Xiao Fei was starting to grow impatient, thinking to himself that he still needed to call Sister Warner. No need. With that, Xiao Fei directly walked around the two girls, got into his car, and drove away under their resentful gazes. The two girls watched Xiao Fei leave, then turned their attention to Lin Chen and Wang Shijie. The two felt a chill run down their spine, caught off guard by this sudden outburst of enthusiasm. Brother Lin, I'm leaving too. Wang Shijie said. All right. After the two finished speaking, without giving the two girls a chance to speak, they directly got into the car and drove away. Jiang Shuowei, standing on the windowsill upstairs, saw the scene and happily went back to the dorm. Humph. It's just a few stinky dollars. What are they pretending for? After the three left, that elegant woman stopped pretending and spat out a small curse. Exactly. Chapter 76, The Excited Zhama Brother. By the time Lin Chen parked the car and returned to the dorm, Xiao Fei was already lying on the bed, looking dazed and lost. Xiao Wei and Shen Xiao were comforting him nearby. What happened? Lin Chen was a bit surprised. How could Xiao Fei become like this in such a short time? What happened? Beautiful Tang, sigh. Shen Xiao and Xiao Wei didn't want to say much in front of Xiao Fei. Boss, do you think Sister Warner really likes me? Xiao Fei suddenly asked. Lin Chen immediately understood. I can only say that anyone with eyes can see she likes you. Lin Chen said softly. Then why did Sister Warner tell me not to look for her anymore? Xiao Fei looked a bit dejected. He had been working hard to pursue Tang Warner, deleting all the girls in his contact list and often chatting with her. He would also buy her lipsticks, clothes, and bags, even though she hadn't accepted them. Maybe she has some concerns. I think you should find an opportunity to talk to her. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said. Old four, why do you, a rich young man, insist on chasing after someone? Isn't it nice to live a life where you can just change women as you please? Shen Xiao didn't understand. If he were that rich, he definitely wouldn't hang himself on one tree. You don't understand. Xiao Fei only said one sentence. You don't need to worry about me, I'm fine. The three didn't want to say more. After Lin Chen finished washing up, he returned to bed to play on his phone. Ever since he had Lu Hai, he had handed most things over to Lu Hai and acted like a carefree boss. Lin Chen took out his phone to message Jiang Shuowei for updates. However, after waiting for a long time without a reply, he opened the Douyin app to watch videos. While scrolling, he saw Zhama Brother live streaming. Lin Chen occasionally played Eternal during high school. His best skill was using the Great Buddha style. Those who obstruct me, soy milk and fried noodles. As Zhama Brother, the strongest mercenary in Eternal, Lin Chen naturally knew who he was, capable of defeating others with a single slash of his blade. As soon as Lin Chen entered the live stream, he heard Zhama Brother singing. In an instant the rules are overturned, who am I? My inner demon dances. A drop of tear, turning back halfway. At this moment, the comments were rolling in crazily. So beautiful, streamer. Zhama Brother lives up to his name. Even the original singer broke down in tears, okay? Isn't this a gold mine? How can you hold back, streamer? At this moment, a Hu Tao appeared with emojis, and Zhama Brother chased her for a long time but couldn't bring her down. Whoa, this Hu Tao is something. Swift as a peach. Who is this? Streamer, hurry and kill this Hu Tao. I'll tip you a sports car. Zhama Brother, can you do it? The strongest mercenary is being played like a monkey? The comments were buzzing with excitement. Lin Chen smiled slightly at the comments and then sent a carnival tip. Thanks to Ling Ling who loves candy for the carnival. Thanks, big boss. Clear immediately noticed and said. Lin Chen was a bit confused upon hearing the name. Whoa! When did my Douyin name get changed by someone? Could it be that girl Zhou Ling changed it while tipping me? Just wait until I go back and teach her a lesson. Lin Chen suddenly remembered that the girl's phone had been confiscated, and she was using his phone to browse Douyin. Boss is confused. Boss, do you need a dog? I'll bark loudly. I think you want to invite the boss for water, right? But the boss should be from Tianfu City, right? Male with the name Ling Ling loves candy? Jiao brother, be careful. This boss isn't pure-hearted. Ha 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 ha. IP really is from Tianfu City. Lin Chen looked at the bullet screen, his face instantly darkened, gnashing his teeth with anger. This dead girl, I'll make sure to deal with you when I get back. Then he quickly changed his name to Elder Monster Chendong. Jiao Gu also noticed the messages on the bullet screen and began to feel a bit wary. Just then, that walnut jumped out again, and without even using a weapon, slapped Jiao Gu directly with her bare hands. Jiao Gu instantly got furious. After playing Eternal Calamity for so many years, this was the first time he had received such humiliation. Streamer, deal with her. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. The bullet screen started to flood again, and Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. Jiao Gu, if you kill this walnut and then sing another song, I'll immediately send you 33 carnivals. As soon as Lin Chen sent this bullet comment, the live stream room erupted. Wow, this is a big spender. Big brother, aren't you considering getting a dog? 33 carnivals? Isn't that $100,000? The world of the rich is beyond me. Jiao Gu, did you see what my big brother said? Hurry up and do it. Elder Monster Chendong? This account, isn't this the big brother who just sent the carnivals? Changed his name? Jiao Gu looked confused at the comments in the bullet screen and quickly scrolled up. Is what the boss said true? Jiao Gu asked excitedly. 33 carnivals. He would get $70,000. Of course it's true. Lin Chen smiled lightly, wasn't it just 10 carnivals? He had 10 billion in diamonds. Then he directly threw out 3 carnivals. Do you believe it? I believe. Boss is generous. Jiao Gu said excitedly, then looked at the walnut on the screen, still wildly expressing her emotions, and a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Even as the strongest mercenary, Jiao Gu had to put in a lot of effort to kill this walnut. Jiao Gu looked at the walnut on the screen, which had turned into a soul tomb, with joy in his eyes. It's time for the cook to sing. Nyo Boi. Witness the dozens of carnival screen effects right now. Lin Chen also acted without hesitation and angrily sent out 10 carnivals. If you sing, there are still 20 left. Thanks, great boss. I will sing right away. Jiao Gu excitedly started the battle song. In an instant. Ha 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 ha. This is probably the most intense performance by Jiao Gu, right? Of course. If it were me, I would also be pumped. So nice to listen to, streamer, you should go pro right now. After the song, Lin Chen immediately sent out 20 carnivals. The full screen effects lasted a long time, almost making the bullet screen invisible. At this moment, Jiang Shuiwei's voice call popped up, and Lin Chen immediately exited the live stream room. Thanks to Elder Monster Chendong for the contribution. Jiao Gu hadn't finished his words when he heard the system notification sound. Elder Monster Chendong has left the live stream room. This big boss really knows how to have fun. Jiao Gu couldn't help but sigh in the live stream room. I want to be a rich person in my next life, woo woo woo. It's over, the big boss has left, I can't be a dog anymore. Go privately message him. Jiao Gu thought for a moment, then also followed Lin Chen and clicked to pay attention. Big boss, thank you for your tip. At this moment, Lin Chen naturally was unaware of everything happening in the live stream room. Ah Chen, I was just with Wanner. I didn't mean to ignore you. Chapter 77, Incomplete Family. It's okay, Shuiwei. What's wrong with senior sister Tang? Did you get any news? Lin Chen hurriedly asked. Wait a minute. Jiang Shuiwei suddenly lowered her voice much more. Then there was a sound of oh at it getting out of bed on the other end of the telephone. After a moment, Jiang Shuiwei finally started speaking again, but her voice was very low. Ah Chen, I'm in the bathroom right now. I just asked, Wanner said she feels that she and Xiaofei aren't suitable, so she wants Xiaofei to find someone who likes him. Lin Chen fell silent upon hearing this. It shouldn't be, right? He could tell that Tang Wanner should have feelings for Xiaofei. Ah Chen, I might know a little bit about this, but I can't guarantee it's accurate. Jiang Shuiwei spoke again. It's okay, Shuiwei, you can say whatever you want. Lin Chen immediately became interested. For his brother's happiness, he was quite attentive. From what I know, Wan Er's family is actually not that great. Her dad made a lot of money a few years ago but had an affair. Her mom fought for a divorce, and when dividing the property, they found out that her dad had transferred a large part of the assets to someone else's name. Then her mom only got a few $100,000 in a house. I believe a big part of Wan Er's worries comes from this. Jiang Shuiwei spoke slowly. Lin Chen's expression was complex. Usually, Tang Wan Er was lively and outgoing, and he didn't expect her to have gone through such things. Chen, if you tell Xiao Fei, make sure he pays attention and doesn't let Wan Er know that I leak this. Jiang Shuiwei added another sentence. Got it, don't worry. Lin Chen smiled. Chen, I miss you. Jiang Shuiwei's voice suddenly turned coy. Lin Chen was about to ask when Tang Wan Er's voice came from the other end. Are you on the phone with Lin Chen? Yes, Wan Er, you actually eavesdropped on our call. TCH. Miss, don't care about that. The other end was quiet for a moment. Phew, I almost got discovered by Wan Er. If she found out, I would be doomed. Jiang Shuiwei seemed a bit scared. It's getting late, Chen, I'll go to sleep now, I have an 8 a.m. class tomorrow. While talking, she returned to bed. Good night, Shuiwei. Good night, Chen, say good night to Papa, stuffed toy. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile at the meowing sound from the other end of the phone. After hanging up, Lin Chen looked at Xiao Fei, who was sitting on the bed in deep thought. And Xiao Wei and Shen Xiao were looking at him with strange expressions. Why are you looking at me? Did I not wash my face well? Lin Chen touched his face and asked curiously. Good night, Shuiwei. Good night, Chen. Lin Chen's face darkened. You all have such keen ears. Boss, with that volume, I think we could only not hear it if we wore headphones? Exactly. Feeling a bit awkward, he simply ignored the two. Xiao Fei, you heard what your sister-in-law just said, right? Lin Chen looked at Xiao Fei. I heard it. Please thank my sister-in-law for me. Xiao Fei, will absolutely not give up easily. Xiao Fei looked at Lin Chen with determination on his face. Lin Chen looked at Xiao Fei's current state and nodded in satisfaction. Returning to the bed, he asked about Lu Hai's progress before going to sleep. Early the next morning, Lin Chen got up at 7:30. While brushing his teeth, Xiao Fei also came out. Put. Lin Chen finished brushing his teeth and looked at Xiao Fei, who was squeezing toothpaste in confusion. Why are you up so early? Don't you usually sleep until 10:30? Didn't sister-in-law say there was an 8 a.m. class last night? I saw you get up, so I knew you were going to have breakfast with sister-in-law and surely there's Wan Er. Lin Chen chuckled. You kid are really smart. But I can't guarantee that there will be Tang Shuai yet. Lin Chen looked at Xiao Fei with a philosophical expression. Relax. They're in the same class, I don't believe they wouldn't have breakfast together. After getting ready, Lin Chen and Xiao Fei left together. Arriving at the cafeteria, the two bought some soy milk and fried dough sticks and sat down to wait. Lin Chen took out his phone and messaged Jiang Shuiwei. Shuiwei, I'm in the cafeteria, you'll see me as soon as you come in. Okay, thank you, Chen. After a little while, two tall and beautiful women walked into the cafeteria. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. They're here. Xiao Fei immediately looked nervously, and sure enough, he saw Tang Wan Er and Jiang Shuiwei. Tang Wan Er clearly saw Xiao Fei, her steps paused, but she was still pulled by Jiang Shuiwei to come over. Have you two been waiting long? Jiang Shuiwei said with a smile. Not long, sit down quickly. Lin Chen replied. Sister-in-law, good morning. Xiao Fei then looked at Tang Wan Er, his tone slightly nervous. Sister Wan Er, good morning. Tang Wan Er felt a bit awkward and lightly said mem. He sat down and stopped talking. The atmosphere became a bit awkward. Lin Chen hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Let's eat breakfast, it will get cold soon. Shuiwei, I need to go check on Longhu games later. You may have to eat by yourself at noon. Lin Chen explained gently while eating his breakfast. Okay, work is the most important. I'll eat with Wanner at noon. Jiang Shuiwei said with a smile. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei occasionally stole glances at Tang Wanner, looking for an opportunity to start a conversation but didn't know how to begin. Finally, Xiao Fei mustered up the courage and said, Sister Wanner, can we find a time to chat? As soon as he said this, Jiang Shuiwei and Lin Chen immediately focused their attention on him. Tang Wanner looked up at him and said lightly, No need, I haven't had much time lately. When Xiao Fei heard this, a hint of bitterness appeared on his face, then let's talk when you have time. Tang Wanner did not respond further and continued eating her breakfast. After breakfast, Jiang Shuawei and Tang Wanner went to class, while Xiao Fei went back to his dormitory to catch up on sleep. Lin Chen drove his car towards Longhu Games. At this moment, in the Longhu Games conference room, Chairman Lin may come over at any time today. You must be prepared and absolutely must not offend the new boss, understand? This person has purchased the entire Longhu Games at once. If someone offends him, just wait to leave. Fa Nonping looked at everyone in the conference room with a serious expression. Instantly, everyone became nervous. Although they had heard the news yesterday, they still felt somewhat uneasy. Everyone must perk up and welcome Chairman Lin with a good spirit to leave a positive impression. Fa Nonping emphasized again. At this time, Lin Chen had already parked his car downstairs at Longhu Games. After parking, Lin Chen observed the building and its surroundings, feeling quite satisfied. Just as Lin Chen was about to enter the building, he saw a Mercedes-Benz van pull up at the entrance. Two foreigners got out, along with several local people accompanying them. Take me to see your general manager in. If this negotiation doesn't go well, I'll give the agency rights to another company. One tall, blonde, blue-eyed foreigner arrogantly spoke in clumsy Chinese to the nearby locals. This time, if Longhu Games cannot offer a good price for the agency rights in the Daxia market, then it's your fault. The local person next to him was grinning broadly, nearly bowing down, saying, Mr. James, our general manager is already waiting for you upstairs. He will discuss a suitable price with you. Then they brushed past Lin Chen and swaggered into the building. Lin Chen looked at their backs, thoughtful, and quickly followed after them. Looks like Longhu Games wants to get the agency rights for some foreign game. Lin Chen quietly calculated in his heart. Sir, may I ask if you have an appointment? A burly security guard walked over and stopped Lin Chen. Lin Chen ignored the guard and quickly called Fa Nonping. Sir, can you hear me? The guard, seeing Lin Chen ignoring him, immediately got a bit angry and raised his voice. Wait a moment, I am calling Fa Nonping. Don't worry, I won't go in. Lin Chen said calmly, still staring intently at the building's entrance. The guard seemed to be getting quite angry. Lin Chen's behavior of ignoring him had already displeased him greatly. He snorted coldly and then stood in front of Lin Chen, crossing his arms, seemingly worried that Lin Chen would slip inside. Chairman Lin, are you here? I will come down to greet you right away. As soon as the call connected, Fa Nonping's respectful voice came through. I am now downstairs at the company. You hurry down. Lin Chen's tone was very calm, as if everything was within his expectation. Mr. Lin, you have arrived? Okay. I will come down immediately. Fa Nonping's voice sounded a bit anxious. The security guard, seeing this, felt a bit puzzled in his heart. This doesn't seem like an act. He immediately put on a smiling face and said cautiously, Sir, why don't you wait on the sofa over there? The security guard was uncertain inside, naturally dared not to let Lin Chen in directly. Lin Chen looked at the neatly arranged sofas in the lobby and said, No need, it shouldn't take much time. After 2 or 3 minutes, a group of people hurriedly walked out of the elevator and quickly walked to the lobby. The security guard's heart sank when he saw this. Oh no, this young man really knows Mr. Fong. Wait a minute. Why are there so many leaders? I heard the new big boss would come to the company today. Could it be that this young man? The security guard looked at Lin Chen in shock, cold sweat starting to appear on his forehead. At this moment, Fa Nonping also hurried over with a group of company executives. Upon seeing Lin Chen, his face instantly beamed with a warm smile, while extending his hand. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Fa Nonping, welcome Mr. Lin to Longhu for an inspection. Welcome, Mr. Lin. Hello, Mr. Lin. Others also echoed enthusiastically. Lin Chen nodded lightly, shaking Fa Nonping's hand gently. Can I go in now? Lin Chen asked the security guard, his eyes showing no trace of blame. Yes. The security guard replied repeatedly, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, his voice trembling slightly. Fa Nonping immediately understood what had happened, looking at the security guard with a hint of displeasure in his eyes. But you are quite diligent and responsible, keep it up. Lin Chen said lightly, his tone carrying a hint of encouragement. The security guard instantly breathed a sigh of relief. With these words, not to mention a promotion and a pay raise, at least he should be safe in his job. Thank you, Mr. Lin. I will definitely keep working hard. The security guard bowed and thanked him repeatedly, feeling full of gratitude. Fa Nonping's expression finally improved a bit. Fortunately, Mr. Lin was not angry. Shall we go up to talk? Lin Chen smiled lightly at Fa Nonping, as if the little episode just now never happened. Okay, Mr. Lin. This way, please. Mr. Lin, take care. Mr. Fong, take care. All leaders, take care. The security guard shouted from behind, his voice loud and respectful. After Lin Chen and the others walked far away, the security guard couldn't help but mutter, "The new Mr. Lin is really approachable." In the elevator, Lin Chen remembered the several foreigners he had seen earlier, so he opened his mouth to ask, "Mr. Fong, I just saw a few foreigners come to our company, it seems they are here to talk about cooperation?" Fananping immediately knew what Lin Chen was referring to and hurriedly explained, "Yes, Mr. Lin, they are representatives from the British company Temple Games, here to discuss the agency rights for a game in Daxia." "Oh? From Temple Games? Which game are they here to discuss?" Lin Chen couldn't help but show some interest. He had heard of this game company, the popular online game abroad right now was made by them. Just then, the elevator doors opened, and Lin Chen walked out first. Fananping and the others quickly followed behind. "Mr. Fong, just show me, the others can go on with their work is important," Lin Chen said with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the people behind him. "Okay, then I won't accompany Mr. Lin. Goodbye, Mr. Lin." Soon, those senior executives dispersed. "Aren't they going to talk about cooperation? What about those foreigners?" Lin Chen asked in confusion, his brows slightly wrinkled. Fananping felt a bit awkward and said, "Well, because you arrived, they were asked to wait in the reception room." "It's fine, let's go together and take a look." Lin Chen smiled nonchalantly, gesturing for Fananping to lead the way. Then Fananping led Lin Chen to the door of the reception room. As soon as I approached the reception room, I heard the discontented voices of the foreigners inside. "How can we still be asked to wait for you? This is simply too rude. This is truly disrespectful. Humph. It seems that your Longhu Games doesn't really want the agency rights for Angel Wings in Daxia. Mr. James, Mr. Tom, General Manager Fong will be here soon. Please be patient." Then Lin Chen and Fananping pushed the door directly and walked in. "General Manager Fong. You finally made it." The man in the reception room looked as if he had seen a savior, then noticed Lin Chen standing beside him. "Who is this?" "Manager Liu, you've worked hard. This is our new boss at Longhu, Lin Chen." "Chairman Lin, this is Manager Liu." Manager Liu looked at Lin Chen, his face full of surprise. "Wow. So young. General Manager Fong, isn't Daxia a country of etiquette? I am very dissatisfied with the hospitality of your Longhu Games." Upon seeing Fananping, James immediately said angrily, "Many companies came to Daxia to talk to us about the agency rights for Angel Wings, we chose your Longhu Games, but to our surprise, when we arrived at your company, you didn't even greet us right away." Chapter 79, The Design and Production Plan of Black Myth, Wukong. Fananping immediately felt a bit speechless. Wasn't it just a few minutes since they arrived? How come it sounded like they made him wait for an hour or two? "Mr. James, regarding the agency rights for Angel Wings in Daxia, our Longhu Games is very sincere. Please be a bit patient." Fananping could only try to calm him down. The game Angel Wings had received a fantastic response abroad. If Longhu could secure the agency rights in Daxia, the profits would be immense. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel some disgust looking at these two arrogant foreigners. Ding! "Congratulations, host, you have triggered a system task. Abandon the agency rights for Angel Wings in China. Reward, Design and Production Plan for Black Myth, Wukong." Note, Black Myth, Wukong is a AAA game from a parallel world, composed entirely of Daxia mythical elements, releases and achieves global sales number 1. Hearing the system alert in his mind, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel delighted. Isn't this exactly what that kid Dong Hao wanted to do? Currently, almost all the popular games in the world were developed overseas, while Daxia hasn't had a good game to showcase except for King's Glory. Lin Chen directly spoke up. "If you, Sacred Games, have this kind of attitude, I think the cooperation between Longhu and Sacred Games can come to an end." Fananping and Manager Liu immediately widened their eyes, staring at Lin Chen. "General Manager Fong, who is this person? Can he represent your Longhu Games?" James looked very disdainful, thinking that Fananping's son was speaking out of turn. "From what they just said, this person seems to be the boss of Longhu Games." At this time, Tom reminded from the side. James's face instantly changed. Lin Chen looked at James with a half-smile. "You may leave Longhu Games now. Our cooperation is hereby terminated." Lin Chen directly issued the eviction order. "What?" James exclaimed, standing up from his seat, his face full of disbelief. "This is impossible. How can you so easily give up such a good cooperation opportunity?" James widened his eyes, glaring at Lin Chen. "Once your Longhu Games has the agency rights for our Angel Wings, the Daxia region will bring you at least several $100 million in profit. Do you, a young man, even understand?" Lin Chen's expression was calm as he spoke indifferently. "Sorry, Mr. James, but your arrogant attitude makes it hard for Longhu Games to cooperate with you. I am young and impulsive, and this company is mine, so please leave." Tom nearby also panicked. He quickly said, "Sir, there may be a misunderstanding, we came with sincerity." Lin Chen sneered, "Sincerity? Is your sincerity a representative shouting at me, the general manager of Longhu Games? Is this what you call sincerity?" Fa Nonping and Supervisor Lu's eyes flashed with a hint of emotion. James was the one responsible for discussing cooperation with them from Sacred Temple Games. From the beginning, it was clear that James was rude, but for the rights to Angel's Wings in Dacia, they had to endure. James gritted his teeth and said, "Sir, you should know that apart from Longhu Games, many companies are eager for our agency rights." Lin Chen crossed his arms, "Then you can go find them. Anyway, Longhu Games refuses to cooperate." James's face turned pale, and for a moment, he couldn't find any words to say. At this moment, Tom rolled his eyes and put on a smiling face. "Mr. Lin, maybe our earlier attitude was indeed inappropriate, we can discuss it again." Fa Nonping wanted to advise Lin Chen, after all, it was at least several billion RMB in profit. Since the other party's attitude had changed, cooperation could be possible. Businessmen care about profit the most. But then Fa Nonping thought again, Lin Chen was the boss of the company. If he said this, it would inevitably seem like overstepping, so he had to dismiss this thought. "No need, Mr. James, Mr. Tom, you can leave. To show our hospitality at Longhu Games, we will cover your plane tickets." James and Tom exchanged a glance, their eyes full of regret and unwillingness. You will regret this." James threw down this harsh word and turned to leave. "Supervisor Lu, please see them off," Lin Chen said coldly. The two left the company in a dejected manner, led by Supervisor Lu. Ding. System task completed. The design plan for Black Myth, Wukong has been stored in a USB drive, placed in the host's pants pocket. Then Lin Chen felt a weight in his pocket, so he reached out to check, and sure enough, there was a USB drive inside. "Director Lin, this Angel's Wings is indeed very popular abroad. If we give up the agency rights, the loss to the company may not be small," Fa Nonping said cautiously. Lin Chen smiled, "Manager Fong, it's just an agency right for Angel's Wings, if it's gone, it's gone. I have a better game in hand." Fa Nonping was puzzled by Lin Chen's words. "Director Lin, may I ask what better game you are talking about?" Lin Chen smiled faintly. "You will know in the future." Meanwhile, James and Tom had already walked out of Longhu Games. James nervously took out his phone to call the boss of Sacred Temple Games. "James? Has the agency rights been negotiated? How much benefit is Longhu Games willing to share?" A man's voice came from the other end. "Boss, Longhu Games refused to cooperate with us, they gave up the agency rights for Angel's Wings in Dacia, and kicked me and Tom out of their building." James explained respectfully. What happened? Didn't Longhu Games work hard for this agency right? How could they suddenly give up?" The voice on the other end was filled with confusion. "Boss, Longhu Games has a very young new owner, and even before I said anything, they asked us to leave." James then exaggerated and distorted the events. Since Longhu Games refuses to cooperate, then find another company." "I refuse to believe that the agency rights for Angel's Wings won't sell." The voice on the other end snorted coldly and then hung up the phone. This matter has been passed, now we just need to find another company to represent Angel's Wings." James breathed a sigh of relief and said to Tom beside him. Tom also relaxed upon hearing this. If the boss finds out it was us who let this cooperation fall through, we're done for. Yeah. Both of them felt a wave of fear, looking back at the Longhu building with indignation before deciding to find a nearby hotel to stay at, and then contact other companies. Chapter 80, Excited Dihao. Then Fa Nonping took Lin Chen to the president's office. This office was decorated extremely luxuriously, and it had the best location in the entire Longhu building. Through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the city's splendor was fully visible. Lin Chen sat in the office chair, listening to Fa Nonping report on his work. After Fa Nonping finished his report, Lin Chen looked at Fa Nonping and said, "Go draft a confidentiality agreement for game development. The game is called Black Myth, Wukong." Fa Nonping immediately nodded in agreement and then exited the office to draft the confidentiality agreement. After Fa Nonping left, Lin Chen took out his phone and called Dihao. At that moment, Dihao was studying other games. Seeing Lin Chen's call made his heart leap with joy. It had been more than a week since Lin Chen last mentioned this after their drinking session. If it weren't for knowing that Lin Chen's girlfriend was injured, he would have even doubted if Lin Chen had forgotten him or perhaps was just fooling him. "Young Master Lin, may I ask what is the matter?" After taking a deep breath, Dihao answered the phone respectfully. "Do you have time now? If you do, come to Longhu Building." Hearing Lin Chen's words, Dihao immediately agreed with excitement. "I have time, young Master Lin. I will come right away." Lin Chen couldn't help but smile slightly at Dihao's excited voice on the phone. "Alright, I'll wait for you here. Send me a message when you arrive." "Sure, young Master Lin." After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen stayed in the office for a few more minutes, and soon Fa Nonping entered the office with an agreement. Director Lin, please take a look at this agreement. If any changes are needed, I'll make them right away. Fa Nonping handed the agreement to Lin Chen in front of his desk. Lin Chen picked up the confidentiality agreement and looked it over carefully. It's good, let's go with this. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Then, a message from Dong Hao came in. Young Master Lin, I'm downstairs at the Dragon Lake Game Building. All right. After replying to the message, Lin Chen looked at Fa Nonping. Let the receptionist downstairs bring the person named Dong Hao to my office, and then make several copies of this confidentiality agreement to bring over. Okay, Director Lin. With that, Fa Nonping walked out of the office. A few minutes later, Fa Nonping and Dong Hao walked in together. Young Master Lin. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Dong Hao hurriedly greeted him respectfully. You both signed this confidentiality agreement first. I want to show you something. After Fa Nonping and Dong Hao signed the confidentiality agreement, Lin Chen took out a USB drive containing the design plan for Black Myth, Wukong, and plugged it into the computer. Come and take a look. Fa Nonping and Dong Hao quickly walked over. As Dong Hao and Fa Nonping leaned closer to the computer, when they saw the words Black Myth, Wukong displayed on the screen, Dong Hao's eyes instantly widened, and his breathing became hurried. This is simply amazing. Dong Hao's voice trembled with excitement. Although Fa Nonping did not understand game development deeply, he could see from the detail and creative ideas in the plan that its value was extraordinary. Lin Chen looked at Dong Hao's excited expression and smiled as he said, Dong Hao, this is what I wanted to show you. This is a game design plan entirely made up of elements from the mythology of Daxia, and if it can be successfully developed, it will surely cause a sensation in the global gaming market. Dong Hao clenched his fists tightly, his eyes glued to the screen without a moment's hesitation. Young Master Lin, this is the kind of game I have always dreamed of. I have always wanted to create a game that showcases the charm of our Daxia culture. 3. A game, this is simply the perfect plan in my mind. Lin Chen nodded. Dong Hao, I promised you that as long as you follow me, I will give you the opportunity to realize your dreams. I plan to hand over this project to you to lead. Upon hearing this, Dong Hao suddenly lifted his head, his eyes filled with surprise and gratitude. Lin Xiao, you can rest assured, I will definitely give my all and live up to your trust. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction and then looked at Fa Nonping. General Manager Fong, please arrange for Dong Hao to start today. The quicker we launch this project, the better. The company will fully support this project that Dong Hao is in charge of. Okay, Lin Dong. I will arrange it immediately. Fa Nonping replied repeatedly, and his gaze towards Dong Hao also changed a bit. He had a very sharp business instinct. Once this game was released, he was confident it would become a huge hit. And the fact that Lin Chen allowed him to take charge of this project showed how much Lin Chen valued this person. Lin Chen checked the time, it was already noon. Originally, he thought about going back to have lunch with Jiang Shuewei, but he couldn't resist the invitations from Fa Nonping, Dong Hao, and the other executives, so he had to stay and have lunch with them. A group of people went to a restaurant near Longhu Building, and Fa Nonping specifically booked the most expensive private room. Ah Chen, have you eaten? I wanted to eat hot pot noodles outside the school for lunch, but Wanner wouldn't let me eat, saying if she couldn't eat, I couldn't eat either. Crying. While eating, Lin Chen felt his phone vibrate. He took it out and saw a message from Jiang Shuewei, which made him smile involuntarily. I'm already eating, all the executives of Longhu Games are here, so I couldn't reject them. After all, it's my first time at the company, I have to give them face, huh? So what are you eating? Only a moment later, Jiang Shuewei replied. My husband is great. I'm having clear soup dumplings, indeed, dumplings with lard are the best. I won't disturb you anymore. I have class in the afternoon, I'll take a nap, good night Chen-moi. Lin Chen looked at the message from Jiang Shuewei and sent back a love emoji before continuing to chat with Fa Nonping and the others about company matters. At this moment online, news about Longhu Games' refusal to collaborate with Sacred Temple Games on the local rights for Angel Wings also spread. What? Longhu Games won't eat the fatty meat in hand? Is the oil money at this point? Angel Wings. I have wanted to play this game for a long time. I hope they quickly get the national server out. Are they going to let Penguin meddle? No way. I really can't stand Penguin's nature. Is Longhu Games hiding some big move? Most of the comments were criticizing Longhu Games for not knowing what was good for them, with many running to the comments section of Longhu Games' Douyin official account to lash out. Soon, Fa Nonping's phone rang. It was a call from the company's public relations department. General Fong, are you aware of the online opinion? What opinion? Fa Nonping looked confused. It's about. Fa Nonping, after hearing this, took out his phone to search for it, and then conveyed the matter to Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled lightly. It doesn't matter, let the company's public relations department issue a statement saying that Longhu Games does not cooperate with arrogant and domineering companies. Cooperation should be based on equality. If they can't even show basic respect for others, it's better not to cooperate. Chapter 81, Return to Hermes. Okay, Lindong, I will arrange it right away. After Fan Anping finished speaking, he took out his phone and called the public relations department. After lunch, Lin Chen gave a few instructions and then left. Thinking that tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, he drove to the tailor supermarket he had visited before. Arriving at the Hermes store, the sales assistant warmly welcomed him upon seeing Lin Chen dressed in Da Vinci. Sir, welcome to Hermes. What would you like to buy? Isn't the Mid-Autumn Festival coming soon? I want to buy a bag for my mom. Could you recommend which one is more suitable? Lin Chen wore a faint smile on his face. Alright, sir, please follow me this way. The sales assistant immediately led Lin Chen to an area full of bags. Sir, these are all bags. May I ask which series of Hermes your mother usually likes? The sales assistant asked. This question left Lin Chen in a bit of a bind. Why would he pay attention to the series of Hermes bags? I'm not very familiar. I'm sorry, sir. Our store's Birkin, Kelly, and Constance models are all very popular. They are classic works of Hermes. May I ask what your budget is? The sales assistant kept smiling. Lin Chen calculated in his heart. His mother surely wouldn't want him to buy something expensive, but his girlfriend carrying bags worth tens of thousands was totally fine. What does it mean if his mother only carries a bag worth a few thousand? Maybe a few $100,000. Lin Chen thought for a moment and spoke. As soon as he said this, the sales assistant's smile became even more enthusiastic. In her time working at Hermes, she had rarely seen anyone willing to buy bags worth hundreds of thousands. And here was a boy who looked like he was at most 21 or 22, willing to spend hundreds of thousands on a bag for his mother? To be honest, for today's young people, she often saw them buying tens of thousands of bags for their girlfriends, but seldom anyone brought their mother to Hermes to shop. Thinking of this, the sales assistant felt a surge of warmth in her heart. This young boy was not only handsome but also so rich, and so filial. If she could catch his eye. She was quite confident in her looks, age wasn't a problem. Wasn't it true that many young people liked older women? She had just gotten divorced not long ago, wasn't this a perfect match? Sir, let me recommend this Kelly series crocodile leather bag, in rare emerald green, showcasing nobility and uniqueness, priced around 800,000. The sales assistant introduced passionately, her eyes full of expectation. Lin Chen carefully inspected these two bags and gently shook his head. It doesn't seem to fit my mother's style, do you have anything else? The sales assistant hurriedly presented several bags from different series, introducing each one. This one is the Kelly's regular leather model, priced at 300,000. And this is the Constance lambskin model, around 400,000. Lastly, this Birkin ostrich leather bag is priced at 1 million. Lin Chen listened to the sales assistant's introduction while comparing the bags. At this moment, seeing that Lin Chen seemed to still hesitate, the sales assistant said more enthusiastically, Sir, why don't you tell me about your mother's usual dressing style and preferences? This way, I can recommend you more accurately. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, My mother usually dresses simply and generously, she doesn't like overly flashy items. The sales assistant's eyes lit up, and she quickly pulled out another bag from the cabinet. Sir, how about this Birkin Epsom leather bag? It's in classic black, low-key yet elegant, priced at 700,000. Lin Chen looked at it and thought it was pretty good. He then glanced around. Suddenly, he noticed a bag in the cabinet that looked quite nice and was somewhat similar to a bag his mother had carried before. His mother would definitely like it. What about that bag? Lin Chen pointed with his hand. At this moment, the sales assistant noticed that Lin Chen was wearing a Patek Philippe watch. As a Hermes sales assistant, she naturally had some understanding of luxury goods. This watch on Lin Chen's wrist was at least worth over $1 million. Instantly, the sales assistant's gaze towards Lin Chen became even hotter. Lin Chen also noticed that the sales assistant's gaze was a bit strange. Could it be that this sales assistant is interested in me? She looks like she's at least 30 years old. Could it be that she wants to pursue younger men? Lin Chen couldn't help but shiver. The sales assistant followed Lin Chen's finger and carefully took down the bag. Sir, this is our latest Birkin bag made of matte crocodile leather, in a deep blue color, paired with a silver buckle. It looks exceptionally grand, priced at 1.2 million. Lin Chen looked at the bag and made up his mind instantly. This bag feels pretty good. The sales assistant nodded quickly. Sir, your taste is truly exceptional. This bag is indeed very outstanding. Alright, then just this one. Lin Chen said finally. The sales assistant's face immediately bloomed with a bright smile. Okay, sir, I'll wrap it up for you right away. While waiting for the packaging, the sales assistant didn't idle and continued to chat with Lin Chen. Sir, you're so good to your mother, she must be very proud. Lin Chen responded half-heartedly. Yes. The sales assistant continued. It's very rare to see a man like you, both tasteful and filial. May I ask what you do? I run a few companies. Lin Chen said lightly. The sales assistant's eyes lit up. Wow, sir, you are indeed talented at a young age. As she spoke, she leaned in a bit closer. The strong scent of her perfume made Lin Chen frown involuntarily. Lin Chen instinctively took a step back. However, the sales assistant seemed oblivious to his dislike and continued. Sir, would it be convenient to add me on WeChat? If you have any questions about bags in the future, feel free to ask me. Lin Chen directly shook his head to refuse. No need, thank you. The sales assistant's face stiffened slightly, but she quickly regained her smile. All right then, sir. At this moment, the bag was wrapped, and the sales assistant handed it over, intentionally brushing her fingers lightly against Lin Chen's hand. Lin Chen slightly furrowed his brow, took the bag, paid the money, and prepared to leave. The sales assistant quickly said, Sir, we welcome you next time, and I wish you and your mother a happy life. Lin Chen nodded and walked out of the Hermes store. The sales assistant watched Lin Chen's departing figure with reluctance. What a pity, a handsome and rich man, yet he doesn't like me. Why can't he learn from the ancients? Chapter 82, Big Sister? The sales assistant didn't think too much and secretly took a photo of Lin Chen. Just then, a message from her colleague and close friend came through. Are you jealous? I had hot pot for lunch. Then, she sent a picture of the hot pot. The sales assistant wore a smug smile. So jealous. But I just sold that Hermes Birkin bag for 1.2 million. After a long while, the reply came back. Aha. I was so proud after selling a bag for over 40,000, and you've surpassed me. And it was a handsome guy. The sales assistant sent Lin Chen's photo. Huh? Isn't this the handsome guy who spent over 40,000 buying a bag for his girlfriend? Did he buy another bag for her today? How great to be his girlfriend. The sales assistant was stunned by this message, then a bitter smile appeared on her face. No wonder he looked down on me. Turns out he has a young and beautiful girlfriend. At that moment, Lin Chen was at a jewelry store, preparing to buy a few gold necklaces and jade bracelets for his mother. Since 2018, Lin Mu hadn't bought any jewelry, and Lin Fu often said sorry to her. Now that he had the ability, he surely needed to prepare everything properly. Just as he was about to buy, Jiang Shuowei's phone call came in. Hello? Chen? Where are you? I just finished class. Jiang Shuowei said cheerfully. I'm at the mall shopping, isn't tomorrow a holiday? I was thinking of getting some gifts for my parents. Lin Chen said gently. I was just about to ask you if you're not taking me home tomorrow? Lin Chen was taken aback. Aren't you going to accompany your uncle and aunt for the Mid-Autumn Festival? You said last time that you would take me back next time. I thought you remembered. I've already talked to my parents about going to your house for the Mid-Autumn Festival. You never expected this. Jiang Shuowei was obviously a bit unhappy. Lin Chen was thinking about taking Jiang Shuowei back over the weekend, but then something happened, so he had to give up. The next holiday was the Mid-Autumn Festival, and Lin Chen hadn't thought of an excuse for why Jiang Shuowei wouldn't come back. He didn't expect Jiang Shuowei had already made plans for it. Is that really okay? The Mid-Autumn Festival is a day for family reunion. Lin Chen hesitated a bit. What's wrong with that? You just don't want to take me back, right? No. I absolutely didn't mean that. Lin Chen quickly explained. Then it's settled? You're near that Tyler supermarket by the school, right? Yes, why? Lin Chen answered instinctively. What's up? I can't go to your house for the first time without bringing something, right? Silly. Jiang Shuowei teased him with a smile. Well, okay, then I'll come to pick you up. Lin Chen's heart warmed slightly. No need, I'm almost at the school gate, I'll take a taxi over. See you soon, silly. After Jiang Shuowei said this, she hung up the phone. A smile appeared on Lin Chen's face, and he put his bag back in the car before heading towards the coffee shop in the supermarket. Hello? Please scan the code to place your order. The staff reminded him. Lin Chen nodded and scanned the QR code, ordering 2 matcha arenas with cream. In just a few minutes, Lin Chen received his drinks. Still the same flavor. Lin Chen took a sip, feeling very satisfied. After waiting a while at the entrance of Tyler supermarket, Jiang Shuowei came over with her bag. Lin Chen stepped forward and handed the matcha arena to Jiang Shuowei. Jiang Shuowei casually handed her bag to Lin Chen to carry. Gee? What's this? It's quite tasty. Jiang Shuowei took a sip, and her eyes instantly brightened. Lin Chen smiled proudly. It's pretty good, isn't it? This is the matcha arena from Shinrue Coffee. Shinrue Coffee? I've only ever had their coffee, didn't expect they had something so delicious. Jiang Shuewei exclaimed. What are we buying now? I plan to buy some jewelry for my mom first. Let's go. Arriving at Zhou Xiaofu jewelry store, when the staff saw two stylish young men and women, they greeted them with bright smiles. Lin Chen's gaze fixed, then he looked incredulously at a woman in the store who was wearing a mask while introducing jewelry to a customer. Hello? Zhou Xiaofu here, may I help you with something? Lin Chen didn't speak, he just stared at the woman, even stepping closer to confirm he wasn't mistaken. Wei. Jiang Shuewei was about to speak when she saw Lin Chen walking that way, so she told the staff. Sorry, we'll look around first. After saying that, she followed closely behind. The female staff, noticing the two were well dressed, naturally didn't want to miss such potential customers, so she followed them too. Aiken, what are you looking at? Jiang Shuewei followed Lin Chen's gaze and saw the female staff. That woman looks a bit like my cousin. Lin Chen said. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuewei instantly became a bit nervous. Her name is Zhou Dongxue, she's been working at our store for a few months now, are you sure she's your cousin? Lin Chen was even more certain upon hearing the name. He turned to look at the female staff. I'm sure, thank you. He then called out to the woman in the mask. Sister? The woman instinctively turned to look at Lin Chen, then gleefully took off her mask. Xiao Chen? What are you doing here? I came to buy some things, cousin, are you working here? Lin Chen looked very happy to see Zhou Dongxue. Can we handle this first? The customer next to Zhou Dongxue was a bit dissatisfied. Sorry. Zhou Dongxue apologized and then looked at Lin Chen. Xiao Chen, wait for me a moment, I'll chat with you after I finish. Sure, sister, you take your time. Lin Chen quickly replied. Zhou Dongxue nodded, glanced at Jiang Shuewei beside Lin Chen, and began her work. The previous female clerk was quite perceptive, seeing that Lin Chen and Zhou Dongxue indeed knew each other, she left. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuewei began to wander around Zhou Xiaofu jewelry store. Before long, Zhou Dongxue finished her tasks. Aiken, aren't you going to introduce this pretty sister? Zhou Dongxue looked at Jiang Shuewei with a smile. Hello, big sister. My name is Jiang Shuewei, and I'm Lin Chen's girlfriend. Jiang Shuewei nervously said while gripping the hem of her clothes. Wow, Lin Chen is really lucky to have such a beautiful girlfriend. Zhou Dongxue laughed and then, so as not to disturb the customers in the store, she purposely pulled Jiang Shuewei outside to chat, completely leaving Lin Chen behind. Zhou Dongxue is the eldest daughter of her uncle's family, 2 years older than Lin Chen, studying at Southwestern University of Finance and Economics. She has a younger sister named Zhou Ling, who just started high school this year. It must be said that women indeed make friends quickly, they chatted and laughed as if they had known each other for a long time. Aiken, are you really so rich now? How did you manage that? Zhou Dongxue looked shocked. Her parents had told her about this, but she didn't really believe it, thinking it was a joke. But seeing Lin Chen today, she finally believed it. Wearing a Patek Philippe watch and dressed in Da Vinci, with his girlfriend holding an Hermes bag. Big sister, that's not convenient to disclose, just remember that your brother is very rich now. Lin Chen said with a smile. Oh really? Then won't you take your big sister along? Sure. I have opened several companies, you can choose wherever you want to work. Hearing Zhou Dongxue say this, Lin Chen was genuinely surprised. Zhou Dongxue had always been very independent and had strong opinions, her uncle never made decisions for her, and he supported whatever she wanted to do. Are you serious? Zhou Dongxue saw that Lin Chen was looking solemn and not joking. Of course. You're my sister. Lin Chen said it as a matter of course. Forget it, I'm only a junior in college. Let's talk about this after I graduate, and if you regret it by then, just see if I don't deal with you. Zhou Dongxue laughed. Don't worry, sister. So, is it true that you are a shareholder in that real estate company called Ronto GD? Lin Chen slightly nodded. Even though Zhou Dongxue was mentally prepared, she couldn't help but gasp in surprise. After that incident, she specially searched for Ronto GD, she was shocked by what she found. Ronto GD has a market value of over 150 billion and is a listed company. Lin Chen is already a shareholder at such a young age? Even if he has only 1% of the shares, that's worth over $1 billion. This is almost too surreal. Zhou Dongxue didn't ask much about how Lin Chen managed to achieve that. Are you here at Zhou Xiaofu to choose jewelry for your sister-in-law? Yes, and since the Mid-Autumn Festival is coming up, I want to buy a gift for my parents to take back. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Then are you planning to take Shuewei back to meet aunt and uncle? Lin Chen glanced at the somewhat shy Jiang Shuewei. Yes, it's about time for the daughter-in-law to meet the in-laws. Jiang Shuawei pouted in response. You're the ugly daughter-in-law. Exactly, our sister Shuawei is so beautiful. Lin Chen looked at Zhou Dongxue with a somewhat strange expression. Sister, Shuawei is also a junior like me, and you're born in May 2004, while Shuawei is born in December 2003. Both Jiang Shuawei and Zhou Dongxue were momentarily taken aback. That's alright, it's only right for your sister to call you sister. Jiang Shuawei explained. Aren't you two still looking to buy jewelry? Let me help introduce, I can also earn a commission. Zhou Dongxue quickly skipped past the topic. Okay, big sister, then you must recommend us well. Lin Chen said with a smile. Then the three of them walked into Zhou Xiaofu jewelry store. Zhou Dongxue, who allowed you to run outside and chat with others during work hours? A woman in professional attire inside the store questioned. Sorry, manager, I ran into my brother and chatted for a bit. Zhou Dongxue quickly apologized. Zhou Dongxue, you need to understand that you are working part-time here. The store didn't even want part-time employees in the first place. If this happens again, just leave. Also, your bonus for this month is deducted by 100. The female manager showed no mercy. Manager, why so much deduction? I only earn a little over 100 for a day's part-time work, and you deducted a whole day's pay from me. Isn't that a bit too much? Zhou Dongxue's face turned a little pale. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. This store owner is too harsh. They only talked for a few minutes, just the time for a bathroom break, and she deducts a day's pay? Jiang Shuawei clearly felt sympathy for Zhou Dongxue. We came to buy jewelry, and Sister Dongxue was just introducing us to the jewelry. Humph. Why do you have to introduce jewelry outside the store? This is my first time seeing this. The female manager said disdainfully. That's none of your business. What's wrong with introducing outside? We just need to buy, that's all that matters. Lin Chen said calmly. The female store owner instantly had nothing to say. Indeed, why does it matter where the introduction happens? The important thing is to sell the jewelry. The female manager could only sulk in silence. Zhou Dongxue secretly smiled and quietly gave Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei a thumbs up. Then Zhou Dongxue led Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei around to look and introduce jewelry. Lin Chen's gaze suddenly got drawn to a gold necklace. What do you think of this gold necklace? I think it looks pretty nice. My mom might like it. Lin Chen pointed at the necklace and said to Zhou Dongxue and Jiang Shuawei. Jiang Shuawei and Zhou Dongxue turned their eyes towards it as well. Their gazes landed on the gold necklace, which sparkled brilliantly under the lights. Zhou Dongxue looked at the necklace and said. Xiao Chen, this necklace is indeed very beautiful. You have a great eye, and will definitely like it. This necklace costs 88,000 yuan, made of pure gold, exquisite craftsmanship, and the gems are of high quality. Lin Chen nodded, quite satisfied with the necklace. He turned to Jiang Shuawei and asked, What do you think, Shuawei? Jiang Shuawei smiled and said. I also think it looks great. Aunt will surely love it. Lin Chen decided to buy this necklace and said to Zhou Dongxue. Big sister, let's go with this one. Please help us see if there are any other suitable accessories for my mom. Zhou Dongxue nodded with a smile and took them to look at some jade bracelets and earrings. In the end, they also picked a ring, a bracelet, and a pair of earrings. Lin Chen looked at Zhou Dongxue, who was now in a very good mood. She used her highest authority to give Lin Chen the biggest discount. Even for these 4 accessories costing hundreds of thousands, she could get a high commission. Even though part-time commissions are much lower than full-time employees, she could still earn 10,000 yuan. Big sister, why don't you pick something for yourself? Now that your little brother has money, I should buy you something, right? Zhou Dongxue was still thinking about how to spend this commission money when Lin Chen's words almost made her not react. No need, Xiao Chen, this commission is already a lot. Zhou Dongxue instinctively refused. Sister, you always thought of me when you had nice things. Now that I have money and the ability, shouldn't I treat you a bit better? Lin Chen said a bit helplessly. He had long guessed that Zhou Dongxue would react this way. Zhou Dongxue then realized that her little brother was no longer ordinary. At least he is a billionaire worth over 10 billion. Ha ha ha. Alright, then big sister won't be polite anymore. Zhou Dongxue hesitated for a moment, but then she smiled and spoke. Chapter 84 Encounter with Wang Shijie. Jiang Shuawei was standing nearby, looking at her with a beaming smile. Zhou Dongxue assessed the jewelry in the store, a hint of hesitation appearing on her face. She bit her lip and finally selected a bracelet worth several thousand. The bracelet was simple yet elegant, with a touch of delicacy. When Lin Chen saw it, he frowned slightly. Big sister, this is too cheap. Choose again, don't be shy with me. Zhou Dongxue hurriedly explained, Xiao Chen, really, it's not needed. I like this bracelet very much, and several thousand isn't cheap. But Lin Chen was very persistent. No, big sister, listen to me. You must choose something good today. Zhou Dongxue sighed helplessly, but her heart was filled with appreciation. In the end, she chose a diamond necklace worth tens of thousands. Each diamond on the necklace was crystal clear, shining with dazzling light, complementing Zhou Dongxue's gentle temperament. Sister Dongxue, come, let me put it on for you to try. Jiang Xuewei said with a smile, looking at Zhou Dongxue. Okay. Zhou Dongxue nodded with a smile. So Jiang Xuewei picked up the necklace and helped Zhou Dongxue put it on. The moment Zhou Dongxue wore the necklace, it seemed as if she had been illuminated, her gentle charm even more prominent. It looks so beautiful, Sister Dongxue. Jiang Xuewei couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder she is my sister, she looks just beautiful. Lin Chen also said with a smile. Really? Zhou Dongxue looked very happy, lowering her head to admire the necklace. Absolutely. Sister Dongxue, come here. Jiang Xuewei excitedly pulled Zhou Dongxue in front of the mirror in the jewelry store. Sister Dongxue, hurry and look, this necklace makes you even more beautiful. Jiang Xuewei's eyes sparkled with joy. Zhou Dongxue looked at her reflection in the mirror and couldn't help but smile. It really is beautiful, thank you both. Lin Chen looked on, also smiling as he said, Big sister, just this one, don't change it. Zhou Dongxue nodded, her gaze toward Lin Chen filled with gratitude. The female store manager had long since lost her previous arrogance, because she had noticed the Givenchy on Lin Chen and the Patek Philippe on his wrist, as well as the bag worth at least several $100,000 in Jiang Xuewei's hands. If she hadn't recognized them, given her temper, she would definitely not have allowed Zhou Dongxue to try on this tens of thousands dollar necklace, which would have completely offended this couple. Lin Chen turned his gentle gaze toward Jiang Xuewei. Xuewei, you choose too, don't just watch. Jiang Xuewei felt a bit shy and lowered her head, shaking her hand lightly. Chen, it's not needed. Just buy for auntie. I don't need anything. Lin Chen took her hand, giving it a gentle squeeze, his eyes filled with affection. You choose what you want, don't be shy with me. Jiang Xuewei hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she chose a pair of exquisite pearl earrings. The pearls on the earrings were round and full, radiating a soft luster. After the shopping, Lin Chen swiped his card to pay, spending over 400,000 in total. The female store manager stared in disbelief, her earlier harsh demeanor vanished without a trace. Instead, her face was filled with flattery and servility. With a bright smile, she leaned forward slightly. Oh my, sir and miss, you both truly have great taste, choosing only the best from our store. Come often, and we will make sure to provide you the best service and the most favorable prices. Lin Chen didn't even glance her way. Big sister, then Xuewei and I will leave first, you come visit when you have time, okay? Lin Chen said, looking at Zhou Dongxue. Zhou Dongxue smiled and nodded, alright, be careful on the road. After Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei left the jewelry store, they continued to shop in the mall. In the end, they selected several outfits and shoes for Lin's father and mother and bought some health products and tea. It cost tens of thousands, all paid by Jiang Xuewei. She said that for the first time going to Lin Chen's house, she had to spend her own money. But where did you get so much money? Lin Chen couldn't help but ask. Jiang Xuewei chuckled. Of course, it was given to me by my parents. They knew I was coming to your house for the Mid-Autumn Festival, so they specially transferred me several tens of thousands to buy some gifts for uncle and aunt. Hearing Jiang Xuewei's explanation, Lin Chen felt a wave of emotion and gently pinched her nose. After they finished shopping, they walked towards the parking lot. Chen, I have to go back to school first, my little plush is still there. Lin Chen nodded and skillfully started the car, the engine roaring with a deep and powerful sound. Soon, Lin Chen drove into the school and parked steadily under Jiang Xuewei's dormitory building. Because tomorrow was the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, the dormitory area was filled with students dragging their luggage. Chen, I will be quick, just wait for me downstairs. Jiang Xuewei pecked Lin Chen on the face and then beamed as she entered the dormitory building. The little plush jumped down immediately when it saw Jiang Xuewei coming back. It had been watching Tang Wanner pack her things while lying on the bed, and now it stood by Jiang Xuewei's feet, meowing incessantly. Hey, silly wife going to meet her in-laws? Tang Wanner teased Jiang Xuewei with a wicked smile. Jiang Xuewei cuddled the little plush and rolled her eyes at Tang Wanner. Don't talk nonsense, I'm just visiting uncle and aunt. Tang Wanner winked. Okay, I understand. Hurry up and pack, don't keep them waiting too long. Jiang Xuewei's face turned red, and she ignored Tang Wanner's teasing. Jiang Xuewei put the little plush in its pet backpack and stuffed a few bags of cat food into it. She randomly shoved her cosmetics into her Hermes bag. Sister Wanner, I'm leaving. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Jiang Xuewei said as she ran downstairs. At that moment, Lin Chen was waiting downstairs in the dorm building, bored. A Lamborghini smoothly pulled up in front of Lin Chen. The window rolled down, and it was Wang Shijie. "Brother Lin, are you waiting for your wife?" Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Wang Shijie also got out of the car and walked over to Lin Chen. "Brother Lin, what a coincidence. I'm waiting for Zhu Zhu. Aren't you going home for the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday?" Lin Chen casually asked. "I'm preparing to take Zhu Zhu home to meet my parents and grandparents. We've been dating since high school, and now I can finally bring her home openly." Wang Shijie's eyes softened as he spoke. Lin Chen couldn't help but take another look at Wang Shijie. He didn't expect this guy to be so devoted. With such a rich family, he didn't turn into a playboy, which just shows their good upbringing. Just then, Lin Chen saw Jiang Shuowei running out of the dorm building. Jiang Shuowei approached the two. "Wang Shijie? Why are you here? Waiting for Zhu Zhu?" Jiang Shuowei asked. "Hello, sister-in-law. I'm here to wait for Zhu Zhu. Just happened to run into Brother Lin, so we chatted for a bit." Wang Shijie replied with a smile. "Shijie, we'll be heading out first. We'll talk next time." Lin Chen saw that it was getting late, so he bid farewell to Wang Shijie. "All right, Brother Lin, see you. Sister-in-law, goodbye." Wang Shijie replied quickly. After Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei got back in the car, he took out his phone and called his mother. "Xiao Chen, when are you coming back? Has your girlfriend gone back yet?" As soon as the call connected, Lin Chen's mother's voice came through. "Mom, I'm coming back for dinner today. My girlfriend will come over later to rest at our home." Lin Chen replied with a smile. "Ah. You little rascal, why didn't you say this earlier? If you had told me sooner, your dad and I could have prepared earlier. Now it's so rushed." Lin Chen's mother exclaimed, a mix of happiness and complaint in her tone. "It's okay, Mom, we can just eat out later." Lin Chen smiled awkwardly. Jiang Shuowei sat in the front passenger seat, holding the little stuffed toy on her lap, chuckling at Lin's mother's words on the phone. "By the way, what's your girlfriend's name? How should I call her? You said your girlfriend is coming for the first time, should I prepare a red envelope? Pajamas, slippers, toothbrush, and face towels, I have to get those ready." "Mom, my girlfriend's name is Jiang Shuowei, Jiang from the Yangtze River, Shui from snow, Wei from the flower name." Alright, I got it. I need to hurry up and prepare, I'm too lazy to chat with you, you little rascal." Lin's mother hung up the phone right after she finished speaking. Lin Chen listened to the busy tone on the phone, feeling a bit speechless. "Aiken, I still need to stay at your house tonight," Jiang Shuowei said with a slight blush, feeling a bit shy. "Yeah, where else would you sleep? I can't let you stay in a hotel, can I?" Lin Chen gently patted Jiang Shuowei's head, speaking softly. Jiang Shuowei sniffed. "That's true. But will staying at your house for the first time make your mom think I'm a bit too forward?" Jiang Shuowei said with worry. "How could that be? I stayed at your house the first time I visited too, didn't I?" Lin Chen reassured her. "That's not the same. It's okay, my mom won't think like that." Lin Chen squeezed Jiang Shuowei's little hand. "Alright then." Lin Chen pinched Jiang Shuowei's cheek again and then started the car. Throughout the ride, Jiang Shuowei appeared quite nervous. She kept twisting the edge of her clothes and her brows furrowed slightly. "Aiken, I'm still a little nervous. What if uncle and aunt don't like me?" Jiang Shuowei tightly gripped the corner of her clothes. Lin Chen smiled and comforted her. "Don't worry, Shuowei, my parents will definitely like you." "How can they not like someone as kind and cute as you?" Lin Chen freed one hand, gently holding Jiang Shuowei's hand. Lin Chen's palm was large and warm, making Jiang Shuowei's heart calm down a little. Because tomorrow was the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, the crowd was huge, and Lin Chen even hesitated to take the highway. What should have been a 40 to 50-minute journey, Lin Chen took nearly 1.5 hours to reach the residential area downstairs. Lin Chen initially wanted to drive into the underground parking lot, but was stopped by the security guard at the gate. "Sir, your car might not be able to enter the underground parking lot." The security guard in the booth reminded him. "Why? I live in the community." Lin Chen asked in confusion, while Jiang Shuowei was a bit curious too. "Sir, the chassis of your car is too low, it can't go down," the security guard explained. Lin Chen suddenly understood, almost forgetting that the supercar's chassis was too low to go down. If he forced it, it would get stuck. Lin Chen casually took out a pack of cigarettes from the car and handed it to the security guard. "Thanks for the reminder, brother." The security guard was stunned as he took the cigarettes. No worries. Lin Chen nodded with a smile, then backed out and looked for a parking spot by the roadside for quite a while before finally finding an empty space to park. Jiang Shuawei put the stuffed toy into a pet backpack and then she and Lin Chen got out of the car, carrying large and small bags. Upon entering the community, they headed straight for Building 3, Unit 2. After entering the elevator, Jiang Shuawei clearly became even more nervous. My home is on the 17th floor, we'll be there soon. Lin Chen said. Jiang Shuawei's heartbeat quickened, and she kept taking deep breaths, trying to calm herself down, but that nervous feeling was like a tangled mess, impossible to straighten out. The elevator quickly arrived on the 17th floor, and Lin Chen pulled out the key to open the door. Dad, Mom, we're back. Lin Chen called out. Even though it had only been a little over half a month, Lin Chen felt somewhat dazed. The last time he left home, he only had a few thousand yuan on him, and this time he returned as a multi-billionaire. Plus, he brought home a beautiful school belle as his girlfriend. Lin's father and mother were busy in the kitchen, and when they heard the voice, they quickly came out to greet them. Oh my! Shuawei is here, come in quickly, come in quickly. Lin's mother greeted warmly, her face shining with a joyful smile. Jiang Shuawei obediently walked into the living room and said, Hello, uncle and auntie, this is a gift I brought for you. Jiang Shuawei handed the gift to Lin's father and mother, her eyes showing a bit of nervousness. Her hands unconsciously clasped together, palms already full of sweat. Lin's father and mother smiled and accepted the gift, praising Jiang Shuawei for being sensible. Then, because there were still dishes in the pot, Lin's father went into the kitchen. Come on, Shuawei, don't be polite, sit here. Lin's mother pulled Jiang Shuawei to sit on the soft and comfortable sofa and thoughtfully handed her a peach. Try this, just bought it, very fresh. Lin Chen then walked into the kitchen to help carry out the fruit. Shuawei, just treat this place as your own home. Lin's mother had a joyful smile on her face and then took out a bulging red envelope and handed it to Jiang Shuawei. No, auntie. This can't be. Jiang Shuawei repeatedly refused upon seeing the envelope. This is a tradition here, if you don't accept it, it means you are not satisfied with our family. Lin Chen reminded at this time. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuawei hesitated and accepted it. Thank you, auntie. Jiang Shuawei said obediently. Hey, you all play for now, we'll be eating soon. Okay, auntie. Lin's mother nodded with a smile and then walked into the kitchen. After Lin's father and mother went into the kitchen, Lin Chen sat beside Jiang Shuawei on the sofa, gently patting her hand to comfort her. Don't be too nervous, baby, my parents are easy to get along with. Lin Chen said softly. Jiang Shuawei slightly nodded, but her eyes unconsciously glanced in the direction of the kitchen. Ah Chen, I'm still a little nervous, should I go to the kitchen to help? Jiang Shuawei asked in a low voice. No need, just stay here, my mom definitely won't let you help. Lin Chen said gently. Jiang Shuawei could only give up. Meow. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei realized after hearing the cat's meow that they hadn't let out the little ragdoll yet. Jiang Shuawei quickly opened the pet backpack and held the little ragdoll on her lap. Meow. The little ragdoll with big blue eyes looked at Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei with a pitiful expression. Its miserable appearance made Jiang Shuawei feel extremely distressed, and Lin Chen also patted the little ragdoll's head. Oh no, mommy was wrong. Jiang Shuawei comforted it in her arms. Not long after, Lin's father and mother came out from the kitchen carrying dishes. Shuawei, come eat. Lin's mother said with a smile while walking out, then her face showed some surprise as she looked at the little ragdoll in Jiang Shuawei's arms. Wow! What a beautiful cat! Auntie, this is a blue ragdoll cat, she's a little princess. Jiang Shuawei explained. A ragdoll cat? I've seen that online, it's really cute. Lin's mother realized. Come on, let's eat. I'm already hungry. Lin Chen said while rubbing his stomach. After not eating his parents' cooking for more than half a month, he did miss it a bit. Jiang Shuawei placed the little ragdoll on the sofa, then sat down with Lin Chen. The family sat around the dining table, a table full of delicious dishes emitted tempting aromas. Shuawei, don't be polite, eat more. Lin's father warmly invited. Jiang Shuawei nodded obediently and started eating. She tried a piece of sweet and sour ribs, and the sour and sweet taste instantly spread in her mouth, making her unable to help but praise. Uncle and auntie, these sweet and sour ribs are so delicious. Lin's mother smiled until her eyes squinted into a slit. If you like it, eat more, come often in the future, auntie will cook for you. Lin Chen picked up a piece of braised pork for Jiang Shuawei and said with a smile, quick, try this braised pork, my mom's braised pork is extraordinary. Jiang Shuawei put the braised pork in her mouth, it was fatty but not greasy, melting in her mouth. It's really delicious, auntie's cooking is amazing. While eating, Lin's mother suddenly seemed to remember something and said. By the way, Shuawei, if Lin Chen bullies you in the future, just tell auntie, and she will help you teach him a lesson. Jiang Shuawei felt her face turn red. Auntie, Lin Chen is very good to me. Lin Chen quickly added, "Mom, how could I dare to bully her?" Everyone laughed, and laughter echoed in the room. After dinner, Jiang Shuawei took the initiative to help wash the dishes, and no matter how Lin's mother tried to stop her, she wouldn't. "Auntie, you've worked hard cooking. Let me clean up," Jiang Shuawei insisted. Lin's mother looked at her helplessly, growing fonder of this sensible girl in her heart. After tidying up, the family sat in the living room watching TV, with the little cat quietly lying in its bed nearby. Lin's father, Lin's mother, and Jiang Shuawei chatted about everyday life, while Lin Chen occasionally chimed in. "Shuawei, you should come over to play more during vacation. It's livelier with more people," Lin's father said. Jiang Shuawei nodded in agreement. "Okay, uncle and auntie, I will." Lin Chen poured cat food into the little cat's bowl, then laid down the cat litter before carrying the little cat to the bowl's side. Then he looked at Lin's father and mother. "By the way, Dad and Mom, have you quit your job at the electronics factory? It's tiring and pays so little in a month. Do I even need to say it? My son has become a big boss of a company, why should I still work? It's time to enjoy life," Lin's mother said with a smile, then looked at Jiang Shuawei. "Isn't that right, Shuawei?" Yes, Auntie is right." Jiang Shuawei nodded repeatedly in agreement. "What about Dad? Have you quit too?" Upon hearing Lin's mother's words, Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief, then looked at Lin's father. "I still feel a bit restless not working at home," Lin's father said with a smile. "Your dad just can't sit still. I've been advising him for several days, but he insists on going to work. He won't even accompany me to play for a few days." As Lin's mother said this, she seemed a bit angry and glared at Lin's father. "It's not easy to get time off, I'll go with you when I have time." Lin's father felt a bit awkward. "Dad, are you really planning to keep working at the electronics factory? Do you really like that kind of job?" Lin Chen sighed and asked. He had worked there once during summer vacation, and it was quite tough. "What can I do? At my age, no one else wants me, and I can't sit idle at home. Dad, think about it, I'm a billionaire big boss, and yet Dad is working at an electronics factory. What would others think of me? Wouldn't they think I'm ungrateful and have character issues, and then not want to cooperate with me?" Lin Chen's words left Lin's father speechless. He really hadn't thought about this issue before. "Yeah. Lin Bing, what if you affect your son?" Lin's mother, listening, found it very reasonable. Jiang Shuawei remained silent. This was Lin Chen's family matter, and she felt it wasn't her place to butt in. "Well, then I'll go resign tomorrow," Lin's father finally said after some thought. "That's right. Dad, haven't you always wanted to start a business? I'll support you with 10 million. Do whatever you want." Seeing Lin's father agree, Lin Chen was very happy. 10 million? No. You should keep that money for yourself. 10 million is too much. Lin's father waved his hands in fear at the mention of 10 million. "Yes, little Chen, 10 million is way too much. What if your dad loses it all?" "I won't agree," Lin's mother said, her stance very firm. If it was a couple of million, that would be fine, as they already knew their son was a shareholder of a 100 billion company. A couple of million wouldn't hurt too much. But this is 10 million. Even for a billionaire, 10 million is still a lot of money. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered the system task. Persuade Lin Bing to start a business. Task reward, Baihui Supermarket. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. He knew Baihui Supermarket, it was a store located right below their building. Although it wasn't worth much, it was estimated to be only around 7 to 8 million. Isn't it just perfect to operate it for your own dad? Lin Chen thought for a moment and organized his words. Dad, I also opened a supermarket. Would you like to help me manage it? I usually don't have time. As soon as these words came out, Lin's father and mother were both stunned, their expressions a bit shocked. Only Jiang Shuawei seemed to be used to it, her expression showing little change. A supermarket? Xiao Fan, you opened a supermarket? Lin's father and mother quickly asked. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. It's the Baihui supermarket downstairs, the one you often go to. Ah? Lin's father and mother exclaimed in unison. Xiao Chun, you didn't buy the supermarket just for me, did you? Lin's father pressed on. He read in novels that when things don't go well, it's all about buying and acquiring. Not really, it was just a benefit exchange with some people in my previous work. Lin Chen casually made up a lie. Chapter 87, What is Zhou Dongxue hiding? Lin's father and mother nodded, a bit confused. But I know nothing, what if I mess it up? Lin's father's face was filled with hesitation, his eyes showing a hint of worry, as if he was struggling inside. He was indeed a bit tempted, owning his own business had always been a dream, but he feared he might cause trouble for his son due to his mistakes. Lin's mother didn't say anything, just quietly sat aside, her gaze shifting between Lin's father and Lin Chen. It's fine, Dad. This supermarket is worth just under 10 million. Even if it goes bankrupt, it won't be a huge loss. Lin Chen looked indifferent. Isn't it just 10 million? How much is that? Since that's the case, then you should go try it. It's better than working in the electronics factory, right? Besides, this is also a son's heartfelt intention. Lin's mother also encouraged. Alright, I'll also enjoy being a boss, ha 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 ha. Lin's father laughed happily. He thought his life would be like this forever, but unexpectedly, he became a father who could rely on his son. Okay, Dad, I'll take you to the supermarket tomorrow. Lin Chen said with a smile. Then he took out the jewelry and bags he bought for Lin's mother. Mom, this bag is specially picked for you, doesn't it look beautiful? Lin Chen handed over a more than 1 million Hermes bag to Lin's mother, his face full of joy. Lin's mother was somewhat surprised as she received it, gently stroking the surface of the bag, examining it closely. Is this Hermes? This bag looks so good, with this texture, it must cost several tens of thousands, right? Lin's mother lovingly touched the bag and asked. Oh, Mom, you don't need to worry, the son is wealthy, just accept it. I also bought you some jewelry. Lin Chen only gave a vague answer, he didn't want Lin's mother to feel pressured by the price. By the way, I ran into my big sister when I was buying jewelry at Zhou Xiaofu. Lin Chen suddenly said. You meeting each other is normal, your schools are so close. So, was Dongxuai also buying jewelry by chance? Lin's mother asked curiously. No, my big sister is working there. Lin Chen replied truthfully. Working? Lin's mother, who was still looking at the bag, frowned at this and her smile vanished instantly. Isn't Dongxuai still studying at the financial university? How could she be working in a jewelry store? Lin's mother put down the bag and asked anxiously. I heard from their store manager that she seems to be working part-time. Lin Chen explained. But Lin's mother remained frowning, lost in thought. What's wrong? Is there something amiss? Seeing Lin's mother react oddly, Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly asked. Jiang Xuewei also looked at Lin's mother. Oh, I'm not particularly clear either. I heard from your uncle that your big sister was not feeling well a while ago, and your uncle suggested she go get checked. Lin's mother's voice carried a hint of heaviness and worry. But after the checkup, Dongxuai just refused to look at the report. Just keep saying it's nothing, nothing at all. Lin's mother sighed and continued speaking. We all think something might be wrong with her health from the checkup, but you know your sister's personality, once she has a thought in her head, it's like pulling teeth to change it. Your uncle went to the school to find your sister, but she wouldn't say a word. Even when they tried to take her to the hospital, she refused and had a big fight with him. It's driving us crazy. Now that you have the ability, and you have a good relationship with Dongxuai, try to find out what she knows. If there really is something wrong, help as much as you can. Right. Your uncle and aunt used to treat you well. And speaking of Dongxuai, she has always been nice to you. Lin's father looked at Lin Chen with a serious expression. At this moment, Lin Chen's mind was in turmoil. He had always respected Zhou Dongxuai, she was truly a qualified sister. Many times, it was Lin Chen who caused trouble, yet it was always Zhou Dongxuai who took the blame. Those past memories surged to his mind like a tide, intensifying the unease in his heart. Hearing his parents speak like this, Lin Chen felt an inexplicable anxiety. He took a deep breath, trying hard to calm himself down. I know, I'll help even if you don't say anything, and I will try my best. Lin Chen didn't feel like chatting any longer. He took out his phone and called Zhou Dongxuai. Hello? Xiao Chen? Why are you calling your big sister? Zhou Dongxuai's voice came through the phone, sounding just like usual, but Lin Chen still keenly sensed a hint of exhaustion. Big sister, just checking in on you. Did you come home for the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday? Lin Chen tried to make his voice sound relaxed and casual. Zhou Dongxuai was silent for a moment. Not yet, I plan to go back tomorrow. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment but decided to get straight to the point. Big sister, I heard you haven't been feeling well and went for a checkup. What's going on? There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, then Zhou Dongxuai said. It's nothing serious, just a bit tired lately, a little rest will do. Big sister, don't hide it from me. Mom and Dad told me. Why won't you show them the checkup report? Lin Chen's voice grew urgent. Xiao Chen, really nothing's wrong, don't listen to them. I just don't want them to worry. Zhou Dongxuai still refused to give in. Big sister, if there's something, you can really talk to me. You know I can help now. I'm really fine, I'm out with my classmates for dinner. I'll hang up now. No, big sister. Lin Chen hadn't finished speaking before the phone beeped with a series of beep beep sounds. Lin Chen helplessly put down the phone. Lin's parents watched Lin Chen's demeanor and already knew the outcome. Sigh, Dongxue is really. Lin's mother's mood dropped a bit. Zhou Dongxue and Zhou Ling had grown up under her watch. She had long regarded them as her own children. Now, with such a situation arising, it was hard not to worry very much. It's okay, Mom, I will definitely persuade my big sister. Lin Chen reassured her. Uncle and Auntie, I brought you some gifts, see if you like them. Jiang Shuawei wanted to lighten the mood, so she brought out the gifts she had bought. This is some cosmetics for Auntie, and this is tea for Uncle, I don't know if you'll like it, also bought some health products. Jiang Shuawei introduced them one by one. Ah. We like it. Shuawei, why do you bring gifts when visiting? Lin's father and mother's mood lightened a little, looking at Jiang Shuawei with satisfaction. As long as Uncle and Auntie like it. Jiang Shuawei smiled and continued speaking. After chatting for a while, Lin's mother said, by the way, Shuawei. She called Jiang Shuawei to the bathroom. This is your mouthwash cup and toothbrush, and this pink towel is yours too. I washed it once. I also bought a set of pajamas, which I put in Xiao Chen's wardrobe. Chapter 88, System Task Targeting Zhou Dongxue. Alright, thank you, Auntie. Jiang Shuawei's voice was filled with sincerity, and her heart was deeply touched. Knowing they were coming, Lin's mother prepared everything in detail, every aspect considered so thoroughly, this thoughtfulness made her feel warm. At this moment, Lin Chen's mind was already filled with the system's notification sound. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Baihui Supermarket has been successfully acquired under the host's name. Lin Chen didn't care much about this reward, after all, with less than 10 million as a system reward, except for the watch reward last time, this was the least valuable one. At this moment, his thoughts were entirely occupied by Zhou Dongshue's situation, filled with worry. He didn't know if Zhou Ling knew about her sister's illness. If she did, it would be heartbreaking for her. What Lin Chen didn't expect was that the system's notification sound was not over yet. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a system task. Persuade Zhou Dongxue to seek treatment. Task reward, 100% shares of Ginkgo Hospital. Lin Chen was slightly stunned, quickly thinking in his mind. Ginkgo Hospital? Seems like I've heard this name somewhere before. He hurriedly took out his phone to search. A private hospital? And has passed the international JCI certification? A look of surprise appeared on Lin Chen's face, and he couldn't help but exclaim. This system is really a good thing. When I'm sleepy, it sends a pillow. Now persuading my sister to go for treatment will be much easier. Thinking of this, the gloom in Lin Chen's heart immediately dispersed, and even his mood improved significantly. Meanwhile, Lin's mother and Jiang Shuawei were chatting happily, very engaged. Lin Chen walked over to listen, and surprisingly, it was Lin's mother talking about her childhood embarrassing moments. Shuawei, let me tell you, when Xiaochen was in kindergarten, one time during the night, he woke up to find a large wet patch on the bed, and he told me he found the toilet in his dream, ha ha ha. Lin's mother laughed so hard, it was as if she had returned to that time. Really? Did Ah Chen wet his pants when he was little? Jiang Shuawei couldn't help but laugh, her eyes crescent-shaped. Yes. This kid often wet the bed when he was younger. Lin's mother's smile was incredibly bright. Alright, Mom, I need to discuss something with you. Lin Chen awkwardly interrupted Lin's mother. What is it? Both of them, along with Lin's father who was watching TV, looked at Lin Chen curiously. I want to go look at houses tomorrow and buy a bigger one. Lin Chen said seriously. This was something he had thought of early on. He had often heard them complain about the kitchen space being too small, and the living room and balcony not being big enough. Now that he had the ability, he needed to take these things into consideration. Otherwise, if he directly mentioned the money, they might hesitate to buy. Lin's father and Lin's mother exchanged a glance but did not speak immediately. The living room suddenly fell silent. The sudden silence even startled the little stuffed toy. Originally dozing off on Jiang Shuawei's legs, it lifted its head to look around. Meow? After a while. Your dad and I have no objections, getting a new house is fine, it will also be more convenient for you and Shuawei to come home in the future. Lin's mother thought for a moment and slowly spoke. Lin's father also nodded, his eyes filled with joy. Seeing that both of his parents agreed, Lin Chen continued. And then I want to look at cars too, Dad has always wanted to change the car, right? Let's go to the 4S shop to pick one up tomorrow. Lin Chen's face beamed with a smile. No need for that. Lin's father hesitated, just about to speak when he was interrupted by Lin's mother. I think it's good, otherwise, you're a big supermarket owner but don't have a decent car, what kind of situation is that? Lin Chen looked at Lin's mother with a hint of surprise, this was a bit different from the reaction he had expected. He thought persuading his parents would take some effort, but I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. I think since our son is so wealthy, we should just accept whatever he buys for us. Otherwise, why are you raising a son? Lin's mother looked at Lin's father, still a little hesitant, and continued speaking. After hearing this, Lin's father finally agreed. All right, it's getting late. Shuawei, you can sleep with Shaochen tonight, okay? Lin's mother smiled, looking at Jiang Shuawei with a questioning gaze. Jiang Shuawei's face turned slightly red as she lowered her head and softly said, okay, auntie. After Lin's parents finished washing up and went to their room to sleep, Jiang Shuawei took a shower. Lin Chen lay on the bed waiting for Jiang Shuawei. After about 20 to 30 minutes, Jiang Shuawei carefully opened Lin Chen's bedroom door, wearing a pink nightgown. Her hair was still a bit damp, giving off a faint fragrance, and her face flushed like a blooming peach blossom, beautiful and charming. Jiang Shuawei closed the door and immediately lay in Lin Chen's arms. Listening to Lin Chen's strong heartbeat, Jiang Shuawei felt a sense of peace in her heart. She snuggled a little in Lin Chen's arms, lifted her head, her eyes filled with a hint of expectation and unease. Aiken, do you think uncle and aunt are satisfied with me? Lin Chen affectionately rubbed her nose. Silly girl, my parents really like you. They look like they want us to get married tomorrow. Hearing this, Jiang Shuawei felt sweet as if she had eaten honey, her blush deepened. Lin Chen looked at her lovely face, feeling a rush of impulse. He gently caressed Jiang Shuawei's back, his lips slowly approaching her cheek. Jiang Shuawei felt his actions, her heartbeat speeding up, and her breath became rapid. Shuawei, come up here? Lin Chen's voice was somewhat rough. Aiken, let's skip it for today, okay? Uncle and aunt are just in the next room. What if they hear us? Jiang Shuawei's face turned bright red as she sat up and protested. Then forget it. I guess we should get a bigger house, huh? Lin Chen smiled awkwardly. Jiang Shuawei lay back in his arms and softly said, Aiken, you can't be so hasty in the future. Lin Chen nodded and held her tight. All right, I will listen to you. Before long, Jiang Shuawei fell into a deep sleep in Lin Chen's arms. Lin Chen looked at her peaceful sleeping face, filled with tenderness, and slowly closed his eyes. The next morning, the four of them had breakfast together. Shaochen, let's go check out that Tianqi place? I think the layout there is actually quite nice, and it's not far from our community. It's convenient for your dad to come to Baihui. Lin's mother asked. Lin Chen had already looked at some nearby properties last night. There was a new development by Rontu Real Estate, which made it obvious where to buy a house. No need, Mom. There's a Rontu Real Estate property nearby, let's just go there. Lin Chen said with a smile. Rontu Real Estate? That's your company, right, Shaochen? Lin's father asked. Yes. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. Lin's father and mother exchanged glances, filled with contentment and pride. Naturally, Lin's parents had no objections. Considering it was inconvenient to bring the small doll, they left it at home. Arriving at the underground parking lot, the four of them got into Lin's father's Cherry and headed towards Zhongting Ufu. When they arrived at the sales office of this development, there was parking available right at the entrance. After Lin's father found a spot and parked, they all got out of the car. Shaochen, why are there so many luxury cars? Is this place very expensive? Lin's father and mother looked around at several Bentleys, Maseratis, and Land Rovers, and asked. It's okay, your son can afford it. Lin Chen said with a smile, sounding relaxed. For him, the houses here were just a piece of cake. As they approached the entrance, several sales representatives looked at them eagerly, but none stepped forward to greet them. Lin Chen was a little puzzled, and after a brief thought, he understood the reason. It seems they thought the car they got out of, which was worth less than 100,000, meant they couldn't afford a house here. Lin Chen understood their thoughts well. He felt that no matter how much they talked, they wouldn't be able to make a sale to people who clearly had no purchasing power. It was better to seek those who were actually capable. But understanding didn't mean he could accept such treatment. It looks like I need to talk to Huang Wei. Lin Chen was calculating in his mind. In any industry, good service would make customers happy. He couldn't stand this kind of condescending attitude based on appearances. At that moment, one of the saleswomen at the door suddenly seemed to discover something. A warm smile spread across her face as she came forward to greet them. Are you here to buy a house? When Lin Chen saw someone coming to help, his expression softened a little. However, hearing her question made him feel a bit speechless. What do you do, master? Realizing her question was perhaps unnecessary, the saleswoman added. May I ask what type of apartment you are looking for? A villa. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, his expression calm. The saleswoman beamed at his reply, secretly glad she had taken a closer look at them just now. She had noticed several people arriving in a cherry car, just like the other saleswomen, assuming they were just there to browse, definitely couldn't afford anything. But when she saw that Lin Chen was quite handsome, she couldn't help but steal a few more glances. In that glance, she discovered that Lin Chen was wearing Da Vinci. And on his wrist was a watch she couldn't identify specifically, but it was undoubtedly a Patek Philippe. She was instantly shocked and looked at the others again. The young and beautiful woman was actually holding an Hermes bag. She quickly adjusted her outfit and came forward with a big smile. Humph. A car worth less than 100,000 yet wanting to buy a villa? Young people these days really know how to show off. Ha ha ha. But we can't say that. What if they are just being low-key? The other saleswomen at the door were puzzled as to why this girl was approaching someone they believed had no purchasing power, so they paid special attention. Hearing Lin Chen's words, they immediately scoffed, whispering and giggling among themselves. Although their voices were soft, they could still be faintly heard in the quiet environment. Jiang Shuawei and Lin's parents naturally did not hear this, but Lin Chen, after system enhancement, had become much more sensitive to sound and overheard everything the saleswomen said. He instantly cast a cold glance at the group of saleswomen. A villa? Do we really need that, Ah-Chen? A space that big would just be empty for you and your dad, isn't that a waste of money? Lin's mother advised, her brow furrowing, worry and reluctance written across her face. Though she knew her son was wealthy, she still felt it was somewhat inappropriate to buy a villa. Hearing her words, the saleswoman suddenly felt a bit anxious. A villa at the central courtyard would cost at least over 20 million, while a regular apartment would only require over 3 million. The commission on the two deals was worlds apart. Mom, you don't need to worry. We already have lots of relatives. What if Uncle and the others come to visit? Now that we have money, we can't still sleep on the ground, can we? Lin Chen said with a wry smile, patiently persuading his mother. Lin's mother immediately fell silent. The saleswoman, seeing this, continued to inquire. What size villa are you looking for? What types do you have here? Lin Chen asked. Row houses, detached villas. The saleswoman quickly and skillfully introduced the options. Let's go with a detached villa. Lin Chen said directly. Since he had already decided to buy a villa, why get a row house? All right, sir. The currently available detached villas have sizes of 860 square meters, 660 square meters, and 560 square meters, along with 360 per square meter. The female salesperson became increasingly enthusiastic. May I ask what the price per square meter is? Lin's father asked. Our standalone villas are 50,000 per square meter, sir. The female salesperson replied, still wearing a professional smile. Lin's parents were instantly shocked, their eyes widening. So, calculating that, a villa of over 300 square meters is already close to 20 million? They exchanged worried glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. Lin's father couldn't help but tug at Lin Chen's shirt, whispering, Son, this is too expensive. Should we look at other options? Lin Chen patted his father's hand, reassuringly saying, Dad, it's okay, money is not a problem. Let's choose something suitable. Lin's mother also chimed in. Yes, Xiao Chen, this is not a small amount. You must think it through. Lin Chen smiled. Mom and Dad, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Seeing their hesitation, the female salesperson quickly said, Sir, ma'am, our villas are of very high quality, with excellent facilities, and they are rare properties with great investment value. Lin Chen nodded. Then please take us to see the house. The female salesperson excitedly replied. All right, this way please, everyone. So Lin Chen and the four followed the salesperson onto the sightseeing vehicle towards the row of standalone villas. Meanwhile, the other salesgirls left in the sales hall looked on with disdain. TCH. Just wait and see. Once they come out, they definitely won't buy and will say they don't like it and leave. I've met too many like them. I think so too. I don't believe people who can afford tens of millions for a villa can't afford a few million for a car. I wonder what Xiao Qin is thinking. Is she interested in that handsome guy? I don't think so. Clearly, they are a family of four, and that young woman is way prettier than Xiao Qin. Chapter 90, has your top unit sold? But why did Xiao Qin take them over without verifying their assets? Does she think that family is wealthy? How is that possible? Lin Chen and the others followed the female salesperson to the model room. Upon entering, the spacious and bright living room, luxurious decoration, exquisite garden, and pool dazzled Lin's parents. This unit is 860 square meters. You can see if it fits. If it feels too big, we can look at smaller villas. The female salesperson said with a professional smile. I feel it is indeed a bit big. Your dad and I can't live in such a large house. Besides, to clean such a big room would take me half a day. Lin's mother advised Lin Chen as she looked at him. Over 800 square meters. It looks like a small estate. The female salesperson quietly prayed in her heart. Just for this layout, I could earn nearly 500,000 in commission. It's okay, Mom. Who said you have to do the housework? I can hire a maid to clean daily. Lin Chen said with a smile. But Xiao Chun, you spent over 50 million as soon as you returned. Can your funds handle that? Lin's mother asked with a worried expression. I think so too. Let's forget it. If we are buying a villa, we should go for that one over 300 square meters. Lin's father also said. Jiang Shuawei stood quietly to the side. Oh, Mom, I have money. You don't need to worry about the funds. Lin Chen said helplessly, then looked at the female salesperson. Let's go with this unit. Lin Chen decisively confirmed. The female salesperson was overjoyed inside. If this 860 square meter villa was sold, she could earn at least 400,000 in commission. Maybe even 500,000. After all, this 860 square meter villa was not easy to sell, so the commission rate was slightly higher. Has your top unit already sold? Lin Chen suddenly asked. No, sir. The female salesperson's heart raced. Could it be that this young man wants to buy the top unit? If it's true, Lin Chen bought the Building King, then she can buy a house too. But it feels a bit unbelievable. Why didn't you mention that the Building King hasn't been sold yet? Do you think I can't afford it? Lin Chen asked the saleswoman, not pleased. No, I'm sorry, sir, that was my oversight. The saleswoman apologized repeatedly. If this big client was unhappy, she would lose at least hundreds of thousands in commission. If she could, she would even want to kneel down and eat a popsicle. That's hundreds of thousands. How embarrassing. Forget it, just take us to see the Building King. Lin Chen wasn't a petty person, so he let such a small matter go. Sir, if you want to see the Building King, we need to verify your funds. Is that convenient for you? The saleswoman's attitude was very respectful at this point. The requirement of verifying funds to see the Building King was a rule from above. Actually, in principle, even viewing a standalone villa required fund verification, but she noticed the extraordinary clothes on Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei, so she didn't mention it to avoid making them uncomfortable. Buyers must provide bank deposit documents, which must meet the investment property regulations. At the same time, it also checks whether the buyer meets the purchasing conditions. Verify funds? Do you need to verify funds to buy a house? Lin Chen was a bit surprised. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. It seems that this is indeed the case. Lin's father nodded. All right. Lin Chen agreed. The saleswoman's face lit up. Could it be the Building King was really going to be sold by her? The saleswoman's body trembled with excitement. That Building King was 1,060 square meters. Its total value was 60 million. A few million was just for the name of the Building King. And once she sold this Building King, her commission would definitely reach a minimum of 600,000. That money was enough to buy a house in her hometown. The saleswoman dared not delay. She drove the sightseeing car to take the four back to the sales hall. At the entrance, a few sharp-eyed female salespeople instantly perked up. Hey! Look, Xiao Qin brought them back. Back so soon, they must not have bought anything. Ha. This is the consequence of not verifying funds. The female salespeople began to discuss animatedly, and when Lin Chen and the others approached, they quickly closed their mouths. Lin Chen certainly heard a little, although he only got a rough idea. He understood that these saleswomen were mocking them. Hee, I hope you can still laugh later. Lin Chen sneered inwardly. The saleswoman brought over a form for Lin Chen to fill out. Lin Chen glanced at it. It included identity information, company of employment, annual salary, and bank deposits. Lin Chen thought for a moment and only filled in that he was a shareholder of Ronto Real Estate. After filling it out, Lin Chen handed the form to the saleswoman. The saleswoman looked at the form and was immediately attracted by the titled shareholder of Ronto Real Estate. We still need to see your bank balance, right? This is my account at Dihao Bank, take a look. Lin Chen opened his phone and showed the balance information to the saleswoman. The saleswoman was still in a daze, instinctively glancing at Lin Chen's balance. What? How many eggs? The saleswoman thought she had seen it wrong, rubbed her eyes, and counted again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 9 zeros? Is it really 9 zeros? This means this young man has tens of billions of RMB in his bank account? The saleswoman's eyes widened, her mouth slightly opened, and she seemed frozen, unable to speak. Lin Chen, wasn't this just the news released a few days ago by the headquarters of Ronto Real Estate, saying all shares had been acquired by Mr. Lin? A person with tens of billions surely wouldn't lie, right? Is it okay now? What else do you need to see? Lin Chen said lightly. Zhang Shuawei, Lin's father, and Lin's mother naturally understood why the saleswoman was so surprised. But when Lin's father and mother came over and saw that there were actually tens of billions in Lin Chen's account, they couldn't help but let out a gasp. Xiao Chun, you have more than 5 billion in your balance? Lin's mother said, covering her mouth in shock. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Actually, there was only a little over 5 billion at first, but later Ma Teng transferred 50 billion over. Lin's father also had an incredulous look on his face. Just the balance alone was so high, which meant Xiao Chen must have much more shares in Ronto Jiti than they had previously estimated. Listen to this, 50 billion. There's still 50 billion on the bank card, ha ha. 50 billion to buy a cherry. You act like it's real, I almost believed you had hundreds of billions. Shoo. Speak a little quieter. Don't let others hear. So what if they hear? Can't we boast? The few female salespeople were giggling a bit too loudly, and even Lin's father, Lin's mother, Jiang Shuawei, and that female salesperson heard them. Chapter 91 Sisters. Don't be afraid. Lin's mother immediately got angry, her face turning bright red, her eyes wide open. Didn't this mean they were saying her son was bragging? You girls, working in the service industry, and your mouths are still so unrestrained. Is this the attitude you have towards business at Ronto Jiti's Zhongting Ufu? Lin's mother said angrily. Xiao Chen, can you handle this? Lin's mother turned to look at Lin Chen, her eyes filled with anger. Seeing his mother was angry, Lin Chen felt a bit awkward and regretted not revealing his identity earlier to deal with these annoying people. Of course I can handle it. Mom, wait, I'll take care of it right now. Lin Chen hurriedly forced a smile, trying to calm his mother's emotions, and then looked at the female salespeople with sharp eyes. What are your names? Lin Chen's voice was cold, as if it could freeze the surrounding air. The female salesperson's face went pale, her lips trembling slightly. If Lin Chen got angry, she might also be in trouble. This gentleman is our investor from Ronto Jiti. You might as well admit your mistake quickly. The female salesperson hurriedly warned, her voice filled with obvious panic. The few women were stunned and immediately looked over at Lin's father, seeing that he wore no brand-name clothes and didn't look like an upper-class person. They were even less convinced. Also, he drove a cherry, so they became even more doubtful. And since Lin Chen was so young, he likely wasn't either. But since they were in the wrong and with Xiao Qin's serious demeanor, they still braced themselves to apologize. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, what we said just now was not about you, we were just browsing videos. One of the female salespeople rolled her eyes and lied, but her gaze was erratic, not daring to meet Lin Chen and the others. Hee, you were just browsing videos, huh? Lin Chen sneered, his eyes filled with mockery, and without wasting more words, he took out his phone and called Huang Wei. Huang Wei was originally handling documents. When she saw Lin Chen's call, she didn't dare to delay and immediately answered. Hello, Director Lin, what can I do for you? Huang Wei said respectfully. Huang Wei, who is the manager of the Zhongting Ufu property? Have him come to the sales hall to see me right now. Lin Chen's words were full of anger, as if suppressing a volcano about to erupt. Huang Wei's heart sank instantly. Why was this gentleman in the sales hall of Zhongting Ufu? Why was he so angry? Had someone offended him? Okay, Director Lin. I'll call the sales manager of Zhongting Ufu right away. Huang Wei quickly replied, cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. Lin Chen hung up the phone directly after hearing this. Seeing that Lin Chen didn't want to say another word only made Huang Wei feel even more anxious. She could sense the hidden anger in Lin Chen. Who had offended this gentleman? She picked up the phone and called the sales manager of Zhongting Ufu. Mr. Huang, did you call for me? Wang Shui, Director Lin is now in the sales hall of Zhongting Ufu. And he is very angry, you need to hurry over and see what is going on. Huang Wei said urgently. Director Lin? He is the one who is currently. Before Wang Shui could finish, he was interrupted by Huang Wei. Who else could it be? Hurry over, don't waste time. By the way, that Director Lin is only 18, make sure you don't mistake him for someone else. Huang Wei added with a very anxious tone at the end. Understood, Director Huang. I've seen his photo. I'll go handle it right now. After hanging up the phone, Huang Wei lay back in her office chair, rubbing her temples, feeling a bit of a headache. This person is the biggest and also the only boss of Ronto Real Estate. If he is unhappy, even she, Huang Wei, would have to leave. Meanwhile, in the sales hall of Zhongting Ufu. The few female salespeople saw Lin Chen taking out his phone and seriously mentioning Huang Wei, and they suddenly felt uneasy, exchanging anxious glances. Still pretending. Ladies, don't be afraid of him. He is definitely just acting. Even if this situation ends badly, and the company fires us, it doesn't matter. We can just take our money to the next company. Suddenly, one of the female salespeople shouted, her voice sharp and piercing. As soon as this was said, the surrounding female salespeople looked at her in fear and immediately distanced themselves from her. Isn't she sick in the head? Who would dare to hire after saying that? Exactly. They mocked the customers first, then thought they could just walk away without any consequences? This property is the asset of Ronto Real Estate. If they ruin Ronto Real Estate's name, they will be facing serious consequences. The onlookers also began to discuss among themselves. The other female salespeople heard these words and hurriedly apologized to Lin Chen and his group. Sorry, sir. We spoke out of turn. We are really sorry, honored guests. Really sorry. However, Lin Chen didn't pay any attention to these female salespeople but stared intently at the one who had just made those bold remarks. Do you think you can just quit your job and move to another company, and it will all be fine? Lin Chen looked at her, his expression as cold as winter frost. What else? Are you going to kill me? The female salesperson felt a bit scared, but since she had already said those words, backing down now would seem cowardly. So, she maintained a calm facade. Just then, a man in his 30s, wearing glasses and looking refined, came running over. Wang Shuyi had been showing a friend around properties but rushed to the sales hall as soon as he received Huang Wei's call. He was extremely anxious. This was a major issue that could affect his future. When he arrived at the sales hall and saw the situation, along with the earlier comments from the female salesperson, he immediately understood. Wang Shuyi looked around, and his eyes landed on Lin Chen. Manager? Why has the manager come? Could it be? The female salespeople's eyes were filled with fear. What they feared most was not losing their jobs, rather, it was offending someone of such status. The leading female salesperson didn't think so. Manager Wang, these people are causing trouble in the sales hall, seriously affecting our regular operations. I suggest we have security remove them. The female salesperson believed the manager had been attracted by the commotion here, so she spoke up. Shut up. Wang Shuyi turned back and looked coldly at the female salesperson before quickly walking towards Lin Chen. Hello, Director Lin. I am Wang Shuyi, the sales manager of Zhongting UFU. Wang Shuyi, in front of the astonished crowd, bowed to Lin Chen and said respectfully. The female salesperson, seeing this scene, instantly turned pale, her legs went weak, and she almost collapsed to the ground. She never expected that the young man, driving a cherry car and wearing ordinary clothes, was actually the big boss of Ronto Real Estate. Lin Chen looked at Wang Shuyi expressionlessly and coldly said. Manager Wang, the quality of your sales department staff is not very good. Wang Shuyi broke out in a cold sweat. Although he didn't know what had happened, it was better to admit fault first. Mr. Lin, this is my negligence. I will handle it severely. Handle it severely? Tell me specifically? Lin Chen looked at Wang Shuyi with interest. Wang Shuyi felt tight in his chest. Mr. Lin, I don't yet know what exactly happened. Manager Wang, let me speak. Xiao Qin volunteered. Wang Shuyi glanced at Lin Chen, saw that Lin Chen did not object, and let Xiao Qin speak. After listening, Wang Shuyi's face darkened. He originally thought it was just the poor attitude of these sales ladies that made Mr. Lin dissatisfied, but he never expected them to say such things. The most important thing was that Mr. Lin's entire family was here. Even if Mr. Lin wanted to handle it lightly, it was impossible now. Mr. Lin, I will immediately fire these troublemaking employees and reorganize the company to ensure that this never happens again. Wang Shuyi broke out in cold sweat and immediately promised. Just now, what was the name of the female salesperson who said it's not a big deal and to find the next one? Lin Chen turned to Xiao Qin. Mr. Lin, that person is an old employee here, named Yang Chunmei. Xiao Qin quickly answered. Wang Shuyi, fire all of these female salespeople without compensation. If they apply for labor arbitration, then sue them in court for damaging the company's image and demand compensation. Lin Chen coldly glanced at the pale-faced female salespeople. I'm wrong. I really am. Mr. Lin, I have a child in kindergarten, my husband broke his leg, and I have 4 elderly people to take care of at home. I really can't lose this job. One of the female salespeople cried and almost knelt down to Lin Chen. Wang Shuyi was quick to react and rushed over to help her up. There are still so many people here. What if someone records this and posts it online with out-of-context clips? Hey! Let it go. Business people don't need to be this ruthless. What the hell do you understand? Keeping them in the company is like a ticking time bomb. I didn't expect the big boss of Ronto Real Estate to be so young. Today is an eye-opener. The surrounding onlookers began to discuss. Sister Fong? Isn't Yang brother a supervisor at the head office? When did he break his leg? Xiao Qin asked with concern. The onlookers who had just pitted the female salesperson's misfortune instantly fell silent. Upon hearing this, the female salesperson's crying stopped immediately, her expression like she had swallowed a fly. Lin Chen gave Xiao Qin a satisfied glance. The female salespeople had no choice but to accept their fate. After packing up their things, they left. Jiang Shuowei looked at Lin Chen with eyes full of stars, wondering if she must have saved the galaxy in her past life to meet Lin Chen. She suddenly remembered a line from a TV show. My destined one is a hero of the world, and one day he will come riding a rainbow to marry me. The surrounding people saw that there was no more excitement and stopped gathering, though they occasionally threw curious glances at Lin Chen. Lin Chen took out his phone and called Huang Wei again. Huang Wei, have the PR department post the surveillance footage online later. The general message should be that Ronto Real Estate sincerely apologizes for the actions of this person and the bad experience caused to customers. Then, upload a recording. I will send it to you soon. Lin Chen said lightly. Okay, Director Lin. I will take care of it right away. Huang Wei immediately replied. Lin Chen then turned to look at Xiao Qin. Do you know the name of the husband of the female sales representative who just spoke? In reply to Director Lin, her husband's name is Lu Yang. Xiao Qin looked at Lin Chen with a hint of fear in her eyes. After this operation, it seemed difficult for those women to find work in sales again. Check on a little supervisor named Lu Yang. If he has poor character or has harmed the company's interests, fire him directly. If he performs well, then find an excuse to let him go. Okay, Director Lin. There's nothing else, just handle it as I said. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen looked at Xiao Qin and Wang Shui. Can you take me to see the building king now? Sure. Director Lin, I'll take you there. Wang Shui said with a smile and enthusiasm. Upon hearing Wang Shui's words, Xiao Qin's mood instantly fell to the bottom. If Wang Shui completed the next operation, the commission would have nothing to do with her. No need, just let her take us. Also, promote her to the position of assistant sales manager. Lin Chen directly refused. He naturally knew what Wang Shui was thinking, he just wanted to please him while also getting the commission. Wang Shui's smile did not fade. All right. Director Lin, I won't disturb you, I'll go handle the resignation procedures for those salespeople. Lin Chen nodded slightly. After Wang Shui left, Xiao Qin gratefully bowed to Lin Chen. Thank you for your promotion, Director Lin. I will work hard and will not let down your trust. Lin Chen waved his hand. This is what you deserve. He then smiled at Lin's parents, who looked very proud. How is it, Mom and Dad? Is this handling result okay? Okay. My son is really handsome. Lin's mother said with satisfaction. Lin's father was also very proud. Lin Chen took Jiang Shuowei's hand and looked at Xiao Qin. Let's go, take us to see that building king. Okay, Director Lin. Just as the five were about to go out, a man with a flattering smile came over. Hello, Director Lin. I am the manager of Xianglong Hotel, you can call me Xiao Lu. Lin Chen slightly frowned. Just say what you have to say, I have things to do. It's like this, Director Lin, we at Xianglong Hotel want to cooperate with Ronto Real Estate to turn part of the Zhongting UFU into hotel-style apartments. Lin Chen roughly understood his meaning. He had to admit that this cooperation was indeed quite good and had great investment prospects, but why would he want to cooperate with Xianglong Hotel? No, I don't have plans in this regard for now. Lin Chen directly refused, and the five continued to walk toward the lobby exit. Director Lin, please consider it. Manager Lu could only sigh helplessly as he watched Lin Chen and others get on the sightseeing car. Chapter 93 I will pay for it myself. The five quickly arrived at the villa area. Director Lin, Zhongting No. 1 is the king of our entire Zhongting UFU and the only villa of 1,060 square meters. The listed area is 1,060 square meters, but the actual usable area reaches 1,500 square meters. Upon arriving at the entrance of Zhongting No. 1, Xiao Qin introduced. Moreover, the entire standalone villa is exquisitely decorated and can be moved in at any time. If you are not satisfied with the decoration style, you can also redecorate it yourself. Then the four followed Xiao Qin into Zhongting No. 1. As soon as they stepped into the villa, everyone was amazed by the luxury before them. The high living room, the massive crystal chandelier dazzlingly illuminated, hanging from the ceiling down to mid-air, like stars falling. The floor was paved with imported marble, each piece unique in pattern, as smooth as a mirror. On one side of the living room was a whole wall of floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing sunlight to pour in without obstruction. The entire space was bright and warm. Xiao Qin continued to introduce. This is the dining room, which can accommodate 20 people dining at the same time. The kitchen is equipped with the most advanced facilities, whether it is Chinese cooking or Western cuisine, it can handle both with ease. Lin's father and mother listened, nodding continuously, their eyes filled with surprise. Jiang Shuowei held Lin Chen's hand, whispering. Ah Chen, it's quite beautiful here, it's almost comparable to Yulan Holy Court. Lin Chen smiled in reply, it really is nice. Everyone followed the spiral staircase to the second floor, which mainly consisted of the bedroom area. Each bedroom was spacious and comfortable, equipped with its own bathroom and walk-in closet. This one is the master bedroom, over 100 square meters, with a private balcony and a hot spring bathtub. Xiaoqin opened a set of double doors, and the decoration inside was extremely luxurious. Lin's mother walked into the master bedroom and exclaimed, "This master bedroom is even bigger than the house we used to live in." Xiaoqin smiled and said, "Madam, this is the Luan Villa, naturally it has top-level configurations." Then they arrived at the basement. The basement was transformed into an entertainment and leisure area, with a home theater, gym, wine cellar, and billiard room. There was also a garage, swimming pool, and everything one could need. "Mom and Dad, how about this villa?" Lin Chen smiled at his parents. "It really is nice, but it feels a bit too big." Lin's mother nodded and said, "As long as you like it." After Lin Chen said this, he looked at Xiaoqin. "How much is this Luang?" Xiaoqin quickly replied, "This villa, because it is the Luang, is relatively more expensive than other villas. The current price is 60 million renminbi." Lin's father and mother's eyes widened. 60 million? Even Jiang Shuawei was secretly taken aback. Spending 60 million to buy a villa, she wouldn't even have dared to think about it in the past. "Then let's go with this one," Lin Chen said casually. Xiaoqin's face immediately lit up with joy. At that moment, Xiaoqin's phone rang. She pulled out her phone and saw that it was Wang Shuyi calling, looking somewhat troubled. "It's okay, just answer it," Lin Chen said. "Thank you, Director Lin," the female sales representative said, then stepped aside to answer Wang Shuyi's call. Meanwhile, Lin Chen chatted with Lin's parents and Jiang Shuawei. "Xiao Chen, where did you get so much money from?" Once there were no outsiders around, Lin's father finally couldn't hold back. "You know it's fine that my son has money. Why are you asking so many questions?" Lin's mother immediately glared at Lin's father. "Dad, just rest assured. As long as you know that my money is entirely legitimate," Lin Chen said with a smile. "Yes, uncle and aunt, Chen's money all comes from normal sources. For example, a big domestic company like Rongtou GD, if they wanted to acquire his shares, any funds that aren't legitimate wouldn't be accepted." Jiang Shuawei also chimed in. Although she didn't understand all of this, how could any illegitimate money have so many billions? And yet, he had openly acquired shares in so many major companies. Hearing this, Lin's father also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it's not illegal, everything is okay. He knew that his grandfather participated in the Battle of the Yalu River. Even his father was a retired soldier, and their family held a plaque of a glorious family. If Lin Chen committed a crime, he wouldn't know how to face his ancestors down below. Meanwhile, Xiaoqin was listening to Wang Shuyi on the phone. "Wang Qin, no matter which house director Lin wants later, you must not let him pay, understand?" Wang Qin was immediately taken aback. Indeed. Lin Chen was the only big boss of Rongtou GD, all the assets were his, so there was no need for him to pay. But if that was the case, wouldn't her commission of tens of thousands be gone? "Never mind, at least I got promoted to deputy sales manager." Wang Qin could only comfort herself in her heart. "Wang Qin, did you hear me? This is an order from General Huang Wei." Seeing that Wang Qin remained silent on the phone, Wang Shuyi asked again. But the words were very gentle. This Wang Qin was personally promoted by Director Lin to be the sales deputy manager. No one knew how their relationship was. If she said something unpleasant in front of Director Lin. "Okay, Manager Wang. I understand," Wang Qin hurriedly said. After hanging up the phone, Wang Qin walked in front of Lin Chen. "Director Lin, you don't need to pay for this house, we can just proceed with the transfer contract." As soon as she said this, the four of them were a bit surprised. Lin Chen quickly reacted. "No need, I will still buy it," Lin Chen said lightly. "But..." Wang Qin wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lin Chen. "I may be the boss, but I can't break the rules, people will talk. If this house is sold without a penny, how will the employees of the company have money?" Wang Qin was still a bit hesitant. After all, this was instructed from above. "Ha? How does Huang Wei compare to Director Lin?" Wang Qin suddenly realized. "All right." Then Wang Qin led the four back to the sales hall and into the VIP lounge to sign the contract. After signing the contract, Wang Qin couldn't suppress the smile on her face. She had been in the industry for a while. In the past, she had heard others say how much commission someone made from selling a villa and felt extremely envious. But today, Wang Qin sold a building worth a king. Once the contract was signed, Lin Chen and the four walked out of the sales hall. "Director Lin, take care." Wang Shuyi and a bunch of salespeople without clients shouted in unison behind them. Then Wang Shuyi's eyes widened. Wait a minute. Did Director Lin drive a Cherry here? This car seems to be worth less than 100,000, right? I don't understand the world of the rich. Wang Shuyi couldn't help but sigh to himself. This time it was Lin Chen driving the car. I told you to write your name, but you insisted on writing both your and your dad's names. Aren't you going to change it to you and Shuowei's names later? Lin's mother said. While driving, Lin Chen wore a faint smile. No problem, Mom, if you tell people your son bought you a few millions worth of building, how impressive is that? People will praise, your son is really successful and very filial. Oh. I love to hear that. Lin's mother beamed with joy. Chapter 94, The Land Rover Range Rover Autobiography Long Wheelbase. Then Lin Chen drove to a car dealership. Dad, haven't you always said you wanted to buy a Land Rover Range Rover? Today, your son will buy you one. After getting out of the car, Lin Chen said to his father. Lin's father's attitude had changed. Isn't it just a few million? His son's balance has dozens of billions, what's wrong with buying his dad a few million car? Ha ha ha. Great. I'm also experiencing being a rich dad. Lin's father said with a laugh. The group walked into the car dealership. It was spacious and bright, with brand new cars neatly arranged. A tall and pretty female salesperson immediately greeted them warmly. Welcome, how can I help you? The female salesperson smiled, her voice sweet. Lin Chen said. Show us the Land Rover Range Rover. The female salesperson quickly replied. Yes, this way please. We have multiple configurations and colors of the Land Rover Range Rover available. She led everyone to a black Land Rover Range Rover. This model is the latest, featuring an advanced power system, luxurious interior, comfortable seating, and excellent off-road capabilities and driving experience. Its price ranges from 1.5 million to 3 million depending on the configuration. Lin's father walked up and lovingly touched the car's body. Lin's mother said from the side, Old Lin, is this the car you like? It does look quite nice. Lin's father nodded with a smile. Yes, I never thought I'd get to drive a Land Rover Range Rover one day. Since the incident in 2018, Lin's father knew he would live his life like this. 20 years wasted, he could only find a job at an electronics factory with Lin's mother to barely support the family. Dad, first take a look and see what color you like. As for the configuration, let's go for the top version. Lin Chen said. The saleswoman beside them couldn't help but feel happy upon hearing these words. She couldn't resist taking a closer look at Lin Chen. He's really handsome. Just a bit young, and he has a girlfriend. The saleswoman thought to herself, then glanced at Jiang Shuowei, who was linking arms with Lin Chen. Is that an Hermes bag with a starting price of over 100,000? The saleswoman's eyes were quickly drawn to the bag Jiang Shuowei was carrying in her other hand. As a woman, she naturally knew a thing or two about luxury goods, especially since she was in sales. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have a Land Rover Range Rover Vogue LWB in the store. If you're interested, we can take a look. Seeing their strong purchasing power, the saleswoman recommended. Oh? Then let's take a look. Lin Chen seemed a bit interested. The group then followed the saleswoman to view the Range Rover Vogue LWB. This model has a 4.4T engine. The saleswoman chatted enthusiastically about the features. Lin Chen could tell from his father's eyes that he really liked this car. Then let's get this one. Dad, what color do you want? Let's go with this black one, it looks powerful. Lin Chen's father hadn't taken his eyes off the car. Alright, this one it is. How much for the top configuration? The saleswoman took a deep breath and smiled at Lin Chen. Sir, for this top-level configured LWB model, the price is around 3.88 million, and the final cost is about 4.13 million. We can offer you a 30,000 discount, so you can get this Land Rover Range Rover Vogue LWB for 4.10 million. Sure, I'll pay by card. Lin Chen was straightforward. The saleswoman hadn't even processed this information yet. Huh? Oh. Okay. The saleswoman felt like a giant cake had just landed on her. Does anyone understand? Nowadays, you don't even bargain when buying a car? Please sit here and wait a moment, I'll go get the POS machine. The saleswoman arranged for them to sit in the lounge area, then went to get the POS machine and the contract with a beaming face. Lin, you're so happy and running for the POS machine, did you make a sale? The surrounding salespeople said enviously. Oh, it's nothing much. Just sold a Land Rover Range Rover Vogue LWB. The saleswoman proudly held up the POS machine and the contract. What? It's the LWB version? That must be over 4 million out the door. So envious. That commission must be in the tens of thousands. So envious. This immediately sparked exclamations and envious gazes, and several salespeople turned their curious eyes to Lin Chen and the others. Oh, just a little flair. No more talking, I need to get back to work. Tonight, I'll treat you to hot pot. Lin, you're generous. Sorry for keeping you waiting. The saleswoman sprinted over with the POS machine and contract. Lin Chen took out his platinum card and handed it to the saleswoman. The saleswoman's heart skipped a beat. It's a platinum card? This is considered a top-level bank card, with only black cards and centurion cards above it. But someone who can easily buy a car worth over 4 million without bargaining would naturally have a platinum card. Swipe the card, enter the password, sign. 3 steps flowed smoothly. BZZZ. Hearing the POS machine print the receipt, payment was successful. Excitement appeared on the saleswoman's face. Commission secured. Having sold just this one set, her performance could shine in the store. After signing the contract, this Land Rover Range Rover Vogue LWB officially belonged to Lin Bing. At this moment, Lin Chen's father and mother looked at Jiang Shuawei and said, Shuawei, why not pick one for yourself as well? Jiang Shuawei quickly waved her hands, saying, Uncle and Auntie, no need. Lin Chen has already gifted me a Ferrari, that's enough for my daily travels. The saleswoman felt a hint of envy upon hearing this. You are really lucky to have a boyfriend who cares for you so much. The saleswoman, who had just been thrilled about the few tens of thousands in commission, suddenly felt her happiness fade away. A Ferrari. The cheapest Ferrari must cost over $1 million, right? And based on this young man's financial situation, it's likely not the cheapest Ferrari. The saleswoman could only watch with envious eyes. As everyone was talking, Lin Chen suddenly heard a familiar voice. These cars all look pretty good. He turned to look and was surprised to see Li Liang's parents, Mr. and Mrs. Li. Li Liang was a very good friend of his in middle school. In that year, when something happened to his family, Li Liang begged his parents to lend Lin Chen's family 50,000 yuan. But Lin Chen's family refused, as Lin Chen's uncle had already brought over several tens of thousands to pay off the mortgage and other bills during those months. Even though they didn't take that money, Lin Chen's family was still very grateful to them. Thus, the relationship between the two families grew better, and they often went out for meals together. Chapter 95, Is the whole investment real estate yours? Li Liang attended the same high school as Lin Chen, but his grades were not good enough to get into a decent university, so he went straight to the army. Due to 3 months of basic training for new recruits, they had not been in touch during this time. Uncle Li, Aunt Wang. Lin Chen exclaimed joyfully. Li Xingyang turned his head upon hearing the voice, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. Wow, Lin Chen, what a coincidence to run into you here. Li Xingyang said with a smile, then showed a look of confusion. Are you guys here to buy a car? According to his understanding of Lin Chen's family, they should not be able to afford to buy a car, especially not at a Jaguar Land Rover dealership. Yes, old Li, my son has achieved something, made a bit of money, so here he is, excitedly taking us to buy a house and a car. Lin's father said with a smile, full of pride. Li Xingyang and Wang Yan immediately exchanged a surprised look with Lin Chen. They really liked this kid Lin Chen. Not only did he have good grades, but he was also handsome. It was just a pity their son, who played so well with Lin Chen, had such poor grades. But Lin Chen had just graduated from high school and entered college, right? How much money could he have earned to buy both a car and a house? It must be at least several million, right? The saleswoman on Lin Chen's side and the saleswoman on Li Xingyang's side stepped aside, giving both families enough space to chat. This must be Xiao Chen's girlfriend, she's really beautiful. Li Xingyang and Wang Yan smiled as they looked at Jiang Shuawei, who was linking arms with Lin Chen. Hello, uncle and aunt. My name is Jiang Shuawei, and I am Lin Chen's girlfriend. As Jiang Shuawei heard Li Xingyang praise her beauty, her face turned slightly red, and she spoke up. Good, good. Xiao Chen, you are really impressive to find such a beautiful girlfriend. If Li Liang can find a girlfriend too, I'd think that's pretty good. Li Xingyang and Wang Yan responded, then smiled, and said. Ah, who knows, maybe he'll bring home a beautiful soldier. Lin's mother also laughed and chimed in. By the way, Uncle Li, do you know how Li Liang is doing? Lin Chen asked. Li Liang can't use his phone for at least 3 months after joining the army. Wang Yan and I are also worried if he can handle it. Li Xingyang said. Being in the army is pretty good, didn't Li Liang love guns and planes since childhood? He gets to do what he wanted. Lin's father said with a smile, then changed the subject. Are you also here to buy a car? Yes, the car at home has been used for so many years, so we thought of getting a new Range Rover Star. Li Xingyang asked curiously, by the way, what car did you get? Xiao Chen bought me a Range Rover Vogue long wheelbase. Lin's father said proudly. Wow. That must cost at least 3 to 4 million, right? Li Xingyang and Wang Yan suddenly widened their eyes and looked at Lin Chen. Xiao Chen, what did you do to earn so much money? I just made some money playing with virtual currency before, and then started a company to have some fun, nothing much. Lin Chen said vaguely. Li Xingyang and Wang Yan did not press further, but felt shocked yet happy in their hearts. They were happy for Lin Chen, and also for their own son. With the relationship between Li Liang and Lin Chen, after retiring, at least they didn't have to worry about Li Liang not finding a job. Lin Chen looked at Uncle Li and Aunt Wang and suddenly said, Uncle Li, Aunt Wang, I will buy you a car. Li Xingyang and Wang Yan quickly waved their hands. No, how can we take your money? You should keep it for yourself. Li Xingyang said. It's fine, Lao Li, just accept it. You've taken care of our family a lot, and Lin Chen is like your half-son, this is his intention, just take it. Lin Chen's father also advised. He was very grateful to this family, just that 50,000 yuan, even though they didn't take it, he remembered the kindness in his heart, not to mention that they often bought clothes for Li Liang and also for Lin Chen, as well as shoes. Sometimes he wondered if Lin Chen was his son, otherwise, why would they treat the boy so well? But he quickly dismissed that thought. He had watched Lin Chen grow since birth, and there was absolutely no possibility of any hidden tricks. Lin Chen said seriously, Uncle Li, Aunt Wang, I remember how good you are to us. I, Lin Chen, am surely not someone who forgets kindness. This is also my heartfelt intention, you must accept it. Li Liang's parents still refused to accept, that's all in the past. Lin Chen felt a bit helpless and decided to be straightforward. I am now the boss of Rantu Real Estate Company. I have made money and can repay your kindness from back then. Furthermore, this is also my sincere intention. Li Liang's parents widened their eyes, looking incredulous. How is that possible? Rantu Real Estate is a company worth hundreds of billions. Lin Chen laughed and said, it's true. This is true, you all know Xiao Chen wouldn't lie, right? Lin Chen's father also smiled and said. No, I just find it hard to believe that Lin Dong is now the sole boss of Rantu Real Estate. Li Xingyang exclaimed in shock. Lin Chen was a bit surprised. Uncle Li, how do you know? I also learned about this by chance, I didn't expect it to be you. Lin Xingyang explained. What? The whole Rantu Real Estate is yours alone? Lin Chen's parents stared, speechless, and started to stutter. You all didn't know? Lin Xingyang asked in confusion. Then everyone's gaze focused on Lin Chen. Even Jiang Xuewei, who was beside Lin Chen, felt a bit nervous. He. Lin Chen just smiled awkwardly. In the end, under Lin Chen's insistence, he still chose a Land Rover Defender worth about 800,000 yuan for Li Liang's parents. The female sales associate beside them was shocked to know that this car was a gift from Lin Chen. She had never seen such a generous customer in her time working there. During the purchase procedure, Li Liang's parents seemed a bit uneasy. Lin Chen comforted them, Uncle Li, Aunt Wang, just accept it with peace of mind. After the procedures were completed, Lin Chen's family said goodbye to Li Liang's parents. Then Lin Chen's father drove the Land Rover and took everyone back home. As for that cherry? It was directly given to the 4S store as a second-hand car. Li Xingyang watched the Land Rover grow distant and couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Chen is incredible. He's worth billions at such a young age. But where did he get so much money? This is a bit beyond my understanding. Lin Yan couldn't help but ask. This has nothing to do with you. Don't pry. We just need to know he's a good brother of Li Liang, he's like half a son to you and me. Li Xingyang glared at Wang Yan. I know, okay? I was just curious. What's so curious about it? Curiosity killed the cat. Chapter 96 Finding a time for both families to meet? Because they were going to spend the Mid-Autumn Festival at their grandparents' house, the four of them went to the mall to buy a lot of things before heading home. As soon as they got home, the little plush toy walked to the door and kept meowing at Jiang Xuewei. Jiang Xuewei changed her shoes and immediately hugged the little plush toy. Oh dear, my poor baby. Jiang Xuewei gently stroked the little plush toy's head, looking very affectionate. The little plush toy, feeling wronged, buried its head in Jiang Xuewei's chest. This little guy is just adorable. Lin's mother said with a smile from the side. Auntie, why don't you hug it? Jiang Xuewei handed the little plush toy to Lin's mother. Lin's mother accepted it without hesitation, holding it tightly. The little plush toy was not shy at all, obediently lying in Lin's mother's arms. Lin's father and mother initially wanted to cook, but were interrupted by Lin Chen. Dad, Mom, I've come back with so much effort, let me cook today. Lin Chen said with a smile. Yes, Uncle and Auntie, lunch can be handled by me and Chen. Jiang Xuewei chimed in. Okay, then lunch will be up to you too. Lin's mother had a genuinely warm smile on her face, looking increasingly satisfied at Jiang Xuewei. Then she began discussing the plans for returning home during the Mid-Autumn Festival with Lin's father. No, 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 let me cut it. You are giving me a fright. That's white sugar. You marinate meat with white sugar? Look, this garlic sprout is still covered in dirt, you have to wash it carefully. Humph. Jiang Shuawei stood aside, puffed up with anger. Lin Chen felt a bit helpless all of a sudden. He wanted to say that he could do it all by himself since he had seen Jiang Shuawei's power last time, but he couldn't say anything in front of Lin's father and mother. Shuawei, you can go play for a while, when I'm done, you can help me carry the dishes, it's very hot inside. Lin Chen could only comfort her. Jiang Shuawei had no choice but to leave the kitchen. Hee, auntie. Jiang Shuawei looked at Lin's mother, who was sitting at the dining table with a flushed face. She had said she wanted to help but ended up being chased out. Shuawei, come eat some grapes, they're quite sweet. Lin's mother naturally had heard everything from the kitchen, and smiled as she called Jiang Shuawei over. Jiang Shuawei obediently sat down. Lin's mother held Jiang Shuawei's hand and kindly said, Shuawei, don't take it to heart, that kid Chen is just too serious. I know, auntie, I'm not unhappy. Jiang Shuawei quickly explained. The two ate grapes and chatted casually. Lin's mother began to ask about Jiang Shuawei's daily interactions with Lin Chen, and Jiang Shuawei, blushing, shared some sweet little things which made Lin's mother laugh continuously. In the kitchen, Lin Chen was busily working. Washing vegetables, slicing them, stir-frying, moving with skill. Before long, tempting aromas wafted out of the kitchen. In the living room, Lin's father was focused on looking at the vehicle manual. Wow, that smell is delicious. Lin's mother said with a smile. Jiang Shuawei nodded, Chen's cooking has always been great. The last time he came to my house, the food he made was delicious, and my mom kept praising him. Wow. Chen has already been to your house and met your parents? Lin's mother exclaimed in surprise. Even Lin's father, sitting on the sofa, raised his head. Yes, my dad had an incident in the hospital before, and Lin Chen came over to help and met him. Lin Shuawei replied with a smile. What do your parents and your younger brother think of Chen? Lin's mother asked eagerly. My parents and my younger brother all really like Chen, very satisfied. Oh. That's wonderful. Since it's like this, let's arrange for both families to meet formally sometime. Although the ages haven't matched yet, we can still set a wedding date. Lin's mother said, clearly very happy. Huh? Lin Shuawei was caught off guard by Lin's mother's words, her face turned red instantly. Mom, what are you talking about? I'm just a freshman in college, why are you already thinking about marriage? Lin Chen said helplessly as he brought the dishes out, hearing his mother's words. I didn't say you should get married right away, you're still too young. I just mean, let's set a date for the wedding first. Lin Chen's mother shot him a glare after hearing his words. She was very satisfied with Jiang Shuawei, much better than the previous Xiaojia. I don't mind, as long as Shuawei is okay with it. Lin Chen could only say. He was just afraid that Jiang Shuawei would feel awkward, but since the conversation had already come to this, he might as well be clear about it. I have no objections. Jiang Shuawei said, her face slightly flushed. Good. Aunt will wait for your good news. Lin Chen's mother immediately smiled happily. Let's eat first, let's eat first. Lin Chen quickly said, then pulled Jiang Shuawei to the kitchen to serve the dishes. Are you really sure about this? Lin Chen softly asked, looking into Jiang Shuawei's eyes. Jiang Shuawei nodded vigorously. Anyway, I've already decided on you for this life, it doesn't matter if it's sooner or later. Alright, I'll arrange it when the time comes. Lin Chen gently stroked Jiang Shuawei's forehead and spoke in a soft voice. He himself also felt a little dreamy. He never expected that less than a month after they met, their parents were already going to meet each other. Wasn't it a bit too fast? The four of them sat around the dining table, looking at the table full of delicious dishes, and all began to praise. Lin's father took a bite of food and nodded in satisfaction. Son, your cooking skills have improved. Lin Chen smiled. As long as my cooking hasn't declined, that's fine. Shuawei, try this braised pork. Lin's mother smiled as she kept picking food for Jiang Shuawei. Thank you, Aunt. After dinner, Jiang Shuawei took the initiative to help clean the dishes, and Lin Chen helped too. Lin's mother couldn't stop them, you two rest, I'll do it. Aunt, you and uncle sit for a while, we'll handle this small matter. Jiang Shuawei said. After cleaning the kitchen, the four of them sat on the sofa chatting. By the way, Shuawei, did you tell your parents you won't be going back for Mid-Autumn Festival? Lin's mother asked. I told my parents in advance, they know. Then tonight, come with us to visit, let our relatives meet you. Lin's mother said, holding Jiang Shuawei's hand. Jiang Shuawei shyly nodded. Okay, Aunt. Lin Chen glanced at the time, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Dad, shall we go to Baihui? I'll make the arrangements. Lin father immediately understood Lin Chen's meaning. We won't go, you two can go alone. Lin mother and Jiang Shuawei were chatting, so she spoke up. Lin Chen nodded, then went downstairs with Lin father towards the Baihui supermarket. When they arrived at Baihui supermarket, because it was the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, there were fewer people in the store, either they went back to their hometown to visit relatives or went traveling. Call your manager over here. Lin Chen said to the cashier at the counter. The cashier glanced at Lin Chen and Lin father. May I ask what business you have with our manager? This supermarket belongs to me. Do you think I need to find your manager for something? Lin Chen said with a faint smile on his face. The cashier immediately became a bit nervous. Last night, the work group had already informed everyone about the change of the supermarket owner, and everyone was guessing whether the new owner would come to inspect today. Unexpectedly, it was him. But, the new owner is so young? Just tell them Lin Chen is here. Lin Chen added. The cashier nodded quickly and picked up the phone to contact the manager. Not long after, a middle-aged man in a suit hurried over. He looked at Lin Chen and Lin father. Hello? I'm the manager here, may I ask which one of you is Mr. Lin Chen? The manager said respectfully. I am, this is my father. Lin Chen said indifferently. Hello, I'm Lin Bing. Lin father seemed a bit nervous. Mr. Lin, you can call me Xiao Zhao. Manager Zhao said with a smile all over his face. Bowing slightly, he spoke. Lin Chen nodded, take us around to see how the supermarket is operating. Manager Zhao hurriedly led the way, introducing the sales status of various areas and the work conditions of the employees as he walked. Lin Fu was very focused and occasionally chimed in, while Lin Chen listened absent-mindedly beside him. In fact, Lin Chen had no interest at all, he was simply accompanying his father. After finishing a tour, Lin Chen and Lin Fu arrived at the office. My father will be the owner of this supermarket from now on, and you can coordinate with him on related matters, Lin Chen said. Manager Zhao nodded repeatedly, understood. At that moment in the supermarket, a scruffy man walked aimlessly through the supermarket, his eyes dull, and then bumped into a woman with a little girl. You blind? Can't you watch where you're walking? The man yelled loudly. Although the woman knew it wasn't her fault, being a woman with a child, she could only swallow her anger. I'm sorry. The woman could only apologize. Mommy, we were the ones who got bumped into, why do we have to apologize? The little girl blinked her bright eyes, looking up at her mother in confusion. The woman hurriedly covered the little girl's mouth, but it was already too late. So what if I bumped into your mom? Your mom still has to apologize to me. Just like my son, even if the school teacher forced him to jump off a building, what can I do about it? The man suddenly glared with bloodshot eyes, shouting at the little girl. The little girl, frightened, hid behind her mother's back. The woman had never seen such a scene. Looking at the now crazed man, she felt a surge of fear within her. I'm really sorry, the child doesn't understand. We're leaving right now. The woman said as she prepared to pull her little girl away from the man. But the man suddenly reached out, grabbing the woman's shoulder, while his other hand slapped her hard across the face. With a loud smack, the woman's face turned red at a visible speed. The woman dared not retaliate, only protecting the little girl tightly in her arms. Wow! Mommy! The child's cry drew the attention of everyone around. People hurriedly intervened. Don't resort to violence, let's talk about this calmly. However, the man seemed to be triggered, one hand gripping the woman while the other pulled out a small knife, waving it at the crowd. Don't come any closer. The man yelled with bloodshot eyes. The surrounding people were startled, instantly too afraid to approach. A few quick thinkers immediately called the police, while many others grabbed their phones to start recording. Since my son is already gone, I have no motivation to live, so you all can pay for my son. The man shouted, then raised the knife and lunged at the woman. With one hand grabbing the woman and the child in her arms, the woman knew she couldn't dodge, so she bent down to protect her child tightly. Lin Chen and the others were still in the office when they heard a staff member shout that someone was causing trouble. They rushed out to see what was happening. Lin Chen's face changed drastically as he quickly charged forward. Hey, Xiao Chen! Lin Fu anxiously tried to stop Lin Chen but couldn't hold him back. Seeing Lin Chen rush forward, Lin Fu also plucked up his courage and followed. In just a few seconds, the man had already stabbed the woman 2 or 3 times. Blood streamed down from the woman's wounds. A chorus of gasps arose from the crowd. Call an ambulance. You all hurry up and help her. Everyone couldn't just watch anymore. Lin Chen ran to the front, delivering a flying kick that struck the man's wrist, causing the knife to drop immediately. The bachelor was enraged by the sudden attack and turned to pounce on Lin Chen.